That's usually why I come into a voice chat, get triggered, and then leave.
Yeah, yeah. Get in, get out, do your thing.
Yeah.
I think it's efficiency. I'm about efficiency. I am.
Yep. Yeah, I can make my argument last 3 hours, or I can do it all in 10 minutes.
Sometimes I feel like you're like, hey, what's the most triggering thing I can try to defend? I'll take that one.
Fuck yeah.
You're
And
not
and
trying to
out.
you're not trying to just hang on. You're not trying to just limp through hours of discussion. No, you're like,
I'm not coming in for a think tank. I did think tanks for years.
think
What it
tanks for
is
years.
because I streamed for so long. Like when you stream, when you start a live
Yeah,
stream and no one's around and you just have to talk for hours on end, you get
yeah,
sick of that. So
yeah,
sometimes, like you said, you want to say everything you want to say in 10 minutes, get triggered, get pissed, say what you have to say, and leave. I go
yeah.
through all the emotions in 10 minutes.
Yeah, my whole thing. Well, if I'm on here for a long period of time, it's like I'll just pepper spray a little bit here and there. I'm like 3 words, 5 words. It's usually enough, and I can sometimes I can change the course of the river with just 3 words. That feels like the most economy possible.
Snacks here, out.
Yeah, there you go. Bam. Take that.
You're all wrong. Out of here.
Hey, you could test drive these. I don't really use those particularly. You know what I mean? But it might just be sometimes it's just 2 words that people are not. You know what I mean? They're going head to head. Lock horns and all that, and it's just like 2 words sometimes changes the matter. It's weird. It doesn't happen all the time. A lot of times people are like, "Shut the fuck up, dude. We're trying to talk here." It's like, But anyway, yeah. It's a
The
Discord is
dynamic
a
of
different
who's
animal
talking
than
to who.
we're Hangouts people, right? We're like learned up on that shit. So like Discord
Oh yeah.
has a is like a limited Hangout
Yeah.
capacity.
Yeah. When everyone leaves, you can't just shut everything down. The same anymore either.
What do you mean, Discord or
Like
the overall
just the whole
experience?
community, as in hangouts and just BSing for hours on end. Not the same. 4 or 5 years ago was when like there were really 24 hours of YouTube, and they weren't the same channel. So you would jump channels, have a little bit different of voices and shit. Now it's
Hmm.
just three servers. Everyone goes to all three of those. Kind of just hears the same shit every day. Doesn't have the same luster as it did.
Hmm. Yeah, it's tough to be focused. I guess like I think that was the strength of like I guess catapulting off of a YouTube channel, building a Hangouts group around that, and then talking about that. It really stays to that channel. Here, it's like there is a channel, but it is more of a larger collective than like a focused thing. Or it's tougher to focus with a group. You know what I mean? Be about like one specific thing.
Yeah, it's yeah that'd probably be the biggest difference. Here, it's almost impossible to have an hour-long conversation on one topic.
I don't know. How many
Like
hours
there's
did
always
I mean from new perspectives, starting with Jeremy, and then I would say a good 3 hour stretch of talking about that particular like subject, and which has been talked about too. So I, I think it's a different animal in that happens, and I don't recall that really happening as much like within the YouTube thing, like where there's like a recurring conversation that everybody seems to get like kind of pent up or something about, and then you're like, okay, well, we'll try to talk about it another day, or we're fucking
Yeah,
we've
I
had
know
enough.
what the difference is. The biggest difference is
You
there's so many people that can interject at one time. Because when you have your own panel
Yeah,
and you're actually trying to have that conversation, you have control of that panel.
yeah,
Whereas in these servers, it's super difficult to do that. I don't care what server you are.
yeah. That's why I have a 3 word strategy for Discord. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to just be. I mean, I am silent for like long periods of time where I'm just like, I could, but like let them. I've done my thing. You know what I mean? It's why the fuck do I need to jump in all the damn time anyway? Like I should really only jump in when it's fucking necessary, right?
Yeah, but
If
sometimes
I'm
I like
jumping
hearing
in,
my own voice.
but sometimes my brain's just like, say that shit. It's funny. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I
So I try to keep
I
it
was like,
balanced somewhere between. Yeah.
I want to go back to the time when I just kind of just listened and didn't talk, but then Jeremy started talking shit, and he calls me out when he hears you say my name when I come in. I'm going, now I gotta talk. Now I gotta make myself relevant.
hmm That's my strategy this early is just to goad people into speaking on the mic if there's nothing going on.
It worked.
Try my best. Um,
Do my best, man.
I don't know. I think it's what I've always kind of done, just like chit chat. I think I chit chat pretty well. Sometimes not, but it's fun. What? When
You
did
gotta get into
you
that.
know
You
what?
gotta get into a good conversation groove. If you can do that, you can talk
Yeah,
to anybody about almost anything.
yeah. Sean, when did you like? What year did you start streaming? I forget. Was it like 2016 maybe? I don't remember.
2016. Yeah,
Okay.
about 2016.
Okay.
I was around late
Right.
2015, but I didn't start streaming until 2016.
Yeah. 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 I think
And
I'd seen
then
you in chats or something like that before I'd seen that your stream was on the. But I used to monitor that shit all the time. Like the guy was crazy. Like all the yeah, for the good like first 2 years, I'd just be like like every time I came back to the computer or just had a second to think, I would just see what was live streaming or like every flat Earth thing that had come out or whatever.
I found flatter. I don't know what the hell. I was looking up some conspiracy about something, a debate or something I was having, and I ran right into flat Earth, and then I jumped
Oh really?
headfirst into it. And then, like a dumbass, when I became a flat earther, I called out every fucking troll out there. So then I became a target right away. So I, I didn't get to sit back and monitor very much.
No, not that I mean, I did that enough to where like I'd found some people that were like doing the Hangouts thing before. Like, I don't know. I guess probably a lot of people knew how to do it. I don't know. Whatever. Like the Ace McLeod group, they were streaming along with like I don't know if you recall like Jeff Stewart or any of that time period.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that. That was like kind of when the the live stream hangouts started,
Mhm.
rather than just live streaming about is it flat or not.
Yeah, because when I first started, I think there was just like, oh wait, was there even text yet? Oh no, I think at some point the sidecar text happened, and then it was like a big deal. Then you
Yeah,
could
yeah,
kind of like talk to people.
yeah. You became part of the stream.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it seems so simple, right? We kind of have all this. I mean, I don't know. Even though this isn't like a stream and you got to go through like a whole rigmarole to, you know,
Well, well,
restream
here's something
this. But
scary. Because I plan on starting to start stream again when I get back to Texas. I have a studio built and everything. I have no fucking clue how to do this. I literally have to relearn YouTube, OBS, the whole nine.
yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of different ways you can put it together.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure you remember. I like to have intros and music and interacting. I don't know how to do any of that shit anymore. Like I was just now trying. I was about to go live with my webcam on my laptop. I shit got confused. I got frustrated and said, "Fuck, I'm going to Discord."
Yeah,
Then I
I'm not even sure.
then because I was so stupid when Discord came around, I have three servers, all three built by fucking like college kids and shit. So I have no idea how to use them. Just know the basics of them. Starting to feel old.
Yeah, you're in your quasi boomer phase now.
Not a boomer, damn it! Not that fucking old.
I I just think
I'm I'm like cusp boomer.
I think well no I know you're like legit not an actual boomer but I'm neither am I, right? But still, there's a lot of things about technology I could like give a fuck about. And I'm like, why?
As
Why?
far as any
You know?
college kid and younger is concerned, for some odd reason, everyone's a boomer.
But like, I'm into like high tech shit as well, and there's still things I'm like, fuck that. Like, I ain't dealing with that.
I like to learn all that kind of shit, especially because I learned everything from zero by myself, so I know I can do it. It's just fuck, I'm tired. I'm always tired.
I don't know. It's laziness, maybe somewhat. Just like laziness, you just like you can give so much attention. It's like, yeah. I mean, it might not be that you don't know how it works. Maybe that's how real boomers are. They're like, I don't know. It's a fucking mystery to me. I plug it
Yeah,
in
it's
and
not a
it works. I
mystery.
don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it
magic.
probably is laziness, like you said, because I can do it. I know I can, but then again, Zach, let's be real. We're in this conversation. We're fucking old. We deserve not
Oh,
to
I know
have
it.
to do it.
I know it. Yeah.
Like we can just we should be allowed to sit back and not fucking care.
I think so. Yeah, yeah. I think that we are in the right to just be the old puppets in the Muppet Show now. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, yeah, that's what's going on. They're doing that thing. I don't know. Maybe in a way. But I don't
I
know.
think
I
I'm
guess we're
doing the
also
grumpy
here
old
like
man role pretty good.
I just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to be in this. I never. I guess I didn't think that this would kind of go on as it did, um, and that we'd be exactly here. I don't think I thought that. But I try not to project too far into it. I remember like maybe it was 2015, and Jim Panda, he was part of our group at that time, and he was like, "So Snacks, how long do you think that you need to do this flat earthing thing?" And I was like, "About 7 years, Jim Panda, and then I think it will hit maximum saturation, and then it will just take care of itself. I'll be able to retire, knowing that I put my work into this thing, and it'll just carry forward, right?" So that was my thing. I could understand and foresee that kind of commitment. But it's fucking 10 years, Joe. It's well, I'm past 10 years. I'm approaching 12 years. Fuck, dude. Fuck all that. Like, what did I do to my like? I was an art. I was a regular person. Damn.
Yeah, I that's the scary part. I don't remember how I thought before this all. I mean, I was a conspiracy theorist, but fuck.
Okay, look, I was never a regular person, but you know what I mean. But for me, I was regular.
Yeah. I didn't spend hours on end talking into a microphone to a screen. Oh man, can you just think about that? How many hours we spent talking to walls, talking to screens, and hey, for me, I think it's for the good. If it wasn't for that, I'd be the dumbest brick on earth. Because everything I know and understand now is based on becoming a flat earther and the whole situation.
Right? You
And
figured you learned a
anything,
couple things here and there.
I think we all have had the opportunity to at least uh, learn the physics and science all together more than people that fucking pay for it.
You think we got
That's
like
probably
free
why
free reign
there's
to
so many
go?
Globers that are so pissed off because they spent so much money fucking going to college to learn this shit, and there's just like people like fucking just flat earthers just spitting out the same shit they learned.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be pissed if
Yeah.
I spent thousands of dollars to learn about physics, and fucking there are fucking 1,000 flat earthers and people who didn't go to college that know everything that you learned. That'd
Mm-hmm.
be a fucking slap in the face.
Yeah. I hear you, man. I got like I got like a year of college under my belt. You know, I knew had nothing to do with any of this. Right?
I didn't even
I
go to
mean,
college. Fuck college. I
yeah.
I had my career before I even finished high school.
High school, I was into like, well, would you like were you ROTC or something?
No. Construction. I knew I was going to be in
Oh,
construction before that, and then that was my career before I even turned 18.
yeah,
Running heavy equipment, survey, and all that kind of shit. I knew what I was going to do. So go home ec meant nothing to me. All that crap.
you know, I've just spent like so many years just, basically from when I was like 14, I was like trying to paint, trying to be a musician, and do all these different things. I still do them now, but like I had other friends that were artists, and they were like, "What do you think about this political stuff?" And like, "Oh, it's fun to like throw political stuff into art." And I'm like, "Really? That's not even like oh, I never even thought about that." And so like Bob Marley and all this other stuff, like and, and I'm like, I guess, yeah. I'm dumb to this stuff, right? Like I don't want to use these kinds of themes in my stuff, you know what I mean? But I realize, yeah, it's like it's all like, languaged in a lot of different things.
Because like
Anyway,
my girl, she's an artist, so like that not wanting to be like, but wanting to be relevant like is it's hard to find that balance in any art when it comes down to it, right? You don't want to sound too much like someone, but you want to have a style like, you know?
I mean, I just it's like it's just fun to utilize like political propaganda in art and stuff, or to like use that style, because it's like oh,
Right.
it's you kind of don't know what it is, but like somebody uses it in a new way, you're like oh, that's oh, and then all this other stuff is really just propaganda. You know what I mean? Like it kind of hips you to it's like hip
Get you thinking.
propaganda, I guess, in a way.
Get you thinking.
Uh, I guess. I mean, what is art supposed to fucking do? Why do people
Make you
like
think.
they're blowing their parents' money on like art degrees and stuff like that so they can do this? Like what's so important about it that drives like young people to go do it? You know what I mean? Or go to music school and spend 100 G's. You know what I mean? Learning to be something like John
And I
Mayer or
guess,
something.
right?
I guess.
It's like that's pure passion, I guess. And
But you don't
then
need
on
to.
the parents' end, it'd be belief.
But that's like within like mainstream music, like all that shit. Of music schools, like you can teach your own self those things. Just like the you know what I'm saying? Like school is such
Absolutely.
a
Yeah.
dividing line, I guess, because a lot of people won't pursue further information after they leave high school, or just be like a certain amount of things that they'll pick up.
Yeah.
Like I'm done
Yeah.
learning now. Time to get on
Yeah.
with
I no,
life.
I agree with you. I actually think because like I can apply it to my career, like construction and truck driving. Um, to me, the best operators and drivers are people that had seat time. Were on a site and got got to jump in the seat and actually learn to drive it and and operate machines. And then you look at these people that go to these trucking schools and uh, operating schools, and then they're just blah, basic. They you can tell they went to a basic, just enough to do the job type education in it. That's the problem. And I think when you self learn, you have more motivation, more pride in what you're learning.
Right. You're teaching your own self how to do those things based on what you're studying. And it's not somebody's trying to be like, this is how you do the thing. You know what I mean? And, answer the thing in the test and you pass the thing. It's
Yeah,
uh,
you'd probably be more likely to be more interested in something when you're learning it your way, your pace, and enjoying it.
intrinsically, right? It's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
intrinsic. It's intelligence. You know what I mean? It's all these things. We think education's something different, than I don't know that. But you're right.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I mean, because you got to learn to do everything. But when you talk about like the education system versus you learning something, it is a very different thing. Very different.
Yeah, but if you got field time, you know what I mean. You can get through it, and you can. That's the most important thing is experience in the thing that you're doing. So you could self teach yourself brain surgery, but I don't recommend anybody do this. But you would still need something to like prove this out on to know that you could do it. But essentially, you could
Even
learn all
hey,
the
you
book
can
stuff.
get guinea pigs. You can get guinea pigs at any fucking pet store.
Well, I'm saying like, well, even all the book stuff that a medical student learns, they need to do all the internships. So they need the environment in which to like, you know, sharpen those skill sets. But
Well,
that's anything. So
luckily,
yeah,
those are very much so hands-on education. So uh, we can have confidence in our medical field when it comes to that part.
yeah. a lot of these, I don't know, like astronomy and stuff like that. Do people, if they get a degree in astronomy, they're continuing on with that, or just say, I'm going to get a regular job? You know,
I would think a small percentage gets to. I mean, how many astronomy jobs are there out there
like what's the
realistically?
job placement of that? Yeah, like we've got 100% our astronomy program at this college. We got 100% placement in the astronomy field. You think so?
There's like four students.
Right.
Two of them have to work part time.
This is very specialized things, or like there's kids that are in love with Stephen Hawking or something like that, and they want to do quantum things, and they think that's their jobs out there. You know, there might be.
Those are the ones you
Yeah,
see fucking working at McDonald's and shit, and end up shooting up McDonald's because they feel so much more worth it. Because it's just not enough placement for stuff like that. I don't know.
yeah. I think there was
What are they? How many quantum fucking scientists are they hiring a year?
yeah. So I knew this fellow. Uh, Man, he had like the coolest job. His job was like to get paid a shitload of money to like sit in a truck and like just watch sights and stuff like that and then leave. I don't know. Whatever.
I
He
used to do
made it
that.
all the way up there. Like in the trades, he like elevated to this like old guy position, where it's like, hey, I can just do this shit. You get paid tremendous. And his
I did
kids
that.
like,
Did
I want to
so when
study.
I was a soils tech. I used to do that. I used to sit on job sites for 10 hours a day, and then I do maybe 20 minutes worth of work. But I had to sign off everything.
But it's easy because I think that the trade and the union, you know what I mean, put him in this place, you get him that job and stuff like a
Oh
union
yeah.
might take care of its own, but like
Oh yeah. 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 Especially in
so he
construction.
was he was trying to say like, hey kid, his kid who's a really smart kid, but he's like, why don't you should get into my trade too? And he's like, no, I want to study quantum physics, dad. You know, and it's like he doesn't have any idea. Like, there's no quantum physics union. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a different world. I mean, there's interests and then there's like occupations. I mean, I guess we
Yeah,
gotta.
but I also think, and maybe this is because I'm getting old that I think this way now. But is it me or kids these days pussies? They're scared to get their hands dirty.
Oh yeah, this
I
is
have a
probably
15-year-old son, and he won't come. He won't work. He won't go on a construction site for the life of him because he's scared he's gonna get his shoes dirty. I just want to take a shovel and a bucket of dirt and then dump it on him in his bed and start telling him, "Love the fucking dirt, because why you eat those shoes? This dirt paid for that shit."
got you. Um, I guess like probably this is we're raising one of the most like we've already raised a pretty helpless generation. I think we're working on number two.
Oh, can you imagine what war is going to be like in 50 years? It's like they're not going to even be real. It's like China's going to call United States and be like, "Show up on Halo. See you at the in the battlegrounds. No, no sniping."
When the world's run by the teenagers that are around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to hear at the presidential elections or during wartime is, "I owned you. I owned you. Teabag." That's going to be our future.
The idiocracy. The de-evolution of society down to something that is just baby.
I
But
wonder
I
if we
don't. I
could.
don't know. I don't know. I think there's always the threat of that, but I think there's always a side that keeps their head in the game and
I
is kind of
wonder if.
creating. There's somebody is part of creating these helpless generations. Someone is part of this, and they're the people that have their head in the game. Long game. Anyway.
Well, I wonder if it's been like a societal wave. Like, was there a time when like everyone was like, get your hands dirty, learn a trade, take care of shit, and then like they thought, well, we're working people too hard, so then they became pussies again. And then like they were like, "Oh, these guys are all pussies, and we're losing everything. You need to toughen up." And then everyone got tough, and then everyone starts getting pussy. Like I wonder if like it worked like that, and if you could tell that, like if you like looked at how societies worked over thousands of years.
I mean, you meant like some World War II people, right? Like any vets from
No,
World
no,
War
even
II?
further back. I'm talking
Yeah.
like 1400s. Like
I
there had to
just
been
mean
a
within our
time when
own.
like
Yeah.
yeah, like there had to been a time when like people like were just down to get their like what was it back in like our parents' times, everyone got their hands dirty. But now our kids are all too scared to get their hands dirty. So it's like a progression, and it's got to go back, right? Everyone can't just become a pussy, and
Well,
everyone can't get a
I
trophy
don't know.
forever.
I think people are a product of their times, you know, and I think during like lean times it creates stronger people, and I think during like times of like excess it creates weaker people.
Ah, yeah, I
Like
didn't
the
think about that
'80s, like
part.
a complete like kind of. I mean, I'm an '80s person, I guess.
Yeah,
I consider myself one, but yeah, I don't know, man. Easy answers, and what I mean, like the just culture changes, man. Like it's like different. Like the 1950s, I think were much different in the 20s before that, whatever. You know.
yeah. I'm just saying. Huh. I'm just saying, we keep giving kids trophies for every place. They're gonna be some big pussies. I'm
Participation
serious,
award,
man. It's like gonna be like 10th place on the podium. It's like what the fuck?
10th place.
It'd be crazy. No one's gonna win. We're gonna be watching like baseball, and it's gonna be like 0-0, even if they hit home runs. We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Everyone's a winner here.
Yeah. There's wussification, but I think it wakes up the things that seeing it helps to keep it alive, or keep the real stuff alive because you know what I mean. So
Yeah,
other people notice that, like, oh yeah, things are getting wussified, so we need to like amp it up, man, or whatever. Um, so I think people respond to these things, man. I don't
definitely
know.
needed.
Yeah, it's a weird world. Yeah, I do feel a little
Like
bit,
I said,
but
man.
also I guess like I kind of read the predictive programming on the walls. I think when I was young, and I guess it's sort of like the world I expected I already lived in, which was something about this weird back then. But like I don't know, man.
This is a progression
Oh
of shit. I'm gonna invest in trophies because I have a feeling we're gonna be giving a lot out.
yeah, we're gonna get a lot of trophies out of this conversation. This is like this is just trying to keep the mic open. If anybody else has joined in and wants to say a word or two, go right ahead. You know,
Please do.
except Apocryphon, you stay muted. You're probably still drinking. I'm just joking. Hey, buddy.
Oh, great. Is there someone who's in excess of drunk?
I get to mute for a little while. That's what will happen soon. But
Well, if
you
you're
guys
not
make it.
talking, I'm not talking.
Well, we're just having friendly conversations. You know, keep the mic
Of
open. If you
course.
guys want to get it, hash out some kind of anything. But anyway,
Oh, I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm far too high for that shit.
right on.
I just decided to smoke 3 joints in a row, so there's going to be no trigger for me.
I kind of wanted to
Unless
wrap it
Brian
out.
Leakey comes in. I don't like Brian Leakey. He really irritates me.
Oh, okay. He's a nice guy.
Ron's a champion.
I think he's too much of a hype man for the stars. He
He's
likes
like,
to. He does. He does. He likes to. Yeah,
I
he's
like
right.
Brian. I like Brian. I don't know why I don't know. I didn't know Brian before this, but
Because he's
a lot
new
of times I
old.
feel like once in a while I feel like this place is lucky to have me, but most of the time I feel like I'm lucky that this place exists. I'm lucky to like see that whatever the shit I did early on, like this is now, and I'm like really happy to see that, like that it didn't die then. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess I kind of felt that way. I don't know. Maybe you felt the same way, like running,
No,
or
no,
maybe that's just
I
like
get it.
the head trip that us streaming fuckers get in our. You know what I mean? Like, oh well, if I stop, then fucking what will happen? I'm so
I get
important.
it.
This stream is so important. All these people or something. But no, like they go other places and these little islands and communities that get together. But like it's nice to be able to like have your own little island of panel, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I will always think that the way we were doing it will always be the best way of having these discussions. But like you said, progression is progression, and it's going to change.
well you also, I mean, with a panel on Hangouts, if you have a limited set of even like 100 people, like it's difficult. Even actually the volume of people that are on the server, it's difficult to keep like interest going on all times of the year. You know, because we got holidays and
Yeah.
shit. People get, you know, you get fucking caught up or whatever. You're in some rom
Oh
com
yeah.
movie, all of a sudden you're living it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit,
Uh,
it's New Year's Eve.
it
Oh fuck.
definitely it's definitely impressive and respect where respect is due to people like Jim Panda, Geo, who are able to keep their servers going because
Fuck you.
it is not an easy task. It is not something that you just make one and everyone will come. Does not work that way. I mean, look at the news, the other servers that were new, that were quote unquote, in competing with. They fucking fizzle out and go away. They don't have it. It's not that everyone can do it, even if you get popular for a second. But to be part of that tier, like Geos, Gym Pandas,
But
that
this
aren't going
yeah.
anywhere.
But I mean, the quality of debate that's possible today was not attainable in 2015,
Oh
2014.
fuck no, hell no. There is
No.
no way in
I'm
hell.
watching. I was watching the modern day debate thing, and it wasn't even. I was like trying to find what's it, but I found some older one than that. You know what I mean? As like two people, it's two versus two, and I'm like, yo, these dudes are like chopping it up here. You know what I mean? In ways that nobody. If you could take that live stream and take it back in time, inject it into 2015, people are like, what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, that's fire.
That's the
Oh, camel fire. What the fuck are they
Kiwi.
talking about? Like,
Kiwi, you idiot.
yeah, very. I think the conversations have advanced quite a bit.
Oh yeah, big time. The way you go about an argument is progressing and advancing.
Can you
People
not
that
pick
are
my
in the
accent for you?
community that do, huh?
You're a little low,
No,
Roof.
fucking Foria not pick my accent. He just called me a Kiwi.
Who's the
Uh,
Kiwi?
no, I didn't call you a Kiwi.
Foria. He's muted. But he's in the
I just
headset.
said you're a little quiet. I'm going to turn you up in my headset. Here you go. You're not a Kiwi. But why can't we call them kangaroos? Because there are no other challengers to Aru. You know what I mean?
Why not can't-garoos?
Kangaroos. Yeah.
Can't.
Are you?
Can't-garoos.
Oh, fucking big ass rabbits.
They're like rabbits that fuck deer and then rule the world.
Drank that shit the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles drink.
You Sashi Jimbo? Samurai kangaroo? I don't know. Maybe it's a rabbit, but that's beside the point. Go ahead.
I got a random question.
Groove.
It's about kangaroos, though. I was thinking about this the other day. I know that mammals are more evolved than reptiles. Okay. So it's like we're a further adaptation. Anyways, my point is, what's the most? I'm trying to think of like what's the most recent. You say what?
I don't like the term more evolved for two extant species.
Yeah,
Right.
but but we used to have features that were the same as reptiles. I thought.
But
I thought we branched
a good
off.
thing or a bad thing?
I mean, doesn't it
Why not?
branch so? Wouldn't it in the evolutionary model branch so far as to being like not even like considered like? I mean, you could say it's off the evolutionary branch, but it's like in its own point of evolution. It's doing its own evolution curve. You know what I mean? The amoeba is not competing with the kangaroo or whatever.
Well, I just think there was adaptations and changes like the jaw and some other shit. I'm just curious. You know what I mean by more evolved?
Yeah, it's just rabbits fucking deers and they turn into kangaroos. That's what I'm pretty sure of. I don't know. You can think what you like. How's a platypus happen? You know what I mean? This isn't just like straight evolution. These are naturally hybridic sort of lines. I think. Haha. Come get me. What do you think? I believe less in evolution and a lot more of a cross speciation that evolves like stable hybrids.
Yeah, but hybrids aren't stable.
Hybrids can be stable. It's a myth that they are not.
Hybrids all the ones I know of.
Right, but you're thinking of like this is globe evolution. You get to flat evolution where I am, and it makes much more sense.
Well, the ones I'm thinking of is like a liger and a mule.
You're thinking all the classic shit examples. There are other ones that are stable, but I can't remember them right now. But like, if you like explore like what the Manx gene is supposed to do, that the Manx is supposed to be a cat rabbit hybrid, but we don't. How do we pull them apart to know? But it is more like the hindquarter of a rabbit, and there's something about like that cats have a gene that can just like it goes so far back that it can work sometimes, and it doesn't even like disparate species can reproduce even if their gestation periods are wrong. If they don't match up, it'll just work somehow. I'm not really sure. I believe in this power of life to just fuck. That's what I believe in, the power of fuck. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, dude.
A rhinoceros one day he sees like a hippo from the back and he's like, that looks like a rhinoceros to me. Close enough. You know, maybe he was at the rhino bar tossing a couple back and he didn't know. But sometimes, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna happen. Like things of disparate species make love, and the power of love, I think, is what is the spur of this hybriding and therefore what we perceive as evolution. But there's also adaptation, and that may bring about specific like traits, like out of the animal, because it might have that. Like the desert fox. Like I could go on. I'm not going to stop myself now. You go. Okay.
I did some research myself, and one thing I learned was that I did some experimentation, and it turns out that I can't. There's many things that I can come onto, and it will not get pregnant. I think most animals.
Did you say there's certain things you come onto and it might get pregnant? You hiccuped there for a second. Could you please restate that?
Well, I just mean like a woman. I think, and I haven't even been successful doing that. But a woman is, I think, the only thing that I can get pregnant. I don't think that I can get any other.
If you could, yeah, maybe. But
yeah, if I could get a woman pregnant, yeah.
Right, but are you not dating like chimpanzee females on like Chimster or something like that, right? So you don't know,
I'm not going to incriminate myself, but we'll say that I have done some experimentation. And,
but you're not in like a polygamist, like whatever bestiality group or something like that. You're not spreading your seed enough around, to know. But suffice it to say, I don't recommend that.
It's a real liberal group, a bestiality polygamous group.
Yeah, we meet on the island of Dr. Moreau. It's just like, yeah, it's a fantasy place because you can't actually do all these things because they're like crazy. You'd just be insane. I wouldn't even consider myself a regular person if I started like experimenting. I mean, don't geneticists feel that like they're like God complex? You'd have to have a God complex if you're fucking around with this stuff. But anyway, it seems like there's like at least a few different things that cats can maybe crossbreed with, possibly. There's some website sketchy ones, I'll admit, but maybe made from GeoCities accounts back in the day. Not really sure. Pretty much like
Cats.
1.0 stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Cats are a little bit weird in the sense that they like they can have many different fathers impregnate them at the same time. So I don't really know how their organs or their sex organs work, but
Yeah,
I do know
I don't know if
the male penis, the male cat penis is like a screw. Is what I heard.
a screw. No, it's a regular penis. Barbed though with hairs so that it is painful to retract and the copulation can continue. What you're thinking about screw-shaped penises, probably ducks. You got multi-penis,
I
multi-screw
am
penis.
maybe yeah.
Yeah,
I got my
and then
penises
the
confused.
female duck has got the a multi dead end vaginal maze in the
Wow.
duck because all procreation here is essentially non-consensual.
Yeah, birds. Yeah, birds are totally rapey.
Yeah, but it's normalized. It's not like we shouldn't judge. It's they're okay with it. They've adapted their bodies to handle that's really like that. That's fine.
I've seen that one bird where it's like it has to be so protective of its genetics. Like it went around the corner for half a second, and some other dude bird came and like had sex with this girl bird, and then when he came back, he's like, "What the fuck?" And he's like pecked out all that other bird's semen. I'm like, damn, dude, it's pretty dedicated.
I didn't hear that, but I don't need to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I've got room in my head for multiple theories of procreation. The species. I don't know.
This is a theme that's been
A whole different.
it's a theme in this room the past couple days. Or at least I've said it several times, so I'll say it again. Is that, like, I feel like kind of the beauty of science investigation, at least, is that we're discovering that there's a finite, uh, an explicit set of rules and laws, and you know those rules and laws basically bring everything observable, to reality. And then there's nothing like there's no examples outside of those laws. Like, we don't know them completely, but I think like things like life is not as supernatural as people give it credit for. I think it's just like another one of those other processes.
It's like ultra natural. It's not supernatural. No, I'm just into coining new terms this week. Sorry about that. What do you think of triple abrula instead of a spherical triangle? I don't know if you weighed in on this one.
Triple abrula.
Triple abrula. It's easy to say. Just say it. We're gonna have Armis say this.
Triple abrula.
The whole argument. The whole argument. We've got it. If we can get you to say triple abrula, I think we're there.
Triple abrula.
Triple
like
abrula.
Triple abra. Maybe I can't say it. Triple
No,
abrula.
you got it. Yeah, there you go.
I had it before.
Triple abrula. Instead of non-Euclidean triangle, because I think that one's too long. But triple abrula is fun. Or a triparabolic arch. I thought that one was okay. It's maybe not long enough. It needs to be much longer. All right.
I think there's already a name for it. I don't know what it is. I forgot.
Or what do you think about just calling it like a pseudo 3D triangle? I don't know. Whatever. If you projected it like by projection, you could I think define it on if you could project it flat, but you're projecting it back onto like a presumed curve, which is you have to just scalp that off. I mean, whatever. There's some pi in this, so that's gonna.
What's funny? The regular triangle has a name. I don't know if there's a name for the spherical triangle. I guess it's a spherical triangle, but there's a Euler triangle. Is the
Okay.
Every time I see his name, I want to say Euler, but
Yeah, Euler. Euler.
Yeah.
Ferris
Euler.
Ferris Euler's day off. No, Ferris Euler's day off. Anyway, go ahead. Ow. You know what that song is like? Oh yeah, it's the moon. The moon. Oh yeah.
Wait, is that the lyrics in the song?
Yes, it is. I never know that there was a the moon.
Oh,
So beautiful. Ooh, yeah. More beautiful. Anyway, sorry about that. Euler's day off. Go ahead. What about spherical Euler triangles?
No. Euler triangles are the planar ones.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I don't know why they're not just called triangles, but
That's a planar triangle is.
wait, no, I misspoke.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so I was reading. I'll just tell you what it is. The spherical triangle is the spherical analog of the planar triangle, and it's sometimes called an Euler triangle.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the spherical triangle is the Euler triangle.
Okay, gotcha. Well, because Euler has the Euler transform, which is his special power. Euler's transform takes we're able to take a circle, turn it into a ball with the Euler transform. I think he's the first dude to figure this geometry out, or the formula.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He's the godfather of. Well, I guess not really, because there's a long history of. But I think he's probably the one that in the modern day spherical geometry. But yeah, there's a long history of people getting it wrong, I guess.
Mm-hmm. The Houston Eulers. They're the hockey team. You know, the Houston Eulers. Okay. It's like, no, I was like, you live in Texas. Okay.
I got it.
All right. Thought I'd get it.
Hey,
but Coach, I was thinking about this AI thing, and it's like we just have one. The ChatGPT is just like a part of it, but it's like it's the knower. It's something else that can drive all this ChatGPT stuff, but that's like something that knows it itself. You know, something that's like a programmatic core of identity or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
You mean? No,
something
I
don't know. Like, well, think about how little you could actually just start plugging into ChatGPT and getting things.
Oh yeah.
Right. You just need something that's capable of doing that very little bit. Coming up with things to think of.
And have you seen the Auto GPT?
Is it based on like Auto IT or something?
No, it's based. I don't know. I'm not sure what that is, but
or
it's based
what? What's the other one? Like, is it a macro?
No.
Tied into?
I mean, you can build macros with it. It's basically like I'll send you a link to an online version.
Because you could pass command line to a local implementation of ChatGPT anyway, right? You could just pass command line.
Yeah, that's how at least that's the interface I have with Auto.
Yeah. You just need something stupid. Yeah, I'm just saying you need a driver. You need a knower, something to be the driver behind the wheel of this chat engine. You know, that is also something that can. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm about to show you. Hold on.
Trying to show me something. All right.
This is Auto GPT, or this is an Agent GPT. It's it's an online like a browser version of Auto GPT. Auto GPT, you can get on your system yourself and all that kind of stuff. This works basically the same way. Anyways, so all you do is you just name it, and then you give it a goal, and what it does is it delegates other GPT agents and starts achieving that goal. but it'll start creating its own tasks that it might even change the goal eventually. Like it'll
but
choose the goal and it's like, I'm gonna we're gonna add this to it.
well,
It
I
does
guess
it does all that.
I mean, well before any of this kind of stuff was available, I think there was something I was looking at called just really simple JavaScript protocol called Smalltalk. And with Smalltalk, you were able to create like a small like little device that could just like ping like, oh, this is the temperature or whatever, and then you'd have all these like little Smalltalk devices that could all like network into each other and then come up with like some greater picture of. Yeah, just like subroutine processes. So like if that's like essentially it's like subnetting the AI to other subroutine AIs. I mean, I get that, and I was saying that is the thing. But there's also like there's ways to kind of go backwards and forwards with how an AI might like create like a network. You know that the that you could have this all constantly updating, and that like you could start to get it to where it's like actively perceiving, through this subnet, and then we could plug it into like a robot or something and have it walk around. You see what I'm saying? Like, you like not consciousness, but just like that there are all these different like loops that are all
there's
going
already
on. Good.
There's people who have their like that ChatGPT hooked up to a robot legitimately. Then there's already like legitimate robots that are have AI minds or whatever, like Sophia, some other fuckers. There's dogs.
Right, I was looking at I don't know, you don't 3D print, right?
No, but yeah, no, I used to own one, but no.
There's like a project that's on Thingiverse called InMove, or INMOOV. It's this Dutch designer. But there's a lot of devs for that, and it's pretty cool. Like 3D printable armature for a life size, like at least a torso and head. The biggest problem is like walking a robot is the most challenging part of what I mean, make a realistic walking robot. Like, look, get the fuck out.
Well, no, dude, that's the crazy thing about AI is like for the longest time that was its purpose, was to like build these models where the AI would learn how to do something and it would show us how the most efficient way to do it, basically. But they've done that with Google Lambda like a long time ago. They just gave it the task to learn to walk, basically, or learn to get from point A to point B the fastest way possible. And it started doing weird shit, like it contorted its body all weird, but eventually it learned how to walk properly on its own.
Yeah, I guess you could just have a separate. Well, then okay, so then we got to run computers. I think like at the time I was looking at it, like phones have become dramatically more capable than like trying to plug in like a tower, you know what I mean, into a torso of a robot, which I think was where I was at then. It was a bad idea.
Well, yeah, I mean that's when I like the what's it called?
Like you could, I'm like, can't you build like a ROS system just off of? I mean, iPhones are fucking great. Like, can you just build like a robotic vision system off that, like a pair of iPhones or something?
Yeah, well, I mean you only need one probably because iPhones only have like 4 cameras.
Yeah, but we like it can see from its back too, so it knew somebody try to stab it. They could flip its head around all the way and be like, "Don't stab me, like I'm a robot. Fuck you." I mean,
That's how I feel about the Austin Dynamics dog robot thing. I mean, basically when I think about like Arduinos and Raspberry Pis and Freescale chips, cell phones all basically the same thing. Cell phones are just like specific versions of it.
Right. Well, what's a Boston? What's the? I mean, you need like a. I guess if you just had a bunch of different like ARM processors and different devices, you could just like power each limb could have its own like I don't know, AI,
Yeah, I've seen this. There is a system like that, but they're separate pieces. It's like a little colony of these little machines. But yeah, that would make sense.
I don't know. Also,
Not
like,
bad.
I was into like some of the designs with robots that had like a physical gyro in them, to keep them upright.
Yeah, most of them do. Well, the ones that stand up and stuff. I mean, the Boston
That's
Dynamics ones.
Yeah, I mean, based on like the Segway, and Dean Kamen's work on that, like, utilizing like the. Actually, can you just? It'd probably just be easier if you had an auto balancing 2-wheel robot rather than I don't know.
I mean, there are.
Stairs are a problem. Fuck it. Fuck robots. Fuck it.
Well, that spot. It's like it looks like a dog or whatever. Boston Dynamics. It can go up and down stairs easy. Yeah,
Fuck.
it's
I
not.
don't want to have like a talking. Can we have maybe a robot that transforms into a dog? Because that would be okay. I'd be okay with that.
That would be kind of cool. But
it can also be a biped.
Not.
Can we do this? Because that sounds like the nuts.
I'm sure Boston Dynamics probably has some shit like that, dude. But yeah, and that spot that they have, the one that's like a dog, that's been commercially available.
Yeah, well, it's like five Gs.
Like 2 years now. It's like $80,000 to buy one.
8,000.
80,000.
80,000. Oh, okay.
Yeah, last I checked.
That's a little too much. I hear they still have a lot of problems. There's also like open source kits I've seen. Different, open source 3D printable robot dog kits. They're much smaller.
Yeah, like AI ones. There's like the AI bot, but the Boston Dynamics one's not intrinsically AI. It's just like it's like remote control. I think you can give it tasks that it'll know how to do, but it doesn't think on its own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah. But like, you could just have like an AI system just for the movement and stuff like that. Nothing to do with talking. Nothing to do with thinking about how to make Picassos out of like Polaroid pictures. Nothing. None of that shit. None of that high level stuff. But just to pilot the motors and shit and make them all work well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, whatever. Fucking, I don't know. 10 years, man. Some serious shit's about to pop off. That's what I'm saying. Next 10 years, like the development, somebody is going to be smarter than me and better than both of us put together to be able to like do things like this. So,
10 years.
Beside Boston Dynamics, some people are going to start to be able to like, I don't know, do startups like this or like Kickstarters or some shit. I bet.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the aid of AI, like, that's the cool thing about 3D printing is you can have AI fucking like come up with the best design for something and like produce a CAD drawing for it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you can have it create its own robot.
It can create its own body.
It creates its own robot. Yeah.
Oh, like some weird science shit. You can put a bra on your head. Is that what's happening? Wait for lightning storm. All right. Yeah. Let's do this. It's pretty interesting that this is possible. It's very sci-fi. It is some weird science, man. For sure.
I think 10 years is long. I think much faster than 10 years. We're going to see disruptions and overturns and all that type of stuff. Legislation.
Like we already are seeing it. Like probably even, aspects of what's been going on with just like, how we got toilet paper delivered and stuff like that. It's got AI. The Air Force uses it for the Army, whatever these are for distribution and stuff like that. AI, like robotic vision systems to see like what's on a pallet. You know what I'm saying? Like all kinds of shit. I mean, basically what the whole Amazon workforce does is like that's I would be targeting if I was Jeff Bezos, evil billionaire. I would be like, how do I make these people not even have to work for me, and then it's just robots? You know what I'm saying? That's where I would be.
Isn't that already the case? I thought that's
Yeah.
mostly robots in those
Like,
warehouses.
I'm sorry, but like the whole inside, like all the loaders, all that stuff is stuff that robots could do.
Yeah. So it's time to get your value in.
I mean, there's
Pretty
got to be some
soon.
kind of is there a robot company, a stock, anything like that to invest in? You know what I mean? What's going to take over the fucking world here?
Well, Microsoft is basically in control of OpenAI.
All right, let's get
Google.
behind Bill Gates. I think he's a great guy. So, like, okay, are there any other options?
Nah, yeah,
Okay, no.
there's Google. That's why Elon Musk is starting his new AI company, is because he doesn't trust AI in the hands of just Microsoft and Google.
He's starting a new AIs.
Yeah.
What's that about?
It's called Truth AI or Truth GPT or something like that.
No.
Yeah, because he says that because Chat GPT is like made to say things PC, and it can't say things
Okay.
that are whatever. So he says that it's basically trained to lie, which is very dangerous. He says.
Huh.
It's a good point.
Truth GPT?
Truth, like now there's true earthers. He has a truth GPT.
What? What? Is he
Like I
hip?
say,
Why pick that name, dude?
I told you because he's trying to contrast it to OpenAI. It
Nah.
being
You ever heard of branding?
sure.
Yeah, there's no reason to do that shit.
Well, he might not actually call it Truth GPT. That might just be the name. The working
So you
title or
call it like
something.
GPTX or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever. I mean, he did start a company that drills holes in the ground and called it the Boring Company. So I wouldn't put it past him that he would
Yeah. What's the
name it
flamethrower
Truth
company called? The
GPT.
Flaming Company? I don't think so. He almost bought Willy Wonka.
Well, he did. He bought.
He did?
Well, at least he used to own Gene Wilder's house in California, but he
No,
sold
but
it.
he was talking about buying the company that makes
Oh
all
no
the Willy
shit!
Wonka cream.
That's
Yeah,
awesome,
like,
dude.
isn't that fucked up?
It's either that or Twitter, right? He's like Twitter or Willy Wonka. Which Willy Wonka's probably like, I don't know, $500 million. I don't know how much it's worth.
I'm just like, I don't know. Every time he's attached to something, I'm just like more suspicious of that shit now. I don't know. I don't know why. Probably my
I
brain thinks in reverse. I should be trusting him all this time, and I'm like, wait, why is he so powerful? Why is he so smart? Is he smart? I don't know, man. It's like the guy with all the smart books, on the library shelf.
yeah.
Like that guy. He must be right. Yeah.
No,
All
he
those
seems
smart
like a
books,
smart
man.
guy though. Like I don't know about
Oh, he's
books,
not dumb. No, not
but
not.
he's able to like work with engineers at you know
Yeah. Hey,
SpaceX. Like
yo, bro, like if you had zillions of dollars, right? You could work with people too, right?
yeah, I know, but I mean, there's like
Yeah. If
you know
Jeremy had zillions of dollars, if Jeremy had Elon Musk money, he'd be calling shots too. It's
yeah,
not
calling the
hard.
shots. Calling the shots is one thing, but I'm saying like able to like basically understand the physics behind what the rocket engineers are developing for the rocket, like all the components of it. And same thing with with the car company. And pretty well rounded. It seems.
Well, anyway, he's not a college product anyway.
I think Scott Veach said he went to school with him.
Oh,
And Larry
business.
and Larry Page.
Larry Page, yeah. Scott Veach, he connected to everything. Huh? Well, isn't that nice?
He said that Larry Page, like he got offered to get on board with the whole Google thing before it was like when they were just developing it. And he said he passed on it because it sounded exciting or anything.
Uh, hmm.
This is funny. But he said Elon Musk was like a was like awkward at the parties. He was like always in the corner by himself. It just looked weird. This guy said.
Yeah, I could believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, or him not even going to parties or whatever. I mean, it's crazy because he used to be. It's like when he was in college, he was like balding, and now he's got like a full head of hair.
Yeah, he grew it back with power of his mind. Yeah, that's how smart he is. He was able to refollicleize his head. And you're like, he's like, it's real stuff. I can play around with it. See, I can pull on it. Ah, I'm in the pool, fucking chilling out. That's not how he talks. Does he go into the pool? Does he even pool? I don't even think he's not the type to like go in a swimming pool. You know, at a party, he's definitely keeping his like Hawaiian shirt on for sure, right?
I don't know. I mean, did you see him dance? When he goes to Burning Man.
Does he get loose, bro? I don't know. He's got access to all the drugs he wants, so he could get as loose as possible. I'm sure.
Yeah, but I don't think he does drugs very often. Like when he was on Joe Rogan's show, Joe Rogan like offered to smoke a blunt with him, and then he's like, "Sure." And then he said he only smoked weed once when he was like younger. That was like the second time he smoked weed. But that can't be true, man. He would have gotten way too high if that were the case.
Absolutely.
I once seen Jack Black. He was on a show.
The first time I
getting-
smoked weed, unless the musicians that I was smoking with, this is like the first time, right? Like, no, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I had hallucinatory things going on. Like, I was like, whoa, I'm not really sure. Was there like some other shit in that bowl that like was
Yeah,
left
dude.
over or whatever?
No, and when I was 16, like it was the first time I ever smoked out of a bong. So I barely was smoking weed at that point. But I went with my friend to this dude's apartment, like older dude, like a college dude, but you know older at the time. And I knew like my friend is the type of guy to fuck with me, and I'm certain the other dude would fuck with me. But I think he gave me salvia. Like he put salvia in the bong. I've done salvia since then, but I hadn't done it at that point. And I was fucking
Yeah.
hallucinating like I got in a car wreck actually. I just like because I got up immediately, left the apartment, and I got in my car, and I was like everything was like a cartoon.
Oh wow, I don't know what that's about. Yeah, I just wonder. I don't really think I've had effects like where it's like the floor felt angled. It looked angled up, like I was in the like the geometry was wrong. And I'm like automatically, I'm like talking while I'm automatically writing with my right hand. You know what I mean? I'm like composing ideas with my right hand. I'm having a regular conversation. I don't know, man. Like this is just fucking whacked my mind out a little bit. But
that was me last night.
But I'm a terrible chess player, so I don't know. I thought maybe weed is not having an effect on my chess playing.
That's crazy because weed gives me has a positive effect on my chess playing. Like I only play chess when I'm high. Like if I know I'm gonna play chess with somebody, then I smoke some weed because.
If I don't keep medicated at a certain level, then like the occasional hit of weed will take me to a place that is far beyond.
Yeah.
Mortal men. Yep.
That's what I do now. I used to smoke every day, all day, but I stopped doing that, and now I just smoke like once a month. And when I do, I get really high. It's inspiring.
Yeah, it's like knocking down all the bowling pins or something.
Yeah, it's definitely necessary because last night, for instance, I always have the best ideas. I just have great ideas. It's almost like thinking about things in a different way, in a healthy way. I don't know. It's just weird, but I'm glad I definitely glad I do that like once a month thing.
Yeah, it's like a mental cleanse that way,
Yeah.
for sure.
I had an idea for an app, and I was like, "Damn, this is a great idea, dude." But I had so many fucking ideas. By the time I wrote that one down, I was already like writing other stuff and like doing other stuff. That's the problem, is that I get so sidetracked when I get high like that. It's like
Yeah.
you get like a million thoughts, like
Mhm.
fucking crazy thoughts, like cool thoughts,
Like,
and then you can't even
it's
remember.
Friday. It's Friday. It's next Friday. Fuck. What? I don't know. This was too big of a bag I bought. But sometimes I'll just get into almost like 3 or 4 days where I'm just like working something out. Yeah. I think it's helpful. Yeah. Sometimes it's not helpful. But anyway, if it's not particularly helpful if I don't smoke often enough, because like those blast, like if it's just blasting my brain out and I'm like, well, I've got thousands of ideas. Like I don't want that really. You know, that makes me feel like too hyperactive. So I try to just stay at a uh, level altitude. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And then I reached
feel
some kind
yeah,
of
just
saturation point where it's like, oh, I could just take like a couple weeks off here and just like eat red reishi mushrooms, and I'll feel high all the time, And there's no high. It's just like I'm so saturated with THC. It's like I'm just like, oh, still
yeah.
processing the
Well,
happiness. Good.
yeah. Whenever I smoke again, I usually have already completely gotten rid of back to being like a complete version with it, basically.
Yeah.
Like I said, makes it value, makes it worth it.
Mm-hmm. I just smoke enough to be sober, I think.
Well, I remember when I was smoking every day. It's like when you're in that phase, you're smoking all day. It's like you long for the like. Man, I remember I used to smoke, and I went to Six Flags and fucking felt like I was in a fucking alien spacecraft. But it's like you don't get those kind of cool. Like I don't know, it doesn't feel as like
I hear you. Yeah,
novel. Yeah.
the big moments. Yeah, I don't know. Those are very effective sometimes to me. Uh, One time, after not smoking for like a good amount of time, I did, and then like all this information came flooding into my brain, and I'm like, that is crazy. Is this okay? Is this weed okay? But that's normal for me now. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's like Issa got me when I was just starting out, like doing like recording engineering and stuff, and I could just barely do it sober. And he'd stop by with like, he's like, "Yeah, man, yeah, have some of this," and like just really strong stuff. And it took me a while to adapt, but eventually, yeah, like I had to learn it high, and then doing that, I think was better. Like I have like just better all around comfort with it. Weird.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sometimes it doesn't help, because there's a learning curve with it. But I think once you tune into what your process is, it's helpful for things like reggae. Like, I don't know how you could produce without knowing the culture and without knowing that plant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But not necessary for Tchaikovsky.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I mean, weed makes everything better. It makes Tchaikovsky better. Is it Tchaikovsky of the fucking saxophone songs? I think it
I don't know.
is. He played the Romeo and Juliet overture. I'm sorry, I'm using this just a chat or auto GPT shit. Finally got my shit to work. You should check out that site that I posted.
Okay.
Come up with tasks, just like some fucking. Yeah, let me think. Yeah, like ask it like, how can I turn $4 into $100 in the next 2 hours? Just sitting at home, and it'll just come up with a bunch of shit for you.
Yeah. No, you can. For sure.
I have my auto GPT running. I said, hey, find me a bunch of like private detective strategies and methods. That's like insider trade between them, inside baseball stuff, and give me some hacking, some basic standard hacking tools. What I say else? I said I've asked to do. This is like one task. I said just to compile all this stuff and put it in a fucking uh, database for me that I can fucking check on. So it's doing all that right now in the background. It's like it's going through the internet. And I can see the web pages, but it's
Right.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you could have it do all kinds of shit, man. Like, but I don't know. It's like, I really would like the ability to like extend it to paying attention to other web pages.
Yeah,
You know
you
what
can.
I'm saying?
Yeah, you can do that. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, I had that's what I was waiting on trying to get to work was to Google my Google API. But there's several uh, Google APIs. Like, there's like fucking probably hundreds to be honest. And yeah, so you can just do a Google search, or you can keep an eye on a page, and wait for updates or whatever.
No, or like doing like wire trace or something like that, or I don't know, whatever those apps are that you can like, really dial into like a signal, um, aspects of that shit. Uh, geez, I don't know. You could do a lot of shit with AI, dude. But you know,
The trick is to get off of the open AIs because are so restrictive.
well, like a stock investigation robot, right? Let's just say like you want to like have a robot that's pay attention to stocks as one part of its data. Then it relays that back. Say, I saw a tick here or that, or there's an independent node that's like, hey, all I do is just pay attention to news articles from all these like 500 different, top industrial companies or something like that, and so it can kind of coordinate and look for patterns and trends and start to like say like, hey, check this out, hey, check this out, or it can then say, hey, this is something to check out, let me pay attention to this, and so like it could start to make its own decision trees and point and use web resources as part of itself, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that already. Um, even with now with ChatGPT. Uh, I saw a dude said he made $1 million. Oh, let me see. Hold on.
okay, you can make $1 million.
Let me see. Gave me down. Let me see. Thing
I
is,
don't know.
dude.
Yeah, good. He was saying,
Hold on.
okay. Triple Abrela.
All right, I'm gonna post this, but I'll be back. I'm gonna post this video. Okay, 5
Okay,
minutes.
you take care of the chat GPT. Sounds good. Morning, others. Hi, Carlos. What's up? Matt M2AM. Box guy. Who is Woodsy? Shout out to probable listeners. Jeremy, who's probably got visions of sugar plums dancing in his head. should be like a cat GPT pretty soon as well. Some kind of interface for cats to use. Turn into real things.
How would they use it? What sort of interface then?
Probably like a meow to text to speech. Something like that. It may as well incorporate some kind of haptic feedback paw pad / scratch pad trackpad.
Are you serious?
I would think you could probably do something with just like iPad, you know, as some sort of interface. Cats, like they'll paw at things that are moving in an iPad. You know, if it looks like fish,
True, I suppose.
we could trick the shit out of them. They won't know. You know, with brain. I mean, you know, if a pet has no idea of the wild, you know, it's easier to we can get them in on this.
I mean,
tech,
to translate. I hate to say it, cat language or meows. Human beings would need to understand exactly what each meow actually means. Then they would need to be able to translate it to begin with before anything like that could happen, right? I mean, like manipulating a pad or something. Yeah, maybe I could probably get that, but I don't think that could really be classed as a language or how it could be translated into a language. So unless you have human beings have that knowledge already, then I don't see how that would work. So that knowledge would need to be gained first before you could create something like that, right?
It's a minor hurdle.
Yeah, very minor.
Well, I mean, I assume that there would be ways to kind of catalog specific meows and associate them to certain things. You build like yeah. It just doesn't translate into like conscious thought that humans might have. But like, yeah.
But I do remember watching a documentary, and it was all about cats and things like that. And one thing they discovered was that their meow is actually quite different from each animal, from each cat. So it's still a bit of a mystery as to even how they actually communicate with each other. I think more than anything else, by the sounds of things, cats communicate with each other via their actions rather than any kind of noise that they might necessarily make, apart from maybe when they're in heat or something like that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah,
and smells and things like that. Yeah.
Right,
well, I mean, I think it probably means a certain extent. Like, for instance, like a female cat would probably have at least a certain tone, because when they're in heat, or male cats do, or something like that. And also, male cats spray, don't they? So they use smells to mark territory, and also to let female cats know that they're in season, or something like that. Or female cats letting male cats.
Well, what about those Fitbits? They can tell us a lot about ourselves. I mean, if you just had like a little Fitbit collar, you know what I mean, around your cat GPT, you know what I mean? Then like, if it's like hot, it might, just randomly says it would just be some bullshit technology, but just like, give you a little status update, a little cat speaker, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, now Fluffy is speaking to me in his normal British accent. You know what I mean? And like, you could just, wouldn't that be one? People would just love it anyway. They would
meowing in the British or an American or a German or a French accent. That's class. I like that.
Yeah. I'd like a spot of cat food right now, please. Thank you. If you don't mind, you whatever. I don't know.
Do you think we talk like that in Britain?
Well, I don't know. Well, a cat might. I'm not really sure. Like a British cat. I'm not really sure what, but yeah. I know from, observing like Garfield and things, cats will have the internal monologue of their native country. So, yeah. I don't know. Is this personification? Is this too crazy? But like, I mean, it's natural that we would want to try to like extend these abilities to other things. If we already think we're taking something inanimate and that we can give it life, then why not be able to translate something already living and have it communicate to us? Thank you.
Yeah. I like your thought. I like your thought process. I do like your thought process, I must admit.
Yeah. It's twisted like Chubby Checker, but it's like you know what I mean? Like, That's fun for me for why I enjoy science is, I guess, misapplications of it at certain points, or you know, things are a little bit improbable. I like the zaniness that I'm a zany inventor, I guess, at heart. I saw some guy like invent artificial legs for a snake, and the snake loves them. You know, I'm like, wow, that's amazing. That's some nobody needs to do that, but I'm glad somebody did do it. Robot snake legs. I mean, that's killer to me. I don't know. What else are we here for, other than to make robot snake legs? What did the creator designed us to do this for other things? That must be.
I wonder how they. I wonder how to know whether the snake loves it or not. I wonder what the snake thinks.
I don't know. Apparently, snakes used to have legs, and you can see like little ports where legs could have been.
Or from like lizard type things. I think didn't they evolve from something like that? Yeah.
Like, does that mean a snake was a lizard at some point, and then was just like, "Yo, fuck these legs, bro. Who needs these?"
I'm not sure
Is that
evolution works like that.
Well, why does it have like little portholes where legs would have been? It's a de-evolutionary trait or whatever. Maybe
Yeah,
very
it's just
adaptive, actually.
it's just the evolution, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is for that. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's an evolutionary process over many hundreds of thousands or even millions of years.
Or let's say, what if they were not legs, but they were fins at some point? Who knows that?
Maybe.
You know, and then they're just like, yo, we're just snakes, and then reptiles came from like legged reptiles. We're like, yeah, we're snakes, but we're woke. We're on land. And we're using these fin ports for leg parts now. We're doing this. Yeah, I wonder how it all works. You know. But all I got is these vain fucking little grasps at it. So I'm cool with that. You know, I'm cool with not knowing. I don't pretend to know anything. But I think probably like the what biology we have to examine um, may come from a variety of different methods. You know what I mean? As far as like what it arrives to us as, you know, science. So I don't think there's any one particular like biological constant you could say. Well, maybe one, but it would like be about every. Um, yeah, it's a mystery. That's why it's fun to think about, because it's almost certain you'll never figure it out. Gotta go for those ones. Those are challenges, you know, the ones that's like, oh, I like challenges. It's like a puzzle, like almost like all different species are part of some other like picture, some greater puzzle of, well, why are things alive, right? I think maybe that's the thing, you know, why life at all? But then there must be an answer. All right. Or maybe we should just be teaching cats how to meow properly. That might be the thing. You know what I mean? We're letting them freestyle over the shit. Like, who's to say that they have it figured out? You know, it's not standardized, right? There's standardized meow dictionaries we can look at. I mean, maybe we're not educating our cats or pets. You know what I mean? In language, that's our problem. Or it's, you know, maybe not. Maybe it's something that'll make the guy leave the whole room. Who knows? But yeah. Oh, right on. I've had the day of the week wrong all day so far. That's fine. Yeah, no problem with me. Totally all right. It's all relative, actually. Yeah. Relative, Monday, Sunday. Same thing, really, if you think about it. Mhm. What's poppin', Jeremy?
What up, Snacks? What up? How we doing?
Trying to hold it down since 4. We lost some chatting people, so I don't know, man. Yeah, just chilling. I was talking. I actually had an okay conversation with Sean G for a little bit. You know, we both like agreed that there was like shit going on here, so like, you know, we kept it civil. It's okay.
Oh, nice.
I just try not to talk about anything too important while everybody's sleeping. It seems like, you know, because there's like enough good material here, right? People are like having to scroll back. You know what I mean? Save the important shit for people like yourself. What's going on, Blaze? Hi, good morning. When I say Blaze, I mean Tech. Blaze, the same thing. Yeah.
Hey, dude, what's up?
What's up? How we doing?
I think I put 7 scoops of coffee in my French press this morning. Getting the palpitations here, man. This is some good brew.
You said you're getting palpitations.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this 3rd cup a little slower. It's like drinking a whole pot of coffee, probably in 2 cups. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I'm not using voice anymore because I found out it's been streamed and recorded. I didn't know that, so I'll just listen and type.
Oh, yeah, this is all being recorded for posterity.
Yeah, but I didn't know that because otherwise, I realize why the trolls are coming here because they're fake and they're getting paid, and they're deliberately trying to get arguments and fights to get clout and to get views. So that's bullshit. So that's why I thought these people were genuine. Then I realized everyone's full of shit. So it's kind of sad it's come to this, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not like this channel doesn't make money from trolls coming around.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I didn't mention money, but I'm just saying like trying to get clout. Like just having these agitators come in here to stir shit, and they're all lying, or they're just full of it. So, and trying to provoke arguments about topics that really aren't really, part of the whatever. It's just ridiculous. It's just trying to piss people off, trolling. So, I'm not saying you guys are part of that, but others are, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't want to be like you're gonna find that like anywhere, but it's almost like anything you do. There's that aspect to it, but
Yeah,
man.
and also YouTube uses specialized AI,
Mm-hmm.
To spy on people. Why you go along with that agenda is beyond me.
For some
So
kind of
yeah, so fuck
cowboys out here.
YouTube. YouTube should have been fucking broken up and disbanded years ago. When as soon as all 2016 happened. It should have been broken up. And because they broke their AI system, because it used to run, I told you this, YouTube used to run on a popularity algorithm, right? So it was sort of, well, you know, some people could get views. Then they introduced a bias algorithm that gave clout to certain people and Hollywood connected people and news media. So to get traction in YouTube is almost impossible. It's just ridiculous. And they sit there and they censor it and silence speech and attack people and, you know, label people all these horrible names for having a point of view and attack freedom of speech and use it for political agendas. It's just garbage. But I get it. Some people make money on it, advertising revenue, connected to Hollywood. Yeah, I get it. So yeah, if I knew that, I wouldn't have got into controversial topics and argued with people because it's dangerous. YouTube is a very dangerous platform.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Trying to get a toddler up over here. What's going on? The guy's not coming because it's being recorded, and the Globers try to chase clout. I don't know what really happened just now.
Yeah, he was like, I had enough of it.
I mean, if he's got enough of the Globers, I can feel that sentiment.
It's not just that, but also YouTube, everything. It's had enough of that.
Oh, no doubt.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Well, how many streams are we on? More than just YouTube, right?
YouTube, Twitch, maybe. Odysee, maybe. We're on a couple streams. I don't know. We get like 25, 30 viewers on YouTube. I mean, I don't know. It's just people on YouTube watching that don't want to come out of their own Discords. So like dudes from Gems will watch and shit. Probably got some Bev people, 24/7 people.
I think a lot of people don't want to bother with the Discord thing. Maybe they like to listen to it on just like a browser or something like that.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think most of it is people just wanting to be in their own Discords, and then because there's a lot of loyal people in this community, man. They fucking stick around. Look at Gems; those people day after day go there. You know what I mean? So, but they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave Gems. So they'll be in Gems Discord listening to us. That's what's happening. I told Gio, shut that YouTube shit down. Like, I don't even care. Make it so if heads want to listen, if heads want to hear what's going on, come in this room and hear us. But I see the benefit of being on YouTube. Then this gets recorded. I like the fact that this gets recorded too for posterity. Ugh. See what kind of ridiculous stuff we're gonna have to deal with today, huh, Stacks?
Yeah. What do you think? You got any what's your magic 8 ball telling you?
Bro, the level of craziness it knows no bounds at this point for stuff people are gonna say. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Zanuck came in and started arguing how flat Earth was. I don't know. I still need the animation done, dude.
Same things before.
Just a circle, just a circle, and something moving on the edge. You're in the center, and you're in two different paths. That's all I need.
Mm-hmm.
And then I need that circle. See, when I did it with Rumpus, I mean, it wasn't on purpose, but I kind of like tricked him because I had something moving along the outer edge. But it's the same thing as if the merry-go wheels, if that circle was a merry-go wheel and it was spinning, like nothing changes in that scenario, except for before you spin the merry-go-round and you just have the thing moving on the outer edge. Everything's inertial and it's the path of the plane. Like just because it turns into the merry-go-round and starts spinning, that doesn't change anything for the path of the plane. Like it's irrelevant what the ground does underneath it. They think like something changes when you start spinning. This argument is dope. It destroys their like. I was before this. I was like, I don't know that maybe you're spinning, maybe it's not. They got a lot of good arguments, but knowing this now, it's like it's definitely not, dude. They would be flying. I'm doubting the effect even happens because even if the effect happened, we were talking about this last night. Like Geo asked SC, like, yo, if you think the effect still happens, and I mean, it's happening in a pendulum, I guess, or gyros or whatever, but I don't think it's happening when it comes to plane flight. I don't think it's happening because they would be using that shit. I mean, I guess they can't use it though if it's an actual thing and not Coriolis, because the Coriolis is just an apparent force.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was an actual force, like
I think it's a misnomer, basically, that it's like that the rotation of the engines on these prop planes is causing a type of drift because of the spin of those things, and that's what they're calling Coriolis, but that's not really what the drift is due to the engine's rotation. There's no Coriolis effect like they were that they describe anyway. Like that's what I think. Basically, all the things that they've ever used to call Coriolis are wrong, almost. Misnomers for other things, other ways to explain what's going on. But yeah, I like your argument because it defeats the general application of what they're talking about.
Yeah, if you're claiming that they fly in a great circle, if they're claiming they fly in the shortest path and the shortest path is a great circle, well, that would be true for something that didn't have Coriolis. But what do you think, Mr. Faulkner? I gotta get an animation. This would be so much easier to go through every time with people if I just had an animation.
What you just needed in a loop, to the different like A and B scenario. Is that what you want?
Well, I'd love to do something with what I did with Rumpus the other day. Have one animation where there's a thing traveling along the edge, and show the two different paths there, and then have the exact same animation except now the thing's a merry-go-round and it's spinning. That way you can show people like, look, nothing changes with the path of the plane. You know what I'm saying? Just because the thing starts spinning doesn't mean the plane starts going different. It does the same exact thing.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I find Rumpus to be a little confusing.
Oh, just a little bit?
Slightly.
Yeah, I mean, they're dead to rights on this. I had him saying that pilots don't adjust for Coriolis and planes aren't affected by the Coriolis effect. Like, I had him saying all types of crazy shit.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. I fucking lost. Like, I lost it, dude. Like, what the fuck? Where do you even go from there? Okay, so no Coriolis. All right, cool, got it. You guys just say anything. They'll tell you circle geometry's got chords and diameters, and a diameter is a great just whatever it takes to win the argument. It's fucking crazy, bro. Anything to win an argument. This place is unbelievable.
Yeah, but like all those citations, like the bullet drop and the Coriolis effect and the toilets flushing and the, you know what I mean? We're gonna get to stars eventually, but all these things like have their explanations, and just calling it Coriolis is like so wrong. Especially because I think we're kind of like lifting that terminology and applying it to yeah, we're just applying it to other shit, man.
Yeah, if it was,
I knew Nate was going to be here. Go ahead.
oh, what's up, Nate?
I could see. I sensed it before, and you're like, I don't know what we're in for today. And I was like, I bet you Nate's part of this, but I only said it to myself. Keep going.
It's Nate's first day. Every day is Nate's first day. Actually, he never knows what's going on.
So you guys think that the Earth is flat, and you tell other people that it's flat? You guys don't understand that the Earth is round. It's a ball. I'm on it. You gotta love it, man. I guess Nate can't talk right now. He's silencio.
Yo, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Maybe I'll talk a little later.
You guys can't hear me? Or
Oh yeah. Hey, what's going on? I can hear you.
oh, what's good? Man?
Hmm? Same old, same old.
That's what's up.
I don't even know what that means. Same old what? Same old situation. Same old song and dance, my friends. I'm not. I'm just waiting for the NBA draft. That's all. That's the nearest important thing.
What about the NFL draft?
I don't NFL.
Okay. I mean, that's the closer draft, you know. NBA season's not even over yet.
Yeah, but it is.
But it's not. It's a playoffs. Right?
Yeah. When your team's out of the playoffs, then you're just like, it's over. I'm not like a bandwagon fan. I'm like, yeah, I need to keep watching basketball. No, not for me.
All right.
They just tanked 4 games at NASAT. They're gonna restructure, and I'm waiting for to see what the roster looks like because they basically phoned it in. Like, yeah, we can't even beat the 76ers, guys. Can't do it. Yep. I don't know, man. This shit's hokey anyway. Yeah, there's some talented players out there, but man, the whole thing is hokey. Don't you think? Aren't you like? I mean, basketball is cool. You know, it's a sport, but pro sports, something going on.
Nate, do you go to other Discords and listen, or do you just listen here, or like what's good?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? I asked you multiple choice. You said yeah.
I don't know if it was a multiple choice. I thought it was just one question. Do I go to other Discords?
Oh, I said did you go to other Discords or just come here? What Discords
I
you go
go.
to?
It's like private Discords with friends.
Private. Oh no.
Yeah,
Private.
this is the only like open Discord where anyone's free to come in that I'm in. Really, this one in Gem.
No doubt.
Yeah, the others it's like invite only.
I don't think heads really fuck with gems no more, bro. That shit's just chaotic and ridiculous, kind of.
Mm. I mean, you used to be a mod there. You know, I don't know, but I hear you, bro.
It's just a messy shit show. I don't know.
You was a big part of it all, Jeremy. You can't act like that. It wasn't a shit show when you was there. You know.
There was nowhere to go. Where was I gonna go?
I mean, there's so many other flat Earth Discords. It's 24/7. There's Nathan Oakley's. Bev has one. Like, there's so many.
Yeah, but I had to get my
Oh, you,
sword sharp, though. You know what I mean? I
um,
was trying to get my
I hear
sword
you.
sharp.
Okay.
Now I'm sitting here razor sharp, and you guys are fucked.
So that was like a bit like a battleground for you, training ground, training day, basically.
Like a test
What's
dummy.
up? Would you say, Officer Hoyt?
Yeah, it's just I'm really impressed about how far the conversation has evolved since yeah, or like 2015. I think Sean and I were remarking upon that. What do you guys think? I wasn't hearing nobody talk about these types of like back and forth, both sides, kind of like with information. I wasn't hearing that a while ago.
Yeah, this is a whole different thing. And back in the day, yeah, the tides have turned. The tides have turned.
Yeah, it's like all 2.0, but it feels like it's about to 3.0 pretty soon. That's what it feels like. Whatever that means, whatever the fuck that means, it's about to do it.
It's about to go down.
I don't know. I mean, in my time here, not much has changed. It's the same argument, same people.
It ain't the same. I made up a new argument like last week, bro. Like it ain't the same arguments.
What's the new one?
It's not. It's something very basic and simple that you guys just can't grasp. It's called reality.
Right. That's an amazing argument.
I don't know. I don't want to go over it.
Yeah. All right.
You haven't heard it? I've been talking about it nonstop for like a week and a half now.
I mean, I'm hardly ever here, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Man.
It's so
You gotta
sharp.
keep
You don't
up to
even know.
date.
Mm.
Keep up to date with the Jeremy debate.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah, but the more that these arguments develop, I think it's more evident that Globers can't hang as well as they thought they could in the early days when they were just asserting that like boats go over curvature and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Back in the early days, back before Jim had Jim Pandas, back before Jim had broken away and become flat Earth discussions, or then change it to flat Earth debate, or just globe discussions. I don't know, man. I trolled the shit out of him. I've done battle with Jim Panda, but like, didn't Jim Panda like inspire more people than I have? You know, to like be flat earthers, right? Because he pissed them off and they became flat earthers, right?
But I mean, if that's what turns people into flat earthers, just getting pissed off at someone, then
Well,
I
like
don't know.
someone like Jim, who's just like kind of being so condescending as
Yeah, but
as
that
he can
shouldn't
be,
be a reason. That
and
shouldn't
it's
be a
the
reason
whole
to become a
style
flat
of his
earther.
room, like the whole toxic style of his room. You know, the way he
Mm.
curates that shit is its own kind of funk, and I think it just makes people want to rise up and like obliterate that shit. I feel like, you know,
Yeah, but that should never be a reason to become a
and then it
flat
makes
earther.
other
You know?
people be like, "Oh, this is my warm nest of shit, and I'm gonna like stay here all the time." Yeah, toxic.
Mm.
But that's cool.
Yeah,
Like isolate those people. Like he did a good job, you know. But
yeah, but that should never be a reason to become a flat earther.
that's not the case. That's not what I said. And whatever.
It is what you said.
No, it's not. I'm saying his toxicity and his
Has made people flat earthers.
it's drawn people to like become actualized and less like you know, there's people that just like stand at the school dance and they're just like hanging out on the wall. But I think like he brings such animosity to the subject that it's engaging. Like there's no need for it to be that way, right? This whole like animosity toxicity thing never necessary part of this experience. You know what I mean? Other people applied that shit to it. Getting personal about talking about geometry, you know, that's not. Why was that baked into the cake here from the jump, man? I don't know. But anyway, he's a leading pillar in this kind of thing, you know, keeping the ball alive, you know, so you can globe another day. If you globe on for one more day, maybe things will globe your way. And you know, that how's that working? I don't know. Shout out to Wilson Phillips. Right. It's like a Glober support group, kind of. That's what they kind of were. I don't know how it evolved out, but I mean, oh, I know. I don't go there. All I can tell you is that this is like the best place, you know, of all the places that have been. Well, you can't really call it a place; it's got no location, but you know, in theory, of any of the flat Earth places for discussion, and I think it allows a lot of people to speak, and that's pretty cool. You guys having interesting discussions where everybody like cheers other people for thinking differently? I doubt so. You know, maybe talking about a new kind of antivirus shit to put on your computer. Maybe that's what you can discuss in that kind of situation. Good morning, Glad. In your own day of the week, Gladder Day.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm going to go to early morning doctor's appointment. I'm just getting ready here, checking to see what you guys are talking about. And if it's nothing, then goddamn it, get with it, would you?
Yeah, it's getting somewhere, and then I start talking, then it's like blowing the air out of it somehow. I'm trying to figure out my shit.
You're good, dude. You're so good. Don't even sweat it.
All right. It's like mentally lifting iron. I'm getting there.
There you go.
Yeah, right. When chirality let me end the conversation with Wilson Phillip lyrics without a rebuttal.
Hey, that's fine. Wilson Phillips was are they still playing?
like if you globe on for one more day. No. And maybe things will go your way.
That's right. If
It's
you
full of hope. It's hope.
no, for
It's
one
100% hopium, that song.
Yeah. Isn't that the one? Hold on for one more day.
Come in. Make a change. Make a change.
Oh yeah, make a change. Make a change.
Break free from the chains. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of good messages in there. A lot of good imagery.
It's a lot of good stuff. Yeah.
When you're stuck in line, waiting to pay for your $7 eggs.
Right. Or your $10.50 coffee.
You wanted sprinkles.
Right. Honey, you said you wanted Starbucks and sprinkles. Okay, that's going to be at least $10. Don't complain about the price. You're already here and you're white, so you have to buy.
But we signed up for the new Starbucks credit card, so it's
right.
$9. Oh, what a trap. This world is such a trap, man, huh?
What a trap.
I like that. I guess it's like reading about like old writers and stuff like that. Back in the 20s and stuff. There'd be like different places that they could go to that sort of were just like rooming houses that kind of catered towards like writers almost, or writers, poets, and things like that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I've heard about stuff like that. That would have been really neat to like go where Henry David Thoreau was hanging out when he wasn't in the woods, complaining about everybody.
Right. I like the idea that it's I don't know, it's romantic some way, just go out in the woods and study ants and shit. That's
Totally.
maybe it's not romantic.
I gotta run, brother. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll talk about ants another time. All right, man. I'm due for an X-ray in about 5 minutes, man. Can't do that. Damn, that might be my signature move now. I'll just go for the Wilson Phillips. It's like the DDT. Out like a light. Good night. See another 24 chirality. Haha. Toast. Next. Like finish him and then the Wilson, you know what I mean? Get like up, square turn. I don't know. It's good stuff. Yeah, it's fun to be a part of. Jeremy's been like the truth chefing it up, man. Proof chef, you know what I mean? It's like got this stuff. Throwing the Globers on the hibachi grill, fucking slicing that shit up. Ooh, you want to see a volcano? Here's money. Lovely.
I mean, yeah, it's getting crazy.
It's a mental war of attrition, really, you know. And Globers, what kind of heat can they really bring to this, you know? Just trying to cite some kind of pretty old sources a lot of times, man. You know, saying like it's been done millions of times. Like it was done like twice.
Yeah, they don't have a single spherical excess measurement. And they ran around for years talking about how they had all these spherical excess measurements. Come to find out, they don't have a single one.
If it's a spitball fight, they're running out of paper. You know what I mean?
You guys are hilarious.
Morning, Chaz.
One.
Right, you guys are running out of paper. That's why, like, you got such a short fuse. It's like, can I just beat you to the punch? You're paranoid already. You're paranoid that I'm going to know that you're paranoid. That's what you're paranoid about.
No, we're not
Now that
paranoid.
I've let the air out of the bag, what you got? I'll finish you now with a Wilson Phillips quote. Ready? No.
No, I think
I
you'll
show
find
mercy.
that
I show mercy now. Now's where
that
I
you
like
guys are the
show
ones
mercy.
that are paranoid. They're big dog.
This is where
Because
He-Man let Skeletor up the cliff.
you guys are the ones that are going, everyone's lying to me. Everyone's lying. That's paranoia for you.
Well, that's your bed, and you can lie in it. No.
No, you think everyone's lying to you, but you can't explain why or how or who.
All right.
That
Well,
means that you're paranoid.
Let's go with this though. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. And two, you know, how we deal with stress is of utmost importance, and paranoia is a type of stress. So you can manage your paranoia. Yeah.
Well,
sure.
no, you can manage stress. You can't manage paranoia because it's always with you.
Well, then I guess you don't really have it. That's what keeps it away from being paranoia or in a paranoid state.
Well, I don't
What's so
think
bad about
anyone's.
that? What does that
I don't
mean?
think anyone's lying to me, so I'm not. That makes me henceforth not paranoid.
Living in fear with high nervous energy, that describes a lot of people who live, contemporary lives of absolute normality. So, what do you say to that?
So does the majority of the population. Are they paranoid? Are they? And it's not a small minority that are. They're not
You're meant to
paranoid.
be certainly programmed to be paranoid about certain things by the news, right? You're paranoid. You might have a tick on you if you've been walking in the woods, right? I don't know.
No.
Possibly there are people that are like this, quite fastidious in their tick checking.
I'm not paranoid that everything in the mainstream media is fake. I'm not paranoid that everyone's lying to me. I'm not paranoid that everything
Is that what
in reality has to be fake in order to make one thing real. Hashtag the flat earth.
Okay, well, you can be aware that the news is lying to you and not paranoid about it. If you just take it for a given that the news is lying to like 50% of what they say is total lies, right? If you just take that for a given, well, what's to be paranoid about that? Oh, are they trying to lie to other people? Oh, as long as I'm not that person, well, what's for me to be invested in the paranoia here? I got to be paranoid about something else, even completely more abstracted. Like, I don't know. I think you make a lot of generalizations with paranoia, and you're misconflating it with certain parts of truthing, or even just like living in what a lot of us would try to say is just regular reality. You know?
Well, even in regular reality, in order to say that even if 50% of the mainstream media is fake. That's paranoia. I'm not saying that everything that they say is fake, but I'm saying it's probably well less than 10%.
Well, if I know that at least that a good amount of the news's revenue is driven by like finding topical things to talk about, right? Like if it was just all boring, droll sorts of recitations of fucking facts and figures or something like that, I don't think that there would just be the kind of viewership for the news that would necessitate people advertising and paying. I mean, like, it costs money to run these things. I don't know if you're aware of that. Like, the absolute news is not the absolute truth because it's there for viewership. It's been crafted like that since the onset of it. So
no,
like,
that's not
it's
true.
you're not listening to like, welcome to the News Journal Hour. This is Channel 7's new. You know what I mean? That's not going on. It's just it's almost like a tabloid sheet. Half of it's paid for because these are interest stories. The other half of them are paid for by another type of interest. You know what I mean? That's like, and some of it's public safety, right? And some of it serves good function. I'm not saying that's bad all around. But
what's wrong with public safety?
There's nothing wrong with that. But it does come from, there are agencies that like will at seasonal times say like, oh, maybe because of different warnings, they'll be piping that into the news. It's part of the wallpaper of the program. Yeah. I don't know. Like, how long does a news broadcast last? Like an hour, 2 hours?
What do you mean by seasonal warnings?
Seasonal warnings for different things like road conditions, hurricane season, different things like that.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. But it's to say that that's maybe the portion that might be true. But then there are times when these are inaccurate. But whatever. That might be the true portions. But that's that you could just watch a weather channel for that. The news as itself is like the pulse of the day. You know what I mean? Like, I just listen to it. Oh, okay. Elton John's touring. Queen Elizabeth's not alive. Blah blah blah. We can't pick up these kinds of things.
Okay, well that's the sort of shit that you don't need to pay attention to. What Elton John's doing, he's fucking crook. He can't go on tour. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't mean everything else that reflects the reality that we live in, i.e., weather warnings. Okay, they get it wrong. It's the weather.
Okay. Well, I mean, there will be factual things, and then they'll be like, new study says that eggplants cause you to fucking be crazy. Well, is that true? It might not be true. Or that coffee causes you to die earlier. Or, no, actually, a new study finds that coffee makes you live longer. No, a new study finds that coffee makes you live sideways. Whatever the conclusions might be, you know what I mean? It's all a part and parcel of like a message board for people to program their own brains to, right? It's just we're all getting in sync with the news, right? That's the idea why they have it.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you're saying, but
I'm saying it itself is not 100% like all useful and factual. And sometimes there will be human interest stories about a panda bear at the fucking zoo, and it has a broken toe, whatever the fuck. I'm saying that these, but these abstractions are are distractions a lot of times from maybe just very surface level reporting on certain issues, stuff like that.
No, but exactly what you just said. Exactly what you just said is that technology has evolved, and 30, 40, 50 years ago, it was okay to eat red meat 7 nights a week. Now it's not because of technology.
That's not what I mean.
I don't know how or why that has evolved. I don't know who we can thank for that. I won't say it here.
Like, a lot of people stay informed on things from like a news feed of some kind on their Facebook, on their Yahoo, on blah 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 blah, right? Like that's like news in a flash or something like that, right? I don't know, but then there's whole news channels, and they're sponsored by guys who make pillows. Sometimes, sometimes they're sponsored by other interests. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. They're not all the same that way. Not all cable news networks can run on the same model. If you know what I mean, like, because it's a crazy ass business to keep shit like all different types of branches open 24/7. You know what I mean? That's not built overnight. Watch Anchorman 2. Go ahead.
I know what you mean, but you're sort of getting conflicted with what you're sort of going on what was said in the past, and now it's not okay.
I'm saying it's a corporate international business structure that also tells about what topical things are, but it also has its uses as a service to facilitate the messaging campaigns that are from other entities, other corporations, other corporate powers, whatever. Know what I mean?
I know what you're getting at, but like 30 years ago, we all loved McDonald's, and now everyone's become more health conscious because of science. We know that you shouldn't eat fucking 2 Big Macs every day because it's bad for your health. That's scientifically proven. But what you're going on is this was said this long ago.
First of all, it should be somewhat like common knowledge that eating 2 Big Macs a day is like, I mean, there's certain things that the news shouldn't have to tell you. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
30, 40, 50 years ago, in the 1940s, smoking a 20 pack of cigarettes a day was all good.
At what point was eating 2 cheeseburgers and 2 giant cheeseburgers in a day? But I don't know. Big Mac today is much smaller.
I was using 2 packs of smokes in the 40s was cool. It's no
2
longer
packs
cool.
a day used to be something that was
bad for your health. So while you're talking about cheeseburgers, what I'm saying is, do you not get the point?
But you're smoking and eating cheeseburgers right now, aren't you?
A lot more to this, though. Back 40 years ago, the food, even at fast food, was different quality. So and then it went to frozen, and it's all about money making and consume. We didn't go back and eat 2 and 3 huge cheeseburgers. We eat too much as Americans, especially. I'm going to tell you right now, they don't eat that way in other countries. But we waste a lot of food. But to be honest, it's the food quality that has changed. It's not technology that has brought this about. We can see that for our damn selves, and how our body actually reacts to it. It's quite alarming. That's what the difference is. I understand what you're trying to say, though, Jazzaconda, that can work in some scenarios, situations, but not when you're talking about food. They changed that. Processed food is never good for you. Come on, it's how we're processing this shit is the problem. It's not technology that's come to the surface now and showing us that the food was bad for us from the get-go. No, you changed that shit. And now they're telling you shouldn't eat this crap. We could have realized this 40 years ago, hon. No difference in technology.
No, Stacey B, so I'm guessing you're talking about MSG and preservatives in food and shit, maybe? I don't know.
It's how we're actually, literally making this food for you to get. And back in the day when this fast food didn't have frozen patties, you remember when they actually started talking about the frozen fucking patties, and you try to go to a place that wasn't frozen meat. Now everywhere you go is frozen fucking meat and processed. I mean, honestly, I work for a cafe at Speedway, and every single thing that we put out is fucking processed, and it doesn't feel like real food. It ain't real food, but people consume it like it is. That is not what we were consuming back in the day. There were diners. People literally cracked an egg and boom, you cooked that egg right in front of a customer and you ate that. That is not what they're serving anymore. That's the issue. How we're actually cooking it, how we're preserving it, all that stuff, how the extra processing of it, we don't even know. We're actually eating a lot of rotten meat as well. And they're putting in chemicals and colorings and everything to make it look like it's okay. Because they want to make money and they don't really care about your health. They want you to go to the doctor and all this. It's a vicious fucking cycle. It's not technology has gotten better. No.
It's not necessarily technology's gotten better. It's technology's gotten better to test if it's good for us. And technology is saying that you can eat, and what you're saying about preservatives, you can get some fresh cut of steak from the butcher, but it's got preservatives in it to give it a 3-day longer shelf life.
I hear you, but I'm just saying that they, they'll put out like just like little like what you don't know about coffee might affect your life. Come back after the fucking commercials, bro. But then we're not gonna talk about that shit till like a half hour later. You know what I mean? But they'll do that stuff and then not tell you like, yo, it's really terrible. Like these fucking artificial fucking chemicals are putting in breakfast cereals that you're feeding to your kids. News at 11. They're not doing that shit. You know what I mean? They're never going to expose stuff like a citizenry would. You know what I mean? They're corporate fucking yes men behind fucking desks in expensive suits with good hair coif, right? And a lot of aspirational, like, just people are just preyed upon because they think that they can do something in that industry or whatever. That's what supports it, man.
You know, Jazzy, you actually used a really good thing. You said red meat. And it's almost exactly what Snacks, I think, is saying too. Like, if you look at the studies of red meat, that goes back and forth. So the final conclusion is what? Which one? Is it good for you or bad for you? It's the same thing with coffee. You've had people tell you, or even wine, right? A glass of wine. Is it good for you or bad for you? Like a doctor would tell you.
Exactly.
That changes over the years, but it goes back and forth. So it's contradicting itself on a constant basis. I don't know if technology or science is getting better, or just the bullshit that they're feeding us is starting to get into people's head and brainwash them better. I don't know.
No, Stacey B, and that was trying to be my point, is that over the 30 years ago, you can't eat this, you can't eat that, and then 10 years later, you got to eat this, you got to eat that. 10 years ago, you were supposed to eat red meat like a steak every night, 7 days a week. Now it's 3 days a week. And you
Studies
just
saying that all those studies are bullshit, that they don't actually have good enough evidence. And this is the problem. There isn't enough evidence for a lot of these studies and these things that are going on. I don't even know if these studies are even real. Same thing we talk about all the time. You can base this not just on the shape of the earth, but the food and basically everything you're being presented in this reality. It is run by corporations, and these corporations don't give two shits about you. Trust me, I work for a company that will sit here and smile and tell you we feel sorry for you, but they don't give two shits what you do. Can you do better for them? Can you make them more money? This is the reality that we live in, and it's very obvious for everyone if they look and see it. It's right in your face.
I'm glad you said that the food we have on the earth, specifically the meat we were talking about, red meat, you could eat it 7 days 10 years ago. Now you got to eat it 3 days or it's fucking bad for you. And the shape of the earth is technology is evolving because we're here on the earth, because you guys don't want to look out there.
And now
so
you
we're
believe,
here on the earth. So scientists are doing shit on red meat and what's contained in it, and they go, okay, you can eat it 3 days a week. Don't eat it 7 days. And then in 10 years from now, they'll go, no, you can eat it 7 days. We didn't fuck it up. We just didn't have the technology to say that you shouldn't eat it
And
for
we
7
didn't
days.
have the technology that we had technology prior that told you this was right, but that technology was wrong. We're sorry about that. This
Did you
is
not
the
get
issue.
that, Stacey B? Did you
Oh,
not
I'm getting
get
it very clearly.
No,
Can I
no,
give you a
didn't
third
get
way?
you didn't get my point that I was saying that technology evolves.
Well, it evolves, but
Can I
if
give
you're
you?
going to tell me that it gets worse, and they have to go backwards
No.
and contradict themselves, then that's an issue for me. But yeah, Snacks, you can speak up too, honey. I'm not trying to take the floor or
I'm just
anything
saying
like
that the third way here is that it has nothing to do with health or caring about health. It has everything to do with how many head of cattle do we have this year? Oh, we have a shitload. Oh, guess what, guys? You can eat fucking meat 7 days a week. Put it on the fucking news so we can sell the fucking meat. Okay. Oh, we're short. We're short. We don't want them to think there's a meat shortage or anything like that. Let's say that it's not healthy to eat, and then they'll consume less of it as a result. You know what I mean? Is it possible that that's the third way that this is occurring?
So what you're saying is that if eating steak 7 days a week, if the government says you can eat 7 days a week, and it's scientifically proven that that's wrong, and we've got an overabundance of cows, that they'll make it cheaper for the population to eat more steak.
No.
And they will get sicker, and then they'll go into hospitals. And then guess what happens in hospitals?
No, you're thinking
Guess
about
what
this
happens?
too hard, bro.
They
You're thinking
try
kind of
and
like a
keep
paranoid
you
person.
alive. They
No.
do everything in their power to keep you alive. They don't
So
let you die.
every broadcast second has a value, and nothing's wasted, right? So when the news item comes in, there's like an affixed sort of entity to some of these, and it's going to be like the national count brought to you by the National Council of Beef. Maybe they have to say it now, but they might not have had to say it then. You know what I mean? These influences are not like you'd be almost like kind of a little You don't see that this is part of how advertising works. Like it works through the news. The news is not itself an objective, scientific, like peer-reviewed item of scholastic material here for your fucking education. You know.
No, the news is the news. 90% of it is the news, and the ads in between are the social media side of television that you go and look on Facebook. The news is the news.
It's there to shape public opinion and promote marketing.
Not really, no.
Some public safety stuff, but you know, political stuff too. That's just marketing too, man. Like it all comes down to just like opinion forming, so shaping people's opinions, and you know. But you shape people's opinions about what articles you put up, right? So if I'm like, this is the news, you know, we're serious as fuck, and I'm like, hey, some pandas, fucking, they had a baby. Also, you know, Sally made a rainbow in class today. You know what I mean? Like that's.
And you just made a good point about two pandas having a baby. How does that affect you? It doesn't.
It doesn't, but yet, like,
how
does
does a fucking war in Ukraine affect you? Doesn't.
Right, we're going to go right from pandas to Ukraine and war and stuff like that. And
Okay,
that's
so
I'm
saying is that
right.
the
But I'm
news
saying
is the
dude,
news.
But I'm saying within the abstract of like how it all is like all these neighboring things, you know, it's they would go from, you know, we'll talk about panda, then we'll talk about war, then we'll talk about, you know, like what should you do with your 401k, and then we'll talk, you know what I mean? Like all these things can be a mishmash, and they're basically
Okay.
this abstract like thing you're left with. Someone else has designed, and you're left holding the bag because you watched it for a couple hours. That's all I'm saying. And a handful of commercials. Now you want to get some icy hot. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck?
You just made a good point. You just made a very good point. Is I just said about the pandas, as you said, and the war, as I said, we combined those two, and then you said in the middle of it, what should I do with my 401k? And that's when I said, the news is the news, and the ads are the social media that is on TV. It's got the news is the news. The news is factual, mostly.
Okay. So you're able to draw a line from the corporatization in advertising and the marketing, but you do not, you're like, that doesn't exist within the regular news. That's devoid of such a thing.
Unless you could make a very good example, the news is
I'm making good examples. I'll make more good examples if you like.
How
I mean,
is
you know, it's the idea of like that the
how is
news
a
story
panda?
about hey, it's not okay. Let's take it away from pandas. I saw one where it's just like this BMW was directly on top of this other BMW. Here's a funny photo of it. You know, okay.
That's a
What are
meme on
we?
YouTube. That's not news.
Okay, well, no, we saw that this and it gets reviewed by the panel. It's just part of like
No, it doesn't.
the collective of what it is, but it's actually an ad for BMW disguised as a news interest item. That's for something else. Like it looks like it's like viral marketing approach, right? Okay, so if you don't think that people are trying to find all of these nooks and crannies to get their shit in ways that seem like new, you know, and get interest and get clicks, because like people will click on that, you know, to try to find that picture, but they're not going to be like, oh, you know, I need to see, like, I need to check out BMW. I'm into them.
I guarantee you could
Fuck,
give me
dude.
any example of any of this shit, and I could not find any example on any mainstream media page.
This is
I
like
might
so
find it
weird.
on Alex Jones, maybe.
No, there's, what am I talking about? We're talking about regular shit that's in your face every day. That's all I'm saying.
There are ads in between the factual news, is
No,
what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the actual news is
No, you're
using
not.
its space as ad space. Fuck what I fucking said. All right. We can leave it at that. Move on to some other more gameful ground for conversation. You and Stacey were going good. I'd rather listen to that than talk to you. It's good. I'm sure the feeling's mutual. Yeah. It's really interesting to see what like different lens types do. Like if you take like a double convex lens, it warps the fucking shit and spherizes the shit out of stuff. And if you take like a flat on one side, double convex would be like it's pushing out on either side. You take a flat on one side and a concave shape, and that bitch is like no warpage in that at all. Where like no matter how close or far away you get, it really is very good. What if I take them two together? Shit, let's see. No, it's fucked up. Yeah. Double convex really introduces a lot of spherization, upside downature, twistiness, all kinds of nonsense. This one's good too. Yeah, it's another flat concave element. So that's how we should be building our optic. That's what I think. Wow, if I take two of these things, holy shit. It's like I can, wow. All the way through the range, totally no deformation. Nice. Okay, and so then if I take these two flat concave lenses and then I sandwich a double convex, making sort of a lens burger, if you will, that shit is very, very good too. It doesn't spherically deform. So I think what this is, classic, I don't know what that would be. I don't think it's a Cook triplet, but it's like a triplet lens because it's got three. Anyway. If I put a fourth one in the train. Yeah. If I put another one in there, another double convex on the already lens sandwich, which features one double convex and two concave flat. And if I put another one in the train of lenses here, it will cause the spherical aberrations. So, yeah. Playing with glass. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, I've got to go talking to you next. Chat next time.
Yep. All right.
Cheers, mate.
Keep it bendy.
Will do, and curvy.
Hey, you didn't say whether your helicopter was curved, your windshield.
The blades are when they're stopped. So.
No, I'm saying that the windshield of the helicopter, is it like those dragonfly bug type ones, or do you have like a flat pane of glass you're looking through?
Well, that's the funny thing that you guys always say, that is that imagine if the windscreen was curved, or the canopy, would have a disresolved resolution of Earth, and there'd be no air travel, and end up crashing all the time. Just like your car windscreen, they're made to see through into reality.
Oh, well, no. I mean, in your immediately center and near observations, it would it would be relatively within scale. But I think when you're drifting out towards the edges of that, it's going to apply a spheritic distortion, spherizing the image somewhat.
No, they're all designed to give us our normal vision and our peripheral vision, to not allow us to fuck up.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense.
It does. It's not science and rockets. But anyway, we'll chat another day.
It makes sense that they would be designed for that. I'm just wondering, because I have seen, like,
well, they're designed to reflect reality, so we don't kill 500 million people a year.
Okay, so the whole windshield is not curved. You're saying it's flat. You look through a flat pane of glass.
No, I never said that. I'm saying it's designed to reflect reality, what our eyes see, so we can see out the thing that is protecting us.
Yeah.
From the outside elements.
I'm not familiar with all the models, but like attack choppers. I think that they have like flat, slanted, sort of angular windshields.
Yeah.
Why news helicopters and stuff like that? Like sometimes, like news helicopters seem to have a big kind of domic sort of windshield to them.
Yep, but if they distorted what we can see in reality, then they wouldn't work. It doesn't matter if they're curved or not.
Yeah, it does, because effectively
No, it
it's
doesn't.
not going to matter. Okay, but what it does to the eye, like, is different, because like when you see something like rectangular, you know it. You're because of sensation and perception, we're able to like detect angles and things like that. So we know that something.
Yeah, when you're looking through a prism that's an inch thick, it fucks up your eyes. Yeah.
When you see a slight curve, when you even see the suggestion of a curve, your brain says it's curved. It says it's not rectilinear or cubic or something like that. It's just part of like how we interpret like lines. If you visually trace a line with your eye. So what I'm saying is that certain things may have very, very intensely great optics at a certain distance, but from a distance beyond a certain point, it'll skew towards spherization, but only slightly so.
Did you realize that in your hypothetical concept there, that you just massively fucked up?
No, I didn't.
No, you did.
No, because you're looking through a curved. If you're looking through a curved piece of plexi, it's going to do this, even if it's only by fractions.
You're doing it right now.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
there are other types of optic systems that wouldn't do this.
You're literally doing it right now.
But anyway, I have lenses that are made to perform at certain. And you're not looking through a lens anyway. It's just a piece of glass. So whatever. Take a seat for a second. I'm making a basic statement that with any kind of curved optic, you will apply a spherical transform to the perceived like visual plane that you can see. Right.
You literally just cocked up again for the third time in 30 seconds. Are you saying if a windscreen of a helicopter or an airplane is curved, it means that that's why I think that the Earth's curved, or every fucking pilot in the world?
I know you didn't answer the question. You just said it works perfectly for you and it works perfectly to fly a helicopter. But you never answered if you look through a fucking straight, a flat piece of glass, or if you're looking through a curved piece of like lucite plexiglass, some kind of like, you know,
That's because in
polyacrylate.
reality it doesn't matter. But
I
you're
just asked a simple question. I'm sure that it doesn't bow enough to be that of like a GoPro type of a spherization or something like that. I know that can't be what you're looking at, obviously. Unless you crash into a fucking sidewalk somewhere thinking it was mistaken for the sky. But listen, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that within the subtle cues of how the human eye works, when we see things even slightly aberrated, we presume curved space there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just how we
sorry, go ahead.
process line. It's just how we process, like our eyes like trace lines and stuff. You know, like so if you see something curved, you're like, that's curved. You know, it's like it's like even if you know like that a building might be square, like if you see it like spherized or something like that, well then you know you don't think that it's built like that.
You're not going to see it curved, are you?
Oh boy, no. No, and I would doubt that within the range of your effective need for vision that they would design anything that would create a kind of lensing effect this way. Except that, you know, at the outer edges, I'm not sure because just of the curvature of the glass itself is enough to lend to your eye the suggestion of a greater curvature to it all. Do you understand what I'm saying? That the actual surface is curved that you're looking through. It suggests to person a type of linear relationship that they have established, you know, through their focal plane and stuff like that, you know.
Hang on, Snacks, focal plane, all this sort of shit.
Go ahead.
I'm going to have to ask. I've never heard anyone talk about this, but I'm going to have to ask: are you a flat Earth optometrist?
No, but I do understand.
But you've like, heard QE and you've heard
optometrists.
Flat Earth videos.
No, this is strictly
claim
just
to be flat Earth.
These
optometrists, but you
yeah.
just take what they're saying, hook, line, and sinker.
I didn't say that, but what I did say
you don't have to say it. You're on the hook.
Well, if you don't understand lenses, that's a different story. But
you just grabbed another hook.
If you don't understand lenses,
you're just grabbing another worm and another hook now.
If you don't understand lenses, you probably don't understand vision.
You just went into a big fucking tuna fish net.
Oh no. No, this is dolphin free waters, my friend.
You're getting hauled up onto a fucking boat right now. Of YouTube dumb fuckery.
No. So you do have a curved window in your helicopter, is what you're saying? It's just like an affirmative in the most of explicit of ways. But I wouldn't say that you.
Why would there not
seeing
be
a ball Earth? But what I am saying is that.
So you're taking it away from that you're not a flat Earth optometrist, and that you've listened to these dumb fuckery videos.
No, it's not.
This is exactly what you're doing because you just.
I don't even watch videos on this. I don't even watch videos on the dumb fuckery you're talking about. I don't watch QE. I don't know. Whatever. I just play around with glass. I just played around with glass right before you said, "I'll show you later."
Queer erection is your fucking cult leader.
For your erection, listen. You can take Viagra, but what I'm talking about is, for your edification, is that a flat and concave piece of glass really does quite a trick for being accurate, you know, whereas something that's double convex is not. Like that's like a magnifying glass. It's really only good at a very, very small angle. But what you have is a uniform plane. You don't have there's no lensing there, right? But at the angles, your vision through those planes is like your.
Listen to what you're talking about, man.
When you're.
Are you an optometrist?
Why do I have to be an optometrist?
All you guys talk about is spout what fucking queer erection.
All I know is like what I learned from hands-on shit.
No, you don't. You spout what fucking
what the fuck are you talking about?
What queer erection fucking says, You say
No.
the exact same words.
No, I don't know his diatribe, dialogue, or script or anything like that. I'm just playing around
I'm
with
not
pieces of
saying you have a
glass.
script. I'm just
I've been
saying that you're
for
that
the
in
for
the
the
game.
last year.
Carry on.
For the last year, I've been playing around with all different types of and manner of optical elements, and seeing what they do, how they interface with each other, and I don't know, man.
Hang on.
Like that doesn't make me an optician, no. But I do
Hang
have to
on.
understand a little bit of how the eye sees in order to understand how these things work.
I sees. I see what you did there.
You see what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
Instead of the universe calculator, have you got managed to hack into some optometry calculating system on how the eyes work? Because you flat earthers are fucking shit hot at it.
I find it like really like a raindrop is probably the most amazing lens ever, but it's very difficult to fucking use.
Oh, and how does that fall out of the sky?
You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if you could strap a camera inside a raindrop and drop it out of the sky. A little 360 view. That'd be pretty amazing to see what a raindrop sees.
And
but it's got great optics.
If you put it at the focal point of the bottom third of the raindrop, it would be a sphere. If it was in a vacuum, it would be a complete sphere.
Now you sound like a crazy possessed glober. But
I'm not sounding like an optometrist that knows everything about fucking physics.
Imagine you're in a raindrop, right?
Fucking everything.
What would the optic look like? You're in a continuous optical surface here. Like, so we'd have to imagine, like, what would it be like if you were inside of a bubble?
If I was inside a raindrop.
Let's say you're strapped to like a bubble.
And a vacuum?
And you're seeing everything. Or I don't know, just like falling out of the sky, let's say. Yeah.
Okay, so I could look 270 degrees and then 180 degrees below me, and it would be symmetrical somewhat. Mm-hmm. We got to take in the air particles that would make it bubble up and shit.
Right.
But then I would look up. Then I would look up 90 degrees, and there'd be like a tail, if you like kind of like a comet. Yeah. That's ironic, isn't it?
Well, I'm just saying, like, so you've got like certain things going on with just you're in a plexiglass bubble, let's say, right?
No, because then I'd have no air friction.
Okay, well, but isn't your helicopter like a plexiglass bubble? Let's just say, for all intents and purposes here.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'm not fucking falling out.
Well, let's just pretend let's say like you're in a spherical plexiglass helicopter, right? You got the above you, you know what I mean? You're just hanging out in there like Willy Wonka in the Great Glass Elevator and shit. Okay, but it's a sphere, right? For this idea.
That's a bit condescending.
Now, so this sphere though, we can't make it out of some kind of magical material. We're gonna have to make it out of something that you use, right? So like, what's your windshield made out of? Polyacrylic?
Just plexiglass.
Plexiglass is a polyacrylic, maybe.
Yeah,
with some additives, but that's like essentially like a type of crystal matrix, right? Would you agree with that?
No.
I think it's a uniform, like optical.
It's a reinforced plexiglass, which means that the aircraft engineers know more than you flat earthers know about how the eyes work.
Okay, so you're telling me that it's optically pure. There's no internal refraction angle of any kind because it's a crystal matrix without any type of like
just like the windscreen in your car, big guy.
Okay, so there's never a point where you get any kind of glare or refraction because you're
you definitely get glare. You definitely get glare, but it doesn't disform the shape of the fucking Earth.
No, but like, you know, it's like if you're seeing a flare, right? If you're seeing like something kind of like carry on through the optic of the
a flare, yeah, it just shows up in reality. Someone's in trouble. We'll go and help them.
Okay, but if you're looking, I don't know how far away your windshield is from you. Probably pretty close, right? 3 feet or so.
If I'm at a couple of 1,000 feet and there's a flare 20 miles away. Oh fuck, that's a flare.
Oh sure, that's very far away. Yeah. But I'm saying like something like a large scale optical, or like, you know, maybe right in the sun or something like that. A strong source of light, right? Might refract.
Or as a flat Earth optometrist, helicopter pilot.
It's because there's two surfaces. It's because there's two parallel surfaces.
Hang on. Do you go, oh, I shouldn't be able to see that over 3 miles or
Okay.
6 miles or whatever.
So,
Oh,
hold up. Because you have a surface
Flat Earth,
refractivity, like your plexi
Globe
has a
Earth
surface
debunked.
refractivity, right?
I'm
Like,
not going to
it's
go and help
basically an
them.
optical surface, right? Okay.
Stop
With
talking about
high
optical shit.
refractivity.
You're going to have to go and get your fucking optometrist exam real quick.
Do you clean your windshields?
Every landing, because I don't know if you realize in the fake flat Earth there's actually bugs that fly through the sky.
Right. Very good.
And they end up smashed on your windscreen.
They're going to trail off
because
they're going to show you like a little curvature of your windshield almost, huh?
Because unlike the Earth traveling at
but Jazza, all I'm trying to say,
at the
you can't
double
avoid
speed of
I made a decent
666
case.
billion miles around the Earth.
Who cares about
these
that? Who cares
fucking
about that?
insects are smacking onto my windscreen, and
That's
they're
not
really fucking me up because I'm not an optometrist like you guys are.
It's just sensation and perception that I'm quoting from like a college or like a entry level college textbook on the matter, where it's just like application of any type of curvature within your visual field is going to like give you the influence of perceiving it that way. So if you're seeing a bug trail like go around the curvature of your glass because it didn't just smash directly head on, let's say, you'd have that in your visual field or something like that. Right. And
but
if you have like
the curved windscreen doesn't
dude, I'm ready to
go ahead.
Let me steamroll you for a minute. Because your plexiglass is not a lens, because it is a uniform thickness, right? There are two angles, there are two reflection planes within there, right? And they're both like of high optical quality. So like if it's a crystal, it's got to be of such quality that like it's never going to cause any kind of like refraction
internally. What the fuck are you looking at?
It's internal refraction, okay? It's why you can like make a sign out of
you just mentioned crystal. What the fuck are you looking at?
It's just like what the composite material of your fucking windshield is.
No, it's not.
Fuck, dude. Anyway, it still has two surfaces,
but
right?
Inside and outside. Does it not have those? All the scientists that go around.
I know it's got those things. It's got an inside and an outside, okay? What I'm saying is because it is curved,
only airliners do.
There are angles where there are angles from your eyes to like other light sources. They're going to cause internal reflections within the surface of the glass.
Holy Testicle Tuesday!
Do you get that? And those are going to be spherized through the inside of the glass, man. I'm just saying, it's like you might have like lots of like little visual cues that tell you that you're inside of a ball, but you don't think of it or process it like that.
Can I ask a question really quick?
And it's the subtle cue. I'm just about to be done. It's just the subtle cues that make you think that you can conclude it with your eyes of what it is. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, ask a good question.
Okay, so what does spherized mean?
In the case of what?
You just say that those are going to be spherized through the glass being internal reflections are going to be spherized through when the plane or when the plexiglass is being curved.
Okay, because the streak itself, because any kind of like internal reflections are not going to be able to just project out being flat from where their entry point is. They're going to follow along the curvature of your glass.
Hang on, Snacks.
That's like
what does spherized mean? Like I do not find any reference to a term like that in when I try to search it.
Hang on, Alk. Snacks is just
it's an optical
shit.
Well, it's well, for one, it's a transform that's used in like a lot of different like from Photoshop to and on. Basically to inflate.
So spherized mean it's a transform. What is a transform?
It's a distortion based on a grid, and certain things are increased in size and certain things are not. And that scaling is what is like how we control spherization.
Way of describing it. Can you make it any more precise or give any reference or anything?
Okay, if you're trying to like let's say I gave you a birthday card, right? Because it's your birthday, and then
Don't
we wanted
accept
to
it.
create a spherical image of that or something, or a spherized version of that, right? There's a distortion map that we could
Spherized
create
version
and then
of that.
pull
They're trying to get you to join the cult.
Are you
Trying to drag you
confusing
in.
spherical distortion aberration with
no.
with barrel distortion? Because what you're describing sounds a lot like
That's
barrel
not barrel
distortion.
distortion. Barrel distortion is an
distortion,
effect
okay.
that can be caused
Stick with
by
that.
curvatures. Yeah.
Can you give any reference? Can you
Barrel distortion is different
give
than what I'm
any
talking. I'm not
written
talking about barrel
source
distortion.
anywhere where I can
Kinda.
read up this? Because your explanation does not help me.
There's
at all,
barrel
actually.
distortion,
It throws
there's
up more
pinprick
questions.
distortions.
It
There's
throws
many
up.
different types.
Hey, I'm still talking.
What I'm saying is that
I'm almost.
he
I'm
doesn't
almost.
need
I'm
to.
almost.
I
I'm
didn't.
almost
I
done.
didn't.
I'm
I never
almost
said
done.
that he would actually.
Just don't keep
No, I
talking
never
over
said that
me.
he would have
Just don't
distortion.
keep talking over me.
I never said that he'd
just
have
let me.
distortion.
Just let me finish.
You're
Just
aware
let
of
me
that,
finish
right?
my
As
sentence.
long as you're aware that I've
and
never
we're
said
good.
that you
Just
have
don't keep
distortion.
talking over me, and we
As
can
long as you're
stop
aware
this
of that.
bullshit and exchange right now. And we
Snakes.
can go on.
I'm
with
happy
the,
that he's aware of the
we
fact
can
that I
we
never
can
said
go
he had
on with the
distortion.
we
Holy
can go
shit,
on with the
Snakes.
topic
But
as
isn't that
soon
just
as you stop
strong?
Proving that
talking
you're
over me.
trying to
Please
get
stop
cult
talking
members.
while I'm
You get what I'm
talking,
saying?
and I can finish. What
Yeah, you're
No, this
trying to
guy's a
get
known
cult
zombie.
members.
This guy's a known zombie. Come on. I'm just saying. I never said he'd have distortion. So go ahead.
You just keep talking, Snacks. You're just proving that you're trying to get cult members.
No.
Elk,
I'm just not gonna be
Go
straw
ahead.
man by the zombie. That's all.
because you're trying to get cult members because you can't fucking hear anything that
I
anyone
didn't.
wants
You're
to say.
paranoid. You're paranoid. You're paranoid. Listen, I
You're
never said
paranoid as
anything.
fuck. So,
No, you're paranoid
Snacks,
as
shut
fuck.
the fuck up and let Elk talk.
What the fuck? He was done talking.
No, he was talking over you because you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
No, because he was strawmanning me.
Because
But
you
I never
can't
said that
shut
you'd
the fuck up.
Where did I say you'd
He
have
was-
distortion in your? I never said you'd have distortion in your
Okay.
windshield. What I said is
Okay,
that your
Elk,
windshield's
Elk,
curved,
Elk,
and so the
I hope
internal,
s-
like little
Elk.
glares. If you, let's say, if you fucking lit a cigarette up in there, or
Fuck.
fucking see like a flash of light, it's
Elk.
curving along that stuff, man.
Elk, I hope you're still here. Was I right in saying that?
The reflection is going to be reflected
Oh, my
back to your
God.
eye from the curvature. What do you not understand about that? From the inside of your cockpit, it has nothing to
Snakes.
do with the world outside.
Snakes, shut the fuck up. Someone was trying to talk and you're still going.
Yep.
How
what I'm doing.
exactly is me asking you for a written reference strawmanning you?
Nope.
How exactly is me asking you for a written reference strawmanning you? This is not a yes or no question. So no,
Why
it's
is
not
he
the
trying to
sensible
talk
answer.
now?
Snacks, I tried to tell you to shut the fuck up so Elk could talk, and you
That
keep
sucked.
talking.
That was a shit idea to start with, right?
It wasn't a
admit that
shit
now.
idea
You
because
admit
you're
that
a shit.
you made a mistake in suggesting so. Fine, I don't care
No, all I'm saying
because
in the
I
nicest
never
possible
suggested that
way-
you'd have distortion, right? I never suggested that you'd have
Jesus.
distortion within
Elk.
your visual field.
You said
All I said
right.
in the nicest possible way, you're the shittest fucking asshole, and you can't let someone talk, which is Elk, and now you're trying to blame it on everyone else. Elk, go
Yeah.
ahead.
It's
Ask.
your mother's fault.
You said it would be
Ask
spherized, and then I
Snakes.
asked you what spherized exactly means, and your explanation did not help me at all. And then I wanted to ask
It's
you,
okay, but you don't have
and
to
then
be
I
as
was
sharp as
asking,
any tool.
and then I was asking. See, thank you. Then I was asking you for a written reference because your explanation is extremely vague and throwing up more questions than it answers, and you did talk over me when I tried to explain that constantly, which is what I did not let you to do, which is why we had this bullshit time frame here where we just talked past each other constantly. That's not a straw man. It's me just holding you to your own words.
Nope, that's not what that is. That is a straw man because I never suggested that you'd have distortion. So
What exactly is a
Snakes,
straw man?
you
I did
piece of
not
shit.
suggest that you were. I did not say that you were saying there's a distortion. I was asking you about it, and I was asking you to give me a written reference so I can read up about what the fuck you're talking about, because I do not understand what you're
I don't have a
talking
written
about
reference.
based on what you're saying, because it's extremely vague.
do you understand how like optics work at all?
Snacks.
Yes, I have an idea of that.
Hang
Okay,
on,
how's-
Elk. Hang on, Elk. Snacks.
Okay.
Stop talking about optics because you're
No.
not a fucking flat earth optometrist. None of you motherfucking dumb
Is that what I was trying
cunts
to be? I mean,
have
no.
ever said that. So why don't you just stop going back to that because you can't handle the truth and answer Elk's question.
No.
Just grow some big balls. Instead of your eyes that you think that you're an optometrist, grow some big balls and answer Elk's question.
Silly.
You dumb piece of shit.
Silly, dude. Elk doesn't have a question, bro.
He just asked you it. He's doing it again.
I asked you if you have any written reference for what you're talking about with the spherizing of internal reflections and plexiglass.
I didn't say that the internal reflections would be spherized, dude. I'm saying that there are internal reflections.
Yeah, yeah. But I was asking you to give me written references about what you're talking about, because what you explained did not make more sense to me after you explained it. It threw up more questions, and it increased my suspicion that you're making up those terms. So I would like a written reference for them.
No, you're fuck no.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't want to talk to you. How about that shit? How you like that? How you like it? I don't want to talk to you. Okay. Right.
And Snacks, actually, just before I said that, and you interacted with Elk, as I said that you're not a fucking optometrist, and he just asked you a question about that, and now you don't want to talk about it when you claim.
Weren't you leaving, dumb cunt?
Oh, so you can't handle the
So
truth.
you got a reason to stick around just to fucking stir pots? Is that what you fucking do?
No, not at all.
I thought you were leaving then.
No, I'll leave when I leave.
All right.
But you can't handle the truth.
There's no truth to be fucking had with that fella, of course.
Because you're either self-indoctrinated by the
you want
dumb
me to
fucks
provide
that you
proof of
listen
things I
to.
didn't claim. Go ahead, and then what?
At the very, I don't want you to claim proof of anything. The flat Earth.
You want to straw man me as a flat Earth optometrist?
No.
It's just I have a general curiosity about optics. You know what I mean?
No, all I want you to do is provide.
You fly around in a plastic ball and say that it doesn't matter. It's fine. Whatever. Okay.
The difference is I do. You don't test people and make fucking spectacles for their eyes every day.
And then you think you're on a ball. That's great.
Next, is it weird to you that the start of your the middle of our people's sentences?
No, I also don't like interacting with
you
for a start, right? You know that, so I'm not going to respond.
What's your problem?
To what you're saying.
Spanx, seriously, you're not an optometrist. You've been indoctrinated by these dumb motherfuckers.
No. I nearly said nothing about anything that had anything to do with flat Earth. I just literally asked you what kind of like whirlybird you fly in, and whether or not you fly in a plastic bubble type one. That's all.
Okay.
And you said, no.
Okay,
no, you
hang on.
I know you dumb fuck. It doesn't mean that the Earth's flat. That's what you said to me. You didn't affirm to me that you do.
I was that.
Conclude that.
I was that dumb fuckery by the dumb fuck that you're saying that you claim to be a flat Earth optometrist. I fly an AS.
You're doing special now.
Google it. I fly an AS 350B and an
MD
500E.
How you doing?
So hang on. Don't be a dumb fuck.
No, there's other people here. Obviously, you know.
Exactly, and Elk.
You're halfway at the door, right? Okay.
I hope.
Cool. Are you not just going to grandstand before you leave? You're going to slash your cape around before you fucking slam the door here? Okay. Oh, whatever.
No, Elk. I hope that you can ask Snacks the question that you just asked, which he wouldn't answer. Go ahead and do that. I'm out, but good luck. He won't be able to because he's not a flat Earth optometrist, and none of them are. But yeah, go ahead. Let me know how you go.
Who's Elk?
Elk, whoever the fuck that dumb cunt is.
You don't know who that is, and so I'm asking you.
Oh no, Elk. No, Elk's the smart cunt. Spanx.
Oh, do you mean AK? All right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What about me? I tuned out for a second.
And sorry, Crypto, I don't mean to say dumb cunt, but your crew's not doing a very good job over the last few months.
I just got in there. I was about to time you out when you called him a dumb fuck a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what made me come in as well.
Well, you guys have got to pick up the fucking heat.
Yeah, you don't have to go and call people dumb cunts, do you?
No, but when you guys claim that you know how optics work, and I've said many times, none of you guys have had a flat Earth optometrist come on board.
What's an optometrist? What do they do?
What does an optometrist do?
Yeah, what do they do?
They're professionals in how we can see as humans.
And all they deal with is they're doctors that check if you have any defects in your eyes, right?
Oh, okay.
They're eye doctors. They're not over there looking at every optical thing, right?
Oh, okay, got ya.
Yeah, I was just saying before, like
They
that there's
just
like
measuring eyesight, prescribing corrective lenses, and defect.
Yeah, but I mean,
eye
the
disease.
knowledge base.
Oh,
Yeah, but the
fuck.
knowledge base. The knowledge base that an optometrist is going to have is going to be different to someone who, trying to think what the what's that guy called who was doing all those laser tests? A photospectrometrist, right? The skill set that you have is going to be completely different because you're literally just checking for eye health.
Exactly, Crypto. What the fuck are you on?
Well, yeah, you can. If you actually listen to what I said, then maybe you'd get it. What
No.
you're actually. Well, if you let me finish, then maybe you'd get it, right?
I'll
The
let you
difference-
finish.
Yeah, okay. The difference is that you're generally looking at the eye, not at what the eye is seeing. So there is a difference there.
That's what optometry is what the eye can
That's
see.
what I
that's
just told you.
No, that's like what eye physiology would have to do with.
Holy fuck, train!
It's like a branch of optics. Optics is something that I know about. Optometry is something that people have, like optics. People have
Jesus
eyes.
Fucking Christ!
You fucking silly bitch. You're dizzy.
Yeah, he is.
I'm saying that a double convex lens is basically it's a sphere basically with a ridge around it. Okay, that's the shape. So like it tends to like you have like certain angles of resolve beyond its resolve point will just basically swirl all kind of crazy and whatnot.
Oh my god! So space thinks to the future. So like 4
So
billion
that's
people are looking at a convex lens doubly to
No.
think that it's a globe. You dumb motherfucker.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying that certain types of optics introduce certain types of like aberration and certain types of like deformation happens, whereas other ones that are not.
Okay.
Like a compound lens like that, yeah, it's like or, double with two surfaces, yeah, it does that.
Okay, I'm gonna have to say dipshit at the start of this in the most respectful way. Is every picture in the history of mankind under what you just said would have to be inaccurate?
No.
How no?
No, it's when you build the lens system to work at a certain. That's why they're contained within like a camera lens, right? But there's multiple elements within a camera lens, at least 3, right? Unless you're talking about pinhole camera, which fuck that. But
Oh, so okay.
So at least 3 lenses are components here, and they have to have certain rules because they have to transform the image right.
No, hang on. Cameras were built in the early 1900s, and there's pictures of fucking poor cunts pouring out of the fucking trenches in 1911 in the First World War. Were they not cameras? Did they have 3 lenses?
Yeah, that's a Cook triplet lens. Goes back to 1909. Next.
Oh, so why did they not have color if they had the RGB?
What are you talking about?
Well, if they had 3 lenses, it should have been color photos.
No, it's 3 lenses in a train.
Oh, so it's okay for back then, but now It's not okay to have three
No,
lenses.
now
and
it's
they go
still
wrong.
fucking the best type of lens. Go on.
Oh, okay.
Right. So anyway, it's because
You
it's
guys
like
are just
balanced.
fucking
It's
dumb
because
fucking
it's
assholes,
balanced.
and you can't handle the truth. This
I
is all
love
you're pointing out.
You haven't said
Triple
anything.
lenses are highly sought after. Don't even fuck around. The thing is, like other things like magnification require the additional use of other lenses to an optic. So
What's
like
magnification?
lenses run in groups. They're called groups, and they might include like 3 lenses is one group. Okay,
Yep.
so it might be 12 pieces in a glass running 4
Mhm.
groups. You know what I mean? They're all doing this shit to balance each other out and to not create like wonky vision, right? But I'm saying just on their own, they create wonky vision. Some of them are like really really nice and precise.
But what about when the RG and B aren't in the same reality, aren't in the same
You're not in
perspective,
the same reality.
and
This
they're
whole
not
board
in
is
the
not a
same,
reality. I'm out of here.
and they can't
I'm Al Pacino in
fucking
this bitch. Come on,
combine them.
dude. Don't even.
Ah, what the fuck's that? What's going to happen there?
You're talking about nonsense, dude. Color film is RGB
Red,
process.
green, blue.
Go ahead. You can just take. You could do
Primary
3.
colors.
You could take a color photo with black and white photography. You just use a color piece of glass, a red
You
piece of
literally are
glass.
just contradicting what you said fucking
You
2
can-
hours ago, you
It's
dumb
called
fuck.
image stacking. It's called image stacking. You take a red
You're
picture, a blue
just,
picture, and a green picture,
you're
and
just
you can create
fucking
color
contradicting
from
what
black
you
and white
just said.
picture. What's the problem?
Jazz, do you want to go? Yeah, snacks. Give me a sec. Jazz, do you want to just go and sober up and then come back when you're sober?
No.
You're just ruining. Okay, well,
I'm so
that was an easy decision then. Sorry, snacks, but like this is a shit show.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. I had to house him. I was trying to get him to leave anyway.
Why'd you come in like be drunk and just yell at people and call them dumb cunts? Like, what's the motivation with that?
It's a standard operating procedure. Perhaps people like that shouldn't be allowed to repeatedly offend it, but I'm not in a position to call on it.
Well, that's not my decision, but don't understand why the Globers put up with him, to be honest, because he makes them look really bad.
All I'm saying, man, is if you're in a plastic bubble looking at the world, it's not that it's going to distort everything. Okay, in fact, it would be like it wouldn't really. It would just be a plastic bubble. But I mean, from certain angles, things are going to like appear to you to be as part of the bubble that you're looking through, man. I don't know. It just applies it. It puts it in your visual like set. And so I'm not saying that it's going to make the world look like a ball to him, but if you're inside of a ball, I don't know. Maybe it helps his presumptions because he seems to be a very presumptive type. Because he presumed I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Sorry, I presumed that he was sober enough to actually understand me.
Yeah, no, Jazzy just comes in drunk and just calls people names. That's his shtick, you know. Actually trying to have a productive conversation with him is a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I feel robbed of the opportunity to make those good points that I did make. Oh well.
Well, the thing with Jazza is that, like, also when you catch him like contradicting himself, he literally forgets that he contradicts himself, and then accuses you of contradicting yourself. Right, so that's his shtick as well. Like, just he's like one of those oh, what are they called? The robot men from Doctor Who. He's just like a death robot. He's just constantly just going forwards and not really paying any attention to what you're doing.
Not the Dalek, who's something else.
No, yeah, not the Daleks, but the other. I think they're called Robot Men or Cybermen or something. He's like one of those.
Great.
Anyway, maybe we can have a more productive discussion now.
But I mean, going back to whatever that other guy said, like, yeah, when I say spherized, I mean, you know, if you're looking through a double convex lens, it's essentially like a you know, it's basically like a ball with the side shaved off of it. You know what I'm saying? So it like generally has properties out when it's outside of its normal focal range, where it really does sort of have internal conflictions, you know what I mean, for certain angles of resolve. Yeah. That's just what's what we see with drinking glasses. I'm not saying anything fucking revolutionary whatsoever. You know what I mean? I don't even know why anybody's trying to challenge it. Silly.
Yeah, I mean it's. Yeah, I don't know. Jazz is just one of those people just waste everyone's time. Yeah.
And if I take those two, like they're flat with concave dishes, right? So if I take two of those and put those two together, so like the void of it is essentially like another double convex lens. Guess what? It makes everything wonky again. You know, it's just very simple rules about how like these curvatures resolve against each other. You know, it's like simple circuit shit. You know. I don't know why it's gotta be why I gotta get challenged. I gotta cite that shit. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Go play with a magnifying glass, dude. As far as like sensation and perception, I don't know, man. I probably learned that in like a fucking freshman level college textbook or something like that. I don't know if I have it around. Not YouTube, not Rob. You know what I mean? Not like a Quantum Eraser didn't load me up with any of that shit. That's crazy. Those accusations, man. I don't even watch those channels.
Yeah, I remember being accused of being a Nathan Oakley fanboy before I'd even heard of him. Because I just happened to make a similar argument. Oh, you must be a Nathan Oakley fanboy. I was like, who's that? They're like, you know, that guy that you watch. I was like, do I? Who the fuck is he?
You could be like Nathan Oakley Jr.
Doubt it. But do you know what I mean? It's like it's just one of their scripts. They just like to say, "Well,
you sound like way youthier than him somehow." To me, I don't know.
Sound what? Sorry.
You've got all the gravitas of Nathan Oakley, but a youthier type feel.
Okay, thank you.
Market the shit out of you. No, I'm just joking.
Sweet.
I'm sorry. Please continue. I didn't mean to distract.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's just one of their scripts, isn't it? It's just like, oh, you only think this because insert prominent flat earther thinks this. You know, like just one of those dumb scripts they have because they actually have more adherence to authority than we do. So, like, we're literally challenging authority. Why would we then replace it with another authority? Doesn't make sense.
So, in my experience, when I trying to find new information and learn new things that I have not come across before and stuff, and I ask people that make similar points to those prominent flat earthers to tell me, hey, where can I learn more? How can I learn more about this and substantiate this? And, you know, wrap my hand around it and get a more complete picture of that information. And close to 10 years of doing so, I have been referred to this kind of prominent flat earthers very, very often. So it does seem to be some truth to me that if an argument sounds similar to what a prominent flat earther says, then it's very likely that the information source is a common one.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, if that's your presumption, then you can go ahead and use your
It's not a presumption; it's an observation.
Okay.
So, okay, well, would you argue that grass is green?
Argue? No, I would not argue about that.
You wouldn't argue that grass is green? Okay, that's weird. Well,
I wouldn't argue about grass being green or not.
Well, maybe you're not understanding the. So I'm amazed how to explain this. Right, so an argument in English can either be two people shouting at each other, right? That's the colloquial use, or an argument in a more formal sense is putting forward a logical position that is then to be opposed by another logical position, right? So this is the context in which I'm using the word argue. So if you were to have an argument, if you were to have a debate on the color of grass, would you
I
argue?
would not debate the color of grass.
Way to miss the point. If you had no choice, but you were debating the color of grass, would you argue that it was green?
Depends. If I had no choice to debate it, why would I have a choice which position to take?
Jesus Christ, can you not just answer the question?
I do not see the point of your question, so no.
Yeah, you will if you answer it.
I mean, I'm trying to, but I'm trying to
believe,
do
like,
so
in a way, the resistance to
being-
answering the question is itself evidence for something that you're trying to get out anyway.
Well, it will be if he answers. Snacks, how about you? If you had no choice but to debate the colour of grass, would you argue for the colour green?
Snacks?
Why is it difficult?
I don't know. Are things the color that they look like? Who knows?
Oh my god!
Tune in at 11
Yes,
for an answer to
grass
this
is
question.
green, everyone. I don't know if this is news to you, right? Grass is green, and I would personally make the argument that grass is green.
Well, grass looks green. You
It's
know,
not an
grass
argument,
green,
it's a
but it might not
statement.
actually be green. It might just have the ejection color of green, and so that's what we see. And we identify grass as being green.
Right. Okay.
It's
But I
possible.
didn't need. Okay, so this is the point that I'm making that should have been made 10 minutes ago. Should have been understood. I didn't need an authority to tell me that.
Statement is a sentence
If
which
it looks
can be
green, it is green, though, right? I'm with that.
The other hand, an argument is a group of statements
with
which
you.
includes
I'm
say
with you.
one or more than one premise, but one and only one conclusion. So no, I would not argue that. I would not make an argument that grass is green. I would make a statement that grass is green, sure, but that's not an argument.
2 minutes ago, I said, "Would you argue that this is grass is green?" You said, "No, that's a statement." And then when you looked up the definition, statement is in the definition for argument, and you don't see how.
The other end, an argument is a group of statements. That's not the same thing as a statement, which includes either one or more than one premise.
Fine, let's do this.
One conclusion. The statement "grass is green" is not a conclusion. It's a statement in itself. It's not. It does not include a premise. Hence, it's not an argument.
Okay,
Yes,
so argument here. We've got two
definition of
things here.
argument
We've got two
contains
things
the
here.
word statement, but it does not equate to the definition of statement.
Sounds like
Wonderful. So yeah, it is argument, an exchange of diverging or opposite views, typically a heated or angry one. 2, a reason or set of reasons given in support of an idea, action, or theory. Right. So I think that what I said is supported by both of those definitions. Regardless,
No.
the point
Statement
is,
grass is green does not
Jesus
give
Christ, okay, you are missing the point.
Okay.
You're missing the point. No one had to go
to get to your point, but you insisted on continuing to ask a nonsensical question.
I don't think interrupting is helping. Okay.
So for anyone with a 3-digit IQ, they would have already realised the point is no one had to go to an authority to confirm whether grass is green.
So?
Wow.
What's your point with that?
You don't understand how that refutes your earlier position.
My earlier position was what exactly? And how, I do not understand how that refutes my position.
Do you remember his earlier position, Snacks?
What do you think my earlier position was?
Your earlier position was that if a flat earther makes an argument that you've heard before, it usually comes from a common source.
And I asked them where to read up on this and where to get a more complete picture and understanding of the information that he's relaying, or that of the things that he's explaining. Yes.
Right. So I've accurately summarized your position, correct?
I do not see how the fact that you can read up on something, for example, also the colors of different objects, does not imply that you have to read up on them in order to confirm them or substantiate them.
I may have just come into flat Earth at a certain time when it was there was a zetetic sort of like bent that a lot of people had, which may or may not be connected to the wrong forces of flat Earth society. But I think that the zetetic thing kind of gets you to natural observation and critical investigation in that matter. And so therefore, I think it's important. And it's important to me to actually have hands-on information and not be just like citing somebody's video if I can help it, right? If I have the means to like have the stuff available, I'll try to do those things. So I think other people do as well, actually follow in my line of thinking and try to get out there and make natural observations and do things of that nature. So like, why would you say that all of their information is pulled from just a couple videos or something like that?
Because they have to, because they don't think that we're actually capable of coming to these conclusions. That's really what's going on.
Hold me back, crypto.
Again, in my 10 years of trying to...
We're just going to reassert it.
In my 10 years of knowledge myself. Okay, go ahead.
People referred me to this as their source of information.
Yeah, so you're just going to reassert the same thing that's under question. So this whole conversation is completely fruitless.
Right, on to greener pastures.
You'll notice as well that he wasn't even able to logically think through the point I made, which is very basic. Very basic.
Point you made being?
I've already made it twice.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes discussing a topic isn't helpful if one person thinks it's like an argument with some kind of wrong to prove. I don't know. A lot of times people wind up meeting in the middle, actually, I think. Weird.
Yeah, the problem with that though, Snacks, is that you're not talking about reasonable people, and B, you're not talking about people who respect you. And so all they're going to do is they're just going to hold their own position because they don't have any respect for your position or for you. So why would they?
That's exactly what you did with me, though, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but your position was logically incorrect.
Let's say let's say I've been doing this for 10 years, right? But I never really had like access to cameras, or I never really thought that was important. And I never really understood optics in the way that I would if I owned like 100 lenses like I have in the last year, right? It changes you. It just changes your perceptual understanding of that. And that's where I speak from, not other people's videos. So go ahead with yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you make your criticisms. Go ahead. I backed up, I think, everything that got asked. Yeah.
So my position was that maybe people that assume a certain point of view or a certain argument, it's almost word for word the same as very prominent streams, very, very prominent directions and voices in this community. In my experience, from my experience, that those people that say all those arguments refer you back to those prominent voices in the community as the source of information, means that maybe the people that make those conclusions or make those presumptions are not running a script but speaking from experience. That was my position. That was my point. And I do not see how that's logically incorrect.
But it's like, what I'm supposed to provide for you some sort of citation to what I was talking about. I mean, other than making a video about it, you know, or whatever. What sort of citation might I provide you? Like a convexity, like different types of lenses. I need to show you like how many ways you could bend glass up to make it like optical. You know, that's a lot. That's not necessary for this conversation either, because essentially I'm talking about a fucking little sphere of glass with like the side shaved off of it. You know, the focus is light. But why wouldn't spherizing it be appropriate to say?
Because spherizing is not a real word. When you look up when I would look up the word spherizing, I do not come up with a result. I do not find any result, any meaning that makes clear what you mean. Hence, yes, you're supposed to refer to the sources that you use in order to express your thoughts. Like commonly, you would use a dictionary for that if there's anything unclear. If you make up terms, then you will have to be able to explain them to a depth that another person can independently understand what you're talking about.
Is it something that's used in Photoshop? Is it something that's used in any like 3D format program? You know, is it something that you can do to polygons? Yeah, it's germane to all those topics. You know, well, I believe I've read it in a number of different optical articles from different books and things, but you know, what would you call the type of distortion that makes it look like something which is not round that appears to be spherical? Like, what would you call that? The transform of that, if you had to like describe that.
Well, according to what I was able to find, that would be Bell distortion, actually.
That's not what this is.
So you say, do not substantiate it.
Well, barrel distortion may be a symptom of this, but it's just that, like, if you have a double convex lens, that is going to apply even if that sphere is elongated, you know, along from the back to the front of the lens, it's still pulling all the light in this type of way. That's going to create like a overall spherical aberration, even if it is minimal. It will not be perfect, I don't think. So, yeah, that's why like other lens groups would be introduced in order to like kind of rectify that, or to take away those deformations, because we're just using those for like magnification purposes, like this type of lens, a double convex lens. It's going to be part of many different types of optical systems. Many lenses will use it, you know. So I'm just saying it's baked into the cake of a lot of optics, because they're not designed to produce zero, right? I don't even know if you could do it. Anything more than one flat surface with a convexity is going to really promote a lot of curvature applied to the lens. That's what I started out to. I was just monologuing to myself anyway, dude. So that's because I just popped the lens
The
open.
effect of barrel distortion is that the image has been mapped around a sphere.
Yeah, but barrel distortion doesn't spherize an image. Like if I placed it over it of the letter, some kind of letter, like the letter P or something like that, magnifying it, yeah, we can do that up and down. You know what I mean? Like where it's all proportional. When I have a double convex lens, it squeezes it compresses the image, and there's like an internal reflection sort of focal point where everything gets all super wonky, man. I don't know. It gets all weird. It's so variable that just a micromillimeter seems to kind of like swoosh it around. You know what I mean? And that basically produces these kind of like polar distortions, polar sort of polarizing of the image. You know, so like even a straight line will look to be like two halves of a circle. You know, that's the spherization of that's what I would call it, whatever that effect is, you know. It's at a certain unresolved, like beyond the resolve of the lens. Yeah, that's what it turns into. So any kind of point source could appear. So if I take a dot, I can do the same thing with that. You know, so like any dot in the sky, you know, using this, if it's outside of its focal, like it would just appear to spherize itself, like a planet or some fucking thing like that. I don't know. What do you think of that? What do you think of planets? You know, do you think that they're resolves of like perfect? Do you think it's? I don't know, man. Maybe we're just getting it to where the resolve is imperfect and it looks like a sphere, and we're like, oh, it's good. No, like that's not actually accurate, because it's not accurate to a letter or dot. So, fucking, does that make sense to you? or do I need to provide citation, or do you need to straw man me with saying that I learned this from somebody else? Oh shit, my mic's muted. No, wait, it wasn't.
No, I
Jim,
can hear
in
you.
response, dude.
I can hear you, dude.
I know. I knocked him over like a set of bowling pins. Yeah, whatever.
Well, that was kind of the point I was making. Is like this is just another tactic used to just dismiss us. We're just brainless morons. We're just following authorities. But the irony is that if we wanted to just be brainless morons following authorities, we'd all be Globers. That's literally what they do. Is just listen to authority. Not necessarily all of them, but that would be the position you take, right? Oh, I'm going to brainlessly listen to authority, but then I'm going to go against the mainstream consensus. It's not congruent.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to offer any critique of his quote thinking process. You know.
No, it's not even really a thinking process. It's just it's just another script. It's like another attack on, you know, on the Dom Flurfs. Just another script, another talking point, but it's not actually based in reality.
I'm not sure what compulsion there might be to like needlessly audit a conversation in order to try to make like ineffective like arguments and just what was even the correction that I couldn't define spherize like this. I don't know why that is that. Am I fucked up? Am my word salading for saying spherize, dude?
No, it's another one of those tactics, isn't it? Like I don't know if you saw the Dave Farina versus Dave Weiss debate, but they like to be on they like to be on the. Yeah, I was definitely halfway through a sentence when you started talking, but I will stop in a minute when I'm done, right? They like to be on the winning side no matter what, right? So there was a word that Dave Weiss didn't know, so Dave Farina called him dumb for not knowing it. And then when there was a word that Dave Weiss knew and Dave Farina didn't know, he accused him of making words up, even though the word actually existed and had a definition. So they just like to call you dumb either way.
Yeah. So me, I was just asking to understand what you're talking about because the context that you use that word in and
dude,
what
honestly,
you are
too,
talking about did not make a
I don't
whole
mind
ton
that.
of make a whole
I don't mind trying to explain it through.
Yeah, I was in the middle of a sentence as well. I
Oh, you
know.
were? Okay.
That's the problem. Yeah, so yeah, it did not make a whole ton of sense to me. So I'm trying to wrap my head around it and ask you about it. And that's where, when you explained it, it didn't get better for me. And so I asked you, hey, do you have any references or anything? Like, how does this? How can I read up on this? Right? And you were referring back to that earlier when you said, like, yeah, why do I need to provide things? It's like, yeah, for that reason.
So what exactly would he be providing you? Are you looking for a dictionary definition, or you're looking for a use case? Like, what exactly would satisfy you? Because I haven't heard the term either before, but I'm just wondering what you're actually looking for.
Well, I mean, I've done it in even in like drawing class. You know what I mean? Where you just take an image, you create like a circular map, and then you begin to sort of, adjust the grid in order to make it look like something is coming like through a fishbowl or a magnifying lens or something like that. You're using that sort of a lensing effect that is like a distortion. So I've done it from there. I've seen it in Photoshop. Multiple other like visual programs, have effects that are like that. So I thought it was kind of like maybe a widely applied thing. I've seen it in articles and photography and stuff like that. But whatever. Are you? Tell me what. I'm just trying to put it in a language everybody can understand. Yeah, honestly. Know what I mean? Otherwise, I could just say it's like distortion. Like internal refraction. Destructive constructive. I don't know, but it's all meaningless. Nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about anyway. And thanks for helping that out. Yeah, okay, appreciate it. Boom, boom. Lenses are complicated. I think so is seeing. It's important to check these things out if we think like using visual proof or like using certain types of equipment or revelatory towards the true nature of things and to what effectivity that they're given and what effectivity that they cannot have because of certain kind of baked into cake aberrations or distortions that are just sort of perhaps even in the medium itself making it difficult to perceive. Know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to get down to brass tacks with it because I wasn't applying this knowledge to FE at all. Just trying to like learn it on its own because it's interesting enough on its own and it deserves that. But then I realized like that there's like over spherization contained within lenses that like if you push things to certain focal angles, it creates an undue sort of spherical effect to it. Even among lenses with good reputation, I think. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Hey, would the Globers like to admit that if perspective is actually curved, that would mean your entire model's wrong?
I think you already know the answer.
Yeah. They would not like to admit it.
There's no way they would like to admit it.
Perspective is curved.
Isn't it in their own model that perspective is basically an optical illusion? They just don't call it an optical illusion. They just say things appear here and there, but that's what an optical illusion is.
Dude, Xanax updated his argument so much so to say that the railroads really do converge.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Geometrically, they converge.
Yeah, he's conflating the physicality of the instrument with the physicality of the optics. It was pointed out to him at the time, but he just doubled down.
Yeah, I was making my parallel ray argument, and he kept trying to bring it to that. I'm like, you're clearly trying to cast bait so that you can avoid my other argument.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, perspective is what exactly?
It's curved.
No. What's the meaning of perspective? So what's that does? Perspective. What does that word
visual
mean?
corridor. It's how we view things. Visual space.
Visual space, in my understanding, is something completely different from perspective.
How so? Well, you said from your understanding, which means you must have an understanding, so how so?
So perspective would be representing three-dimensional objects on a two-dimensional surface, whereas visual space is the orientations and is a subset of perspective.
Yeah, so this is
specific
just
to our intuitive perception, which is not only dependent on how things map, but also how we interpret them. So they're highly influenced by.
So are you Are you under the impression that
associations.
visual space is only for humans?
Well, anything that interprets images before they get displaced would
interprets them?
Have a visual space in a sense.
Interprets them.
Yeah, I don't think interpret's the right word, bro. So there seems to be like two. Instantly when someone says perspective, they can mean two similar but different things. So one would be like the visual space itself, and the other one would be how you would map that from 3D to 2D. And then that would be like what an artist would need to understand in order to draw something, right? but you'd need to understand what's going on visually in the first place in order to do that. So what Witsit is saying is the first one, right? And then how is that then applied from there? And is it Euclidean? Is it elliptical? Is it hyperbolic? Is it anything else? Right? But of course, you need to understand the first bit to do the second bit, right? So you can't just skip to the second bit.
Visual space is the experience of space by an aware observer. It is the subjective's counterpart of the space of physical objects. It's a long history in physics, blah blah blah. So yeah, I don't see how anything I said was wrong there.
Are you going to address anything I said?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Right, okay, cool. See, this is why we get annoyed with discussing with you guys, because you just don't listen. You're just waiting to talk.
Yeah, you're literally just waiting to speak, man.
I was not speaking with crypto exactly.
I bet you if I ask Witsit to repeat what I said word for word, he would do it more or less bang on. I bet you can't get close.
And crypto said what I would.
No, I won't. I'm not able to. I'm not even.
That's because I was listening and you wasn't.
Well, yeah. This is the problem, dude. Do you remember, AK? Do you remember earlier I said that it's because you guys don't respect us or our positions that we can't have a fruitful discussion? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you were talking about them in that when you were saying that earlier. Yes, you lumping me in with a sort of them.
You just demonstrated it.
You're like in the process of doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So just so you know, man, visual space is not limited to like human perception. That's just a Glober talking point. That's where you heard it.
So what is visual space then, according to you?
It's the area things are viewed, and perspective is where you try to project that into 2D space. He just explained that to you. He literally said the confusion arises where there are similar but slightly different things being discussed. And then he goes on to explain to you that perspective is a way to map out visual space. So visual space is the first component. So you can't just separate them and ignore visual space as if something entirely different when perspective is built upon it.
I disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah. You can actually map and represent things that you can project dimensional space onto the surface without involving your perception at all.
It has nothing to do with perception. I just said that, though. Is perspective based on what we see? Yes or no?
You're saying that perspective is born out of visual space, or visual space is the first component of that, because visual space is the experience. You need to perceive and experience the space.
I didn't say the word experience. You said that.
Yeah, but that's the definition of visual space.
Hey, buddy, look, answer these questions.
I did not.
Is perspective based on how we see?
Might be probably based on, yes, but not by definition same as visual space.
Is perspective based on what we see?
Concept-wise, yes.
Okay, so perspective is based on what is seen. Okay, is what is seen visual space?
The scene is visual space, yes. The concept of
perspective is based on visual space.
The concept of perspective is born out of our perception, yes, but it's not logically dependent on it
wait
anymore, since we have tools where we can project 3D space onto a 2D surface without involving our perception at all.
You keep saying the same thing like a robot.
The
Okay,
idea
listen,
of
dude, stop
perspective,
talking
the
and
idea
then pausing,
of
and then
perspective,
when I
and the
go to
historical,
respond,
and the
hey,
historical, and the
hey,
histor- and
hey,
the and the histor- and
hey,
the and the historical, and the
hey,
historical, and the historical development of it, are born out of perspective, are based out
buddy,
of how
buddy,
we
can
perceive
you not
things.
hear me?
But that does not mean that they are logically not
Yeah, no, you
logically
just continue.
dependent on it. And it's on themselves.
This is crazy. So what you're doing is you're saying something, then you're pausing, and then and you wait till I go to respond, and you talk through me on purpose. You did that like 5 times.
No, it's not on purpose.
Stop it. Stop. Okay, well then stop. Then you have a problem. Okay, so I asked
you have a problem.
the question.
Not me having a problem.
Okay, you're doing it again. So I asked you specific questions, man. I asked you if perspective is based on what is seen. You said yes. I said, is what is seen visual space? You said yes, which means perspective is based on visual space.
Just explained that. If by based on you mean the conception, the idea of it is derived, is born out of it, or come historically, then yes, it is based on that. But logically, no, it's not.
Yeah, no, objectively it is, and we use perspective.
Historically, it is objective. You can call that objective, but that does
dude.
not make it a logical dependence.
Hey, buddy, you're about to get a
historical development.
Do you want a warning,
that something
bro?
arises out of something else does not make it logically dependent on that.
Hey, do you want a warning, man? Because you just killed the whole bot. Now I'm like raising my voice and having to get. We're not doing it. So either you're gonna grow up and have an adult conversation, or you're gonna get muted. Do you understand? Oh, now you're quiet.
Well, no, someone muted him.
Literally was not able to respond because I was muted.
Okay. Do you understand?
I understand that you would like to grow up.
Okay, so you're gonna have to stop interrupting me, please. Okay, because I'm trying to show you the same courtesy, and you're making this very difficult. All right. So we've come up with a construct for perspective as if it were Euclidean. This is built upon what is seen. That's how we came up with it. Okay. So visual space is not just limited to human perception. That's an anti-flat earther talking point. Visual space goes into all optics ever. The way we model any optics is visual space. It doesn't matter about human perception at all. Okay, so visual space itself, meaning the corridor of vision, what is seen, that space that is seen by anything is actually curved. The question was, would any baller like to admit that if visual space is actually curved, then that would refute your model?
Not a baller, so I can't answer that.
You clearly
one
are.
thing. Well, if you assign me to being a baller or not, does not change my position or my worldview. So, good luck with that. To mention something that's more important in this context, according to what you just said, your understanding or what you understand visual space to be is not the same thing at what is commonly what visual space is commonly understood to mean. So we have to hash out what clarify what it. Yeah, I will have to have some time thinking about if what you're saying is true, and if we can actually say that visual space as a whole is unilaterally curved, because according to what you just said, visual space is. I'm not so sure if that's true.
What I actually asked you was if visual space is curved, would it refute your model, and you just avoided it.
You asked if any baller would like to admit it, and I'm not a baller, so I cannot answer.
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
What I think about it is of no consequence whatsoever.
Oh, you're just being a sophist. Just go on mute.
Yeah, I mean, it does have a consequence if he's literally asking you what your opinion is. You know,
I'm not having an opinion on this. This is something that is
Then why are
verifiable.
you?
That can be substantiated in every case, I refute to have an opinion about something that's just factual.
Oh, well, we actually
What's factual?
factually disproved Euclidean visual space. With experimentation, we've proven that visual space is curved. Perspective is non-Euclidean. It's been proven with experimentation.
Yeah,
How
can I
did you
just-
prove
what-
that visual
what
space is
exactly is it?
curved?
What exactly is it that you think is factual? What was that statement? What are you claiming is factual?
I was saying that you can actually determine if what's being commonly taught in school and what the Earth is reported to be, if it's a globe or something like that, can in principle be verified independently. Can determine if it's true or false. It can falsify those statements,
Oh, wow.
and therefore having an opinion about that is completely irrelevant.
Okay, it's not what I asked. So, what exactly do you think is factual? That the Earth is a globe?
I do not know, honestly. I have not personally verified or falsified it. Not had the time or the opportunity, the time, tools, and location to do it.
So that's a good start. You understand that the model that they have built is based on a lot of it's based on optics, and those optics are based within a certain framework, right?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, so if that framework is wrong, can that model still exist or represent reality? Let's say.
Implications are going to be different, so it will have to be re-examined at the very least. Yeah.
What are those implications?
Depends on what the extent of what you're talking about. The framework.
Okay, so the model, the globe model, which encompasses everything we see because it was built optically, has to change. Correct?
It's a little bit simplistic, but sure, whatever.
That's not simplistic. It's either correct or incorrect. It's a true dichotomy.
It's a false dichotomy.
No, okay, what's the third option?
Third option that is that some parts are changing due to the change.
Oh, it's changing
information, and some parts stay valid within because they were made within a certain scope where the new framework orders into the old framework, which is actually how most theories in physics
Dude, this would change the entire
now.
shape.
But yeah,
even though that's the case with it, he's still misidentified a false dichotomy because your two options are the model stays the same or it changes. There isn't a third option, and then you said, "Oh well, some of it might change," so it would change then, right? So that's the problem. So then going back to Witz's
you were talking about the one aspect of an entire model. That one aspect.
Definitely not taking a break. I didn't stop talking because I wanted to continue. I'm just going to continue, right? Going back to Witz's original question, would that mean that this model would need to change? Right? The answer is obviously yes. I don't know why this has to be like pulling teeth.
Because you're talking to a
I don't know either. So, where we got mixed up there is that you were one time talking about the entire model as a whole, and then when you boiled it down to a more simple answer, to a more simple sentence, you were addressing one aspect of an entire model. So one aspect of the entire model might remain unchanged, or might get changed. But the whole model as a whole might still get changed. So that's... for each aspect, it's a dichotomy. Yes, for the entire model, it's a dichotomy. But that does not say that the model has to change, that each aspect in the model has to change as well. That's a false dichotomy.
Well, no, that's just a fallacy of composition that you're throwing at me and pretending like I've made a fallacy. So the point is that if the framework changes, the model has to change. It's really simple.
How was
what's even funny?
statement a fallacy of composition?
Because you said that what's true of the whole must be true of the part.
No.
Yes.
You said that you boiled it down. I said it sounded to me like when you boiled it down to sound more simplistic, that that's what it seemed like to me.
So it's your own incompetence. Gotcha.
Right. You didn't understand.
Well, either we miscommunicated, or he did while not intending to make that fallacy.
I was sitting right here.
When boiling it down. But that does. I actually asked Witzit a question. I would like also an answer, because I have stood answer to you.
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you, AK. First of all, crypto's also allowed to talk. You don't have any juice in here. And you notice how we keep letting you finish and then you don't let us finish? It's very annoying.
Yeah.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, he was said something about, it's just the facts. But see, the thing is, facts are facts, but there's interpretation of the facts. Okay, of course, little Jesse decides to come in when I start talking. So there's an interpretation of the facts. Let me give you some facts. In certain areas of the country, when ice cream sales go up, murder rates go up, right? So is there a direct correlation between murder rates and ice cream sales? Those are facts. Those are facts. So how do you interpret it?
Causation are two different things.
Right, but so hold on a second, though. So you have facts, but it's how you interpret the facts. There's need to be more data, and discussion and opinions is how you go through to interpret the facts. Some things aren't. You could say it's factual. What's that? Well, discussion and opinion is interpretation of the facts. And you say you don't have an opinion, that means you don't want to interpret the facts. If Witzit is right, if the fact is they've proven that somehow optically, things can change, that's a fact. Now, how do you interpret that? I'm not saying Witzit's right or wrong. I'm just saying if that's a fact, that happens, how do you interpret that?
How I interpret it depends entirely on what he's talking about and what the evidence basis of what he's claiming is, which is what I was asking Witzit about.
All right, I'm about to walk to the gym, so I can't keep talking. Maybe you can jump in every once in a while, but I'm just to point out this real fast. This would change the radius value. It would change the very shape itself.
Ask you for your evidence.
Buddy, stop interrupting me, dude. So it's literally how he came up with the globe model was by looking at the sky and using Euclidean perspective. It's how we assumed a horizon was a geometric horizon, all this stuff. It's all Euclidean perspective. That's how we looked at the sky and made the model in the first place. It's how we got the size, everything. So if that perspective is wrong, we still have the same observations. We still have the same sky, which means that the entire model would be wrong, because if the radius value of the assumed sphere is wrong, then everything about the model that uses that number is also wrong.
Okay, so finished with that?
Okay, so if we have proven that perspective and visual space is non-Euclidean, then the model built upon the assumption that perspective is Euclidean is automatically wrong.
You're finished. So yes or no question. Okay, you're finished with that. Good. So, would you like to answer my question, please? Or are you considering to answer my question at all?
Well, what's your question, Matt?
Oh, you don't even know.
Your question is how did I
listening?
Your question is how did I prove it?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Yeah. There were different experiments done. For example, in robotics, they use cameras with hypersensitive sensors, and it requires like immense precision to engineer the robot. So they have to have an accurate visual space so that its depth perception and its ability to identify objects in the distance and denote distances has to be accurate. The visual model has to be accurate. They used a Euclidean visual model, and they found out that it didn't match the natural data, meaning the actual data, this object's actually 10 meters away. The robot's visual space model wasn't working. It consistently was inaccurate. They updated it to a hyperbolic visual model, and it then was accurate. They also did other tests where they had different subjects stand at different distances, forming an equilateral triangle from 2 meters to 20 meters. And what they saw was that perspective, visual space will make it look like that equilateral triangle has spherical excess, even though they know it's equilateral, and that actually it gets greater with distance, and it goes from hyperbolic to elliptic. They did the tests and showed that the way that we see, not just humans, but just optics, visual space, makes it look like there is curve where there is not on a plane surface with experiments.
Hey, Witsit, can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
All right. So a while ago, he was stating that his case can be verified through experimentation, and that it was fact. So Crypto asked him what facts, and he couldn't state anything, and in fact said, "I don't know. I haven't done it myself." And yet he's asking you the same thing that Crypto asked him. So he's expecting us
What did I state
to.
that can be verified by? What did I state that my position was verified by facts?
Crypto was asking you what facts can support your evidence, and you said it can be done through experimentation, but you don't know because you haven't done it yourself. And so you're asking us the same question. One minute.
You just claim.
Okay,
I
never
didn't
mind.
claim any evidence. You got that one wrong. Okay?
That's the point.
They can't help themselves, man. It's
That's
just a
the
common
point. You claim that other people can prove it, but you haven't done it yourself when Crypto asked you what facts, and now you're doing the same to Witsit, and the evidence he's providing for you, you can't even, stand to listen to it. That's all I was trying to point out.
How exactly did I not listen to it? What the fuck are you talking
Roll
about?
the tape back. When Crypto, you asked me a question. Hold on. You asked me a question.
that
You
was a
asked me a
rhetoric
question, so I'm
question.
going to
That
answer
was-
you. When Crypto asked you a while ago, what facts? You said, "I don't know. I haven't done it myself." Basically saying, just dismissing it because you haven't done it. So you're asking Witsit the same thing. Now, when he responds with evidence and testing, you're dismissing that too. So you can't even represent your own side, but you're asking us to. It's just absurd. That's what I'm trying to point out. I don't think I should have to say it a third time.
You're entirely mistaken, though. I did not dismiss any of the things that Witsit said right now. I listened to it, so there's no reason for you to say, like, I can't even stand to listen to it. Thirdly, I did not make a positive claim like Witsit does, that something is proven, and then said that I don't have any evidence myself for it. I was asked for a position on something, and then I said, like, on my opinion on something, and I said, like, I refuse to give an opinion on something that can be verified independently, and therefore any opinion on it is useless, because you can either be factually correct or incorrect on the thing. That's the difference between what I and Witsit was doing, because I was not making a claim about which position is the correct one, which is the incorrect one. That's why I was not using any double standards when asking Witsit to provide evidence for his positive claim, while myself not being able to have a conclusive position on something or opinion on something, because I do not have the evidence myself for something.
Okay, now here's the deal, right? So, like, if you interrupt me, I'm just going to mute you, just so you know, because you're going to want to interrupt this. Okay, so I've seen you in the chat, right? You are a textbook anti-flat earther. To pretend like we don't know that. Yeah, so don't say you're not a baller because of sophistry, right? You are an anti-flat earther, and you just implied that the reason you don't think the Earth's a ball is because some things are not up for debate and can be proven So you directly responded by saying that, well, no, the Earth being a ball can be proven. It's proven. I don't think it. I know it. And then when Crypto asked
No,
you,
I did
how
not
is it?
say that I know it.
Stop interrupting me. So then when Crypto asked you how is it that you proved it, or more so, he didn't use the actual word prove. He said, well, okay, what's this factual evidence that you're not allowed to have an opinion about? Then you said, oh, I don't know. I haven't done any of it myself. Okay, that's what happened. So you did imply that we know for a fact that the Earth's a ball and that it's not something that you can have an opinion about. And then you refuse to absorb the term baller, even though I've seen you in the chat and you are literally an anti-flat earther. All you do is sit in here and hate on flat earth all day.
How exactly am I hating on flat earth? What?
You just spew
Please.
insults and ad homs in the chat all day, and you strawman flat earth.
What insults am I using
Another
in order to
misdirection
hate on
mode.
flat earth, according to you?
It's just
Please substantiate it. If you're gonna slander me, then please substantiate it.
I didn't slander you.
You did slander me. You called me an anti-flat earther continuously, and you claimed that I do nothing but spewing insults in the chat. Please substantiate that.
This is just a misdirection. You want to get off the topic because you're getting destroyed.
No. Actually, I wanted to get back to it before Apperson even interjected. This is brought on.
Sure.
This was derailed by you guys, not by me.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, and then the gaslight, of course. So I mean, I don't know how many. We've had a straw man. We've had the fallacy of composition. We've had the fallacy of division.
You go on about this because I would like to ask Witsit a question.
Yeah, but, well, no, we are trying to get you to stop doing this dishonest shit so we can actually have a proper conversation.
What is dishonest about what I'm saying? Which part?
Well, all of the fallacies I just listed are all dishonest.
We hashed that one out, didn't we?
Yeah, it turned out that you were wrong. Yeah, we hashed that one out. So now
you miscommunicated, or you were wrong.
No.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood you, but that's the bottom line that was drawn there. So
I pointed out
the evidence.
fallacies you made.
I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence?
Yeah. Just this. So the problem is, of course, is that he's now up in his feelings, and so he's not actually going to have. He wasn't really trying to have a conversation before, but now he's really not trying to have a conversation.
Right, more slander. Good.
Yeah, just real fast. No, I'm walking into the gym, dude. You're boring, dude. You're boring. But I was just pointing out. I was just you're boring. So I was just driving, and I just asked a simple question, right? Which was, do any of the ballers want to admit that if visual space is actually curved, then the entire model would be wrong? The answer is yes. The model's wrong because it's all built upon a radius value that's derived from optics.
So, if I'm boring or not has
you're
no
boring.
bearing on what I'm asking you, really.
What's the name of that new movie that's come out?
Level with me.
Interrupting.
No, hey, is that the one with the fucking F-16 fighter pilot?
Ask one more, just real quick.
That's all right, bro.
That's interview with Bob.
Nothing.
Yeah,
just like I have to check it.
Nothing controversial.
I don't actually know.
Okay, nobody gives a shit, dude. Yo, that F-16 fighter though, guy that came out as a flat earther, that's fucking dope. Is that new or is that from the movie or when is that?
No, that's from within the last couple of years that Bob talked to him. I don't know if it's the same guy in the movie, to be honest, because that dude ended up getting a cameo. He just like showed a shot from inside his plane. But just a second, let me check in.
Who's the bald-headed dude who's like he's talking to Bob, and it was actually really cool because big up Bob.
Yeah, he's talking to Bob and Taboo.
Yeah, man. I was like, holy shit! I'd never seen it before. It was like some dude I follow on Instagram. I love.
He said he felt like a.
Dude, I see clips of you, and I see clips of fucking other folks just from random flat earthers that I follow on Instagram. I love that shit, bro.
Yeah, it's cool. It's that dude. He said he felt like a hypocrite telling all the doctors to speak out during the pandemic.
Yeah,
and he was like, I got to speak out if I'm going to tell them to.
Yeah, man, I thought that was dope, man. I hadn't seen it before. And what was the name of the documentary again? Because I wanted to tell people, and I know some kid mirrored it or something, and everybody was mad at him. And I saw that. That was the only heads up I had. For sure.
It's called Level with Me.
Word. Thanks, bro.
So do you have a reference to that experiment with the
shut the
robots
fuck up, man. Seriously, dude.
that were done? You referred to as evidence for visual space not being being curved. Can you name it a little bit more precisely so that it can be more easily found? That's interesting.
It's called. Yeah, you can find it at suckadick.com, nigga.
Yeah, I'd say I gotta take a FaceTime.
And I'm the anti-flat earther for asking Witsit a question. Like,
no, it's just that, dude,
following up with him on something that he stated, and that's really genuinely just interesting.
Yo, bro, aren't you the dude? Hey, man, aren't you the dude that trolled like Riley and all them, and freaking Spurs and them back in the day, bro? Right, that's you, bud. Right?
No idea
so we
what
know
you're
who the fuck
talking
you are.
about.
Dude. I know where you stand.
Witsit,
Yeah, okay, bud.
Would you consider giving an answer, or?
Y'all pay for it, bro. Give him like
Deafening silence.
Maybe you can talk to him a little bit longer, bro. Witsit, don't sleep on that too.
Thanks
man.
for not giving an answer.
With this random ass bullshit, dude, make them pay for it, bro. Just be like, dude, just drop $50 in my PayPal, then we'll talk for half an hour. It's over, man. The time for debate was come and gone, dog. You guys lost. It's a wrap, dog. Yo, you see Trump might have fucking Michael Flynn as the vice president for his fucking shit, bro. How cool would that be, man? Yo, I heard a crazy statistic, man. I was thinking left lane, bro, wherever you're at. You know, like truckers, in the first year of trucking, they lose 91% of their friends. In the second year of trucking, they lose their wife.
You're really quiet right now.
Can you hear me? Or am I really low? My mic sometimes sucks.
That's better.
Yeah, we can hear you, dude.
Right on. Yo, isn't that a crazy statistic with fucking truckers, though? They lose 91% of their friends the first year. They lose the wife the second year. That shit's crazy.
Because they're doing it backwards. They have to become a trucker first, then do the rest.
Yeah, that's the move. I know a kid, he's like 18, just got his fucking CDL. That is the way to do it. Because then you can retire young or some shit.
Well, then you just find friends that are appropriate for your lifestyle and a wife equally so.
What was that?
Well, if you want that lifestyle, do that first, then find the friends and wife that fit that lifestyle. Opposed to the other way around.
I will say when I went on tour, I stopped talking to a lot of people.
But shedding dead weight is part of life anyway. It's how you grow.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Pruning. It's how you get more fruitful.
Yeah, I just thought that was such a weird, like a sad statistic for truckers. You know, like you think you get it.
What do they do? Like 16-hour days?
Oh,
8
man,
days a week?
60-hour days. Yeah. I'd hate that.
It'll
That
work
would
too
suck.
much.
So working on Mars and shit or whatever that is. Whatever planet, 60 hours a day.
I said 16, but yeah, either way.
Oh, I thought you said 60.
My joke was gonna be 16 and then 8 days a week, but anyway. You know what though? If you had one of those kind of like a motorhome, but had that at the front of the cab for the truck, then you could kind of have a life on the road.
Oh yeah, no,
Have a
I
little
have friends that-
kitchenette. The wife can cook and clean
They
while
travel
you
with their
drive.
wife and the whole show, man. Yeah. Yeah, if you can
That would
afford
be
it.
funny,
That's the
right?
trick though, is them fucking trucks aren't cheap. And they don't
But yeah,
start you
so
off on that one.
for those who are interested, I posted some of the links that Witsit posted today. Because he's busy and you lot are lazy. So read the paper. Not that hard.
Yeah, you see some. It was maybe it was from that movie again. There's a clip of this dude at the like in a city council talking about NASA and the space bubbles. No, IP. I remember. That's how IPS got big. Was he was going to the fucking town meetings. But fucking this new guy or another guy went in and was ripping him up. What a good move.
Yeah,
He
it's
was a
Justin.
What's up?
Justin Harvey. Yeah, Justin Harvey. That's the same guy that asked Scott Kelly about bubbles in space.
Right,
He
right.
recently went. Yeah, he went to the council meeting and called him out about the ISS.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
No, it's awesome, dude. There's like exclusive footage in there too. There's one of the Challenger astronauts. They approached one of the Challenger astronauts and started to ask her a question, and she like ran away. But she's like supposedly a teacher now. They went to her college just to ask her a simple question while she was walking on campus, and she like literally like bolted away.
You know what's crazy too,
And he
though,
was
man?
super respectful.
He was. Same guy. If it was the same guy, I could see that guy being completely respectful. He had like I just.
It was a different guy. It was a different guy, but he was also respectful. But Justin is awesome, bro. We went to NASA together. There's also exclusive footage in the film of him when we went to NASA talking to an astronaut face to face. I won't give it away, but
Cool.
it's hilarious.
You know, though, I will say, like, on the counter position, because, like, I'm very open to the anti-flat earthers in a lot of ways because the idea of, like, I've heard it called, like, flat earthers are, like, 1-minute truthers. You know what I mean? And how, like, a lot of the potential, like, flat earthers really don't know shit about any of the other conspiracies. And it kind of opens this Overton window into, like, no sense of reality. And like for some people how it's like detrimental and like they don't really know anything, they've just gotten into the truth thing, and they're still just as malleable as like somebody watching CNN, which I thought was an interesting point. It sucks because those same people are like also diehard like anti-flat earthers, but they make a great point. That's why, like, I mean, even now, okay, forgive me being a little short with you, but like, I get your guys' side. You know what I mean? Because it's like flat Earth destroys so much, man. It wipes so much off the table for like the collective consciousness of society. It's unreal, and it's kind of dangerous. But they fucked up by trying to say they went to the moon. If they'd have just never said that, they'd have been fine.
I don't empathize with the AK, dude. Like I get what you're saying, and I can empathize in that sense, but like the behavior that a lot of them exhibit is not understandable. I don't like. If I thought the
Oh
Earth was
no, bro.
I would never be in there, dude.
Well, no, you're mixed in with the because you got to remember it's the whole J-Trig program thing too. Like that's the problem. They wind up into like is this like am I involved in like a J-Trig op right now because these guys are just pulling this like like the end Alice in Wonderland effect. It's such a great example of what these clowns fucking do, especially with flat Earth. And You're not wrong, but at the same time, like, don't let their stupid position cloud the almost severity of the issue. Do you know what I mean, bro?
Yeah, for sure. No, like I think that one of the worst things I do is talk to them. Frankly, like I mean, like in any depth, because if you go just talk to an average person and you're like hella chill, everything's cool, laughing, having a good time, you bring up flat Earth, like you have enough to deal with there, right? They're gonna fight it instinctively, like that's enough, right? I mean, honestly, compared to veteran fighters.
How do you identify if someone is fighting it?
I would just use you as a case study.
Me?
Well, no, I can't. What's it? It's a good question. Don't get into okay. Just what? Yeah, it's a good question though. How would you define it? You know what I mean?
The people that fight are the ones that are like in a constant state of just trying to like win. So they feel like they have to do whatever they can to win the conversation. So they'll like not have good faith interaction. They'll use red herrings and change the subject and drag you through the mud and stuff like that. Like the lack of good faith interaction is how you can detect someone's fighting it.
I agree.
I'm doing that.
The say whatever, do whatever mentality coming into a group, and you have to think now. You're coming into a group basically that hang out in a certain place and going against their beliefs by not providing any evidence and actually stating as a fact that you don't have any facts over and over again while arguing. This is a strange position, man.
What am I arguing? Where am I arguing?
So you just picked up on that one part of what I said, the arguing, just that one word. So put any word there that you want to use, but then address all the other things that I said.
Okay. So, yeah.
I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm sorry. I don't want you to do that. I really don't want. We really have no use for you at all. To be honest, I'm just being honest. I'm not being ugly. I'm being honest with you. I personally have no use for you at all.
Good for you.
Yeah, at all. Like you.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, can you see? Can you see
that's
like
a lack of good faith on my part. Then now.
Well, okay. Can you see the problem is like you were having a bad faith convo with us, right? Like, I'm just saying, like bad faith. Bad faith is when like you don't just address exactly what the person says. You're just trying to like win. You know what I mean? It's like
did not try
I'm
to win.
almost
I tried
done,
to
buddy.
understand
Like,
what Rutgers is saying and the difference between what he's saying or what I perceive or what I'm intending to do. And I tried to mend that difference.
Okay, sorry if I paused. I'm like a little out of breath, but the point that I'm trying to make to you, man, it's like in a normal interaction, someone would have just said, wait, what do you mean by perspective being curved would change the model? And then once it was explained, they would just immediately be like, oh, well, then, yeah, of course. Of course, that would mean that.
Yes, what you're saying is pretty obvious. Something is derived
That's
from
my
certain basis. That's, for example, well, we can use optics in straight lines, roughly, basically, and that perception is entirely off base and is not correct, then obviously what's derived from that has to change as well. Yeah. What I asked you is like, okay, what do we actually know about it? Because you just iterated multiple times that it is curved, visual space is curved, and I was like, okay, this is. I did not know that it's supposedly curved to that extent. Like I knew that, well, our eyes, our perception, our interpretation of what we're seeing is not rectilinear. That's clear, but that doesn't mean that any visual space, every visual space is curved. So I was asking you for evidence for that, and you were naming a couple of things. Two things, only one of which is actually substantiating what you were claiming. and I asked you if you can provide specifics to that, and you did not
All
ask
right,
for
dude.
that
Listen,
later.
listen, dude. I'm working out, man. Like, so if I'm gonna talk to you in the middle of sets, like, you can't talk for 7 hours and say nothing. Okay. So how about this? I'm gonna do my set, so you just give your long-winded bullshit again. But explain how only one of the two things I said supported me. Specifically, support what you just said. Which one didn't support what I claimed?
Okay, the experiment with people trying to standing in an equilateral triangle. Not okay. Maybe I did not completely understand it because you said it appears as though it has spherical excess, and I don't know how that appearance was determined, how it was measured. But if it was just based off of the perception of the people that were trying to stand in equilateral triangles in different size magnitudes, and this does not substantiate that visual space other than our perception, the perception with our eyes, our interpretation.
Okay, so you
is correct.
admitted that you admitted that you don't fully understand it. So why did you say that only one of the things I said supports my point if the other thing you don't understand? See, this is
Said
the
there's a
bad thing
possibility.
I'm talking about.
I said there's a possibility that I didn't understand you correctly, but if I understood you correctly, which the understanding that I have, I just explained, is then that did not substantiate
No,
that
okay, you
visual
don't
space other
understand me
than our
correctly. You
perception
sound
is
goofy.
not.
All right, dude. I don't have forever, dude. I'm working out, which means I can only talk to you in between the sets. Okay, listen carefully. So they knew where the people were standing, and they were standing in perfect equilateral triangles. They measured it and made them stand in perfect equilateral triangles. No one said that they
Okay.
just tried to guess where the triangles were. Okay.
Okay.
But what they did was they used exocentric pointers to try to map things out based on their perspective, and it created spherical excess due to their vision from 2 meters all the way up to 20 meters, right? And it was consistently the same, like what was off from reality and what was perceived was the same consistently for all distances and all people groups, meaning it was like they were seeing curved. So they, if you
What
do it
did
with
they?
like four, I'm in the middle of talking, dude. What the fuck? Okay, so if you say it's just random error because humans did it, then it would be random. It wouldn't be exactly the same for each person. Each person
Okay.
sees hyperbolic visual space.
So what did they use to map? What you lost me with this extra sensors. That's why I tried to interject because, like, the longer you made this afterwards, made it all the harder to unravel again where you lost me. So
Okay, look, buddy.
maybe
You're like the worst timing ever. Like as soon as I go to start doing it again, then you like talk real short. Like, can someone else start? I don't care. The point is that like all the different people, they got the same results, and they also did this looking down long railroad tracks. They also did this looking down long alleys, and they did this with robotics in many different ways. All of it showed that visual space is hyperbolic. At greater distance, it's elliptic. So you can deny it if you want to. I think you should probably read the
I'm not
papers.
trying to deny it, dude. My
You
God,
are
I'm trying
literally
to
in the process.
understand what the fuck you're talking about.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna come.
Read the papers then.
You can try it.
Yeah, but if we would provide them.
Have you not been reading the chat? They are posted. There's 7 papers for you to read, and you should have a
You're
comprehensive
saying that
understanding.
Vincent is
Assume.
referring to
Hold
the
on.
papers that you posted. Is that what you're saying? Because I asked Vincent about it, and he
So
did not
wait,
answer to that.
you're not going to wait for me to finish.
Yeah, I sent him the
Let's
papers.
not
gonna
start
complain
this
in the middle
interrupting
of my
thing. Hold on
sentence.
1 second. Also, when if you can hear other people talking at the same time, let's back down from that. But yeah, we got to go one at a time. Elisha, you got a
Okay, 1
echo
second.
going.
Yeah.
Let's all go one at a time, please.
Yeah, it's really simple. Just scroll up. I've posted 7 papers. Read them. You'll have a comprehensive understanding at the minimum once you've read it.
I asked you a yes or no question. Okay, so no answer to that either.
Oh, is anyone
No,
interested in
no answer
debating with
to
this
what?
guy? Hold on
I
a second.
gave
I know
you the
you can hear me,
papers.
Elijah. I don't know why. Is anyone interested in debating this guy?
No one is debating.
I don't
Okay,
think so. It sounds like he has some homework to do first before.
Yeah,
he
your objection's been duly noted. We're moving on.
All right, so
So does anyone else have does anyone have any topics or?
So they marked out the equilateral triangles. They had the people stand in those spots. Then they measured how the distance was perceived using what?
Exocentric pointers. They had the people try to perceive the locations, and they all saw them off in the same way. And whenever they took the data from all these different subjects, and it was blinded too, they didn't even know what they were doing or what the purpose was. They did the same thing with railroad track, with physics students and a professor. They were all getting the same result. So, like, it isn't a viable explanation as detailed in the paper to say it was just random human error, because all of the subjects got the same results consistently.
Exocentric pointers. Not.
It's exocentric, dude. I don't got time for this, dude. Just move on, man. Just move on. This is boring.
We're moving on, no doubt. We're moving on. Yeah, this guy's.
not
Does anyone have any Does anyone have any good topics or?
I want to know if anyone here raises honeybees.
Well, I was just going to say that flattening, I think, is based on their. They've got the sphere, the geometric sphere, and then you've got the gravitational sphere, and then they kind of use the flattening to go between the two.
Well, it was much more of like a good faith thing, right? Like, I did start it off by saying, do any of the ballers want to admit that if perspective or visual space actually curved and the entire model's wrong, right? Because the entire model was built off of Euclidean perspective, so it would have to be wrong. But it was just more like the test is like a good faith thing. I don't care about arguing with anti-flat earthers who are desperately trying not to get it. It's just like very interesting that you can have equilateral triangles, and perspective alone will make them appear to have spherical excess, even though they're provably, tangibly equilateral.
How is that measured?
Yeah, this combo
You just heard me say I don't want to talk to anti-flat earthers about it. Did that part go? Did you miss that part?
I'm not an anti-flat earther. I'm a pro-truther.
You are an anti-flat earther by definition.
What is the definition of an anti-flat earther?
You.
Okay. Wait, I'm not him.
So I'm him?
Basically, yeah. You guys are like a conglomerate of robots.
Okay. Yeah. So you are not willing to give an intellectually honest.
Anti-flat earthers are anyone that comes here consistently to defend a model we were all told when we were 5 that was supposedly proven when people went. You're immediately interrupting me. See what I'm saying? Like, as I go to answer this, now you're interrupting me again. I'm going to give you a warning. Hey, AK, you know what you're not going to be doing anymore? Talking, because you're going to get a warning. Because like this is like the 15th time I've asked you to stop doing that. This is why I didn't answer the first time, because I knew you would do that because you have an emotional impulse control issue. Okay, so my definition of anti-flat earthers are people that dedicate extended periods of time to combating flat earth, learning all their arguments, staying up to date with their arguments, coming in here, following their YouTubes, watching debates, constantly for years trying to keep up with flat earth when they claim that it's stupid and easily debunked and that their model they were told when they were 5 is true. That doesn't make any logical sense. So that's an anti-flat earth.
Okay, so where exactly do you draw my intent, or my supposed intent of doing that in order to debunk it and actually claiming that it's easily debunked and easily knowing that it's untrue from? Because you have classified me as that person, and therefore you have classified me as having that being here for that intent, right?
Yeah, for one, I've read all your chats for a long time, and you literally say nothing but anti-flat earth rhetoric. And in addition, You yourself, out of your own mouth, a second ago when Crypto and I were talking to you, whenever you said that you weren't a baller, you took contention with me calling you a baller, which you obviously are. And then you said, I said, oh, so do you think yours a ball? And you said, no, I don't think it's a ball. Certain things can be proven with experiments and tests, and it doesn't require
Exactly, which way, which if
Why
it was
are
false
you
fight or web fight.
interrupting me again? Then you said
Because we are at
that.
the point that
Okay,
we can clarify already.
I'm disengaging. I'm disengaging.
Yeah.
But the point is that I'm saying that yeah,
No,
you can verify
we're not
if
going
this
on.
information
Hell
that's
no,
out
you're
there is
not
true
interrupting
or
with
not
it and then
true.
going on with your point, my man. You can't hear me talking. You're not going to interrupt Witsit to make him quit and then fucking just go on with your point. Fuck that.
I just muted him. Leave him muted for 15 minutes. Enough for this guy. I've been here 2 hours now. All he does is interrupt. Leave him muted for 15 minutes. No more warnings.
Way longer than that. He has to read 7 papers. Come on.
I mean, enough is freaking enough.
But about the bumblebees, does anyone raise them or know anyone who raises them?
My parents raised honeybees when I was a kid.
Okay, well, in the present day.
Hey.
Yeah, I heard.
I'm not
some
shitting on
silly
you. I'm
thing about
asking a very
how they-
specific question.
I heard something about how beekeepers are some of the longest living people or something.
Yeah, I've heard this too. The reason I'm asking, because I might be able to, but not right now. But we were talking, I think last night or the day before, about how they fly and some of the different attributes. I was wondering if you could get them on a ferrocell, whether you could get any readings or any data from that.
From a honeybee?
Or from any bee for that matter, but honeybees are easier because people raise them for a hobby job.
Oh, and they have the best navigation of any insect in the world, I think.
Right. So
I think
I'm just curious what they would look like under or on top of a ferrocell, if anybody could do that, because I tried looking and I haven't found anyone online who's done it.
so. What you can do is just take a strong magnet and see if a honeybee sticks to it. If he doesn't stick to it, he's not going to show up on the ferrocell.
If the bee has magnesium or manganese in it, that probably helps it align itself to navigation, maybe.
Somehow I don't think bees are going to be magnetic. I don't think they're going to stick to magnets, no matter how hard you try.
Yeah, I wondered, is that resonance thing even true? You know, I've often felt like that's like, you know, like part of the vegan conspiracy. You know what I mean? Like honeybees.
What are you referencing?
Like, you know, this theory that like they resonate. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they don't like flap their wings and create propulsion. They like create their fucking,
I think they do
some
both.
harmonic frequencies. I mean, it sounds like some bullshit to me. I don't know though.
I think they do both, because there is credence to the fact that, or the statement that's made, that they don't seem like they're actually capable of flying if you just view them mechanically. So this is just me thinking out loud, because I haven't got my hands on any bees, just seen some interesting stuff. But I'd imagine that whatever that cavity thing that they're able to probably use to do the static pickup of the pollen, that they use that to, I don't know, like limit the impact of their physical structure to allow those wings to actually navigate and fly. Does that make sense, Issa? So it's like a combination of two things. The wings work, but I think it's something within that cavity that they.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting. I mean, it could be. I really don't know. You know, I've always I'm so reluctant to believe like woo woo. You know, we'll know what it is. It's a special magnetic frequency from like the mother goddess, and like the mother goddess flies to the next plant where they know
But
because they follow. They
definitely
follow the
employ
warm embrace of the Earth's magnetic hug, and they follow it all the way to the. You know what I mean?
Oh, this was proven with an experiment, though. So, like, what they did was they had a bunch of flowers, and they put like really bitter water, like bitter fluid on some of the flowers, and then really sweet fluid on the other flowers. Obviously, the bees prefer the sweet fluid. And what they did was they introduced different amounts of charges to the flowers, and the bees migrated and went to the flowers with more charge, even when they had the bitter water consistently. And then when they leveled out the charging, they just went to the sweet water. Which means that they navigate where they're going to go with the flowers based on the charge. And this is also shown through non-contact pollen detachment, which is where the bee like hovers over the flower, and then the pollen like detaches from the fat flower, levitates up, and then sticks and clings to the bee, because the bee accumulates quote unquote positive charge as it flies, and then the flower being connected to the ground is negatively charged, and so they have opposite attraction or whatever, right? Yeah, and then when it comes to the flying thing, let me just get it all out. Sorry. When it comes to the flying thing, like they're not aerodynamic. So people have been trying to understand their flight for a long time, and they can fly through crosswinds of up to 60 miles per hour unaffected. And so they've
See, that's
found
what
that.
I don't. I've heard that, and I don't know if I buy it, man.
Okay,
They're
well, they
not
put little
affected by
sensors.
60 wind mile. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. That's why.
Yeah, they put little bitty micro sensors on the bees and actually track their flight.
That's crazy if that's the fact, because that's.
I know,
that's
it's
just
insane.
Because that's just like, it's really hard for me to accept that. No, you know what I mean? Whatever, like, but it's because it's like, dude, 60-mile crosswinds, dude, come on, dude. Like, that's fucking moving a
Well,
bee
then
out of the
that's. I mean, you can't just be like a helicopter or something, right? Like, it has to be something else. But that's why, like, the electrostatic resonance kind of makes sense. It creates like a little force field around them.
Right,
like,
that's where the woo-woo starts for me, dog. That's where the woo-woo gets started.
Okay,
I'm like, whoa.
well,
I'm like, it's like got a Death Star protection fucking
People
field around
people
it.
use legitimate things and they woo woo the crap out of it for either for monetary gain or just because they're bored, right? But if you dismiss it because of the hippie attachments to it, then you're missing out.
Oh well, I
Because,
mean, I'm
like,
not.
For instance, right? You know all the woo woo stuff with like sound healing or whatever. You have all of those people and they act all sorts of retarded, and most of them don't know what they're talking about. But the fundamentals of can you have healing or positive effects through acoustics, that stuff is real. There's no debate about it when you get down to the nitty gritty. But it's because of all the associations that people dismiss things out of hand.
There's evidence for that.
You're really quiet again. Fix the mic.
Like that's evidence for me in the sense, like, or there is evidence for me in the sense of like cymatics or whatever.
Right,
You know
it's
what I
similar
mean?
with it's similar with the bees. It's just lesser known. Like,
well, yeah,
I'm
like
sure
that's what I'm saying. You can also look at the
look
Heart
into it.
Institute. Look at the Heart Institute. They study the heart, and our heart doesn't just pump blood the way you're told in school. It's a magnetic field. Exactly. It's like provably a magnetic field. They actually showed that the distance in which they can detect an individual magnetic field from a person. This is gonna sound woo woo for sure, but it extends when you show certain emotions. So when you're in a state of fear, that toroid gets smaller, and then whenever you're like happy or showing love, the emotion of love is the strongest one. It extends it out many, many feet. It's like the average is around 6 feet. What a coincidence they told us to stay 6 feet away from each other. And then when you get into a hyper state of fear, it can go down as small as 2 feet, like a 2 feet radius. And then when you show love, it can go out to 20 feet.
How would I measure this?
It's not just limited to that, though. This is harder to deal with from a data point of view. But this is a known thing of if you stare at someone at the back of the head, they're going to turn around, right? Everyone's had that experience, done that themselves. And this is something, apparently, I'm only hearing it from an anecdote, but they teach people who go and take sentries out, military people, that it's not advisable to look at somebody that you're gonna clip, because they might tell. So this is anecdotal things, but these anecdotes are not just like arbitrarily pulled out of nowhere. They're consistent across the board. But to your question, Jesse, what was it? How would you test it?
Yeah, how would I measure this magnetic field?
I don't remember all the specifics. You can just look. I dropped a Heart Institute. No, that's not even it. That's Heart Math. Let me find the Heart Institute.
Oh, thank you.
Apparently, the heart produces electricity as well for the spinal cord and the brain activity. Apparently, that's produced in the heart.
Yeah,
I like it.
it's magnetism, man. It like circulates like a toroid out from your heart. Your blood does up and around and down and around. So anyway, but I can assure you, I don't want to argue with someone that wants to defend like the 7th grade biology textbook I had. Like, trust me, I went to a private school. I know what you believe.
I heard you guys speaking about bees. Elisha, you might be interested in this. When you look up the Hebrew word for bee, or the word for word, or Deborah, just look into that. It's very interesting.
Yeah, you tagged me yesterday. What's the Hebrew word for logos or word? What is it?
Deborah.
What does it mean exactly?
There's several different. The ones I just cited, you could kind of look them up. And if you want to look them up and be very precise, just get a Strong's. Look up Strong's Concordance. Look up the word Hebrew for bee, Hebrew for Deborah, and Hebrew for word. Like Deuteronomy is the words. So just look up, what is the Hebrew for that, and see the similarities there.
Well, I'm curious because, what we're talking about yesterday, the word in Greek, right? And religion means the word, like, it also means like the beginning, like the word of God type thing, logos. So does that have any significance in the Hebrew text as well, or it's not associated with a God or with the word, the beginning word?
It's basically the same. I mean, in the Greek, it's something that is said, but in the Hebrew, it's order. It's of course it's something that's said, something that is spoken or commanded, right?
Right.
So you can look at the definitions in the Hebrew just as I've explained. Just go to a Strong's Concordance or any other Hebrew text and just look at those, the definition for those words.
Interesting. Thanks. Because in the Greek, that logos, right, is a big thing. Like it's like sort of like, like the Alpha and the Omega. Well, this is like the Alpha, the spoken, like God. God spoke His word, everything into existence, right? It also means in Greek when I say like, I'll give you my logos, right? Sudino to logomu. That means I give you my word. That's like a big thing, like, it encompasses a lot of things. That word logos, yeah.
Does the word logic come from that word?
Yes, indeed, it does. Yep. That's what geometry is based on. That's what, they took religion. Religion was the Hermetics and all that stuff. There's a lot of stuff tied into that word. Yeah, that's very big in religion and in the Greek philosophy as well.
I like the way it's phrased here.
I was curious about when you.
Go ahead.
SE, I was curious when you said the heart it gives off an electric to the brain and spine. Does that, like, when a baby develops, is it the heart, then the brain and spine, or? I
I
can't
don't
remember.
know, bro. There's like an electrical thing associated with it. Like it says toroid and all this stuff. Well, it would make sense when it contracts and expands. It's a movement, and I could easily see how that could create electricity, even though it's physical, like matter, like tissue and stuff. I can see how that could happen.
Autodidactic, I think that's the channel. They did a video on it.
Okay. Well, look, it's obvious that we have electricity running through our brain when they do an EKG, right? They pick all that stuff up. So, and I remember reading that where that comes from is the heart. That not only does it pump the blood, it also creates the electricity.
Well, yeah, that's the whole notion of why people say, well, it's not actually a pump. Mechanically, it's not a pump. And then also, if you dive deeper into its electromagnetic function. And then it doesn't really take that much to consider that as an idea, because how do people get their hearts fixed or kept in rhythm if they have issues? The way people do it is with pacemakers. Pacemaker is not a mechanical solution. It's an electronic solution.
But think about it, bro. We're no different than a machine, right? We have joints, limbs.
We're better
We
than
have,
machines.
well, obviously, but if you
We're
think
not made
about it,
by men, innit? So that makes us a lot better.
I was
yeah, I'm
listening to
not.
QE's. I was listening to QE's presentation he did on information that was good. They describe the DNA as robots and shit. It was neat.
Yeah, it is. You can definitely mechanicalize think of it mechanically, like I was saying now, right? The heart pumps blood, makes electricity. Our limbs, right? We have joints, we have motion, we have vision, right? It's
Well,
hearing.
we make robots in our image. It doesn't exactly speak to how robot-like we are.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. I'm just saying that there's similarities in if you look at the body, the system of our body, you can tell it's like we're like a machine, right? But we're a machine made of skin and bones, and but we're a machine nevertheless. If you really look at us, right?
All right. See you guys later.
I don't know. That's the way I see it. I mean, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, right? Of course, we're not just a machine.
Dude, everything's electric, man. Like if you want to get into the truth, it appears that everything that exists, whether energy or matter, is all the same stuff. It's just different versions of the same stuff.
That's my
So like
point.
if you have that understanding, then it changes a lot.
We just rearranged matter, right? Yeah. Like yesterday,
Yeah,
they were talking about abiogenesis. Yeah, good luck with that one. Yeah.
well, yeah, that's just retarded, right? But I mean, who cares? Who cares what they think? Like I'm talking about something so deep and profound. Yeah, like everything that exists. I mean, scientifically speaking, it seems to be the only viable explanation. It's not some religious position or anything like that. It's like everything is the same stuff, and that's so profound and hard to wrap your mind around, because it's like we have air and gas and water, and we have solids and liquids. We have this car, this Jeep I'm in, and then this road, and then the sky, and then the air I'm breathing, and then the water I'm drinking. And it's like we just compartmentalize it. We think it's all this different stuff. In reality, it's just different versions of the same stuff. And so, what distinguishes us as people or mankind from everything else? It's that we have the breath of life. We have a spirit. We actually have like a divine spark inside of that vessel. Other than that, like everything is actually connected, literally. And we actually have like evidence just on a surface. Just look like a caveman could go do physics for a second and see that everything that exists is held together by the same little charge, and they'd be like, "That's fascinating,"
You know what's also freaked out? I was reading up on this a while back. Apparently, there's carbon and silicon. Okay, those are the two very abundant things that life could have formed. And apparently, silicon and carbon are the two molecules that have 4 receptors. They were explaining it like that. So it's like really freaked out that life could have started off as silicon just as much as it could off with carbon. But of course, we know we're carbon based. So I found that really freaked out. Like,
Hey, what's it?
What's up?
Have you been going barefoot lately, bro?
Yeah, of course.
That's right. Hey, you think the animals like dogs need to be grounded twice as much as people? That's why they have 4 legs on the ground, huh? Instead of just 2?
I don't know.
I think that's.
Think of the
Pretty sure that's
millipede.
for their motion, but sure, why not?
And
And centipedes are really out
But
here. Like
they seem to operate a lot more sensibly than us. When they get
See-
hurt, they just go cuddle up in the ground.
they have
Yep.
they
Come
have
back
more
in a
legs,
couple
so
of
that
days.
because the legs are so skinny, they don't each leg doesn't ground very well, so they need more of them, right?
Oh no, they have good grounding pads on the bottom of their feet though. They're different than ours.
You guys are ready to freak out? What I'm going to show you now?
Sure.
How could I have forgotten this?
Show us
Check
the
this
answer to
out.
the next Super Bowl.
No, this is way better than that. Have you ever heard of a diatom?
Yes,
I
I've
have
seen
now.
them under my microscope.
Yeah, well, those are part plant, part animal-based silica. They have a silica-based shell. Like, have a look at this, guys.
What is it?
Is that what's like
it's
floating in the ocean? Diatoms?
yeah,
Like that
yeah,
make diatomaceous
Like
earth
plankton.
develop?
yeah, it's a dualistic life form. It has an animal inside, innards, whatever you want to call it, and it has a silicon-based shell.
Oh, so it's just like a little crabfish or whatever. They just find a show and
No, it's like
It's
plankton.
microscopic. It's not. It's like it's like very small.
I've got
No,
news.
it is. It is in the plankton family. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's dual. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's part plant and part silica. In other words, silica, you know what it is, sand, right? We make glass
Glass.
out of it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they have an amazing single piece glass latticework structure for a skeleton, and they also swim around too. But I have news for you. You're part plant too. There's some rather plant-like biology that helps us digest our food also.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm telling you. It's part plant and part sand.
Is that also what provides us our oxygen? Is that what they claim?
Well, most of our oxygen, believe it or not, they say comes from the ocean, unlike what we think from the trees and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Most of it
from
comes from
diatoms in the ocean, though, right?
plankton. Yeah.
Dude, Jesse, are you actually are you actually like denying that the heart's electromagnetic?
Well, in the way I understand it, it uses electrical signaling to control the muscle cells, and this creates and whenever you have an electrical current flow, that creates a magnetic and a proportional magnetic field, even if
So
that
the heart's
magnetic field's not.
electromagnetic. Okay.
What's that?
So the heart is electromagnetic. Gotcha.
Well, I I see the magnetism as just a byproduct. I'm not aware of the magnetism actually playing a role, but it is a byproduct of any time you have an electrical current flowing, which we do in cells because we measure it with microvolt probes. Whenever you have an electric current, then you do have a resulting magnetic field. They go together. That's how dynamos work and everything, electromagnets and motors and everything.
Hence him saying electromagnetic.
Dude, each contraction creates polarization. It's an electromagnetic field. It doesn't really matter how you want to try to spin it and act like it's not or something. And the fact that you think that magnetism and electricity are like two totally separate things that are like unrelated, and magnetism just happens to be caused by it. I mean, that's a whole conversation that I've found out is not fruitful to have with you, frankly. So it's all good, man. I dropped a NIH paper right there talking about the electromagnetic nature of the heart.
So here's an experiment you can do yourself. You can take the tiniest little watch battery, take a couple of pins and prick your skin a little bit, and just try that 1.5 volts, and you will feel quite a strong sensation just from the tiniest amount of electricity. Or just put a piece of aluminum foil and copper foil in your mouth, and it'll make a little battery, and you'll see that electricity has a large reaction. Your body senses it. But you can take the strongest magnet you have, put it anywhere on your body, unless you have a pacemaker or an implant or something that's not natural, and you won't feel a thing.
Totally unrelated.
Okay, what's your point, dude?
Oh, my point is that the magnetism has no particular interaction with the human body, but the electricity does.
That's
And there is a.
That's like fundamentally erroneous. What are you talking about?
What do you mean it's erroneous?
Are you sure you're functioning on all 5 cylinders?
I think we should just let him have it, dude. I don't want people to know some of these truths. I don't think they're supposed to.
Is the heart a pump? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're wrong.
No, what do you mean? I mean, I've taken them apart. I've dissected them. They look like a pump. You squeeze them and they pump. They've got check valves. They have a variable size chamber just like a pump. What do you mean they're not a pump?
They're not a pump.
Well, what do you mean?
They don't pump the blood.
Well, what do you mean? How do they not? Do they not contract and release and contract and release?
They don't pump the blood.
Do they do that?
You're not being very helpful. I mean, they change volume.
How does it feel?
He doesn't
And what's
understand.
the
You don't
point of a-
understand it. Listen carefully, dude. It's the dielectric and the magnetic are intrinsically tied together, and then the hybridization of this results in electricity once it's coherently a hybrid. Okay, so I know you don't get that, but like your straw man doesn't somehow refute me.
Also, the notion that vessel, the size that it is, and the strength that it can apply, has the ability to pump blood around the whole human body is a mechanically retarded thing to say. The only reason this is being perpetuated is because people just repeat things without actually thinking. But from people who actually deal with hearts professionally and who have examined hearts professionally and who can demonstrate this, and I cited a video earlier of somebody, and there's another doctor, I can't remember his name. This isn't an uncommon phenomena. I've spoken to a cardio, what do they call them? People who scan hearts for a living, technician. So I've spoken to these people myself. I've watched the interviews. I've read the stuff. I've listened. It's not a pump. It doesn't have the mechanical ability to pump. End of story.
But it's got the inlet and outlet check valves, and
if
it's
it can't mechanically do what is being claimed to do.
What does it do
then it's not doing that. Well, that's a different question, and we've been talking about that. Witz has just articulated that very clearly.
Who let this guy unmuted,
What's the purpose of a pacemaker then? And what are we doing with pacemakers?
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you a question then. How does a pacemaker cause a pump to keep its rhythm just by a little bit of
because the human body uses electrical signals carried by the nerves to.
That doesn't answer the question.
Well, are you going to let me finish my? Do I let you finish your sentences, Elisha?
The next time you guys interrupt, it's not gonna be good. I'm telling you.
Him or me?
Anyway.
Him. I mean, come on, guys. Please, man.
So, in answer to your question, Elisha, the nerves carry and amplify small electrical signals, which they send to the muscles, and the muscles take and amplify those small electrical signals and use those to actuate the contraction of the muscles, right?
That's your claim, yeah?
Have you ever grabbed onto an electric fence charger or gotten shocked on the ignition from an automotive system?
Now, will you go do a live demonstration for us?
I grew up on a farm, I got zapped enough. But the point I'm making...
grounded? Was there sufficient amps?
Unfortunately, there was sufficient grounding to cause quite a sensation. But the point I'm making is...
Not enough amps, because you're still talking about it.
That's not very nice. The point I'm making is that you can see that an electrical signal causes your muscles to contract, right?
Okay, yeah, everyone knows that, dude.
But
Like,
you
I just
realize
dropped a
this isn't
medical
a
paper showing the heart's electromagnetic, dude.
It's not
It
even
doesn't
a
matter what anyone
refutation to
says.
what I said earlier, though. Because I went down the list of how it's just not mechanically possible, the way you're proposing it, or the way it has been proposed for however many years, that it's pumping the blood. It doesn't work. So it doesn't matter when you then bring up the pacemaker and then say how the pacemaker interacts with the heart. It doesn't get away from the fact that it mechanically can't do what it's being claimed to do. So therefore,
Let's
it's
do it
not
like this.
that.
Can you have magnetism without electrostatics?
I mean, it depends on your definitions, but I don't see what this has to do with whether the heart pumps blood.
Okay, well, it's because you actually jumped in to say there was a distinct difference between electric and magnetic, and you actually used electricity as your example, which means you don't understand it because electricity is the hybridization of magnetism and dielectricity. dielectric or electrostatics. So the dielectric field is magnetism. It is two sides to the same coin. You cannot separate them. They are intrinsically tied together forever, always, in all scenarios. And then you don't understand that. So you keep going back to electricity, which is the hybridization of both, which means you actually can't have electricity without there being a magnetic properties either. Okay. And I dropped an entire paper explaining in depth that the heart's electromagnetic, and it doesn't just work like a pump. Okay. And that's this archaic, rudimentary way that people explain it. And it's a misnomer. And I gave you an accredited source explaining it.
Did you tag me?
No, I'll drop it again. There, it's right there.
Descended by accredited
Cardiac
mail for
torsion
him
and
to-
electromagnetic fields.
I already dropped something explaining how it happens. The sinus node, also called the sinatral node or SA node, this is a small mass of specialized tissue located in the right upper chamber. Hello? This is not subject to debate. This is a fact.
You know what analogy might work? Essie, tell me if you think this works for your visual appreciation. So it would be akin to saying that unlike a crossroads, right, on traffic system, that the crossroad mechanism to, I don't know, flow the traffic, that's the thing that's pumping the cars up and down the veins of traffic. And that's obviously silly because the cars are moving by their own steam. It's not 100% analogous, but you get the point, right?
I hear you, Elijah. Like, I've heard the heart being referred to as a pump before, I won't lie. I'm not sure about that part, but I'm absolutely sure about the part of the electricity. I mean, that's in documentation. That's very well known.
You can just read this right here, right? So, although in physiology, the heart is often referred to as a simple piston pump, there are in fact two additional features that are integral to cardiac physiology and function. I should not be reading this right now. Second, the heart produces a significant electromagnetic field with each contraction due to the coordinated depolarization of, I don't know how to say the word, producing a current flow. Unlike the electrocardia, I don't even know how to say the word. Electrocardiogram. Sorry, I shouldn't be reading this. The magnetic field is not limited to volume, conduction, and extends outside the body. Okay.
Are you driving?
But that
don't do it if you're driving, man. It ain't worth it. Don't, especially for these guys. Don't do it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's not pumping. Just because it creates a magnetic field while it pumps, that doesn't mean it's not pumping. I don't understand the logic there.
No, I know you don't understand. So I said it's not just a simple piston, like a simple pump, like they say. That's not how it actually works. And then just because you baselessly say that, oh, it is a piston pump, it just creates a magnetic field, that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it true at all. So, like, what gives it its energy to make it pump?
It burns carbohydrates, or, it burns energy and oxygen, just like all the other muscles.
And then it does what? What interaction does that create? Well, like, what does that create? What is that reaction?
The muscles contract, and that reduces the volume inside the chambers.
What's the actual source of energy? What is the energy?
Well, and you said muscles contract from electricity before, so keep that in mind.
Right. Electricity is simply a trigger. It's not, if you look at the amount of watts or horsepower that a muscle can make, the electricity that's controlling it is not nearly enough to account for that energy. But the electricity just is used like a control signal, and it instructs the muscle to burn the fuel and the oxygen in your bloodstream to actually do the actual work. That's why you breathe harder, because you need more oxygen when you're pumping iron, right?
The paper discusses the heart operating as a generator, bro. Are you going to read the paper or just like teach us 7th grade biology? Like, Jesse, do you not see why I get frustrated with you? It's like when someone sends this to me, I'm like, that sounds wild. And then I just, not this paper specifically, but this idea. And then I just researched it. I didn't start arguing with them. I didn't start saying, no, that's not what I learned in school. No, this is how it works. The mitochondria stores information. I didn't do that. I just like, went and looked into it first before I came to a conclusion. The evidence is overwhelming that the heart is electromagnetic.
Well, all muscles are electromagnetic in that they use electrical signals to control the muscles, and those electrical signals produce very, very weak magnetic fields. So I'm not sure what your point is. Does this paper actually say that the heart doesn't pump, or does it just say that it does other things also?
Dude, do you think a magnetic field is what you could classify the byproduct as pumping? That's why they did that, because the blood circulates around and then comes back and then goes back around. So they said it pumps it because they're retarded. And actually, this
Let
is a
me
good
try
point for you
this.
to out here.
Oh, so you're on.
Real fast, dude. So just in case you guys didn't know, back in the day, and this is going to sound like a diversion, but it's not. Back in the day, people everyone owned their own businesses. Everyone owned a farm. And then you used to go to school for 1 to 2 hours a week. And that would be on Sunday. That's why at the church, that's why they call it a Sunday school. And they would just learn to read and write. And they would learn real life skills at the house with their family. And their family would teach them. And then the powers that shouldn't be said, how can we flip this to make slaves? And so they created the education system. And they said, well, what are we going to teach them? Oh, we'll just teach them a whole lot of everything about nothing. And then teach them that they need to be graded like an employer. And A means good employee, F means bad employee. And then make them sit there for around 8 hours. That way they'll be tuned and ready for a factory position. And they shifted this whole paradigm over to this education system. So all that to say, that's where you're getting all this information, is this dumbed down, that's why everything that we're taught is admittedly not even scientifically accurate. It's dumbed down, like mass attracting mass. Same thing with the heart. The heart pumps. The heart's a pump. Oh, mommy, daddy, I learned that the heart's a pump. But it's not. It's not how it works. It's pumping, if you want to call it that, because it's actually circulating within contraction and expansion within the centrifugal and centripetal aspect of the heart, emanating from the center, because it's electromagnetic. It acts as a generator. All right, I know that was a lot, sorry.
Maybe I
Call
can
the heart
simplify.
surgeon.
So
Let me just say this, guys. Have you ever taken a first aid class? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that
EMT.
Yes,
machine,
I
the
have.
machine
I've
that they
taken first aid.
that they show you, that they put on your chest,
Defibrillator.
the defibrillator. Do you guys know how that works, right? It works with
Yes.
electricity, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
So that gives a shock to the heart to get it going again. So just that should tell you that the heart is electrical.
Well, you're
Yeah,
using
well, the
logic.
nerve conductions are electrical. That's well known. But the heart simply contracts, decreasing the volume of the compartment, forcing the blood out. That's all it is.
Do you not
So
know
what
that
makes the
contraction
electricity
is
then?
It doesn't
magnetism,
have
Leslie?
the capacity to do that.
Did you not know that contraction is part of magnetism?
No, it's not part of magnetism. It's a mechanism within the cardiac muscle, and it acts sort of like a ratchet that draws the muscles and contracts the muscle, decreasing the compartment size, forcing blood out.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you guys go back to, pretending you're teaching us because you can remember your lesson in school. Like, I just dropped an NIH scientific paper, and sure, they proposed it as a hypothesis, built upon all the experimental evidence, and they explain that the heart actually operates as a generator, and that the contraction is an electromagnetic phenomenon. If you just say nuh-uh, and
Yeah,
then
I've
use
never
an
heard
analogy
that.
of a ratchet, that doesn't change it. Well, you should read the article. Maybe you'll find it
Well,
interesting. I think you have some history with biology.
Yeah, I've worked in the
I'm not even
cath
trying
lab. It's not an open heart surgery. I've been in the surgery when they do an open heart surgery. I've been in and watched it, but I worked in the cath lab for a little bit. It's well understood what the heart is and how it works.
But the top levels of science are saying that they don't fully understand it to this day, and they're trying to figure out exactly how it works.
Okay.
Don't worry, Leslie knows.
I'm not.
It's kind of like saying, for example, if I was talking to a brain surgeon, yeah, that dude knows a ton about the brain. He doesn't know exactly how the brain works, though, because no human alive does. right? So it's like just because we have fields that do things on certain organs doesn't mean they fully understand them.
Well, they know it
So,
well enough to do what they do, and they do quite a bit. I mean, heart
But they
transplants
didn't.
and
They didn't make the heart from nothing, right?
but
They
that's a good
they
point,
just
Left
patch it together mechanically as best they can, right?
Lane. That's a good point. I agree with you. That's my point. That they know it good enough, right? So like people do brain surgery all the time, and actually my granddad just had brain surgery, and so arguably they saved his life, which I said he should change his diet, but whatever. So, but guess what, dude? When they say you only use 10% of your brain, what they're actually saying is we only kind of sort of understand 10% of the brain. And they admit you can look into like the Neuralink studies where they're trying to fully understand the brain. They cannot even imitate like a fraction of the neural pathways in the exchanges. They can't even
yeah, I agree
understand
with
it,
that.
much less imitate it. So that's what I'm saying. We can still do brain surgery even though we don't understand the brain like barely at all, right? Even though it's probably negative. It's probably not smart to do that if you think about it.
Plus, a more accurate representation of that 10% notion is to do with the fact that you have all these subconscious processes being run and organized by the brain. So it's not as if the brain isn't being used. It's just that it dedicates a lot of its function to the things that we don't consciously deal with. Like we don't consciously deal with our digestion or our hormone releases and stuff like that. The brain does that.
Yeah, but it's also a misnomer.
Certain things are not
Yeah,
debatable.
I know.
Bro.
I'm just saying, like even within that nonsensical idea of as if you know, even within that, that's just a phrase that people have taken out and then run with. Same with the heart's a pump. That's not really necessarily what was being said when people were like finding out about the body and how it worked. This is just something that's gone into the colloquial phrase and has been run with without actual
saying the heart pumps isn't entirely inaccurate, right? Like if I was a glober, saying mass attracting mass isn't entirely inaccurate, but it is inaccurate because mass itself doesn't attract anything, and it's not an intrinsic property of matter, that being gravity, in your paradigm, right? It's the same thing with this. You can say the heart pumps. Well, sure, technically you can say that like in a caveman way because it contracts and expands. Okay, so you can call it a pump that floats your boat, but contraction and expansion is literally a part of magnetism. That's how the magnetic field works. It contracts and expands. It has a vortex and an anti-vortex, and this is well known.
Well, it's got a set of valves in there that control the direction of blood flow, and then which compartment contracts determines the direction and the valves. And yeah, I would definitely call it a pump. Couldn't imagine calling it anything else.
I'm saying that
wait, hold on, but does it
simplistic
pump the blood?
representation of like a piston pump is inaccurate. You should read the paper, bro.
Not a piston pump. No, not a piston pump.
And we do me a solid though. Don't just read the paper and see the word hypothesis and then throw it out, right? Because
I'll read it. I will. I want to get it.
Wait,
hold on. Is it in the chat?
Leftlin, did you say you've seen open heart surgeries? Did I hear you right?
I was in as an observer. That was on a pre-med rotation I did.
In these, because I don't know everything about this. In these kinds of things that you witnessed, did they ever take hearts completely out and replace them or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no. Let me take that back. The heart was disconnected, and the blood was pumped through a bypass machine. Well, they just cut the aorta and main arteries, not the aorta, but the main arteries, and redirected the blood flow. And
so you've
did
never
the.
seen like a complete.
It's hard to describe. It was really overwhelming experience for me. It was kind of like I was constantly wanting to take their scalpels away from them because it didn't seem like the right thing to do to somebody. But
I'd probably be in agreement with you. It sounds like
it says they built it upon the. It says they built it upon the idea that the blood, like there's a flow, like left ventricle or something like that. So it's like they actually they're not just making it up.
Yeah.
Well, they had to bypass. They had to stop the heart to do the bypass to do the vein grafts, and so they redirected flow to a mechanical pump while the heart was stopped, and they did their grafts and stitched everything in, and then after they were done, they put the little paddles in and re-electrified, restarted the heart, and it took off pumping or beating.
I don't know. I'm just saying this paper is the reason they're saying this is they're building it upon the fact that there's a vortex blood flow
Well, vortices
and other things.
is sort of inhibits, and that's a problem with like valve defects, where it decreases the efficiency of blood flow, and that's part of the way that they can detect a defective valve when they do a sonogram on a heart, is they could see the blood swirling rather than flowing. And
But look, it says
the endocardium. We dissected a few hearts, but it's like the endocardium and the I don't know. I could get it. It's amazing to me the design of the human body, and how it all works and is designed. It's like,
yeah, that's right.
it's
It was
amazing. It's
designed.
freaking amazing. That's what draws me to the possibility of a creator. But the way I see the creator is a big staff of fucking engineers figuring. I mean, because it's ultra completely
There's no possibility
mind blowing
about
how it all
It's
works.
a definitive.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a definitive thing.
Yeah, but just take the good with the bad. Like, I agree with you, Lef. All right, so
Yeah.
they said that their hypothesis, the heart operates like a generator, right? And it says it's built upon a few primary things. And the first being the vortex blood flow in the left ventricle. The second thing being a cardiac electromagnetic field and both heart sounds and pulse pressure, which produce frequency and amplitude information. Thus, there's a multi-dimensional role for the heart in physiology and biophysiosocial dynamics. Recognition of these cardiac properties may result in significant implications for new therapies or cardiovascular disease based on increasing cardiac energy efficiency or coherence and bioinformation from the cardio electromagnetic field. Research studies to test this hypothesis are suggested. So it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, heart disease is the #1 killer of people, bro. So it's well known that there are things we need to figure out about the heart.
Yeah, actually, the people who have understood this, that it's not the pump the way it's being portrayed, they're getting better results in terms of dealing with people with these issues. I wish I could remember the name, because I had an interview, but they removed it. YouTube removed an interview with these two doctors. But
is it not analogous to say a pool pump is a pump when it's hooked up, but it's really just a motor in the end?
Well, this is the difference, right? With the pool pump, whether it's operating or not, its whole function is to move the water, right? That's what it's doing. The suggestion that the heart is doing that is an incorrect suggestion, because it doesn't actually have the mechanical setup to do what it's claimed to be responsible for, and that's the point.
Yeah, that's just like the pool motor doesn't actually pump the water. It's connected to a propeller which pumps the water.
Well, the whole unit itself. But that's not what the whole unit of the heart does. It doesn't have the capacity completely to do what was said. I think a better word would be a regulator. It has multiple functions, but a regulator makes way more sense than because here's the other thing. I'm not saying you can go ahead and do this, but I'm sure somebody could model it, or at least consider it in this discussion. Go and get a pump. Go and get a heart, because everyone knows what the heart looks like. You can go and get scans. It's not that hard now. We have all this information, and go and recreate the system, the fluid load, the fluid capacity, and all of that, and see if you can get something like an artificial heart, it to independently be responsible for doing all that, just mechanic. Because that's the claim, right? And that's what we're pointing at, aside from the other discussion about the electromagnetic.
I guess that's what I was kind of thinking. Like, if you just threw water on a motor from a pool pump, it ain't gonna pump it around. You have to have the whole design system.
Here's one for you. You notice how the veins on the back of your hand kind of bulge on a hot day when you're working out or whatever? Have you ever noticed that as you raise your hand, as soon as you get it to the level of your heart, those veins go flat? Has anybody noticed that?
Yeah, the blood drains.
I
I'm
meant
doing
any
it right
has
now.
has any flat earther noticed that?
It's pressure. Buoyancy intensity.
And why do you suppose the body maintains just enough pressure in your veins to keep them positive pressure below your heart, but not above your heart?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Oh, pretty good.
Whitsit, do you have a comment? Well, so the answer is because your heart needs a slight positive pressure coming
Can I have a
into it
shot?
in
Do you want
order
a shot at
to.
that real quick?
Okay.
I think it's a way. I think it's a way of storing blood temporarily, so the body doesn't have to keep pumping it over and over again. Creates a back pressure.
Well, but why not higher than your heart? More storage would be better, right?
What does this have to? But this presupposes the notion that you're trying to reassert.
No, it makes no presupposition. It's a fact. When your veins are bulging on the back of your hand, like when you're too warm and working out, and you raise your hand up just about the time you get it to the top of your heart, all those veins will go flat. That's not a presupposition of anything. That's just a fact.
Yeah, but what's the point?
The point is
Immediately. It happens quick too.
Because you
that's
stop working out as well.
yeah, that's your blood level. That's how that's where your dipstick is. It's because your heart cannot, if your heart tries, because your veins are flexible. They're not a rigid tubing. They're flexible, and so if the heart tries to draw a vacuum on your veins, they'll just go flat and stop up, and the heart won't be able to suck in any blood. So it needs a slight positive pressure on its inlet so that the blood flows in to the heart of its own accord because of the pressure in the veins. So your body actually constricts your veins throughout your body to make sure that there's a slight positive, so that your blood fill level is just above your heart, so that your heart can always suck in blood.
How does this help your case in the claim that it's pumping blood, like you stated earlier?
Well, it's just another.
Do you know how much pressure would be required?
It
for
doesn't
something
take
the
much.
size of your heart to
All-
pump and do
all-
everything that the blood system, veins, arteries, capillaries. Do you know how much pressure would be required?
Evidently, what it creates.
That wasn't my question. Do you know how much pressure it would require for something that size to do that job?
It'd have to be at least 20 pounds per square inch. I'm just guessing.
It'd be immense. Far more than the heart has capacity to do.
Do you have evidence of that, or is that just your incredulity tingling?
What's the incredulity?
Well, you're saying that you don't believe it's possible
It's got
for a
nothing to
heart
do
to
with my
produce enough
belief.
pressure.
No, the job that's being done to do it according to the mechanics that you're talking about would require far more pressure than the system actually has.
How did you come by that conclusion?
Because I've investigated the subject. The question I have for you is why is it that you, without actually having considered anything, are just doing the default no? Because that's your main attitude to anything.
Well, you just said that the heart was incapable of pumping enough blood to keep the body well lubricated, right?
That's not even what I said. I said the pressure required to do the job that we know is being done in the system of blood transportation would be immense. and far more than the heart has capacity to do. The sound of silence.
2
Yeah, your heart
kilopascals.
pumps Kool-Aid, first of all. All right. There's mad shit I wanted to say throughout all that. You guys don't let anyone get in ever.
This is the first time I heard it, Jeremy. Go ahead.
I can't remember what I was going to say. So much stuff.
You need to make a list. Heart
I
pump
got a
pressure.
list, and you're fucking on it. All right, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you need to get a black marker, man, to make sure you can read it. But we were talking about heart pump pressure, mechanics, speed.
So the target blood pressure for a healthy adult is 120/80. Systolic over dystolic, I guess. And that's converted to 2.32 1.55 psi. 2.3 psi. That's impressive.
Hey, Tim, you got something on your mind? I'm here right now. You want to talk about something? Let's do it.
You can just tell what is groundbreaking about an algae with a silica shell. That's all I wanted to know, but you have been invading for like 20 minutes now.
What do you want to know? No, first of
The
all, what you want
groundbreaking
to
part,
know.
you
Hold
said it
on.
was
Hold
amazing.
on.
It was
Come on,
insane.
guys.
It was
Come on,
out of
guys.
this world. I just want to know the groundbreaking part about an algae having a silica shell. You brought it up. I did not.
Yeah, there's a way to talk to people. Do you understand that? If you want
I'm
something
kind of
from somebody,
disengaged. You're
let me
just playing
finish.
games still.
And this is the wrong way to do it. When you want something from somebody, you ask them politely.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Scroll up and look. I asked very politely.
Okay, let's hash this out. What would you like to know?
What is amazing about an algae having a silica shell? What is amazing? What is insane? What is groundbreaking? You brought it up as something groundbreaking. I just want to know why.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. Because maybe you didn't hear what I was saying. It's amazing because it's a life form, a plant form, right? And it uses silica, sand. So it's a combination of a life form using silica. You don't find that amazing?
No, it's a life form with a shell for protection. It happens in nature.
Okay, very good. Your point is well taken. I find it amazing. You don't.
I mean, if you look up, if you look this shit up, they'll tell you like all life on Earth is carbon based, shit like that.
Yeah.
Except for the
But the silica shell is not the life form at all. It's just a shell for protection. The life form is still the algae itself.
Can you imagine if your skin was made out of glass, dude? Like, you don't see the obvious thing here. Seriously?
But the way I don't know enough about it, but the way even Jesse was talking about it, he said he's seen one himself. He's saying that this was a skeleton. It wasn't saying like it was a shell that it was wearing. He was saying that, suggesting, I think, Jesse, you can speak for yourself, but that it's actually part of the organism itself. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's a
Roughly
skeleton.
speaking?
It's
Yeah. So that's different from what the other man's suggesting, the German man or wherever he's from. That it's just a shell. That's what I thought at first, but then you.
Yeah, Tim, you don't find that amazing? Like
That's a rarity.
a plant with a
This is
glass shell? Like,
This is from
seriously?
NBC. This is from NBC News. Silicone-based life may be more than just science fiction. Scientists are showing that nature can evolve to incorporate silicone into carbon-based molecules, the building blocks of life on Earth. I mean, yeah, it does look like they're taking this shit serious.
At the very least,
shit.
it's a rarity, right? Because we don't see it often.
Yeah, what is the basis for this statement, carbon-based life? There's no basis for this.
Why not?
What surprises me is, and gets me a little upset, is I bet you this guy hasn't heard of this before I brought it up today, right? Not that I'm anything special. I just found something. And
Oh, but
right
that's your
away they
problem.
become
You're not
experts.
supposed to get upset at people who act like that. I know,
I
I know you're
know.
French Canadian, but you don't have to completely be like that.
I know. We
Listen,
can't
listen.
help it.
The algae have two shells formed from silicon that sits together like the lid sits on a lunchbox. The shells have small holes through which the algae absorb nutrients and excrete waste products. It's not the skeleton itself. It's like a clam.
I mean,
So
this is from
now
Live
you and
Science. Now scientists have, for the first time, shown that nature can evolve to incorporate silicone into carbon-based molecules, building blocks of life. I don't know. There's a lot of shit here saying that
But
there's
that theory, that sounds
silicone-based.
like something different because we're talking about something specific. That was the diamides or whatever it's called, which it is an algae that has a silica shell. That's all it has.
That's all it has. Huh? That's the whole point, dude.
Does it grow this shell or?
I don't know, bro. Good question. I don't know.
I don't think shell would be. I have to look into it myself. I want to read about it perhaps, but shell is different from skeleton.
Yeah, I looked
maybe
it
it's
up and I read it out. What I found.
Plus
it might.
This
plus
is a
one that
shell.
has such intricate links that is like designed perfectly for its function. Because it's different from when those crabs just go and nick other shells and just walk around because they're being hermits. This is one that looks like it's like an integral design.
I think it's kind of like a shell inside the skin, sort of, because because it's got little cilia, it's got little hairs on the outside that with muscles on them, and they swim around by waving these little hairs in the water, and that makes them swim, so they can swim around.
That's even more in favor of it not just being a shell. It's integral to the organism itself, and that's interesting.
So
thanks for sharing it.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, guys. I found that truly amazing that there's such a thing. Like, it's amazing. It's like two different lives, two different things. Like,
But you realize that they're actually going to try to force that interpretation to try to push evolution, right? Like, because one of the biggest gaps in evolution is showing that both plants and animals can come from the same source.
Yeah, but
well, let
do they
them
ever need an
try.
excuse
Let
to
them try.
chat noise?
I'm just explaining that my partner Nathan, in the evolution debate, he brought that out. I never heard it, and the evolutionists just started spiraling. Because that's an interesting fact, right? You have to show that they have like common ancestry. Effectively, plants and animals have to both come from the same source. And you have
Wait,
the
so is
same
that something
ancestor as
in
a
their favor
strawberry.
or against their position?
I don't know anything about what SE's talking about, so I don't know. But I'm just saying that would be against them. Like they try to say that we have the same ancestors as a strawberry, right? So
Yeah, it doesn't matter what.
They say everything come from algae and
We
fungi.
created strawberries anyway.
Just because they say that doesn't mean anything.
I didn't say it was true. I'm just saying what they say.
No. I know. I'm just making a point that one of the biggest gaps in that idea is like you need to show how that can evolve into plants and animals.
I mean, they're never gonna get past abiogenesis. So I mean, you can't have. They're so complex with the DNA and shit. You're never gonna get that out of nowhere.
They can't seem to get past looking in the mirror and just going, "Yeah, this is obviously not a mistake, however ugly they might be. There's a design to it." It takes a high degree of delusion and foolishness to actually consider that everything in this world is anything but from the basis of design.
You know what's really interesting about the whole thing to me? So, like, evolution is a good example. So, when I did my evolution debate on MDD, you can go read the chat, the live chat, and you can go read the comment. These people don't just believe evolution; they say things as if it's a definitive fact, and only like a complete idiot would dare.
Yeah, you're breaking up. What's it?
Yeah, this stems
that
from
evolution has occurred. You're such an idiot. Overwhelming evidence. Like, that's how you know they're dishonest people. They can't even admit that evolution is just this theory, this idea that people have. It constantly changes. It has huge gaps. No one can fully understand it. It can't be fully demonstrated. The amount of time it takes has changed many times. Like, it's just this theory. If you think it makes the most sense to you, then go for it, whatever. But they run around pretending like anyone that doesn't believe it is like science deniers. And that's how
it's
you know that they're
arrogance
dishonest.
and
Ballers do the same
pride.
thing. Yeah, ballers do the same thing.
Just
Heliocentrists do the same thing.
yeah.
Because
Evolution,
I
there's
just find
there's
a lot
no
of
way
these
to
people in
debate that. I mean,
science.
they have nothing, right? First of all, they have abiogenesis, which could die right off the crack. Then they have one life form going into another life form, which is crazy. You can just ask them, show me one record, one fossil record of one life form changing into another one. It's impossible.
It's a telltale
Then
sign
Nobody
of
says
someone
that
being
though.
dishonest. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's like that whole group of people. They do the same thing. So like I have like this legion of anti-flat earthers online that like stalk me, right? So like if I do a debate about anything, I did a debate about biblical slavery. Well, like, guess what side of the debate they're on? Oh, shocker! And then
you
they're
should
just
start doing
flooding.
psyops on them, Witsit.
They're flooding the chats, flooding the comments. I go do a debate about evolution. Guess who's there? My anti-flat Earth Legion. And guess what side they're on? Shocker, right? And in
Witsit.
every scenario, they say it as if it's such a
Yeah.
definitive fact that only an idiot would dare even question it for a second. And that's how you know that they're dishonest.
I don't even think most of them
This
are
is this
dishonest. I don't think they
British
have the
education
capability to
system.
engage in the
It's atheist
conversation. half
education
the time.
system.
All
Sorry,
right, the other guy,
Blatter.
other guy
You're
trying to
gonna
get
have
me.
to. Yeah, you're gonna have to say that again. Pardon me.
look, one
I
thing
was just gonna
kills
say
their whole
you'll
thing,
find a
right?
lot
Wait,
of
let the other guy
yeah.
go. He's tried to get in like 4 or 5 times.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't hear him. I'm sorry. I'm gonna come back out. Sorry.
I did notice in the other chats, it's a lot of British people. They had this atheistic evolution type ball earth belief system, and it's unwavering, and they're all on the same bandwagon, as you noticed.
Yeah, it's just very fascinating psychology. Like, everyone knows that abiogenesis and evolution is just an idea. It's a theory that has tons of gaps. No one knows exactly. But to pretend that it's been like scientifically proven and it's just definitive and no one can question it, dude, it's just so dishonest. And the ballers do the same thing. If you go, when I went into the public on tour, right, it's obvious that I know, whether I'm right or wrong, let's set that aside. It's obvious that I know more about the flat earth globe discussion, as everyone in this room, than 99% of the public, right? Like, it's not even close. I know way more about it than 99.9% of the public, right? Just like everyone else in this room. But when you go out in public and you say something about flat earth, they all act like they know way more than you. They're way smarter than you. They know for a fact that it's a globe and that you're an idiot and that you're just so dumb that you can't understand it. It's like, what's with that? Can any of the ballers in here kind of acknowledge that that's like clearly a dishonest tactic? It's like a gaslighting tactic to act like the other person just so stupid they don't understand something when even whenever you know way more about it than they do. Like, isn't that just clearly a tactic?
I think it's twofold, Witsit, because some people clearly do it on purpose. We run across that a lot. But if you're dealing with your average Joe who approaches it like that, I would say that if they don't have any pre knowledge of you or whatever, it's more likely because of the way that they've been indoctrinated. Because to them, no, to us, what they're doing is completely fallacious, right? They're jumping to you're a retard because you go against the mainstream. But we know that that's fundamentally a fallacious way of thinking. But they've been taught that that's how you think, that's how life works, because everything about critical thinking has been obfuscated from them in the media, in the education, etc., etc. So when they when they hear you say something like that, and then they respond in turn, ridiculing you, they think that's a good or a standard or an okay thing to do, without ever contemplating. Oh wait, hold on, this is me jumping to conclusions without any foundation. They don't make that leap unless you're able to have that conversation with them.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just talking about the tactic. It's such a see-through tactic. I don't like. Okay, I ran across a guy. I was at St. Louis. He's actually one of the funniest clips of my tour. This guy, he's like trying to shut down my thing. He would 100% fit in perfectly with the anti-flat earthers on Discord, like 100%, right? And he's like, "You're such an idiot," and I'm like, "Dude, you probably don't even know the basics of the globe model that you're claiming I'm stupid for not believing." He's like, "Yeah, I do." I'm like, "Okay, what's the radius of the Earth?" "Oh, you don't know." How fast does the Earth spin at the equator?" "Oh, you don't know." "How far away is the sun?" "Oh, you don't even know how far away the sun is." So basically, you're just ignorant, And he just like follows me. He's like, "You know what? I have nothing better to do. I'm just gonna follow you around and make you stop."
You know
I'm
what
like,
though?
"What
They're
the?"
doing you a favor. When they behave like that, it's the same as if somebody's walking around with a mask on their face. It's like a telltale sign that, oh, this isn't someone that I can engage with on my level, or even on just a basic level. They don't operate properly. So the moment they open their mouth with that kind of ridicule, off the bat, it's like, you know what? This is a swine. I'm gonna take my pearls and I'm gonna send them elsewhere.
Like, I can list
I
so many
I would class
examples.
that as a benefit, and instead of them doing the reel you in for half an hour and then start insulting you.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that, like, think about this. I can name so many examples right now, like off the top of my head, and the typical baller, will defend the mainstream version of all of it, as if the mainstream's infallible. It's like they're uncomfortable with the idea that science hasn't fully figured big things out, that they may be wrong about their understanding of bigger subjects. Like, it's insane. So if I say something about light, I'm like, no, there is not some little physical particle that bounces around called light. The speed of light's wrong. Light's actually just a perturbation or oscillation, excitation or disturbance of the background medium. I go word salad. No, I use four synonyms so you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, they'll act like I'm an idiot about light or the electron or electricity or magnetism or quantum mechanics or cosmology, anything you name. But they haven't even done a fraction of the research I did. Like, not even a fraction. They don't even know who discovered the electron. They don't know what he said. They don't know how they did it. They don't know. They may know how it was discovered, quote unquote, because that's in the text. But they don't really know what he said, exactly how it was done, and how it was replicated, and how Tesla did it, then how Heaviside did it, then how Charles Steinmetz did it, then how they all like built upon each other, and they built the generator. Tesla built the AC generator, then Charles Steinmetz perfected it. You get it? Like, I've read all these people's works, not all their works, and not all of any of the works really, because it's so math dense and complicated. But I've read so much stuff about the history of all this and all the experiments supposedly for and against the current understanding. They've done none of that. But that's why they're here, by the way. They're here because of this. They can come in here and they know if they just defend the mainstream and they can boil it down to a couple repeatable sentences, then they get to pretend they're way smarter than you and that you're stupid. So they get to pretend they're teaching you. And how long are we gonna go before we just like acknowledge that? Like as if we don't know that's why those people are here. Like, that's what I'm saying. I guess to boil it down, I'm just saying,
That's
like,
what they made
can any of the
bouncers for,
ballers
isn't
in
it?
here admit it? Can any of the ballers in here admit that you guys use the gaslighting tactic as if the mainstream position is definitive, and you just like, even though that's not true or don't fully understand much about it, you just gaslight the other person to make yourself feel better or whatever? Like, can we at least?
I think you're breaking up. What's it?
Oh, I'm
I think
saying
he
is like,
dropped
can y'all
out.
just admit the vast majority of ballers do that?
He's clear.
Yeah, well, I'll just jump in real quick. It's not going to get any better because as the AI is rolled out, it's just going to indoctrinate people more into this fake rubbish. Man. People are stupid.
Sorry, I gotta go. I guess, well, just let me boil it down because I talk so much. All I'm saying is, can we admit that that is a commonly used tactic in this arena and that it's dishonest?
Well, it's also like an arrogant human reaction, isn't it? Like, if you think you hold the higher ground and someone's throwing facts at you, straight away you've got no defense, have you? So you're going to react in a more standoffish manner, aren't you?
It's almost like they're personally offended that you have the audacity to think for yourself and think outside the box. Like, it's like they take personal offense or something. It's like whenever you talk about the electron, they're like, will get mad. and act like you're stupid and mock you and scoff. But if you go to the top level of science, everyone knows we don't fully understand the electron. There's all kinds of competing theories, and the archaic rudimentary one stays in place until it's like updated across the board. Right, but it's like if you try to think outside of the box and then try to understand the electron, it's like they're personally offended. Like, am I the
Yeah,
only one
because
that
these
sees that?
no, because these guys do this shit for a living. Like some of these guys, like somebody like Jace, he does this shit for a living. So we're gonna sit here and tell him that, he doesn't fully understand what he's doing, and it's offensive to these guys. Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
weird because like they know, like, people unlike Jace, but that do what Jace do, they know they don't fully know exactly what everything is when it comes to quantum mechanics or even what these particles are. Like, if you sit down and have a beer with them, it's a totally different. Like, the electron's fascinating. We don't fully understand it. It's really crazy. I've heard my colleagues say this. My other colleague said this. I don't know. It's very fascinating. But in here, they pretend that the out of date one is legit.
But even Jace will, like, if you get him to boil it down, will admit that what we call an electron is not what the average person would assume a particle would be. Like, he'll even admit to that. He won't do it that often. Like, you can take him down the road to get him to say, yeah, it's just the smallest quanta of energy, blah, blah, blah. But the average baller in here thinks when Jace says particle that he's talking about, like, little tennis balls bouncing off of each other or something like that. That's the big disconnect, and it's Jace isn't going out of his way to necessarily explain that because he's using particle in a way that him and his colleagues understand at a different level than the average person.
Don't you think that that's intentional? Like, don't you think that that's why I get frustrated with Jace? Because I know that he alley oops the ballers in here. He feeds into it by being intentionally vague and not
Yeah.
distinguishing that. He does it on
Yeah.
purpose.
Yeah, because he knows, I think he does know that there's a lot to what, you're saying and others are saying in regards to what are these quote unquote particles at a base level? What are we actually quantifying? What are these things actually comprised of? I think he has the idea that what you're saying is a lot closer to reality, but likes to just kind of allude to the simple language that gets the average person. I don't want to say confused, but leads them to think what they've always thought. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, like if you like, that's a good example. Like, to use the electron. All the ballers in there be like, CRTTVs, you're such an idiot. We bounce bounce electrons and we shoot them at a certain area for the TV to work. We shoot electrons and they hit it, and that's how it works. If it wasn't a physical particle matter that we're shooting, then it wouldn't work. Haha, CRTTV, stupid flirt. And Jace knows for a 100% fact that the CRT-TV does not prove the archaic understanding of the electron. But he'll let them run in here and say it. You know what I'm saying? And like, that's my beef with Jace. Is like, I've actually had pretty intellectually productive conversation with Jace, especially when I first interacted with him, where he was like, he conceded to me that we don't fully know what mass is, and that's one of the most interesting questions. And he said to him, he's like very fascinated by trying to figure out exactly what mass is because it's not understood. He admitted to me that it does seem to be intrinsically tied to charge, and that whenever on the smallest scale of mass spectroscopy that he does, basically you just have to go straight to accounting for charge, right? But since then, it's just gone off the rails. But yeah, I don't know. That's what's frustrating to me. It's like intentional tactics. I know I'm like redundant and talking a lot, but you guys get it. I just think that it'd be cool if you guys would show us a little bit of intellectual integrity and like not use those tactics.
Yo, the tactics are fucking bullshit, dude. I can't stand it. Anyways.
Yeah, it's like disgusting.
Seriously.
It's comical at this point, man. Just it's comedy, just for the people to listen. Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm about to really focus on my show more, because like that reaches thousands of people, and there's not someone here to like grab them and pull them back down into pseudoscience. Like they just listen to content. And then I don't know. I've talked to Gio about this, but I was thinking about doing like once a week on my channel, like having something set up in here where the show is just me talking on Discord, and then that'll bring a lot of people in here. But that's what I'm saying. In
Yeah,
order to
bro.
do that, like the ballers can't be allowed to run wild. They have to be like an event for 2 hours. You know, ballars aren't
Yeah,
allowed
bro.
to just go crazy.
We'll do an event. We used to do on Brandon's. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you were on Brandon's much, maybe, but we used to do every Wednesday. Like we'd have like an hour where there's like no ballers, no Globers allowed for an hour. So yeah, we
I
could
wouldn't
do an
even care if
event.
they're allowed. They can be allowed, but they can't be allowed to just like they're allowed on understanding that it's like that 2 hours is like my show for my channel. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they have to behave and they can get muted and.
Oh yeah,
But
if we're doing an event, it's all bets are off. We can just do whatever we want. Yeah.
yeah, I think that'd be cool. I
Yeah.
think this place would get a lot of traffic that way.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to talk to new people and stuff. I don't know. You guys have heard all the shit I have to say over the years, so.
Well, I have a bunch of
I was
really,
trying
really
to make a
smart people that watch.
suggestion.
Good.
There's a guy called Owen Benjamin. Have you heard of him?
Yeah,
This
of course.
guy's
He's like
really
a fan.
popular, really famous.
He's a fan of my channel, bro.
I reckon he'd be great in here.
He's not gonna come in here.
No.
Because
Just pull him
dude,
off
look
YouTube
at the
and
people
stream
in
him.
here. Dude, look at the people in here, dude.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, but okay, I get your point. But you could do it more like an interview, as you said, or discussion.
Yeah, I may do that with him. I may have an interview with him, but like he bans trolls from
He's
his
just
chat.
super. Yeah, but he's just super popular. So if you want to bring traffic, you and Jerry want to bring traffic, he'd be a great guy.
I think
He
I
could
can
bring
bring more
10,000
traffic
people
than
in.
the server can handle. But
Yeah,
I can go ahead and
I think Owen Benjamin is way below your level of understanding of anything. What's it? I don't think he'd be
Yeah,
hassle
that's
for you.
true.
and
Yeah,
he's
if you
way
had
too cool
20,000,
for you.
He's a
He
comedian.
doesn't know
So
very much, and he
popular.
admits he doesn't know very much.
if you even got a tenth, if you even got a 10th or a 20th of your subscribers in here, 500 people, like yeah, I don't know how we would even. If there was 500 people in this live stream right now, it'd be crazy.
Yeah, like and there are a lot of people that refuse to subscribe that watch as well. But anyway, the level documentary is going to end up going viral, and so that'll bring a lot of people to my channel. And I'm not going to sit there in the comments and teach. I'm not going to sit in the comments and teach everyone Flat Earth 101. You know, so for me, I'm about to start doing 5 shows a week, and so I need to integrate a couple of the shows that don't require like immense preparation. Right, like for School in the Globers, I do a PowerPoint. I can't do that every day, you know. So like for 2 of the shows, I'm gonna have one just be like a call-in show, and then I think one gonna be Discord. And I'm sure Gio will be cool with it. We'll just do the setup here, and
Yeah, you can do an event in here once a week. That's fine. Yeah.
yeah, cool. I think that would be cool. And then what'll happen is people will be like, "Wait, where's that Discord that they're talking on?" You know, and I'll just have the link in the description. You know.
Oh
Because
yeah,
dude,
yeah.
if you guys saw
Hey,
some of the
Witcher, do
emails
you
I
think
get,
your
dude,
channel? You guys, yeah.
yeah.
We didn't hear
Yeah.
anything.
I was just gonna
Start
say,
again.
do you think your YouTube channel gets censored or pushed down the alleyway because of YouTube policies?
Yeah, I know it does, dude. Yeah, like the second stream I did just cut out and went black. I just got the black screen of death, and I watched my
Yeah.
analytics. Yeah, my first 1,000 subs are all from Globebusters, so I got shadow banned immediately, bro. I mean, it just is what it is. I watched my analytics like get all these subscribers, and the next day I went and looked at my analytics, and they were all gone. It just disappeared as if the previous day didn't happen. Yeah.
Like they all hit the unsubscribe button. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, like it's even worse than that. It just like didn't show them coming in anymore. Like they literally just deleted the day. Like the day was still there, but it just showed nothing, even though I had just watched the day before that all the subscribers came in. So yeah, it's pretty bad. I think I hit 21K right now, though.
You got 21 subs, 21,000 subs.
Yeah.
Huge.
No, no. I'm launching Rumble too, though, so I think
This is the
Rumble's
most
much less
interesting.
censored.
This is the most interesting shit in the world we talk about. There should be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of subs.
Yeah, well, like imagine if it never got censored. So like Jaren got capped at 150 because before censorship, Jaren was one of those people that like it was like him and Dubay basically, right? Like Jaren was consistently putting out like dope videos, and he blew up, and so they capped him at 150. Like he hasn't changed in like 4 years. His sub count hasn't changed. So I mean, it's just obvious that they dropped the hammer. Now imagine if Jaren was allowed to just excel, where back in the day he was getting millions of views on a video, like he would get just under 1 million views, and now he can't even get a few thousand. And if they had just let it keep going, they're like, oh wow, this dude shot up to 150 within months. He's getting all these views. Well, the algorithms would just start suggesting him. Like Jaren would not only have millions of views, he would have like millions of subs.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But that's the point. People, we all making the greatest scientific discoveries in history. All of us, through basic observation. Where's the scientific community? It's ridiculous. They're still banging on about archaic round ball science. It's total bullshit.
Well,
You
that's
know,
well,
we
that's
now
one
have
thing I'm about to start doing. One of my shows per week is going to be having someone with credentials come on, and I'm not talking about anti-flat earther. So I'm not talking about Jace and Professor Bill or Professor Phil, whatever his name is. Like I'm talking about just like actual professors that do their thing. I'm going to contact them, have them come on, and whatever their field of study is, whether it's astronomy, astrophysics, physics, whatever, right? Like chemistry, quantum mechanics, you name it. I'm going to have them come on and just talk about what they are an expert in, and I'm going to ask some of my like critical questions and just have a respectful convo. I think that's way more productive than, because they want to pretend like every scientist knows you're stupid. Well, really, when every time I talk to a scientist, whether it's an email, in person, on the phone, or in a like a face to face over a camera, so like an interaction with video, they treat me with so much more respect. They acknowledge that I make valid points or thought provoking points. They acknowledge that there are huge gaps that we don't know when I bring them up. So I think that's way more beneficial to waking people up, right? Because a normal person would be like, "Wow, dude, this flat earther's like toe to toe with this PhD, and he's like toe to toe with this PhD," you know?
Yeah, I think it comes down to credibility too. Because if you've been teaching ball Earth physics and astrophysics for 30 years, and now all of a sudden it's all about flat Earth, of course you're going to push back.
Well, that's why I'm
You're
going to have
pretty fucking
respectful
stupid.
conversations with them, right? Like I'm not going to have an astrophysicist on there and be like, "The radius of the Earth," and then like FED them, you know?
You're a dumb fuck.
I'm just going to be like, oh, you do astrophysics? Like, okay, well, then what about orbital mechanics, or what do you think about Mercury's anomaly, or et cetera? Anyway, I'm talking a lot. Drink some coffee. Sorry.
Yeah, very interesting.
So anybody want to
You
talk
you
about
remember?
this evolution thing of theirs? Left lane? You got anything? Anybody?
I'll just make one comment real quickly. There was an episode of The Simpsons about 30 years ago, and because you know how The Simpsons troll us because they have all the secret knowledge, yeah. And Homer Simpson goes to this professor, and he goes, "How come you guys can go to the moon, but you can't make my feet smell good?" And I was just thinking, because they knew that he's trolling the scientific community about the fake moon landing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anybody here? Anybody? Evolution? Any proof? Left lane? All the guys in the chat. Now's your chance. We got some time in VC. Anybody want to do it with me? I challenge anybody. Evolution proof. Go.
It's hard to debate evolution, especially driving where I can't resource things. But you asked for a fossil record of similar species, similar characteristics but different species, and I posted an image there.
No, that's not what I asked for. Left Lane, you know it. I asked for show me in the fossil record just one instance, one over the billions of years of one animal turning into another animal slowly. Like the fossil record.
That's what I keep telling you. Evolution doesn't say that happens, so it's a straw man. It doesn't say that a cat. It doesn't. It doesn't say a cat gives birth to a dog. It doesn't say that.
It doesn't. No one said give birth, but eventually you guys got cats turning into giraffes or whatever the fuck. You got monkeys turning into humans. You got mice turning into such and such. It does say your thing does that, and SEs wants to see it in the fossil, the progression of events.
I wonder the size of the phylogenetic tree we would have to show to go back to like similar ancestors or shared ancestors, and I don't know. It would be difficult.
But we're clear now, though. But we're clear. Your evolution does say that some animals turn into different animals, though, right?
Well, if you look at if it's, I don't know if they even show one that. If you look at the phylogeny from what they would call the beginning of the fossil record to today, that would be a physical representation of what we're talking about.
Yeah, but just so we're clear, your evolution does say that once animal will eventually turn into a whole new animal, right?
No, I don't like that. I don't like the way you said that.
It doesn't sound dumb.
That's too bad if you like it or not.
When the meteor hit and killed all the dinosaurs, there was nothing bigger than a ground squirrel or something as far as mammals went on Earth, and then that's where it all sprang up from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So an animal, a mouse or a squirrel or whatever it is, turned into another thing over time. That's what your evolution says, right?
You would have to look at the phylogenetic record
You can't answer. I know. Left Lane.
No, I'm answering.
Left Lane, the answer is just yes, bro. Like the official explanation is that you have to have such precise conditions to maintain fossil records that the vast majority of them don't last.
That's true.
Yeah, it's just an excuse. It's like, oh well, we don't have like any, but it's because like all of them disappeared. I swear.
And what would be the value of that? That would be freaking awesome if we actually had all the fossils of everything that ever lived. That would be something.
You don't even need all.
I'm not asking for all.
You just need some. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm not asking for all, Left Lane. One. I'm just asking for one.
Well,
I've been asking for years. Just one.
But if you look at the progression of like the image that I showed of the horse and its ancestral fossil record, you could see that process happens. But and then if you add the lineage of thousands of years on top of that, and imagine how they what could have happened prior to that and where did that come from? Yeah, it's very sensible to me to imagine that it was a continuing process, and a million years ago that critter could have looked completely different than it looks today.
So we have to imagine.
Yeah, could have, would have, should have. I could imagine.
No. There's evidence for the fossil record is evidence of it.
You use the word imagine 3 times.
Well, you have to extrapolate that, and what I mean, if you look at that, how the horse has changed and what is presented as the evolutionary trend of the horse, and then if you apply that to a few million years, you could see, I wonder what it did, a million years ago. I wonder what that critter looked like 2 million years ago. And that's just what I mean about it. You can imagine, you can extrapolate that information and think about it.
But there's no substantiation for millions of years, by the way. So there's that.
So the horse is the horse thing. You're going to show a skeleton of a horse, and then it's going to be at the end. What's it going to be? A horse still, or?
Why couldn't it be an extinct species? Why are you relating it to a horse?
Hold on, did you start with a horse? Hold on, did you start with a horse and then in the end you ended with something else, or was it still a horse?
Well, that's kind of coming up from where they showing back to, some time back. But if you go further back, go back 2 million years. What did that critter? Where did that critter come from, and what did it look like 2 million years ago?
But this is how you
That's
just
what
cut
I'm
it
trying to
off.
explain to you, Left Lane. That's the whole idea of what we're trying to tell you. We have millions of years of fossils, right? You show us the strata, the horizontal layers, by the way. You tell us this is here, this is there. But in all of these layers, doesn't strike you as odd that there's not one record of any species changing into another one? That doesn't strike you as odd at all, Left Lane.
Uh-uh.
No, I already told you their explanation, dude. They eat up all the explanations. It's that the conditions have to be so precise they don't happen. But this is what I want to know. Can an evolutionist answer this? Like, do we all agree that if for evolution to be true, even in theory, it requires billions of years?
Yeah.
But let him answer my question. Left Lane.
Millions and billions of years. Yes.
Left Lane, doesn't it? Please answer my question. Doesn't it strike you as odd that there's
It's
no
not billions of
record?
years, millions of
Billions
years.
and billions of years, bro.
Not billions, millions.
No, you're
Okay,
wrong.
whatever.
Stop.
Doesn't it strike you
Yeah.
as odd?
What do you mean? Odd that what now?
Odd that in billions and millions of years, whatever you want to choose, billions or millions of this evolution, which your cosmology claims is a fact, doesn't it seem to you like weird that there's not one fossil record of this during the billions of years?
What do you mean there's not one fossil record of this? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Oh my God.
There's a mountain of fossil record.
Let me rephrase it very clearly. Fossil record of one animal turning into another one. And if there
That's a
is,
straw man.
please,
That's a straw man.
it's not a straw man. That's your cosmology. That's your model, bro. That's
Why do you guys
evolution.
do this?
You look at the
man? What
phylogenetic tree shows you what you're asking for, but what you're asking for in the way you're looking for it, you're not going to see that.
Yeah, if you look at their cartoon, it shows you what you're asking for.
You're being intentionally, I don't want to say dishonest, but
No, I'm not. I just
me.
don't think that
Just
the way
don't
that
do
you're
that.
asking your question and what you're expecting to see, I'm telling you from the scientific standpoint, you're not going to see that because that's not what is presented as.
Okay, it's
Okay,
not a
then, Left
straw
Lane,
man.
one final question. One final question. If that's not the case, how did a life form start from the pond as a single cell, and how did it become an animal? Please, that walks
Oh,
on
that's a
land.
good.
Tell us.
That's a monstrous question.
So what's the answer?
I don't know. Yeah, I can't answer that. I'm not qualified to answer that.
See,
I
that's
have a
all you guys
suggestion.
say when you're stuck. I'm not qualified.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, it's absolutely as legitimate as poof. There's a man.
No one
I
knows
just
that
want
answer.
I only have two questions, okay? My first one, which Xanix's just wrong, saying million. No, from beginning to end, for evolution to take place, it takes billions of years. So can we just all
Millions. I
agree?
said millions. You said
No,
billions.
it would have to be billions
It's
for
not
it to.
billions.
Okay, so you're saying that you can go from abiogenesis or however it started, from the very first step all the way to humans in millions of years.
Yes, hundreds of
Okay.
millions of years.
No, that's not true though. So you don't even know your own model. So anyway, it's just subjective. Okay, it takes billions of years. So either way, whether Zenning wants to deny it
The
or
Earth
not,
is only 4.5 billion years old.
no, you don't even know that. So I'm about to destroy the whole entire thing.
Oh,
So
of course you are.
okay, we need billions of years. Zenning thinks it's 4.5 billion years. It used to be 2.7 billion. Now it's 4.5. But they know
It
for
hasn't
sure
been
this time.
2.7 billion years in a long time.
Can you stop interrupting me already, dude?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, so how come? Because the way you guys claim to know it's 4.5 billion is based on horizontal sedimentary layers. Okay, so there's two parts to this. We'll do the first one first. So how come we have trees that go way down through these layers that are supposedly hundreds of millions of years old, but the trees show that they're just a couple thousand years old? How come we have trees that are just a few thousand years old that are way down in these layers that are allegedly hundreds of millions of years old.
They're transcendental trees. They transcend time.
Okay. Anyone got
No,
a serious
It's
So
the way
you're
the
saying that
land. It's not a. It's a
yeah.
dynamics. The land, the mass of the Earth is dynamic. You know this. Not only at the large macro level like plate tectonics, but at the local level as well. Masses move, and they move under each other. They go over each other. They merge into each other. This is a dynamic system. And I know you know this.
totally irrelevant. So the layers don't move up over the tree, then cut through it, but the tree still stays below it. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well,
So
I wouldn't
There
expect
are
the tree to date the same as the dirt beneath the tree, because the ground that the tree grew on could be much older than the ground that it grew on.
buddy,
Than
the
than the
tree
tree
is
itself.
covered in different layers. The layers are supposedly hundreds of millions of years old, which means for the tree to be at the bottom of those layers, it had to be there before those layers got there, which means it's a blatant contradiction. How could the
So you're
tree just be a few thousand years old if all the layers above it supposedly equate to hundreds of millions or billions of years?
How did
I'm
you
not
how
sure.
did
I'm
you
not really sure if
how
they
did you
understand. Hold on, guys.
how
I
did
know you guys
how,
can hear me right now. I
how
know.
did you
I know,
how did you
guys. The
how
thing
did you
is, you have vertical. You got a vertical tree. It's vertical. It's going through what is supposedly millions of years of sedimentary layers. That's the issue here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to see that.
Never have you found a 3,000-year-old tree underneath 100-million-year-old rock? Show me a source.
Yeah, I want to see it.
There's tons of petrified trees that are going vertical in layers that they claim
I'm
are.
not talking petrified. You said trees were under 3,000-year-old trees were under 100-million-year-old rock. Show me the source.
Exactly.
There are trees.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of weird thing that is. There are trees that are going vertical through the horizontal layer. They claim the horizontal layers are millions of years old.
All right,
Clearly, that can't be
show
the
me a
case if
source.
there's a
Show me a
tree
source.
going vertical. Clearly, that can't be the case if there's a tree going vertical through them.
I've never heard such claims or heard such things.
Did you? In fact,
Yeah,
Tim
because you live
just.
in an echo chamber of mainstream propaganda.
No, what do you think about what Tim posted? I mean, it's just a quick Google search. What do you? How do you object to that?
I'm not reading what he posted. Why can't you answer? Instead of you, first of all, if this is actually addressing it, then you are all wrong by claiming that the phenomena doesn't even exist. Shocker. I for one, am shocked that this entire conversation will include nothing more than consistent shifting the goalpost. I'm for one absolutely.
I've already explained to you my idea and the general mainstream idea of why this happens. The system is dynamic. Earth moves around. Things get trapped in this in many different ways and techniques and variations, and this is why this happens. It's not that there's trees growing. It's not that there's 3,000-year-old trees that actually are somehow magically embedded in millions of years old Earth. There's actually movement of these materials constantly.
So the tree was pushed down millions of years of layers.
The layers can be moved up, over, on top of.
Oh, so surprising. Science tried to explain it. Weird.
Well, wait. So you're saying that the millions of years of layers moved up around the tree, but then the tree kept growing vertically through it? So it just like
subduction.
Why is it what?
So 5 seconds ago, you guys weren't sure if this happened or not, but now we're sure and we got an excuse. Is that what just happened?
Yeah, now they're experts. Now
I didn't.
Can I interrupt, please? Can I just say one thing, if I may? 2 minutes, 1 minute. So not only are there petrified trees that go through 20 layers of geological strata, right? And the geological strata, like what you're saying, it's being disturbed or it's shifting. Well, the geological strata, when you split it down the middle, like it's like on the side of a mountain, you crack the mountain, and all you see are these layers. These layers are undisturbed. They don't look like they've been disturbed or have gone through any subduction at all. And not only do you have petrified trees going through 20 feet of geological strata, you have fossilized animals that are also equally going through what they say is millions of years of geological history, just somehow planted right in the middle of 20 layers of geological strata. And each individual layer represents an era in history, going all the way back to the Precambrian era. It's impossible. You can't get a fossilized animal going back to the Precambrian era.
Dude,
Even
they like, this is the truth.
go
They
ahead.
just can't accept evidence for what it is.
It's
They're
just
just going to
pseudo.
dismiss it.
Yeah, you guys are just talking, man. There's no evidence to anything to support anything you guys are saying.
You mean the people that made up the claim that these layers are millions and millions of years old are just making shit up? That's what it actually is. Just like
Or was it Xanax?
just like there's
Or was
something
it?
called
Or was it Zanuck that just made shit up when he came up with an excuse for why that's happened? I mean,
Let me
there's
explain
one,
this.
on one hand, there's the guy denying the thing even exists, and on the second hand, there's Zanuck coming up for excuses on why it exists.
Let me
You got to
destroy.
pick one.
Let me destroy this argument right here. Right end of it. I'm gonna put it to an end right here. If
You
you
mean
go
destroy
into,
Zanuck's argument?
I don't know who it is, but because I'm new, but I'm telling you right now, if you go to a mountain, any type of mountain range, you can see exposed mountains that have rocks that would be technically layers and layers. You can see the layers of rocks in the mountains, and they would be hundreds of millions of years old. Guess what? Trees grow right out of them. Trees grow, they die, and they can get trapped beneath them. So as I'm saying, your experiment is ridiculous unless you dug to a certain depth and then you found it, and there's no trees that are that deep. So that's the only way it's possible.
you're wrong. So, and this is what's so funny, bro. It's like you guys pretend like you have intellectual high ground, but you don't know what you're talking about. Because, in fact, the very sedimentary layer model has been already demonstrated to not be true. There's something called the Great Unconformity. Let me guess.
Then why did you just
don't
say
know? Let
20?
me guess.
Why are you using 20 layers of it as a reference?
Because I'm refuting the claim that these layers are hundreds of millions of years old.
This is the guy that didn't believe it happened 5 minutes ago and wanted proof that it happened. Now he's got all the reasons for why it happens.
He's goofy. It's called a religion. This is what people do when they're religious. So
No, religion requires beliefs. This doesn't
that's what
require
you
belief.
have. You have, yeah, you
What are you
believe.
talking about? I don't believe in any of this shit. It's
You
a fact.
you believe whatever ad hoc explanation you can that someone
No, you
makes
want to know
up to
how
excuse.
you want to know how
You
you
know
can
what
prove
I
if
know is
something's a
that
belief or a
religious
fact.
people also get emotional and interrupt a lot.
Yeah, well, you want to know the difference between a fact and a belief is it doesn't matter. A fact will be the same whether I believe it or not.
Wow, profound. I'm personally drowning in profundity. I'm so glad that you interrupted me to say that. So try to keep your emotion in check there, but I know I'm attacking your religion, but this does require belief, okay? It 100% requires imaginative, ad hoc explanations and beliefs. It's no way fact. For example, there's something called the Great Unconformity. Do you know what that is?
Only for people who can't understand science themselves.
Do you know what Great Unconformity is?
Enlighten me, please.
Okay, so you don't know what it is. Do any of the people here that thinks they know for a fact, and it's not a belief, it's just a fact that these sedimentary layers are millions and millions of years old? Does anyone know what the Great Unconformity is?
Tell us what it is, please.
I'm going to once I point out that none of you guys even know what you believe. No one in here knows what it is.
You're
Are you
just
guys
grandstanding.
Googling?
So you're just grandstanding. You're looking
Okay,
saying,
so you
look at
guys
me,
are
look at me. I'm so much smarter than these guys. You had
Yeah,
no
you
facts.
did a Google search. Congratulations, Witz. What'd you find?
I'm outside walking around. I didn't do a Google search.
You're a geologist now. God, you're a pilot. You're an astronaut. You're a
Now
geologist.
you're
You're a
just
physicist.
gaslighting.
Holy shit, man. You guys
You are
know
like God.
always every answer to every fucking single topic, okay? So don't okay? Just relax, man.
No, now this is what Zanuck always does. Once I start to show their bullshit, he starts gaslighting me. So anyway, this is the truth. Now, like Zanuck said, the model claims the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, right? And they claim that there are these layers of rock that have been stacking for billions of years. There's something called the Great Unconformity, and that is where billions of years of rocks are missing from where they're supposed to be. So we're not talking about a thin little layer. We're not talking about a couple million years. We're talking about just under 2 billion years.
But they don't stack, brother. They're not. Your idea of them stacking is wrong. They're getting built from underneath. They're not stacking. They're being pushed up.
Totally irrelevant. Red herring, pals. So the
No, it's
point,
not.
Like what?
dude, listen carefully. So there are horizontal layers of sedimentary rocks. They're claimed to show us that the Earth's a certain age. Okay? When they went and looked at some of these rocks, there are billions of years missing.
specifically just under 2 billion, so maybe not billions. That's almost half the alleged age of the Earth is missing from the geological data. It's called
Are
the
you
Great
thinking?
Unconformity.
Are you saying that those
Crazy.
trees were originally growing before those rocks, and that's and the layers of sedimentary layering was done after those trees actually had grown to full size?
Yeah, we've actually proven
Okay,
that those
so
rocks
no,
can.
so
Oh
you
my
don't
Now you're
believe in
interrupting
any.
me again, dude. This is the thing.
I
I'm
didn't
gonna end
mean
up
to.
banning.
I didn't
Just
mean
so
to
you know,
interrupt.
Zenit, I'm gonna
Seriously,
end up banning you from here, and then you're just gonna have to go cry in a
dude,
corner.
I didn't
because-
mean to interrupt you. I thought we were talking. It's okay. I'll stop.
No, you did
You're
objectively
you're
mean to
totally
interrupt
psycho right now. Go ahead, talk.
because you guys are emotionally impulsive and
No,
interruptive.
I was very calm.
You're doing it again.
No, we're talking.
Okay, so you can demonstrate in the lab that the petrification and different aspects of these rocks, they can occur in incredibly fast rates. Okay, so that aside, because that was another red herring, there's something called the Great Unconformity, right? And it's where there are like just under 2 billion years of missing layers of rocks. Okay, that's almost half the alleged age of the Earth. So there's there's a place in Virginia. I think it's Virginia. It's like 1.2 billion years missing, and then near the Grand Canyon, 1.7 billion years missing, and then like in the Netherlands, 1.5 billion years missing. All throughout the Earth, there's almost 2 billion years, over a billion years, consistently missing from the geological model.
I don't agree, and I can go with the petrified wood theory. You should be able to tell what type of wood it was, and by that you'd be able to tell what type of tree and when the tree existed on Earth, and that would prove your theory right or wrong right there. If it's a tree that
Buddy, we put a pause on the tree. You said you don't agree. That doesn't mean shit. You can Google the Great Unconformity. I just had a conversation with a geologist that was recorded on Discord a few weeks ago. And I brought up the Great Unconformity, and he immediately admitted that it's a real thing and immediately admitted that they don't know why it happened and what caused it. And you just said you disagree. So please tell me how you disagree with the Great Unconformity, something that you just admitted you don't know what is.
I was talking about the petrified wood thing, the conformity thing, and I have to look into more. But yeah, it sounds like something that, I mean, if it's backed by science, then I would agree with it. But I'm talking about the wood.
Okay, I'm talking about how even to try to claim that the wood was magically just shifted around and buried but maintained vertical position and all this bullshit. The point is that the very model itself doesn't work. It claims the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Okay. And there is almost 2 billion years of sedimentary layers missing from the geological record. It's called the Great Unconformity.
So the Great Unconformity says that.
All
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna mute up and go look it up.
That's perfect. Great.
I don't want to waste your time.
They've already got Tim put it in the chat. It's actually a real nice, simple what that actually talks about.
Okay, cool. And so what they do
Xanax,
then, what they start to do is they make up crazy theories as to why they think it happened.
Yep.
And then you guys say it's scientific fact. They literally
ad hoc
Through experimentation and discovery, they validate that theory. Yes.
No, they
You can
didn't do
ad hoc
validate
that.
anything.
You can ad hoc anything you
They're
want.
just hypotheses.
Sorry, Jeremy.
You can ad hoc anything you want in there.
No, they make hypothesis, have a theory.
You can put dark. Zanuck, why are you interrupting, dude?
I didn't hear you. You're very quiet. I'll turn you up.
No, you heard
Am
him.
I very quiet?
No, we all heard you.
Yes, you're very quiet.
No, you're not.
It's okay.
So they can ad hoc. Yeah, they can ad hoc anything in ionospheres, dark matter, dark energy, anything they need to ad hoc in. They can just make something up. Like, I would be shocked if we caught the Elias effect or the Alias effect, whatever it is, and I don't feel like they could ad hoc anything into that at this point, but you never know.
They'll literally say dark energy again or something. But this is the point that I'm making here. When you guys claim, this is how it all started too. I'm like, you guys pretend that this is definitive fact, requires no speculative beliefs, and that's objectively wrong. And the Great Unconformity is a perfect example. No one agrees on exactly what caused it. There's all kinds of theories about what they think could have caused it, and there are problems with all the theories. And before I just serve it up to you guys on a silver platter like I always do, I have to tell you what your mainstream excuse is, and then you immediately believe it. I want you guys to admit
that they just are making up ideas and they're making up theories and beliefs they don't really know, and it's ad hoc speculation that requires belief. And whenever Zenik says, "Oh, they tested it and proved it in a lab, they tested it with the experiment," okay, name one of the causes that they theorize for the great unconformity, and then tell me how they tested it. Exactly.
Yeah, there's nothing. They're hypotheses, and they don't make any sense. Yet
Yeah.
they're going to hold on to them.
Sorry, if you actually knew what some of them were, you would never say that they've experimentally validated them. If you actually knew what the claimed causes were, you would never say something like that. It's impossible to test the claimed causes, which are not agreed
No,
upon.
that's
Speculative.
that's part of their problem, right? They don't even know most of the
So
time.
geology is not a science.
That's all you got. Wait, no, Zenik, you don't get to talk until you answer my question. How about that?
You want to know the causes?
You said that they've been experimentally validated. So name one of the causes for the great unconformity that has been experimentally validated.
You said something like, "Oh, they went into a lab and they started making experiments." That's not how geology works. I mean, some of it's done in the lab, but most of it's done in the field.
I said, if you're not going to answer my question,
I'm not going to interrupt you.
Okay, then if you're not going to answer my question, then don't talk. Because everyone cleared the floor for you to answer my question, and you just remained completely silent. Then you waited for the subject to move over a little bit, then you jumped back in. It's blatantly dishonest because I called you out. You made a bullshit claim. You just made it up. You said that they've experimentally validated the causes. You don't even know anything about the great unconformity. You're currently you have it pulled up on your computer.
Googled it. You Googled it, and now you're an expert.
I didn't just Google it. I'm outside.
Okay.
I'm not
One
Googling anything.
possibility is the snowball Earth, when widespread ice sheets covered the land during the cryogenic period. There's one. There you go. There's your answer, tough guy.
No,
There you go.
that could take off like a million layers,
Okay.
like a million years
Discount
worth
it.
of layers.
Discount, throw it
billions.
away, discard it.
Well, how did they
discredit
verify
it?
it? How did they
Ad hominem,
verify it?
all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll wait for all your attacks. Go ahead.
How's it a theory?
I just want to point out, right? So first of all, you just read that. You didn't know about it. So when you made the claim that they've actually experimentally validated the causes, you were lying. You just made that up because you didn't even know. Stop interrupting me. You didn't even know what the claimed causes were. You just read the first one you saw.
I know generally what the causes are. I've read. I took geology in college. I know a little bit about these things. I don't remember I don't remember shit. Witsit. And you're learning things day by day, which I commend. But you're doing the same things anyone else would do. You're searching for information, and then you're making conjecture based on incomplete.
Stop talking about me so much. Okay. So you made the claim.
But it's you that is talking.
Stop, dude, interrupting. You made the claim that the causes had been experimentally validated, but you did not even know what the claim causes were. You just read one off of the article that the
I wanted to get it.
I'm back with
I
the
know
evidence.
what the causes are, and I wanted to get something that was formal so I could shut you up from your nonsense.
No, you have nothing. You made it up. What experiment did they do to prove? What experiment did they do to prove the snowball Earth theory?
You want to know the scientific methodology for which they used through experimentation to give substantiation to the hypothesis of the snowball period? Is that what you want?
Yeah, because it didn't happen.
Yeah, you said they did experiments.
Let me get some information for you, and I'll forward it over to you.
Oh, so you basically made it up
right now.
Cool. You basically made it up when you said it. Got it.
I didn't make it up. Just like I gave you the answer for why trees are buried in older
I got
rocks.
the answer. What's it? I got the answer. You ready?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, there is currently no widely accepted explanation for the great unconformity among geoscientists. There are theories that have been proposed. It is widely accepted that there was a combination of more than one event which may have caused such an extensive phenomenon. So no one even knows.
There you go, and that's what I said.
Exactly.
You remember me saying that? You remember me literally saying that it's not even an agreed upon idea of how to explain it?
There's a difference between There's a difference between not knowing and not agreeing. There's a lot of theories and ideas. We know one of those things probably happened. We don't know exactly what because we don't have enough information. We haven't been able to test it well enough.
There's also a difference between a verified theory and a ad hoc hypothesis to try to explain it, because science
You
can't.
think that's ad hoc? Do you really do?
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
by
I think
definition.
Okay, all right. I just asked. It was an honest question.
Hey, I gotta point this
honest
out, right?
answer.
If no one knows what it is, then how could everyone agree on what it is?
Because they have done certain tests and experimentations and observations and things through geology that they've got a pretty high level of confidence that one of these ideas probably is the reason. There's definitely
Like what,
reasons
Zanny?
for it. We know
Like what? What did they do?
plate tect. What? It's through
What did
observations.
they do to figure it out?
Just say,
You're not going
just make it
to let me answer,
simple.
are you?
Just
Okay.
make it simple. These geologists have a lot more information to come to these conclusions than we do.
To come to what conclusion?
That's
They don't
funny
have a
because they say they
conclusion.
need more info.
Yeah,
They
they don't
always
have
need
a
more
conclusion.
It's
info.
fine. I mean,
They want more
that's
support
okay.
for their hypothesis.
I mean, we can't pinpoint why they say what they do. I
should call it
mean,
a
you'd have to be a
hypothesis.
damn geologist yourself to really have an informed opinion about it.
You see, they say one thing, right? They say a lot of things, but when they test things, like for example, let's take the Great Borehole in Russia, right? They did their things, they did their conclusions, they wrote down what they expected to find. And mind you, this is just 7.8 miles. Okay? Now, they got just about everything wrong. Okay? So you're trying to tell me now these great geologists know what happened billions of years ago, but yet they got it wrong just 7.8 miles down? I mean,
Yeah, but
you're praying to the wrong people.
it is that you say that whole thing is wrong. I think that's a little harsh. There were some surprises. There were some inconsistencies in what they expected, but that doesn't mean that they were just flat out wrong about everything they did.
Yes, they were. They even
Yes.
updated their predictions as they went lower and lower. So they would get lower, and then they would get the data from there, and they'd be okay. Well, then we know what's going to be below. There's going to be no water, right? We know there's going to be no water, and then they would go down, up water. They got their predictions wrong the entire time, the whole way down. Every time they updated their predictions, they were wrong again.
That's only 7 to 8
That is
miles.
a fact.
Left lane.
That is a
It's a
fact.
matter of opinion. It's just
It's
opinion.
not a
7 to 8
matter of
miles.
opinion, Left Lane. No, it is a fact. The Kohora borehole, which they dug in Russia, they got just about everything wrong. I can name you the things, okay? Heat, life forms, water, pressure, all of it. They got all of it wrong.
Over
I
and
mean,
over.
you're
That's the part that always gets
you're
left
entitled
out.
to your opinion about it.
It's not
It's
an
not an
opinion.
opinion,
This is what they
sir. Look
said.
it up,
This is what
Left Lane.
dude, this is so weird. This is why you guys make flat earthers, because you guys do stuff like this. Dude, the point is that it's not just that they made a prediction and went and dug. They did this for years, right? They dug the hole for years, and they tried to get past the lower layer that they got to for a long time, and eventually they just gave up, okay? And as they went down, and again, they did it for years. As they went down, they're like, okay, now we got a little deeper. Let's look at the data again. Okay, well, then we know based on our current model that since this is the data here, even though we were wrong about what's here, now we can update it with our model and like, okay, that's what's going to be down below it. And then they'd be wrong again. And they kept doing that. Every time they kept going lower, they made new predictions. They kept getting them wrong.
That is a fact. There's nothing you can say or do to change that, Left Lane. I'm sorry, man.
Well, you
I
guys
don't know
know.
why
You
you're
guys
saying
know
it's
it.
opinion.
You guys know it
If you
happened
took a
billions of years
geology
ago,
class,
4,000
you
miles
might
ago.
understand some of this stuff. You just can't
Shut
keep
up,
on
Zanny.
espousing
Shut
to
up,
understand it better than any geologist in the world, saying, here's the inconformity. This proves every geologist wrong because they don't know. Because I found a quote that says they don't know.
They admit they don't
Hold on,
know,
let me
Zanuck.
settle down for a second. Read us one thing. According to the new research, this research model said the eroded crust was deposited in the ocean and ultimately made its way to the mantle by subduction, disappearing forever from the stratigraphic record. But signatures of the eroded crust could be preserved in other places. And that's one of the reasons. There's like dozens of reasons
That
to
doesn't
this.
even say why it happened. That didn't even explain.
It
First
did.
of all, stop interrupting me every time I speak, or you're going to not speak in here for an entire day. Okay, so just saying, oh, I think some of it slipped off into the ocean doesn't mean anything. Okay, that doesn't even say the mechanism. I'm tired of playing with you guys. I'll just tell you guys what some of the theories are, okay? The snowball Earth theory is bullshit. It has nothing to do with explaining the 1.7 billion years of missing strata. Okay, one of the primary ones that they claim is like an ice age. They claim that there was a crazy ice age, but the problem with that is that the great unconformity isn't evenly distributed. Some places it has the layers, some places it doesn't have the layer, so they don't really like that idea. Okay, they also talk about floods. Oh, there were just isolated giant floods. But then they show that, well, for the magnitude of the water to actually remove that much of the layers, then it would have to have a greater width than we actually see the unconformity for that area, so that model doesn't work. That's why they don't even have an agreed upon theory. No one's proposed one that would even make sense yet.
Graham
And
Shields has.
the death of a
Graham Shields
supercontinent.
has. There's one. He talks
Well,
about
what's the
glaciers.
theory?
Not my turn. Can you bite your tongue for a bit? I know you're excited. You're so spastic right now, willing to threaten to ban everybody. That
Because you keep
makes
talking
a
about
peep.
me.
You are really, you're a little manic right now. You had your coffee. You're going crazy. Just settle
Well, stop
down.
talking about me, dude.
Okay, so could glaciers cause this extensive level of global erosion, sweeping away hundreds of millions of cubic kilometers of rock and erasing evidence of impact craters? Graham Shields thinks so. He's the geologist at University College in London, and he thinks that.
Okay, so that there were meteor impacts, but then glaciers removed the evidence of it.
Yes.
I know I just repeated what you said, but the problem with any type of glacier or water erosion theory, I just said it. You clearly didn't listen because you don't listen. You just wait to talk. That's all you're doing.
Go on.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay. If you were
Stop
to have
talking
a
about
lot of
me.
water, remove the layers. The problem is the amount of the magnitude required to remove that many layers of rock would require the span of the water be so much wider than the actual unconformity of the layers. Do you understand?
I do, but they're
Glaciers are
also
protective to sedimentary layers. There's a lot of info that glaciers are protective of these layers. So it's silly, dude.
no, they remove them, they take it, and they giveth. They do both. Sometimes they're left, sometimes they're taken away. That's some of the inconsistencies that you're finding. But there's many. So
Yeah,
there's
it
Carl
doesn't make sense.
Karlstrom. There's Graham Shields. Dude, if you just took one entry level undergraduate geology class, you might learn some of this instead of us having to go back and teach you.
Zanuck, we know there's
Dude, how do
answers
none of the
that they
ballers
come up
call
with.
Zennick out? How do none
They
of the
talk
ballers
over each
call
other.
Zennick
It
out?
sounds good.
I want to know how none of the ballers call Zennick out, right? He admitted that he didn't know about it. He admitted that he's researching
I
it
didn't
right
say
now.
I didn't know about it. I've heard we studied it in
Someone else
geology.
mute him. Someone
I
else
don't
mute him.
remember a lot of it, but the high level, like
Dude,
plate
what the
tectonics and glaciarization, I remember that high level. I don't know the details. You're doing the Googling. Why don't you tell us what you're finding on both sides rather than being some biased parrot
Hey.
of the conspiracy theories?
All right, I'll mute him.
Why?
How about that? And how come none of the other ballers ever step in and be like, Zanuck, why are you incessantly interrupting every time? Never does his own side hold him accountable. Ever.
That's for the
stop flat earthers
moderators.
every day. I stop flat earthers every day. Okay, so this is the point. He didn't, first of all, he admitted he didn't know about it and that he's reading it right now. He came across one person who tried to propose a theory, which is hilarious. It was completely vague. And the truth is that there's like 1.2 million missing here, 1.5 billion missing here, 1.7 billion missing here, and it's scattered throughout the earth. So you can't just say glaciers and it all goes away. Okay. But he then went on to say, how about you go do an entry level geology class instead of us having to teach you? Oh, he has to teach me something he just admitted he knows nothing about. Back to the actual point. Again, someone actually use their brain to have an intellectual discussion and rebut the actual point, the specificity of the point, which is if you claim anything to do with water, glaciers, floods, okay, ice ages, right? If it has to do with the water removing the layers, okay? The water just taking a bunch of the layers out and then dumping them in the ocean, okay? How could you have that magnitude of water in small concentrated areas? Okay, this is why they know the theory doesn't work, because the magnitude required for water to remove that many layers would have such a wider span than the small concentrated pockets that are missing the layers. Like, I don't know what. Like, can we?
So if you let me finish, I'd say there also is a contrary opinion to what I said, and I found one of those as well. There's a lot of people with different opinions. They don't know. They don't know for sure. There's ideas and there's theories. I'm not trying to argue with you because I studied this a long time ago. I don't remember any. I already admitted I don't remember hardly any of this except the high level stuff like glaciarization and snow birth.
That's all we're saying, Zanuck.
They don't teach this stuff in school, dude. They don't
They
teach.
do.
Stop
Sorry.
interrupting me every time. They don't teach. They don't teach like the great unconformity in like the first year college geology class. They do
Geology
not.
109.
They do not go into detail about the great unconformity because that's a huge gap in the model. So now what we've concluded is that there's no actual explanation. No one agrees on what it is. That there are flaws with all the current ideas. So here's the follow-up. Can you guys admit that maybe, just maybe, that the geological model is wrong?
The what now?
The geological model is wrong, Left Lane. All these years, all these millions and millions of scientists and geologists, all wrong that the Earth is not 4.5 billion years old, that the geology, because of these inconformities, are in contrast to what these theories would say and how things could logically progress as the Earth evolved. So they're all wrong. The Earth is new and it's flat. Okay, good.
I mean, I would just say to that, I would just say, because they don't know a few things does not mean they don't know anything.
Okay, so it's not that they don't know a few things. They claim, based on the geological model, that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Okay? Now, there are areas missing up to 1.7 billion years of missing sedimentary layers. That's almost half the alleged age of the Earth. My question was, since no one can even come up with an agreed upon theory that would actually work, and they've been trying for decades, no one can figure out how it happened, even in theory. Okay? Would you guys like to admit that maybe, just maybe, the geological model claiming that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old could be wrong?
Of course, it could
I
be
don't,
wrong.
I don't associate with the idea of the age of the Earth being wrong because of this problem in the Grand Canyon.
In fact, a lot
It's
of those
not just
problems.
the Grand Canyon, dude.
Hold on, but a lot of those problems, they say in some of these articles I'm reading right now, say that they could have actually given reason and cause for the explosion of life in certain periods. So there's a lot of things they don't know, but there is, like Left Lane said, there's a ton of knowledge that is present. A lot of evidence is present. You're just throwing it all out because there's discrepancy, therefore it's all false, and there could be a chance that the Earth isn't 4.5 billion years old, and that's your platform.
No, the evidence fundamentally shows that it's not, because the current model claims that it takes billions of years for horizontal sedimentary layers to develop over time and then stack upon each other based on the pressure from the higher levels, creating certain effects on the lower levels. So it's a very specific model, has very specific cause claims. Okay, and almost half of the sedimentary layers predicted are missing. Okay, so the evidence shows us that that model isn't true. You guys have a religion and have to believe it's that true. So I'm wondering, why do you guys have to believe that it's 4.5 billion years? Well, then we'll rewind back to the beginning of this convo and why I brought it up. The reason that you guys have to believe that, you have to believe it, is because you can't believe in your idea of evolution without it.
Oh, I see what it goes back to. Well, do you believe in glaciarization? Do you believe that glaciers existed and they cut through mountains and carved valleys? And do you believe that happened?
I don't believe that glaciers like cut through a mountain, then jump up over the land and levitate over to the ocean, skipping the rest of the land.
That's not my question. Do you believe there were glaciers, and you believe they actually carved large, 1,000 miles wide and deep type of movement throughout the Earth?
No, that's just a theory.
Have you been to a glacier? Have you been up to Alaska or into
Have
Canada?
you seen a glacier cut through thousands of miles?
I've seen the results of it that are pretty clear.
Oh, so it's a theory. Okay.
It's not. That's not a theory. It's a theory that's supported by solid evidence. For example, when you see the glacier, not only the ice, but the ice moving the land, which cuts the land, breaks the land off from other ports of the land, and you can see the results of this land that ends up somewhere else, and they match those things indisputably. They're tied. They're locked together as far as the evidence. That is a good sign that that landmass moved for some reason. Now, why did
You
it
made
move
that up. Cite it.
horizontally? I didn't make that up.
Yes, you did. Cite it.
No, there's glaciers in Canada, like especially in BC, that you can see these things evidently clear. Now, is there a chance they're wrong? Yeah, of course. This is the evidence we talk about.
Cite it. You said that they match perfectly and indisputably. What a
Yes.
joke.
They bring the rocks back. They bring
indisputably that they could be wrong. So it is disputable.
It's pretty. Yeah, it could be. Still could be wrong. Yes, it's a strong word to term, but they actually bring things together and say, well, these things came from each other. They're identical. They're identical as far as with their makeup and their layering.
Okay, so you guys can't admit it. I mean, I knew you guys
all
were
right.
going to admit it.
You're not a geologist. Why are you posing to be a geologist?
Credentials fallacy.
No. You're claiming right now to be the expert. I don't know why you think you're the expert. It's interesting. You don't think you don't coming across as an expert. You don't think what you're saying is coming across as an expert to us.
Strawman fallacy.
It's not a strawman fallacy.
You
are coming here saying we're all wrong because you've discovered inconsistencies and that all these geologists, millions of them, are all incorrect because you've discovered something. What's it?
You said I claim to be an expert. Strawman fallacy. You said I claim stop interrupting me every time I speak, dude. You said I claim to be an expert. Strawman fallacy. You claimed that you said that you're not a geologist. That's a credentials fallacy. Your position must be wrong because you don't have the proper credentials to speak about it. Fundamental, remedial, incompetent fallacy. So we can just move on because I gave you guys.
Can I respond to those accusations?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, some people, when they act a certain way, that act can be attributed to you're claiming to be something that you are not. So if you're acting as a doctor and you're operating on people, we could say you're acting like a doctor. Even though you don't say you're a doctor, you're acting as one. So you can be determined as saying you are acting as a doctor. Or you are a doctor.
You said I claim to be an expert. I never did such a thing.
You're acting
all right. You should just be kicked from here. It's just annoying as fuck. Like the fact that no one else says anything, like no other ball, it's just ridiculous. Like anyway, dude, we can move on, right? I didn't claim to be an expert. Right? All I did was go do some research and find out that the current model has major flaws in it, so much so that half the predicted layers are missing. Almost 2 billion years. That's a lot. That's not just like a little 1% discrepancy. That's almost 50%, billions of years. And that they're scattered all throughout the earth, not just the Grand Canyon. Everything you guys have responded to with has been a fallacy. And I even alley-ooped you guys for an easy concession that it just may be wrong. And you couldn't even say that. It's because you have a religion. You have a religion. You can't go against a religion. The religion says it's 4.5 billion years old, and that must be the case no matter what the evidence says, no matter how much faith it requires, no matter how many mental gymnastics you have to do, no matter how many times you have to admit, oh, no one knows, no one agrees, it can't be explained, but we know for a fact at the same time. So it's just blatant doublespeak and religious zealotry, and it's boring, and I'm over the conversation.
When you asked them if they had ever heard of it, it's not like you came in here, telling people what exactly that it was. There's questions. So yeah, I feel your pain.
Yeah, it's just annoying. And you know what's even funnier? I'll just throw this out here because it's kind of tied to the 4.5 billion years old. Has any of the people that thinks this model's true, this whole like geological and cosmological model's true, have you guys ever considered like where did the Earth come from? Do you guys know what the mainstream explanation for where the Earth came from and then formed because gravity coalesced into a sphere? Do you guys know where it supposedly came from?
Tell us.
So I just want to point out, like the people that believe they know for sure this model is true, they don't even know what it is. They don't know like the beginning stage. They don't even know the very beginning. But the mainstream explanation for where the Earth came from is that it formed from dust particles from the sun.
No, in the accretion disk, not from the sun, from the accretion disk.
Dust particles from the sun.
No, that's inaccurate.
Bet?
I mean, you could look it up. I'm not going to bet you when you say you want to bet. I don't know why you keep saying that. But
I'm just tired of people
it's not. It's not that the accretion disk It's not actually. I would say that the sun was a product of the accretion disk, the gathering of matter.
A bet is a good way to say you're confident in something, Left Lane.
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
cuts through all the
you just can't say that the Earth came from the dust that came from the sun. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Plain. You've been here for a while. I'm pretty sure all of you guys know if Witsit is saying something, he can back it up. It just boggles my mind. I mean, you guys just think that he's just going to spout off things that he can't back up. I
Well,
mean,
a lot
like,
of times we can
I
read
don't know.
this. We can read the same paper and draw different conclusions from the same paper.
Yeah. Yeah. Because what would it mean if what you walked on was created? Like, stop and pause for a second. What would it mean if this earth was created to you?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
I used to think that. I used to think that, and from the standpoint of pure religion, that it was said to me, it was taught to me, it was driven into my head, and I accepted it because my authoritative parents and grandparents indoctrinated me with that information. And as I grew older, I started questioning things, and I actually studied the Bible, both of them, the Old and New Testament, on college level, and my switch flipped. It all made no sense that
Hey,
that could
Left
be
Lane.
so.
Left Lane, did you read the Septuagint?
No.
But I wasn't even going to go with Bible.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
forget.
Well, I'm just explaining just a cursory idea
Right.
of where I'm at with it.
But what I'm saying, what about the human body? What about
Yeah.
the things that need, the bees need the pollen, and then the cattle eats this, and then we get the nutrients from, the photosynthesis of this. I mean, like, can't forget religion, right? Because it sounds like you went from one religion from, your parents and everything into another with educational beliefs that you were taught. And I'm not trying to be rude, but let's look at the human body. I mean,
Well, you have to, and I've said earlier about an hour ago that the complexity of the human body and how it works from a cellular level all the way up to organic function and stuff that makes me tend to hang on to the idea of creation. But it wasn't as the Bible says, poof, there's a man. There would have to be a team of engineers designing this and bringing it all together to make it all work. Now, can you imagine? I mean, the enormity of that project. How would that
well, I
be?
mean, he did say, "Let us make man in our image." So, I mean, I'm not trying to take this biblical. Um, even though you guys know that that's my jam and stuff. I'm just saying, I've got somebody in my Telegram group, and he's like a scientific guy, physics and all that kind of stuff. And I took a picture. I've been taking pictures of the because I on my iPhone I know how to do night mode now, and it's really cool because you can take pictures of the stars. I mean, it's not like a P900, but so I actually got to see Ursa Major on Saturday night and capture it, and then last night. So and what everybody here is like, okay, great. We were all, I mean, some more than others, educated, but let's step out into our senses, right? Do you feel like you're on a spinning ball?
No, and I'm not
No.
supposed
Who
to.
taught us
You're
that
not
we
gonna get
lived on
anywhere.
that we lived on a spinning ball? Man,
Yeah.
great. You should. I know you're a very reasonable person in here. And sometimes, and I know that you've said that in the Bible there's some really good things. Um, but it's really basic. We don't have to complicate it. Man has given us math, which is not all bad. Obviously, we need it, but there's things that require common sense. A lot of things when it comes to creation. Forget what everybody else has said. It's time for us to observe ourselves and be real about it because, nobody in here doesn't like the Globers. I mean, sure, we absolutely get annoyed with you guys sometimes because really at the end of the day, they're trying to help you open your eyes to get out of the education, right? And so I'm sure you guys feel like you're trying to help us get back into it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my education, I actually had to pay for probably 3/4 of my education. So there's nothing about my education that I don't hold valuable, dear to me. I mean, there were so many things that I didn't realize that I didn't know. Going back to college at 35 as a freshman, I lived the first 35 years without knowing how things work really. And through biology and physics and understanding how things work. And you don't take science as just gospel. You have laboratories where these things that you're taught in the classroom out of the book are demonstrated and shown how they work. And it's solid, man. It's not religious at all. Science is not a religion.
Well, some of the experiments, are good, obviously. And then there are some that are not so good.
Like,
All right,
Well,
wait, are you?
Go ahead.
I'm saying, are you kind of like just admitting that there's like an emotional aspect that you had to pay money to go to school and it took time and money, and so you have a bias
it's an
against the
accomplishment.
idea?
It's a personal accomplishment, a
I'm not
great
undermining
accomplishment
your
in my life.
accomplishment, Left Lane. So,
Yeah.
like, I'm saying,
Well,
are you just admitting that you kind of have like an emotional bias against the idea that some of the stuff you were taught there could be wrong?
No emotional bias to it, to my understanding of my knowledge and what I perceive as knowledge and what I know versus things I question. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that's sort of a fractured conversation there. But I've got a basic understanding of my reality around me, and I do not. I don't understand how we can all see the same things, the very same things, and understand them so differently. That's interesting to me, and I
I
don't
don't
hold it
understand
against
why
you.
you can
I
say
don't hold
that.
anything against anybody at all.
Right, but I
But
don't
it's
understand how
just
you can say that
amazing.
experiments and you do them in the lab and stuff is what we don't believe science, blah blah blah, and then you believe that dust particles that extend out from the sun and then the sun keeps them around it and then they just coalesce into the beautiful Earth that we live on is somehow experimentally tested and proven or validated, and it doesn't require belief. That's what I don't understand.
Well,
It's just a talking point.
yeah. Well, that understanding that I've got in physics, and of course you have to take gravity on board as factual. You have to bring that on board to consider that the accretion disk and matter coalescing and forming planets. You have to bring gravity on board to accept that.
And you have no evidence of any of that, right? You have no evidence that something called gravity even exists, much less that it takes dust
Oh, I do.
particles. No, you don't. Much less
Yes,
that you
I do.
have. No, you guys claim we can't test gravity on the Earth because we're on the Earth and it's the gravity of the Earth so strong that it's impossible to fully test it and imitate any of this. So
Fully
you
test
can't.
it?
You can. Can I finish
we
my
could.
bro? What is wrong with you today, man? Like I'm
I don't know.
saying.
You're hammering on me. You're just throwing 10 points out and I can't cover 10 points at one time.
I'm just trying to make one point, actually. Like, you can't actually experimentally validate that something called gravity can take dust particles, bring them together, make them coalesce, and then turn into the Earth or anything
Yep,
like
can.
it. Okay.
You say we can't, but we can.
What's the experiment?
Cavendish.
Cavendish shows dust particles coalescing into the Earth.
It demonstrates the attraction of mass to mass.
He's trapping you into a specific test
Yeah.
to validate.
Yeah, because just admit that it
something as
requires
large,
faith.
wide, and deep as I'm still talking. Wide and deep as gravity. Yes, we have tests for gravity. Lots of them. My God, millions of them. But you want to see what you're like, DMOC. Show me the spinning ball in your living room with water sticking to it, spinning with a sun illuminating, burning hydrogen. And come on, really?
You don't have any scientific.
I want you to admit that it requires belief.
You don't have any scientific evidence that space-time bending is even a thing, let alone an experiment showing. Let alone an experiment showing that it's the cause of anything. You don't even know if it's real or not. How the fuck can you do an experiment on it showing that it's the cause of something when you don't even know if it's real?
Yeah, like this is what's so funny. You guys can't just admit that it requires belief, right? Like these are part. You should say that this is a part of my model that's not testable, so we have to speculate and it requires some belief. You guys can't acknowledge the word belief because you guys have to pretend it's all scientific and it's void of opinion or bias or belief. And no, it's not. It's belief. You think that dust particles turn into the earth? That's a made-up theory that could be wrong.
Well, we do, going back to what Jeremy said, we do have tests. And we do have a lot of tests that talks about gravity and how it actually works. We have a great understanding of it. Now, do we understand all of it and its origins? Not perfectly, but we have a huge understanding. There's a vast amount of information known about gravity.
There's
And
no
the one theory is
test.
bending and warping of
Oh, you were
space-time.
done. My bad.
Wait, no, I jumped in. I did pause for a second. We do things. We have said things like the bending and warping of space-time is the cause because we have these paradoxes that we can't explain with traditional and prior historical understandings of gravity.
Did anyone else notice that he just completely avoided what I actually said? Like, I don't understand why you do that.
They'll
Like,
never admit that. They'll never
Because I was
admit that.
talking to Jeremy, you jumped over him. He asked me a question, and I was responding to him.
actually, you jumped into my conversation with Left Lane. Let's get real. So I specifically made a point, which is you guys can't even just be real and admit. Like if I'm a baller, I'd say, well, yeah, but that part of it's just a theory. That's not a testable part of our model. We just have to speculate as to what could have maybe caused the Earth to exist. We don't actually know for sure, but it's just a belief. It's a belief that the dust particles coalesced into the Earth, and some think that that's like one of the more probable ways. It's just a theory that can't be tested, and it's a belief. Why can't you say that?
So weird.
Because
I
then they'd
know.
have to admit the other G word could be a belief and be true too.
Well,
Well, I
I
mean,
can
as
add to
far
that, but if I'm kind of in a hole here, but the talking about gravity, I stick to Newtonian. I understand that completely. I don't have any. There's no question about how that works and things like that. And you're talking about bendy space-time and how gravity works according to Einstein. You know, the mathematical construct that talks about motion in three-dimensional space to include the concept of time.
yeah, you're breaking up.
That's a little out there for me. Yeah, here goes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like you did the same thing. You just
I'll
completely ignored
pause.
what I actually said, right? I mean, obviously, what you just said is also wrong. So then we get into like addressing whatever your red herring is. I don't know how many times I'd have to say it. I even like phrased it pretty articulate and elegant for you, where you could just be like, "Yeah, sure, that's the case," and you guys can't even do that. You guys just ignore it. I mean, you say that you have no problem fully understanding exactly what Newtonian gravity is. That's funny because Newton himself didn't. So you know what Newton
Not
himself
the
did it.
cause. I didn't say the cause. The question is the cause. The action is not in question.
Okay, but can you acknowledge my actual point? I'll say it one more time. That the idea of dust particles emanating from the sun coalescing into the earth is just a made up idea to try to speculate. It's not testable, it's not science, it's limited to speculation. And to think that happened requires belief.
Well, there is the belt, the Oort cloud. There is some leftover matter that still hasn't been used to form planets that's still floating around out there.
So you can't admit that it's an untestable theory that requires belief.
Okay, let me. Okay, yeah, it is an untestable theory if you want to think about observing an accretion disk forming planets. Yeah, we don't. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what James Webb comes up with and things that they'll be able to see with that, and technology to come. That might shed light on that possibility.
Yeah, so it's just a belief, right? Same thing with a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and then exchanged energy core to core, broke the Earth up into a bunch of pieces, the bigger piece stayed around and then coalesced and turned back into the earth again. And then one of the small pieces, all the rest of them floated off, but one of the smaller pieces stuck around, and then gravity turned it into a ball, and that's how we
Sure.
got the moon. Yeah.
Sure, that's completely plausible for me.
But that's completely made up ad hoc theory that is admittedly one of the weakest components of the cosmological model, and it requires belief.
I wouldn't say it's ad hoc. It's incorporating the knowledge base that scientists have, and just
Like
come
what?
up with that idea. Well, understanding gravity. That's if you take on gravity as a thing in your idea in your cosmology, it'll wipe out many. I don't want to give a number on it. It would wipe out much of your consideration that Earth could be flat.
Dude, first of all, man, I understand gravity very well, and I know it's electromagnetic in nature, but that's not what we're talking about. Even if your version of gravity was true, which means that it's not Newtonian because that's been debunked in your own paradigm a million different ways, and that's a million different ways, which is why they're proposing a modified Newtonian dynamics. Okay, because they can't just go back to Newton. It doesn't work. So they're proposing modified Newtonian dynamics to replace relativity, but that's not even the subject. How even if gravity was true and it was this archaic idea of mass attracting mass, which is not even, it's been debunked. So let's pretend it hasn't. Even if all that was true, how does that somehow give you evidence that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth, broke it up into pieces, and one stuck around and became the moon?
Well, first I would ask how Newtonian physics has been debunked.
You see why? But why, dude? You see what I'm saying? You want to talk about gravity? I'm pointing out that the foundation of the model and how everything was created requires immense speculation and belief. Right? That the Earth formed from dust particles emanating from the sun, and that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth, broke it up, and caused the moon. These are just made up ad hoc theories speculating about what could have caused the Earth and the moon to exist, and they require belief. Newtonian dynamics has been debunked on the quantum scale thoroughly. All of Newton's laws have been debunked on the quantum scale. Michelson-Morley debunked Newtonian mechanics. This is why
Einstein, real quick, Einstein debunked it when he said objects move in geodesics through free space. That debunks Einstein Newtonian mechanics right there.
Yeah, and then even Newton himself said that for his idea of gravity to exist, something has to be carrying the interaction, right? Just based on basic physics. So yeah, Newtonian mechanics is long gone, dude. If we could just go back to Newtonian mechanics, they would be doing that. They wouldn't be proposing modified Newtonian mechanics.
But we do use Newtonian mechanics daily. You don't agree?
That's a non sequitur. The point is that Newtonian mechanics doesn't actually work to explain the model on the local scale. On the local scale, we can explain what happens on the local scale with like 1,000 different theories. You can literally just use a kinematic equation. Since we're not talking about the cause, then we can just use a kinematic equation to replace or to give us little g, and then we can do everything we do in engineering and aerodynamics, everything that requires little g. You can do it with a kinematic equation using height and initial velocity and a constant acceleration.
But the thing is, you talked about, quantum and galactic scales disagreeing with Newtonian physics. That's admitted. They know this.
That's my point.
It's fully admitted.
And it's in contrast in Einsteinian too. The instantaneity of gravity is different on the macro versus local scale.
But logic and common sense tells you that the macro scale is just comprised of a lot of the micro scale, as is the local scale. And you both just skated past what I said, which is if all you have is saying that Newtonian mechanics works on the local scale, that doesn't mean anything, because we could come up with 1,000 different ways to explain the local scale without claiming a specific cause that we can verify. And I gave you a specific example. You can use a kinematic equation with height and initial velocity and consistently get the value of g. You don't need anything to do with the idea of gravity.
You have to you have to consider gravity in a kinematic scale. Yes, you do.
All you have to have is a kinematic equation of initial velocity and height, and you can explain everything the same way we use little g for all engineering. For everything we use it on the local scale, you can use just a simple kinematic equation. You don't have to have the idea of gravity for any of it.
What do you call the downward acceleration then?
Now you're asking, what do I call it? And then now you're going to ask what causes it. But just a second ago, we weren't talking about the cause. So
No,
it doesn't matter
I don't want the cause. I mean, what do you call the downward acceleration?
Downward acceleration.
Oh, that requires a force, right?
Well, now you're getting back to the cause again. I thought we didn't care about the cause.
No,
You see how
I'm
you
not
guys have
talking
a
about
double
the
standard?
cause. I'm talking about the existence of it. There is a downward acceleration. I'm not talking about why it happens, but you can't ignore that it does happen.
You just now said that for the downward acceleration to happen, there has to be a force, which means the
Yeah.
force causes the downward acceleration. But you just said you don't care about the cause. So again, we don't need the idea of gravity to do any engineering at all whatsoever on the local scale. Everything can be explained just applying a downward acceleration average, and this can be consistently replicated and found using a simple kinematic equation that completely disregards gravity. You can actually test this, right? So you can get like a really good camera. You can take a tennis ball at a certain height so you can know its height. You can drop it. You can factor in its initial velocity. And you can just use simple like frames per second. You can actually see that you'll get like 9.8 to 10 meters per second every time you drop something just using the kinematic equation. It matches every time.
Yeah, I'd have to look into kinematics to be able to rebut that properly.
Well, I'll send you the equation in a second.
Oh, I got them right here. I'm looking
Left
at
lane,
them.
that was beautiful. That's all. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's why I get frustrated with this whole, like, we do use Newtonian mechanics every day, and if gravity didn't exist, then we couldn't do anything on the Earth. That's just a talking point, dude. It doesn't mean anything, bro. Like when people say, yeah, well, I disagree that we can fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary and design it that way, because it has to account for gravity. You mean it accounts for the weight of the plane? Yeah. Yeah, did you know that objects have weight on a flat Earth as well?
You know, they could just call it. I mean, we call it gravity. Due the downward acceleration due to gravity, mass being accelerated, weight due to gravity.
Okay. Yeah, gravity literally means weight. Like gravitas, the word came from heavy, how heavy something is. That's what the word means. So we can use the same word. It's actually our word. So gravitas, gravity. Okay. So what does that have to do? You know what I'm saying, though? When I press you about how Newtonian mechanics can't explain the alleged cause, it's no longer considered to be an intrinsic property of matter. Newton himself said he had no idea what it is. For anyone to think what you guys seem to think, that it could act on other masses through the immensity of a vacuum with nothing exchanging it, is an absolute absurdity. He basically said it's completely retarded for anyone to think that, right? And you're like, oh, I'm not talking about the cause. But then I show you, okay, well, if we're just talking about the effect of downward acceleration, there's like 1,000 different ways that we could do that on the Earth, never in any way accounting for the idea that mass attracts mass or gravity at all. And then all of a sudden, you need to explain the cause. So you guys can't explain the cause, but I must just blindly believe what you call it until I provide the cause?
No, you're talking kind of in circles.
Yeah, word said it.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's just word said it.
No, that's not word salad. We talk about this downward acceleration. We can measure it. We can actually exclude other types of causes if that is theorized to not be the cause. So we can, for example, if it's magnetism, we can do things where we know a lot of magnetism can actually protect and change and introduce magnetic fields, and don't see the type of performant motion that we would expect by using the known laws of gravity today.
Exactly. Listen to the citation.
Incorrect, dude. You can literally just account for everything being electrostatic, and you can actually change objects' weights You can make things float. You can
by
change.
adding forces.
But when you say add forces, it implies that those forces weren't previously there, but they were there, which means you just manipulated what was already there. So that's not adding forces, that's manipulating what's already there.
No, you say that, but that's not really what is implied. We're not saying that. In fact, we are saying that it's not those other forces. We're not adding to it because we see some force acting on it, saying that's the force that actually causes the we originally observed. You're
We're
saying
not,
that it is.
dude, you just keep
You have
saying
to provide. Hold on, now you're talking over me. You have to provide the evidence that electrostatics is the cause of something falling, because you can levitate something just because an object doesn't possess electromagnetic or electrostatic forces. You can't then make that huge stretch and leap that because this is levitating, those forces are equal to the forces that are intrinsic to that particular item that we're levitating. That's circular
Dude,
logic.
we're back to where I need to prove my cause.
Yeah,
But
because that's how science works.
stop interrupting me. But whenever it comes to your guys' claim, we're supposed to just bow to it, and you admittedly don't know the cause, right? So like, whenever it comes down to your claim, oh no, we're not talking about the cause. We're not talking about the cause. We don't know the cause. We don't need to know the cause. Oh, no one knows the cause. I don't understand the cause. But when I talk about something that we know is there and we can directly manipulate and change the effects, I need to go into more depth about the cause. So I have to believe your fairy tale belief until I can replace the cause claim that you can't even make.
Can I ask a question real quick while there's a break? I was just listening. The effect is the downward acceleration at 9.8 meters per second. You think the presumed cause of that is whatever, and then you either stop, accelerate, or cause that acceleration to either cease, or slow down, or move. That would seem to indicate that that thing could be the cause of it, right? It's called an independent variable.
Yes, and that's why we would change the mass, measure the acceleration, change the environment, the height. We can do all sorts of things to actually vary this thing we call gravity.
Well, here's the thing.
The independent variable would be other things to see the effects on those objects, and then figure out or actually give a cause to that dependent variable having a change.
Well, wait a minute though. If Whitsitt thinks the independent variable is electrostatics, and then he manipulates the electrostatics, and the acceleration is either increase, decrease, or ceases to be, then he's actually proven his hypothesis.
Well, no, not really, because you can do things as far as magnetism and have a dipole magnet. The inverse by the we see specifically, and without exception, the inverse square law applies to gravity. So that would one way be to rule out that particular cause. It would be electromagnetism.
So what's the cause of gravity, Zanny?
Bending and warping of space-time.
What is space-time?
Space-time is a fourth dimension included
So
into.
you're saying a mathematical description of the world can be bent and cause things to move?
Yes.
So a mathematical description is the cause of gravity.
Well, mathematical descriptions are describing something that is real. So we know that time exists, and we know that space exists, and this thing called space-time is something that we seem to understand that can be bent and warped. Now, we know time can slow down in certain circumstances. We know that because we can actually. We need to know this because that's how satellites are actually understood to work. So we know time can be slowed down in certain circumstances. So we know space exists. We can measure things in three-dimensional fields. Three-dimensional field plus the fourth dimension of time is what they call space-time. Now, it may not be right, Paul, but it's a great theory, and it can be validated in many different ways. One of the ways is to understand this paradox that I've mentioned many times. The fact that we can see things accelerating, they're in complete free fall, no forces acting on them. That's a paradox. If something's falling and accelerating, we all understand Newtonian mechanics, and it should have some kind of force behind it, which it doesn't. They are clearly in free fall. So that only can be explained as we know today. Not only, but as we know today, it's explained through the understanding of the bending and warping of space-time being the cause.
Well, here's the thing. Well, I mean, you're global. You guys global. You didn't got to get on the same page because I think M. Scott was in here, I don't know, probably last week or sometime, saying when I asked him the same question, what the cause of gravity is, he said, I don't know.
He
So
doesn't
you're
know.
saying
Doesn't
you
mean that
do
other
know.
people don't know.
So who's
Can we
right
get on the
here?
same page?
Zenek is the citation, okay?
I'm the,
Never
yeah, I'm
forget
the
that.
citation. Veach is not
And
the citation. I'm the
if
citation.
Zenek, if I describe you how a unicorn looks like and how it works mechanically, maybe, or biologically, it must be 100% real, right?
That's intelligent.
Yeah. So because I have a description of something in terms of mathematics, it makes it real, right?
Well, go
Is
ahead.
that
Show me
how
your
how the
Show me your
world
test.
works?
Go
Dude,
ahead. Show me your test.
you don't get what I'm trying to say, right?
I do get. You're
Yeah.
trying to be you're trying to insult me,
It's
and I'm not going to play your game. You're just being
No,
an
I
asshole.
don't. Oh man, stop being so childish. I literally just expose what you claim to be reality just because you have a nice story about it. That's ridiculous. Has nothing to do with reality. Thanks.
Okay, then why don't you tell me how something can free fall, accelerate at the same time?
I don't know, man.
Okay,
I really don't.
exactly. Wiser words have never been spoken. You don't know. I respect that.
Thank you. I don't need fancy stories though. I can
We
live
have
with
a
not knowing.
we have a model for gravitational attraction, and it's encompassing general relativity. So, given that description, and given the fact that it's not ad hoc, it satisfies the observations because it conforms to it. So it's like it's not that it's an ad hoc explanation, um, and it just so happens that you can use it and it's imaginary, but you can make things up about it. The things that are described in it are things that are observed.
Yeah,
So
well,
there's a
Kosho, see,
relationship to
that's
it.
the problem, right? That's the problem, Kosho. I can describe a car in a complete different way that is completely made up, like in a Marvel movie or something. The car will be made upon the description, the new story I made about it, describing it, will make the same things happening in reality. I just applied a new description and story about it. Still, even though I named the parts in a complete different way, still I changed the mechanical ways of description, so to say. I can still make predictions on it because it's going to happen the way I observe it based on the story I have created around it. Why don't you guys don't get it? I really don't understand. It's a whole model basically in a nutshell. And adding thousands of stories that are just, made up beliefs.
He's obviously never been in a lab.
Yeah, your globe is in a lab. So stupid.
I'll be honest with you, it's hard to follow what you're saying. That's why
I know.
It's not. Anyway,
think
the point is the point is
Mhm.
the point is that these theories, these explanations, they're not just built out of thin air. They're an explanation, and they have a relationship to the things that are occurring. So if it's not that, like you said with the unicorn, it's like, oh well, I think that when the unicorn farts, that's when the moon's going to come out. It's like, well, there's no relationship between a unicorn farting and the moon. There's no reason to think that. Just because you hypothesize that this thing's happening that's causing this, there's no relationship there. So it's there's no way to
Yeah,
test that.
but please don't insert now a new story upon the things I have explained that has nothing to do with the explanation I've given, even though you yourself have stated that you have not understand a word I said. So thanks.
I said I wasn't following what I said.
Yeah, that's why you're now inserting something I've didn't made the point about, which completely confuses the listener to what I was actually trying to explain about things being described within a fictional story to make realities seem to be more understandable. Thank you.
Not
Yeah, that's what I
fictional.
was saying about the unicorn. In the unicorn example, you can describe things that are actually occurring and attribute them to the unicorn, but without there being a relationship there, that's just nonsensical. So there's a relationship with there's a logical progression, or there's um, there's just a correlation or correspondence for the things that we claim is happening and the effects of them.
Well, Kosho, I talked about two different points I made, right? The one point was about the fourth dimension and the thing about gravity that Mr. Citation seems to claim. I made an example of how I can describe a unicorn. I don't really want to get back into what I already said. If you don't get it, I'm sorry for you. You can just rewind back the stream. And the second point is completely different. You need to separate it from the first one. It was about me saying I can, if I have something in reality already established, I create a fictional story around it that is a new complete description of it. But the outcome and prediction with it is the same with the original story. Doesn't make it what I claim it to be, or doesn't make it more true or less false. Does it make sense?
It makes sense, but that's exactly why theories get, acclaim, is because they are predicting things or explaining things that weren't yet explained. So general relativity had additional things it was able to explain that weren't yet observed or explained, right? So it's not the same thing.
But again, I'm just trying to point out, if you build a model upon reality and you give it a certain type of reference frame, you can insert whatever you want to up on it if it's outside of the observer's capabilities of observing and verifying it to be true. Hence, that's why you have a realm of space that you and me and no one in here has ever went to. Upon that, you can build up more complicated structures of fictional stories that will be mixed in within the things you have already perverted your new story upon, and people cannot determine between reality or fiction anymore. It just mix it into a big swirl of smoothie that they drink, and that's it.
What about
that people drink?
What about the general relativity tests that are conducted without looking out into space?
Like I said, you have a big smoothie that has components mixed out of various things, which is very confusing, and is the easiest way to make people believe a completely opposite picture or model of what reality actually is. And I think reality actually is simplistically what we observe it to be. The Earth is motionless, still, does not rotate, is not on an axis, is not an empty space shooting through an ever-expanding universe. We do not feel any acceleration. It's stable. Water does what water always do when observed within our capabilities of observation, and so forth. Everything upon that is just high speculations or blind trust in people who claim to have seen the supposed trillions of tons of water curving. For example. Okay.
I'd like to bring something back up. I had to get off for a second. Is there something in science that can be described mathematically, but still, because it can be described mathematically, not be fully understood? Is there anything in science?
I mean, plenty of things.
Right, like quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics can be described completely through mathematics, but at a fundamental level, they have no clue what's going on.
No, I wouldn't say that. On fundamental level, they have no clue.
They don't.
But there's still they don't have a complete grasp on it.
Well, that's what my point.
No clue.
Well, I mean, I could quote you a science. Hold on a second. Well, just hang on a second. I'm getting there. I can quote you scientists that say otherwise. Kosho, that's like anybody thinks they understand quantum mechanics doesn't. I think Feynman said that. So,
out of context.
Well, second. You know, for as well as I do, Paul, that at the quantum level they have an understanding of what happens at that level. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have the conversation we're having right now on these computers, because the semiconductor chips depend on the understanding of quantum mechanics.
Understanding it mathematically. That's my point. They can understand it mathematically, right?
No,
how can you write a microchip if you don't understand it mathematically? How can you do that?
Well, I mean,
mathematics is just the language that we can understand. We can communicate and understand things through. Doesn't mean it only is a representation of it. It means we understand it and we have representations of it in mathematics.
Right, but I mean, people they still discuss. There's how many interpretations are there of quantum mechanics? How many?
There's two main ones.
Things as simple as a CRT screen.
How many interpretations of quantum mechanics are there, Xanax?
One of the things.
How many interpretations are there, Xanax, of quantum mechanics?
Let him answer, man.
He's not. He's going off about.
That's a broad.
Yes.
Quantum mechanics is a incredibly broad field. What areas are you speaking of?
At the quantum level, like what happens with electrons, photons, and all that stuff, the double slit experiment, all those other things that they talk about. How many interpretations are there?
Some of the way
I don't even know how to answer that, Paul. It's such a broad question. Even that you try to specify and be more specific, it's still
the Copenhagen interpretation. What other?
When you're talking about protons and neutrons and electrons and the field and the distances between them and their interactions, the double slit, we talk about how electrons behave and they don't have a duality. That's one aspect that we do understand, Paul, very well. We know that electrons don't have a duality like photons do. So there's one thing that we do understand incredibly well. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have a CRT screen back in the days when we had them. We don't have them anymore, but you know what I'm saying. So why are you you're acting, Paul? You don't ask these kind of questions usually. I'm just curious what happened to you today. What'd you eat for breakfast?
Well, because I started hearing, because I know there's a lot of problems within every theory, and then when you, like I said, Scott was on here, and I've had discussions with him before, and when I tried to pin him saying the bending and warping of space-time is the cause of gravity, he says, well, that's one interpretation, that's one possibility. Well, I think he said, what is that? I says, we don't know. I was like, either one or two things is going on here. Either he's trying to be legitimately honest and doesn't want to get into discussion, doesn't want to be nailed down, or he's right. And if he's right, that means you're wrong. So if you're wrong,
he's not right because he's admittedly saying he he can't say that we don't know because we have knowledge. We don't know if those theories are it might not be bending or warping of space-time. It might be something completely different. But so far, that is standing up to the test of scrutiny on many levels, Paul. So we do know at this point, it is the best theory we have. Now, are there problems with it? Absolutely.
Okay, well then and I also remember you saying, do things actually slow down? We were actually talking about this, just me and you, just probably a couple of weeks ago. You know, when things accelerate and we see that seems like that we observing them slow down, and then I asked the question, are they really slowing down? And you said no. So it's just an observation. Observing something slowing down, but it's not truly slowing down. So that seems to be either you don't. What's causing that? Why is it you're seeing it slow down?
Sense, or we're talking about Lorentz contractions. I don't remember the conversation exactly. I vaguely remember it.
It's either a Lorentz contraction or just, that's the thing when things accelerate or whatever. I don't remember what it was.
There's a relative speed differential.
You're observing something, one observer seeing this thing slow down or contracting. Is it truly contracting? Okay,
no,
if it's contracting, is it? So you're observing it contracting. So what's the cause of it seemingly to contract?
Well, it has to do with One second. Let me think for a second. I was doing something else. The slowing of time will do that. So when time slows down, this is the thing you actually see.
So what's the okay? Now you're
looking, and it doesn't just get smaller like you thought. There's a distortion of this, and based on the distortion, the time dilation characteristic.
Now you're going to define time as the process of existence, right?
The progress of existence. Yes.
Progress of existence. See, I looked it up, and from the University of Hawaii, their definition is a measurement of change.
Measurement
That's
of
what
change.
time is. Yes.
This means
it's a kind of a loose definition, but I mean, there's many definitions of time.
Loose. Well, how do you know something?
In science and physics, probably just the progress of existence.
How do you know things are progressing if you can't measure it?
How do you know things are progressing? You can't measure it. Well, you can measure it.
How do you measure it?
Well, you can use a yardstick, or you can use a camera, or you can use a clock. What do you mean?
Okay, but if I take a stationary picture, how do you know things are progressing in a picture?
Well, take another picture then. So you change the independent variable.
So a change. You're measuring a change. So back to that. So time is a measurement of change.
I know the plant is growing due to time? Well, you plant the seed, you wait a month, you see, take another picture, you wait another month, take another picture. So you've just manipulated the independent variable time.
No, you haven't.
Grow.
Well, you haven't manipulated anything. You've just taken a measurement.
No, that's manipulate. Okay, now we're going to get into semantics. If I
No,
take,
it's true.
if I
took a picture, and I take another picture. That's a measurement. There's changes in those pictures.
Paul, I was in the middle of a sentence. I literally was.
Okay.
If you take a picture and you wait a month, and you take another picture, you have manipulated time in that particular experiment because time is the independent variable. I made it the independent variable.
You didn't manipulate anything.
Declare that it was. So since time was the independent variable and the change was a little plant and now a big plant, that is the effect of time on that experiment. Doesn't mean it's the cause of plants growing. That's where we get this crazy
you
discussion.
Did not measure. Hold on a second, Janet.
I'm just saying in my experiment, I made the experiment. I changed the time. I took the pictures. I saw the change due to time.
Hey, Zanuck, do you still know how to shoot those,
hold on a second, though.
American Gladiator guns still?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
What do you ask me if I have my?
You did not manipulate time. You did not manipulate time, Zanuck. You made a measurement.
Semantics again.
Hold on a second. Well, it's important.
And confusion. Confusion on your part.
No, it's not.
You're talking like QE.
Let Paul finish. Paul finish.
I'm not talking like you. I took a definition from a university website that time is a measurement of change. That's what time is. You're saying you manipulated it. No, you didn't. You made a measurement of the change, because if I take one picture, it's at one height. I take another picture, and it's at another height. That's a change. You're measuring the change in the two. That's all you're doing. You're not manipulating anything. You're measuring the change. That's it. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think the error is in the manipulating.
The word manipulation.
Yeah, because it's not really it's not a requirement that it's manipulated. It's a requirement that it's adjusted, and it doesn't have to be you that's adjusting it. It could just be a known adjustment, like the difference in two times.
Yeah, Kosha is correct, and Paul, we mean that. It's implied very clearly that the independent variable, they talk about the manipulation, but all I'm doing is some type of change in that independent variable. And there's all sorts of independent variables. This particular one is time. When I wait 10 seconds or a month, I have manipulated, as we call it, or we've changed that particular variable. All you have to make is a change. They talk about actually change is the correct term.
You're not making time change. You're not making time go.
Let me finish, please. If we make one change in that independent variable and it affects the dependent variable, we see a change in the dependent variable, then we can say that particular change was caused by the change in the independent variable. That's all we're saying.
Sure,
Don't make more.
Can you stop and start?
Well, here's the thing. Let's go back. Hold on a second. Let's go back to this, though. This is back to my point. Back to you so-called manipulating time. If no change is occurring, no change in state, no change in position, no change in location, or whatever you want to say that. If nothing is changing, how do you know time is progressing? How do you know?
It depends how you meter the time, what units of measure you're using, and what device you're using to measure the. You could say we know something, we see something in the background growing. There's plants, this tree's growing, and we're going to say we're going to wait till this tree gets to be 5 feet, and that could be the measure for some other tests we're conducting. It's like if a tree
You're not answering my question. You keep talking about change.
How big did my kid grow? So
you're answering. You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question, Zanuck.
What is your question?
If I make an observation of something, and in that thing I'm observing, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in that observation.
Right.
From whatever I looked at. And how do I know in that thing I'm observing, time has passed in it? How do I know?
That is kind of a silly question because
it is a weird question.
Left lane's right. It's one of those things where you say, you know what? Time didn't have an effect on that rock sitting on the table. We let time go by. It didn't move. It didn't change in any way that we can measure in our particular experiment. So we would say that time does not affect the shape of the rock changing over a month or a year or 10 years. It might, but I don't think even if it did change, it wouldn't be the time. Okay. Anyway,
but it's like you don't know.
But the question, wait, Paul. Your question is like, how can I look at this wall and tell that time has passed? I don't understand your question.
The wall. Now you can argue time has passed for you, You can make that our argument all day long. Time is because you changed. You went away and came back. Okay, time is you've changed. But if the wall is still in its position, nothing's changed with the wall. How do you know time has changed for the wall?
Well, you know, if in the case of the wall or the rock, do you want to assume that you have like a limitless detection device, like something that can even see the most tiny effects? Because let's say you have an infinite detection device, okay, and there were still no discernible changes in the rock or the wall or whatever case.
Right, exactly. So
in that for that object, then no time had passed. There's literally no time has passed. So if that was the
that's my
entirety
point.
of your
That's my argument. So, like, okay, if you go at the quantum level, there's no vibration, no movement. That, in a sense, in all aspect, that for that rock or whatever you're looking at, it has not moved position. It has not changed its state. Nothing has happened. How do you know time has passed for that thing?
technically it hasn't.
Exactly. Thank you. That's all it took. So, time is a
what does that
measurement of
mean?
change. If there's no change, there's no time. Simple. Now, how do you manipulate something? How do you cause things? How do you bring things to a complete stop where you manipulate it, like where there's no change occurring, or you speed up the change? How do you do that?
But what is the value of that statement that you
Well,
just
there's
said?
another value. There's another value to it later, but I don't want to derail the conversation. But there is an important distinction in this, but that's not for this discussion. I'm just trying to make a point that all you're doing in time, whenever you're doing measurement, it's just a measurement. And you can say you're manipulating, but you're not really. I can manipulate my coffee cup. I can move it from one location to another. I've manipulated the coffee cup. Time you cannot manipulate. All you can do is measure it. That's the only point I'm trying to make. But if there's no movement, no change, and there's no time occurring, you can't make a measurement. How can you measure something there's nothing happening to it?
But can't you affect the rate at which something changes? Wouldn't that be like a manipulation of time? If time is
yes,
just
at some level, yeah.
and I speed it up or slow it down, I cause something to change at different rates, then I'm manipulating time, right?
It's almost like you weren't even listening to me.
I was listening to you, Zanuck. I heard the word you said.
You using this word manipulation. There's no definite word we use in the scientific methodologies and science that says we have to use the word manipulation. All that implies is some type of change in that we can wiggle some, we tweak something. We tweak the independent variable. We do anything to it. It doesn't have to be massage it, manipulate it, anything. We are just allowing time to pass. That is, in effect, as far as independent variables go, in time, that is how that particular variable is actually manipulated, massaged, changed, or whatever you want to call it. So we let an hour go by. That's the independent variable, and the change in the independent variable time is an hour. That's it. You're reading way too much into it.
Well, then you're just getting on to me about semantics, but isn't semantics important?
Semantics.
Well, hang on a second. Isn't semantics important in this discussion? Because yes, they do. Don't terms in science have to be clearly defined? Hold on a second. Don't terms in science and mathematics have to be clearly defined?
Yes, but if it's semantical, it has no value, and that's what the word semantics means.
So it has no value to say the difference between me manipulating a coffee cup is the same as me hitting a stopwatch. Those are the same thing.
No, that's not the same.
Exactly. They're two different things,
The word is we make a change,
things.
we manipulate, we make a change, we make
How
something.
did you change time? How do you change time?
We make a change in the variable time. We let an hour go by. That is a change in time. Is 1 hour past 2 o'clock? Is that a change in time?
Did you cause that, Zanuck? Hold on a second.
So there's your answer.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I can't believe you're having
a discussion
with us. This is not like
I think it's important. I know it's very much like me.
You to do this.
Yes, it is. Hang on a second. How did I cause time to progress? How did I do that?
You didn't cause time to progress. You used time in the experiment to let an hour go by, manipulating the independent variable or changing it in some way, shape, or form, not getting semantical. And after an hour, we saw this ball move from point A to point B.
Yeah,
and it went exactly a foot. There's our experiment. Time was manipulated.
The only requirement is that that like it's the way I think about it is like one of those graphs. Like when you have the x and y axes, and you have like a f of x equals y. But if as long as you have a value that you can put on the bottom of the graph that is equal to whatever it is that was changed, like it was the mass that you changed or the time that was different, and then as long as it has a corresponding y value, if you're able to produce a graph like that, then whatever you used as your x should be a validated independent variable, as long as it has influence on the y.
Well, but see, but here's the thing. Hold on a second. I want to respond to that. Here's the thing. Time, and if time is the progressing of existence, as Xanax says, then time is actually the cause of everything, because everything in our existence is affected by time.
Can I answer
so
that?
it's
Not
true.
everything.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Not everything.
Can I answer that?
Tell me.
Because I have a real good answer.
Somebody just said it doesn't. That I'm wrong. That there's something in our existence not affected by time.
No. Remember, we talked about this many times, Paul. The experiment versus the hypothesis. There's a cause and effect in the hypothesis, which is clearly stated, and then there's a cause and effect in the experiment. The experiment is not the hypothesis. It's what's going to provide the supporting evidence and validity for the hypothesis. So in this experiment, time is manipulated. In that experiment, time showed that the variance in time showed that this particular thing happened, the dependent variable changed, then that little experiment provides support for the hypothesis. It doesn't mean the hypothesis is caused by time. Could be in some cases, but in generally what you're asking for, you're confusing again, as we talk about the experiment with hypothesis.
No, wait a minute. Experiment with how am I confusing? Okay.
I just got done clearly explaining that.
Well, I lost some internet. I lost some internet for a second. So,
all right.
But I mean,
clearly explained the experiment has a cause and effect relationship. That is the independent dependent variable, the classical description. We change time, or we allow the time to change, and we see a change in a dependent variable. Plant grow. We let a month go by. That is not the hypothesis, which is also has a cause and effect relationship, clearly stated, that is being supported by experimentation. And there could be thousands of experiments that all give support for the hypothesis. Doesn't mean that one experiment, because time was manipulated, that's the cause of everything. It just means in that particular experiment it was. It could be, if that was your hypothesis, time causes, whatever.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second, Xanax. I'm driving down the road now. If time is not affecting me, how can I drive down the road?
It is, but is that your hypothesis? Is your hypothesis, hey, you know what? We're going to get old as time goes. If 100 years goes by, we're going to get old and die. The cause of us getting old is time. That might be a valid hypothesis, and you can prove it through experimentation.
No, I just have to go out in the world and look at it. There's somebody,
oh my God, Paul,
they become a baby and they die.
Like
they're 1-year-olds and 100-year-olds and they die. I mean, the thing is, one thing you said, I would say I would at least agree with, and I would have shut me down. Letting time pass. When you said that, I was like, okay, I would have stopped. But as soon as you start saying manipulating and changing time, I'm going like, wait a second.
I know. I get it, Paul.
That's why
it was my bad, or maybe it's just the vernacular we've always been using. But yes, it's semantics. That's why I call it semantics, because it doesn't really.
But here's the thing: if you're in a court of law, or even you're writing a technical paper, aren't definitions and words you use very important on anything?
Absolutely. But as I mentioned earlier, semantics means in this particular argument, the words that we're using is semantics. So we all should know by now, after all these years of talking about it, that manipulation, change, they're all synonymous, and it is semantics to fight one and go get the Webster's dictionary out and say, you're wrong because it says it means this.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, though. I think the definition, like if someone gives you the definition they're using, that supersedes whatever the known definition of the word is, because we're saying exactly what we mean by those words.
It's context. You're right. Coach is right.
Well, I know, but I mean, there's not just me listening, and there's other people listening. There's other on the YouTube, whatever. We've had this discussion before. Well, I may understand it, but also I'm trying to be very clear. And I actually pulled a university website definition and say, I want to, because that's a university, something we could potentially all agree upon. You know what I mean? And time is a measurement of change. And I think that's the best definition I've ever heard of time, not the progress of existence. Because you can't tell if time's passing. You can't tell time passing if nothing's changing.
Yeah, but those both are fine definitions. I mean, they're both satisfactory definitions. I think that yours is more quantifiable, right? Because you can actually quantify that. But I think they're both true statements.
Well, see, this actually, I was going to get on a discussion you were having a few days ago, and I couldn't get in. I was trying to type in the text chat, and I couldn't do it. I think it might have been yesterday, day before yesterday. But you were talking about like the time before the Big Bang, right? Well, if there's nothing before the Big Bang, well, in a way, you're right. But here's the thing: I mean, if there's nothing there, there's no space, no energy, no nothing, then time does not exist because there's no change. Until the universe changed, the changed state, a state from nothingness to something, a change in state, then that's when time began.
That's right.
That's right. And if God is timeless, which is going back to why is this relevant? If God exists alone, he's unchanging. The moment he chooses to create, time begins. And then he's timeless, but time starts to function because he's immutable and unchanging.
Well, is it possible that he was created after he created anything? He was created after he created anything because he's timeless. So
wait a minute. Let's think about what you just said. Let's think about what you said. That means he was created. He created everything, but he was created after he created everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's logically incoherent.
Exactly.
It's logically incoherent.
Well, I mean, it makes sense.
I know, but that's based on what you said.
No, it isn't. I didn't say God. Hold on a second. You didn't hear what I said. I said God existed timelessly before creation. Then he created.
Yeah, but if God is timeless and he's not bound by time or causality, he doesn't flow along the same arrow or direction of time as we do, right? Things don't happen past, present, future for him or cause and affect things could happen in the future that affect the past for God.
Yeah, if that's true, then exactly. Then because you said that this and this before creation. Well, before time was created, that means that there was already time because you just described something that happened before it. So
no. Remember what I said? I've already defined I've defined my terms. Now listen to my terms, and I've already said that before time, God. Well, there's in the Christian doctrine understanding God is immutable and unchanged, right? So before creation, if he's unchanged and unmovable at that point, then he's timeless. But the moment he chooses to create, time begins.
Yeah, I feel like if something it was existing before time began, then that's already a description of time.
No, well, I mean, you said there's a before point, which means that the before point is only in the idea of creation.
But you're talking about the creation of time.
Right, at the moment of creation, when God chose to create, that's when time began.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. It's if time was created then, but that's something happened before that. He decided, he made a decision, or whatever else. I mean, it seems like there's that time didn't begin then.
Well, there's a change of state. I mean, his state was all alone. It means he didn't exist. The only thing that existed was him. And then his state changed. It changed from being just him to being two in a sense of creation. Him and creation.
So it's almost like, I mean, yeah, because I kind of that's kind of what I believe. I suppose not. I haven't really thought about before time, but if Occam's razor or the simplest, without making too many assumptions, you could say that he wasn't created when time was created, but there wasn't really anything happening before that. Like he was
exactly
in a singular state.
Right. That's why the typical Christian, or my understanding, is God is simple. He's not complex. complexity implies something changing and fluctuating. But if he's simple, which means there's no, he's all one, there's one, nothing else, then he's immutable. And then he changes he chooses to change that, his, in a sense, the state from being alone to being just something, him and something else. Anyway, I've already said that 2 or 3 times. That's why this is actually important discussion.
I was just pointing out because I was trying to speak the question, like, what does space expand into? And if, dark energy is the creation of space and the Big Bang and all that is the expansion of space, then it's just the same way as time. It's like it's almost as nonsensical as, what happened before time was created, or what if time is growing all the time, then, what's it growing into or whatever. Like, those are nonsensical questions almost. So it's just the same idea as space expanding into something.
I have I put a scenario together. I mean, I know I'm kind of dropping back a little bit in the conversation, but when we talk about time and experimentation and stuff, I mentioned the oxygen acetylene torch and a 1/4-inch piece of steel. Do oxygen acetylene torches cause change in steel is my question. And if I take my torch and I pass it over the surface of that steel, very quickly, there's no molecular structure change to my steel. So I guess the conclusion there is that oxygen acetylene torches do not affect steel?
No, it's a combination. I mean, you definitely need time involved. A combination of time passing and or time occurring, and then the flame on the torch.
So I would have to use in my experiment. I would have to monitor how much time takes place for that steel to melt. So oxygen acetylene torches don't melt steel. It's oxygen acetylene torch with time.
Okay, there's a key word you said there though. You use the word metered or whatever, or measured, or that's why I use the word. I don't like the word manipulate, because I think it's like I can manipulate a person, I can manipulate a cup of coffee. There's things that I can and cannot manipulate. I can't manipulate time. I can measure how much time is passing or how much time. I baked a Dutch baby this morning, for the family. I mean, you don't want to know.
You sick fucking guy. I don't care if they're Dutch, man.
It's just actually good. Had to drain the blood out. Well, hang on a second. I mean, I know time has to pass for that Dutch baby to cook in the oven. I get it. But I also have to set the temperature. So there's 2 factors. Yeah, time passing in the oven, but there's also the temperature. And I don't disagree with that at one level. I guess I get hung up on the term manipulate, because I think it's something that, you also manipulate, but you manipulate the acetylene torch. Yes. If I want to cut the rest of it, I have to move it across the whatever I'm cutting. I'm manipulating the torch. You can control, right. You can manipulate how much gas can come out. You're manipulating how much gas the torch is there for. And also you manipulate how much gas is coming out, how big the flame is. I get all that, but you're manipulating that. But the time part, you're just either hold it in a position, so you're allowing time to pass in that location so that thing will begin to cut.
Right, but well, that's what we're saying with time, typically.
But I get that. I mean, I get hung up on the word manipulate. I would say I would be better at, when he said letting time pass, I would have backed off.
Well, what's the best term to use that encompasses all cases, when what's required is that, like I said before, it's like there's some variable that you're aware of, and you're very much aware of how it changes, and you're going to record a corresponding other variable that changes in correspondence to this variable that either you're changing, you're adjusting, or it has a known adjustment, right? Like, I don't know what the best.
Well, I mean, you're just time is. I remember I've already said it. Time is a measurement. So if you're going to say, well, I measured it took it took me 4 minutes or 3 minutes or 30 seconds with this amount of fuel for the steel to start to melt. But I allowed 3 minutes to pass, or 2 minutes to pass, or a minute to pass, or whatever it was. You're just letting it pass. But it isn't necessarily, because everything in life is expected. So time is always there.
Right, but
So
am I
say
not
I'm-
manipulating it by my choice of how long I leave it there?
You're not manipulating time itself. You're manipulating yourself. You're holding. I mean, you're manipulating the torch.
Right. Well, the time of my experiment.
You're not manipulating
I
it.
think it's so
allowing that time to
pedantic, the
pass.
argument that you're making. We all agree that in some fashion we're manipulating it. We're allowing it to pass to our specification.
Doesn't the creator suspend time, space, and matter?
You're suspended from school.
I want to go back to somebody earlier said that there's something in our existence that's not. What is that?
Well, that was Nate Dogg.
Yeah. So what's not affected by time in our existence?
Huh?
What's not affected by time in our existence?
I don't know. Anything moving at the speed of light? Because when you're traveling at the speed of light, you don't have a frame of reference, so you don't have a temporal or spatial coordinate system in which you could be located. So, for example, a photon, from its perspective, it doesn't experience time.
Okay. Does a photon? Hold on a second. Does a photon change location from one location to another?
From our perspective, yes, but from its perspective,
then time affects
no,
it. Then time is affected.
From our perspective, yes, it takes light time to reach us from the sun to us. But from that particle of light's perspective, it didn't move through time or space,
Okay, so it instantaneously appeared on the wall when I turned on the laser.
Exactly.
or the
From
light.
its perspective, it wouldn't remember having gone through a journey or anything. The moment it came into existence is the moment it went out of existence. But that's from its perspective.
Well, here's the thing. That implies consciousness on the part of the photon. But how do you? How's that possible?
If it could be conscious, like I'm just.
But, so how do you prove your hypothesis that the photon's not affected by time?
How do we prove it?
How do you prove it? How did you prove that the photon is not affected by time?
Because we see when a photon travels, or when anything travels close to that speed, the time taken, becomes shorter. And when you reach the speed of light, time doesn't seem to exist. There isn't a valid reference frame that exists to describe movement or location when traveling at the speed of light.
So when's the last time you were in a position where you could be in the position of a photon in its reference frame to observe what it sees?
I've never been in that position, but I've seen things that move extremely fast, and the faster they move, the shorter the less time they experience. So building up from that, once they reach this top speed limit, they wouldn't experience time. So if all of our mathematics and experiments and observations work, below that speed, and as we get closer to that speed, we see that less time passes for these things, then logic will tell you that once you reach that max speed, there isn't time. But to answer your question, no, I've never traveled at the speed of light.
All that demonstrates is that there isn't a speed; it's an instantaneous action.
But here's the thing, though.
That doesn't help you at all.
Well, here's the thing, though. This is back to what I said by measurement. You can measure the speed of light. If Globers argue that there's no speed of light, then holy crap. That's what he's arguing. That time.
Well, no one is saying
that's why I said what I said.
As you said, we can measure it,
he's switching
and there is a
argument.
figure for it. No one is saying that there isn't a speed of light. Like I'm not saying that, and I don't know how you guys are.
You are implying that by what you said.
I'm not implying that at all.
Yes,
I'm
you
being
are,
very concise. How am I implying that?
Because you're saying when things get to the speed of light, those things at that state don't experience time.
Yeah.
That means it's
So
an
how is that
instantaneous
implying
action.
that
So
there
there isn't
isn't a speed
that
of
means
light?
there's an instantaneous action. So it's not actually traveling. There's no speed involved. You're doing like
But
a
there
you're
is
doing like a
from
syntax error, and you're double speaking
no, I'm
unintentionally by
not.
the sounds of it.
But the
Yes, you
caveat
are.
the
But Paul
caveat I
can take
keep
it back.
adding is that this is from the perspective of light. From our perspective, light seems to travel at a speed because, as I said, it seems to take light time to get from the sun to us. From our perspective, time has passed and that light has traveled through space. And when we take that together, there's a speed at which it seems to move from there to us. But that's from our perspective. You know, it's like you guys just ignore that. But from the perspective of light, it doesn't have the speed. It doesn't move through time and it doesn't move through space. But that's from light's perspective. But you know, as I
In a
told Hank,
reference.
I've never been a particle of light. I've never traveled at that speed. This is just a logical deduction made from
It's not
things we see
logical. It's just
traveling
an
below that
it's
speed
just a
limit.
notional
Speed of
information.
lies.
From observations.
Yeah,
It's
from
a
our
deduction from observation.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's what
Well, the
one of the most.
observations that you can't experience, right? Because you
No, you
can't
can
be in that
experience
reference
them.
frame.
No,
No,
we
you
can.
can.
We
You
can
can.
see
I
that,
mean,
that right now we have a theory. That theory comes with a whole bunch of formulas, and those formulas have predictive capability at the speeds we can travel. And at those speeds, it follows the predictions that we make. So,
Right.
unless you want to assert that somehow once it gets over 100,000 miles an hour, which I think is like the fastest thing we've ever set up, that somehow the time dilation stops at that point and time progresses normally from that point forward. I mean that's possible, I guess, but
Oh,
it's
how
not
many
deductive. Our formulas show it,
fallacies are you
and
gonna
their
bring up in
predictability.
one? How many fallacies are you gonna bring up in one mini dialogue? That's crazy.
There was no fallacies that I can think of.
Dude,
Go ahead, help me out.
you begged at least 2 questions in what you said.
Help me out.
You begged the time dilation. We won't even talk about time.
We've been talking about time
in that
dilation.
context, we
crucial
were.
to
We were
all of
talking
this.
about light. So you.
Yeah, but
What
time
exactly is
dilation
your
is
what
crucial to all
exactly
of
is
this.
your
Time
point
dilation
to
explains
what I
why.
actually said?
Okay, well, you missed the point apparently because time
Yeah, I
dilation
think
is
so.
evident
Like,
in the measurements we make currently, and that time dilation is in keeping with the formulas that we have for with our theory.
So the
yeah,
theory
I
that
think
you
this is
have,
going over
right?
his
And the
head or something
measurements
because he
and the
completely
formulas
missed
that
the
you
point.
apply to the theory you have agrees with the theory that you have. Well, obviously, a
What?
circular
No, it measures with the observations we have.
Yeah, all the
Yeah, but that's
observations.
you're imposing an interpretation on the observations. You're not actually you're not just observing purely. Because if you were, then you wouldn't make the claims you were making. You would just say this is what we have observed. End of.
We
Yeah,
observe
but then
that
that
time
would be a
dilation
useless person
You're
to talk to, though.
concluding.
But we do observe that. It's not to say it's interpreted. We observe that when things approach the speed of light, time for them moves slower. Like
Wait,
it's
no,
just
How do you
observed.
observe?
That's
How
a
do you
clear
observe this?
observation.
How do you observe this? You said you haven't
Because
experienced
if they
it. How
have
do
a
you do it?
clock on them, their clock ticks slower compared to the clock I have in my hand. I'm seeing that. I'm observing it. You know, it's not open for interpretation or for debate. I'm seeing it in the natural world.
Yes, it is. Because now I suppose you're going to cite the 2 planes with the clocks, right?
That's one way.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you want
one
to.
way that doesn't
tests.
actually do what you're claiming, and goes back to what Paul was talking about with Zanuck earlier about that you're not actually manipulating time. You don't have the ability to do that. You can't manipulate.
No, we're measuring it.
You can't. Yeah, you're measuring it. That's not manipulation.
And we're measuring it, and we measure that it changes.
The only thing you could possibly
Allowing
deduce
it
logically.
to pass.
Yo,
Letting
the only thing you
time
could,
pass. We're supposed to do
Let
this.
Elijah
my
finish.
sentence. The only thing you could
There's a lot of
possibly
people
deduce from what you did with those planes and those clocks is that there is an error in the way you're getting your measurement. The fact that there's a difference at the end of it, because the delta itself that you're measuring is independent from the equipment that you're using. So if you're getting a different result between one and the other, it means that you somehow have either inputted or found an error in the equipment you're using. That's all, or the methodology that you're applying. No, that's not one possible answer. That is the logical answer, because you know fundamentally that you can't manipulate the delta because it's outside of your control. And the easiest way to wrap this up is if you could manipulate it, properly, not the slimy, cheesy way you say, "Oh, we just let it pass." We say, "Well, yeah, I let the wave pass. I didn't manipulate the wave. The wave just rushed by me because I'm on a beach." So to finish this one off is, if you could actually do manipulation, you should be able to stop the time itself completely. Go and do that.
Well,
We'll
as
have a laugh
as
at that.
unreasonable as that may be, what the thing about that happy accident or happy coincidence for the experiment in the plane is that it matched not only, like, there's a very simple Lorentz transform for the two frames and how time will be different for them, and it just so happens that the accidental errors in the clocks on the in that plane experiment shown to match that same Lorentz transform, and actually in all cases, due to just velocity, the Lorentz transform holds true, and it's even used for distancing galaxies and all sorts of stuff. Like, so you can validate it in many different ways, and you don't have to actually have something going at the speed of light to determine. It's just that the conclusion, if you were trying to determine what would happen at the speed of light, you can use that same transform, and it turns out that time would be zero, and infinite.
That doesn't
That's
address
only in that
anything.
frame.
That doesn't address anything I said, though.
Yeah, it did. You talked about how the
Well, have you
experiment was
stopped?
an
Have you
accident.
stopped time?
How
Have you
the experiment
actually
was an
got your
error.
hands on it?
Yeah, you talk about how the experiment was an error, and I'm telling you that if that's true, that that error was exactly matching what the equation, the transform, which is the same equation you use in any case, it just so happened to match that. So, and it does so in every case, in every test. So,
Yeah, but that still doesn't address the fundamentals of what I'm talking about. And secondly, you're not conducting an experiment. You're just playing with clocks. You're doing testing. So you've deduced, Pat, according to what you said. I'd have to read
You're
up
right.
on it. Hold on, I'd have to read up on it to be sure. But that you've deduced from what you do and the methodology that you're applying in this instance has some connection to the Lorentz transform. That doesn't help the fundamental of what I said earlier, which is, have you actually manipulated time? No, you've just played with clocks.
No, we've measured it.
You might get triggered by me saying playing with clocks, but what have you actually done? Because there's no hypothesis. There's no hypothesis here for an experimentation. There's a measurement, sure. I'm not dismissing that. You've found out some very niche, useful bit of information, I'm sure, to some application. But have you actually found out anything about the fundamentals of nature? And have you actually conducted an experiment on time? Obviously not.
yes, we have. And actually, the experiment would be in testing both the theories of general and special relativity, and using the predictions of the equations that are included in both, and look for the time differences that would be resulting from using those equations, and seeing if the observation matches that, or if it doesn't. That is an experiment.
Again, you're just breezing past the point. I mean, I commend you for your ability to never waver from the dogma, but you haven't actually done anything. And just because you say yes, we do, that's not a refutation to what I said.
You're not understanding the thing we already went.
I don't care about your ad homs, man. You
It's not,
you
I
don't
didn't say-
understand.
it's not ad hom.
That's your rote response to most
I
things.
know, but we made it very clear.
Wait, if you're capable, why don't you answer substantively to what I actually said?
So, well, are you saying that the experiment that Kosho referred to doesn't exist?
Did I say that?
No, well, I don't. I mean,
Then
it sounded
why
like
ask
it.
it? What did I actually
I think
say?
he's
You
saying
need me
it's
to
not
repeat?
a real experiment because we're not actually manipulating time. Right?
You're a bit muffled. Say again.
Are you saying it's not a real experiment because we're not actually manipulating time?
That's the sum of it.
Okay.
And then
And
the response I get back is from Kosher is yes, we do actually, but you haven't actually substantively refuted what I'm saying. And it's not as if I'm the one who's saying it. It's not as if it's my point alone. I'm just highlighting the point. The point is a fundamental to what you're actually citing, because what you're actually citing is just people playing with clocks on planes, and deducing some data from it, and like Mayock said, which was correct, right? A measurement, but a measurement is not an experiment.
All right,
And
well, pay attention this time. Just pay attention.
The measurement
Pay attention.
certainly is not a manipulation.
It's hard to miss how this is refuting what you said, but you have every time so far. So just pay attention, okay? Because it's not the case that it's not the fact that you need to manipulate anything. Nothing needs to be manipulated. You have a theory. You have two theories actually. They're testing this one experiment, and you have the equations that are in those theories, and you want to test to see if those are true. So you do the equations beforehand. You have a prediction for what you're going to get, for what the time differences are going to be, and then you make the measurement. The measurement alone is not the experiment. The experiment is the analysis of the measurement in conjunction with your prediction, and see if it matches or not.
That's just ridiculous. You can't make an experiment from an analysis. It's like something happened. I'm gonna analyze it. I've just conducted an experiment on something that just happened. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, no.
What are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with like another language, another type of cognition that isn't any way related to logic?
We seem to have a definitions issue here. You keep on saying time, as we talked about with Paul, that we actually have to change time, manipulate time as it's literally saying. Saying the context of that word means we're metering it out. We're metering. That's just as valid in our expectation as manipulating.
That's fine. Like Paul said, that's fine if that's what you're saying you're doing.
Yes.
And you're just doing a measurement, like Mayock indicated accurately, right?
Not a measurement.
That doesn't help. That doesn't help to the conclusion that you then draw from that measurement, as if somehow by measuring something. As if somehow by measuring something or by letting something happen, you've somehow done a manipulation and you've somehow conducted a scientific experiment. Those two things are in no way connected.
Well, let me explain why. Let me have a floor for a second. So when I
answer my point,
can I just finish?
You're just going to reassert it.
I'm going to give you a completely different answer than I gave anyone else. If I let a month go by and I see this plant grow a foot, I can see the cause in this experiment of that plant growing a foot was the fact that we let a month go by. That's a valid experiment. I'm not manipulating time.
No, hold on. What about?
Can I finish? You continue on. Why can't I just finish the sentence?
That's not valid.
Why can't I just? My God!
Because he's rude.
It's not valid.
Stop victimizing Zanuck. Poor Zanuck.
No, why can't I just finish the sentence? Come on. So when I let that time go by, which is what we're saying is manipulation, we've defined that very clearly as manipulation, allowing time to go by of a month. We see the tree grow a foot. We can say in an experiment, we let a time pass of a month and it grew a foot. So in that experiment, time was the cause of this growth of a foot. It doesn't mean in the hypothesis that time is the cause of this growth. It just means in the experiment it is. And that's all we're saying.
Well, you must have gone away and came back, Zanuck, because in this conversation, time is the dependent variable.
I just... talking
about time dilation.
Yeah, I'm not even going to respond to that because that's a nonsense idea. As if time is the reason for the plant growing. The plant grows within time, but it's not the reason. It requires water, it requires sunlight, it requires minerals. You're just making a really
those are good examples of control variables. Yeah, they are. They're control variables.
Hold on.
You hold them all constant, and you just
serious?
allow the time to pass. Yeah. I'm serious.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's a heart attack.
No, because if there were control variables, you could remove them from the situation, and the cause would still cause the thing to happen.
Can I say something? Add my 2 cents to this.
But no. Well, I mean,
Well,
I'm not saying whoever wants to speak can't speak.
Yeah,
But I just
real
want
quick,
to wrap
just
this up.
2 seconds. All right, go ahead.
I just want to wrap this up. It doesn't really matter. However many times and however many different ways the pseudo refutation comes out of these guys' mouth, they haven't done what they're claiming to do. All they've done is a measurement. And it wouldn't be a problem if they were just honest and goes, yes, we've done an experiment and we've done a measurement, and we've chosen to conclude because it lines up with certain things that we've planned ahead of time with these certain equations. We've decided to conclude this idea. Now, this idea isn't actually evidenced. It's just something that we have decided to hold on to. But that's not what you're saying. You speak as if you have extracted the pure and undefiled truth, because it somehow lines up with what you've predetermined in the first place. And all you seem to do is the same again and again. And people have either too much patience with you, or they just have fun at your expense. But you haven't done anything fundamental.
There's a third option too, man, that you fundamentally don't understand.
Yeah, that would be fine if you could actually denote that in the way I've spoken, in the uses of the words, and in my application of what you've actually done. Which, when you are actually honest and you ignore the conclusion that you're drawing, I've denoted what you're citing accurately. And I'm using Mayok's name again, but he said it pretty clearly. You've done a measurement. But somehow, there's this weird jump that you lot are making, that from a measurement, you can then conduct an experiment purely
Elijah,
from that
can I ask you a
measurement
quick
alone,
question?
and then
Hold on, can I get in here real quick?
and then you can
Go ahead.
conclude something that has no relation to it.
I promise I'll be quick. So, the study of time is extremely complex. I think it's referred to as horology, and even time dilation has been perceived with the years. There's inexplainable time dilations that occur on a yearly basis where days are actually extended by 15 minutes or cut by 15 minutes. And I'm not talking about like, the leap days that they add every 4 years. These things are extremely complex. And, there's a verse in the scriptures, and forgive me for those that are non-believers, but it's in 2 Peter, and it talks about a day in Yah's time is 1,000 years. So there's evidence scripturally that there is time dilation that occurs. Now, I've heard about these experiments, so-called experiments with atomic clocks, where they'll have a clock on Earth, an atomic clock it's supposed to be very accurate, and they'll have a duplicate clock on an airplane. And when the airplane lands, the clocks will be off. Granted, it's fractions of a second, and they've witnessed the same experiment or the same phenomenon on the top of a mountain, where for whatever reasons the clocks, they go off. Now it could be a faulty experiment, it could be other things involved, that unforeseen variables that were not taken into account. But regardless, I do believe that time dilation is possible. And I don't know if anybody's dabbled with psychedelics or even flies. Flies have time dilation, that their consciousness is different than ours. Now we can't prove it, but flies have the reaction time is insane. They see things coming at them a lot slower than we do. That right there is time dilation. But anybody who's done psychedelics, from weed to salvia or LSD or DMT, can vouch and say that 2 minutes might perceivably be 2 hours, depending on the
Amen.
psychedelic.
I definitely vouch that.
Hold
And
on.
I've heard. Well, one second. And I've heard of
Those are good
people
points, man.
that have been in psychosis where they were gone for 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, some of them. And what felt to them 6 months went by, and they can tell you everything that occurred during those 6 months of collected memories that would be impossible to have lived that out in 48 hours. They literally can tell you 6 months of collected memories. Now, I don't know how that's possible, but there's things beyond our understanding that just because we can't explain it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And just saying that, I think that time dilation is a real factor in this reality that we live
What
in.
you've described wasn't time dilation, and now maybe you don't mean it like this, but for something to be time dilation, for something to be anything dilation, the thing itself in question and the qualifier of dilation, that thing would have to have dilated. What you've described is somebody's appreciation of time dilating. So, for instance, the refresh rate, if you want to call it that, of a fly, the amount of time it took me to take my hand and swat the fly and miss, the same time passed. There's no change there. It's just that fly has a greater appreciation of it, to the point where he can react faster because he has the mechanism to do that. But the constant of how long it took for me to do that, and how fast I appreciated it compared to him, there's the dilation. So I know that's kind of wordy, but it's very specific because you didn't mean to do this, but all you kind of did is agree with these guys talking absolute nonsense, right? But that wasn't necessarily your intention. And I think it's important to denote that what's actually changing is the appreciation. So you take psychedelics, you go and have a dream, you do whatever things, most of these things I wouldn't suggest. Psychedelics not a good idea, but whatever, right? All that's happened is your appreciation and perception of time has changed. But the clock that was in your room that just went tick, 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 which is a measurement of this passage of time, that never changed.
Well, and
Here's another factor about the time dilation in a clock, though, and I brought this up before. What you're trying to measure is existence, right? Passing of existence. So if you'd have to show, okay, we manipulated the time in the clock, so to speak, or measured a difference and it changed. But all you've done is shown at that point the change in the clock. You haven't taken it to the next step, because there could be something inside the clock or something else that is being affected to cause that measurement to be different. But you haven't shown that all of existence is like that. So which means that the clock itself, the walls, the plastics, all that stuff, time changed for those things as well. You haven't shown that.
what if you just use 4 different types of clocks?
4 different types of, okay, so
You can do 4. You can take 4 clocks and you manipulate all the clocks in that case. Like even though there were all different types of clocks, they all measure the same amount of time, and so whatever manipulated one of those clocks manipulated all the clocks. So you can still argue what you're saying, but it would just be coincidental that it's only affecting the components of the clock and not everything that's in that frame.
So, well, okay, are all the clocks the exact same type of clock?
No, I'm saying I'm not hypothetical. They're not, but typically they do use. Like for instance, on the ISS, I know they have two. They have 2 types of atomic clocks, and they have 4 clocks on each space vehicle. But
okay, well, wait a minute. What do you say atomic? What are they all using the base components? Atomic clock.
What do you mean? Like they're different. They're different atoms. I know I think one's a rubidium or something, and the other one's cesium, I think.
What could we call a quartz clock? A silicon clock?
Okay.
Aha, bitch.
Well, I just thought you just have to make sure you bridge the gap between the clocks and the rest of existence. Like I can show the change. I can take a meter stick and go out and measure a tree and keep using the meter stick and show that the tree has grown by using the same meter stick. You know what I mean? But I can, but to say that, to stretch that, I don't know. I there's a bit of a problem with that, even using a clock. You haven't shown that it's through all of existence is affected the same way. I don't know if it's
if we know any French fuckers or anyone who's going to France, if this experiment hasn't already been done, you could get no offense to French fuckers, of course, but but you could get a 2 quartz clocks. So you get an atomic clock and a quartz clock, like a stopwatch, but one that is more accurate than others, I guess. Like, so you want to make sure it's not like completely faulty, but so like one that you could be sure that it doesn't lose time in like the course of a year or so. So let's just pretend that there is one. Anyway, and you could put one at the bottom and the top of the Eiffel Tower. I guess you don't have to be in France because you could do that anywhere. But anyways, I just happen to know that in the Eiffel Tower, the course of a year, the top and the bottom experience 1 microsecond or is it milliseconds? I think it's microsecond different. So if you can measure that, which you should be able to with a fairly accurate stopwatch.
But you should be able to see. You should be able to measure not just the clock inside the clock. You should be able to see a difference within the metal, within the plastics, within the plants, everything. All of exists, not just the clocks, but everything. You should be able to see that.
No, but that's what I mean, though. We have two totally different types of clocks, though. So so if it's affecting the clock, it is affecting the material in the clock, but not just one clock, both clocks, which are fundamentally different clocks.
Well, how do you prove that it's affecting all the material? You haven't yet. That's my point. You haven't proved it yet.
Well, then we'd have to ask what's happening, because it's both the clocks have the same disagreement with the rest of the clocks, like the clocks on the surface or whatever. So they're all off by the same amount. So whatever caused it in both. So if it's a material thing, then yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else you would come up with to describe.
Well, I mean,
how that happened.
There's a whole bunch of
I'm just
options.
saying.
The location, the actions that you're doing to those clocks different from the ones on the surface.
Their
It doesn't
emotions.
take that much. It doesn't take that much to see that there's plenty of options to explain. Now, does it get you all the answers? No, but it would give you a good place to start investigating.
When you say there's plenty of options,
The weird part is that you ignore those variables that are quite apparent just on cursory observation.
What variables?
Well, like the difference, like he denoted, right? The surface from wherever he's the claim.
Yeah, that's the
location
only
is.
difference. That's the only difference.
That's a big difference, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's the difference. That's
Is it not
exactly
a
that's the point.
Yeah, so it's a fundamental difference, but you're ignoring that and
No, I'm not
presenting
ignoring
as
that.
Yeah, but
That's the independent variable.
What, the difference?
The difference in height. Yes, that's the independent variable in this case. Everything else is meant to be controlled and exactly the same, except for the fact that they're different altitudes.
So what does that tell you? What have you chosen to conclude from this difference?
There's a gravitational time dilation.
Oh my day! See, this is nonsensical, because you have a measuring device that when on the surface it does one thing, on above at a certain height it does a slightly different thing. The fundamental operation hasn't changed; it's just slightly out of phase from the other one, right? But you choose to conclude that somehow this gravitational time dilation, as opposed to when you take this clock up here, it changes this much compared to the clock down there. It's a very easy conclusion to make, but you just completely avoid that, and you use it to justify this weird worldview that you live in.
Well, what is the difference between the elevation and the ground? I mean, okay, there's a difference in electrical potential. Okay, that's one thing. However, the clocks are designed to essentially they're in a Faraday cage, so they aren't affected by electrical potentials of those.
Yeah, but that's not how that stuff
it's
works. Though, is
you
it?
could say air pressure. Well, the air pressure is the same because the sensor, the clock, is in a vacuum. Therefore, it's isolated from the external pressure. Temperature is controlled, so it's the same temperature as the one on the ground.
To be clear, the point of this whole thing was to introduce two totally different types of clock, well, more than two, more than one type of clock, and have them give the same result. And I think it's not just taking a clock and seeing that something's affecting it. It's showing that whatever is affecting it, you can attribute that to whatever you want. It's doing it to all clocks that are able to measure this. So,
But that's not what's in contention, though. I didn't contend that, did I? I contended the conclusion you drew from that.
That there's something obviously affecting time and not just clocks, because these clocks are fundamentally different.
Yes. Because
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's something affecting
it doesn't
time.
matter that the mechanism is fundamentally different, right? Or however you want to denote that they're fundamentally different. They are intrinsically the same in that they are measuring time. They're a device that are created by geezers to measure the passage of time, or however you want to phrase that. They're not that different. You're making a difference out of nothing to bolster your position, but that's unnecessary.
A quartz clock and an atomic clock are fundamentally different devices, measuring different things.
Wait,
by
what do
giving
they
you
do?
time.
What do they do?
A quartz clock measures vibrations off of that's produced by a pulse that's produced by the vibrations of a quartz crystal, right? Whereas a atomic clock is
quartz crystal.
Quartz crystal. Whereas a atomic clock is measuring photons, and measuring the amount that it's receiving from being emitted from this specific atom, cesium or rubidium. In either case, but they're doing two fundamentally different things.
It's a frequency change. It's a measurement of a change in frequency to get a certain reading out, right?
Every measurement of time is a measurement of
exactly.
frequency or cycles.
So they're not that different, are they?
No, there's fundamentally way different.
And quartz is a crystal. What's the other one? Cesium or rubidium or whatever you mentioned.
Yeah, but
these are fundamental. These are elements of. Sorry, I thought I heard that. These are elements of nature, right? So
Quartz
if
isn't.
something is gonna if something at this height is gonna be affected, going to affect quartz, then it stands to reason that it's also going to affect the other element. And it stands to reason that if they're both being used in a similar way to get very accurate, and you said that they can get they're both as accurate as each other, is what you said, right? Roughly.
No.
I don't want
Atomic
to
clocks
speak
are much more accurate.
Okay, then, well, up to a certain degree of accuracy, you said that they're accurate enough, right? And within that, they're changing.
Say it again. Sorry. Yeah. I'm saying in the case that you have a watch that can measure down to the microsecond,
Right.
quartz watch, then they would
So
both be satisfactory for this test.
Right.
But
So
yeah,
it would
atomic clock
stand
would
to
be infinitely more.
So based on what I said previously, that they're both fundamentally just elements of nature, it would stand to reason that if one's going to be affected by such an amount, assuming it can be to that degree of accuracy at this height, also the other one would be.
Yeah, but the thing is
nature.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
but the quartz watch doesn't have the level of accuracy to measure that difference. Is that right, Kosho?
Yeah,
But
you
that
need a
wasn't the-
supreme quartz
that
watch.
wasn't That wasn't the point, though, was it? The point is that they're both ultimately the same. It's a frequent. Even if you want to go
No.
down to a sand clock or whatever, hourglass, right? It's the frequency change of the things going through the thing, and you use that to denote passage of time. You're doing a similar thing, just with more precision, more accuracy, with either the quartz or the cesium, whatever.
The only
But
thing
it
similar
makes-
that you're
it
doing is
makes
measuring
sense.
time.
But it makes perfect sense to me, at least. I can't speak for the rest of you lot. That if this thing is going to be, if one of them is going to be affected differently from height, then so is the other one. So why is this such an issue? Yes, it's interesting. I'm not denying that this happens or that it's not interesting and that you could learn something from investigating. Well, all I'm saying again and again, because you lot keep reasserting this, is that the conclusion you draw from that as if somehow this other thing, which is another begging the question, is also manipulating time or dilating time, that just goes into la la land. There's nothing substantive there.
I don't even know what exactly you're saying. The quartz watch is not precise enough to measure this difference. You have to use the atomic clock to get down into the decimals that you can see the difference. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
That's not to say that the quartz watch is not affected. You just can't see it.
I mean, there's something faster about electricity in a cesium than in a quartz. I mean,
the guy who owns the atomic clock that was used with them experiments showed him, dude, and he's like, it's a joke, dude. There's no way that they're measuring shit like that. He showed how it worked and everything. None of y'all seen that video? The atomic clocks they used on them planes. The guy who owned the one and took it apart and everything. It's a joke, man.
I got bought one, and because he owned one, that qualified him to debunk the experiment. Is that right?
They only did one little series of experiments, and he owned one of the clocks. One of the clocks.
Can I get back in? Actually, Daily T. I don't know if you guys remember Daily T. He hasn't been around in a while. He left a while back, but he actually admitted that there was a problem with the airplane experiment using atomic clocks. He said that he admitted it. So you to assume that there's not been some kind of problem with it. You got a Glober saying that there was one, and using that as proof is problematic. My argument,
dude, that argument sucks.
That's Daily T. I'm not.
No, but
I'm just.
saying, but claiming that he disagreed with it doesn't mean that that there's a problem with it. Just because somebody says there's a problem with it doesn't mean it's true.
Have you looked to see if there was a problem with it?
You don't have to say what was the problem he said it was. Hold on. What was the problem? Hold on. What was the problem that he said was there?
I don't remember. I'm just saying he himself admitted that there was something about the experiment that was problematic. I don't remember. It's been a year or so. However, last time he was on here.
Syncing him up. What was the problem?
The whole premise is problematic.
Well, and here, let me go back to what I was saying before. And I was on mute. I was trying to get back in. I forgot I was on mute. But if you're saying time is passing differently up there and down there, and you're using a clock, which if there's potential, like if Daily T's right, and actually I was just thinking you would have problems with syncing it up because of the one-way speed of light, because you have an automatic delay. between the two. So how would you ever sync those up? You're going to have a delay no matter what.
You have to use distance and speed, bro. So here's the thing. They are assuming that the distances up higher are further. Like if you take two certain starting points on Earth, up higher is a bigger distance. So the only way to sync the shit up was with time and distance, with speed and distance, I want to say. And that's a big long shot, you know, but they're assuming they're traveling further.
They sync them up on the ground.
Well, even syncing up on the ground is problematic, Coach. There's a delay. How do you sync something up if you got the time?
How do you prove anything in the air? Sync them on the ground. How do you prove anything?
What's the greatest delay from the distance of 1 foot?
Okay, so going up
one nanometer
clock from the ground. How about this?
Or 1
How about
nanosecond.
this? My hypothesis. This is my hypothesis then. So my hypothesis is that if I sync clocks on the ground and then bring one up to elevation, then I'm going to get a differential and bring it back down to unsync it. You think that's how they did it?
Well, I don't know.
They synced it on the ground.
I would say with that one, what I would do is if you could predict with your hypothesis what that time differential is, and it seems logical how that works, I'll go with what you have to say, Leek.
How'd they unsync it? I mean, let's say a start button and a stop button. Dude, they don't
unsync them.
Wait, there's a problem with what you said, Mayok.
No, but how do you check?
The hypothesis doesn't do what isn't set up
one of
to
the-
do that.
One of the
you're-
clocks does not have the same time as the other clock after the experiment.
That's the measurement they're looking
Yeah,
for.
but
They set them
how
up
does
beforehand.
that prove anything?
It doesn't
Well,
prove
see,
anything. It validates the hypothesis that those formulas are correct. That they are correctly.
But the hypothesis,
how
no,
time dilation
the
happens.
hypothesis isn't accurately applied because you're not manipulating anything.
Well, here's the thing. Let me go back to something I was trying to say. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt for a second. I'm going to give them. Let's say they did measure
That's the
time
problem.
difference.
You give them benefit
Hold
of
on
the
a
doubt,
second.
and then they just
Hold on a second.
hang
There
on
was-
that forever and ever.
I know. I get it. But I think there's. I mean, that was because he was saying that it was problematic, and I wish I could find that. But let me go back to what I was saying. I think you guys missed it. Like if I put a clock by a plant, and I just put a video recorder on it, I can watch the time pass on the clock, and also watch the plant grow. Would you agree? Would you agree with that?
We're going to change the conversation again.
No, this is very relevant because it's ultimately what you're trying to prove is how the world works, how existence works. This is what this is about, right? This whole discussion is about how existence works. Tell me I'm wrong.
It was specifically about time dilation.
Time dilation affects what? Everything? Like the time's moving slower at my head than it is at my feet. Is that right?
I don't know. I just
Is
get
it?
frustrated with it because it's all over the place and can't make
Well, I'm
specific
trying to.
points about specific things.
Well, I'm trying to actually, for one, give you the clock analogy for right now, but I'm trying to say, how do you bridge the gap between proving that time is moving in my toes slower than it is moving in my hair? The only evidence I seem to have is I'm gray. I've got some gray.
What is time, right?
They
But,
do
yeah,
that
so-
tower experiment. They look
Okay,
at
wait. That's fine, Kosho. Show me in the materials, in the tower, in the elevator, on the bolts, in the rivets, the time is also moving slower for them.
So you want to use a really
Oh,
coarse clock, a very coarse clock, one that works on the period of centuries before you can denote any changes in it. And you want to try and use that to measure nanoseconds. I get it.
Oh, but you're just being ridiculous. You're just being ridiculous because when we do experiments, when we do experiments, or we're trying to suss something out, we use what we can use to make determinations about the things that we can't do that with. So it's like when we tell you like what is time dilation happening to everything in the building, well, you make that you come to that conclusion after you've measured the thing that you can measure. So somebody comes up with a clever way to measure something, and then they they say that's happening.
That's
all
not how
around,
they did it, bro.
That's a fair assessment. Yeah, it is how they did it. They measured a specific thing. They measured light.
They did an airplane traveling east, or traveling with the direction or whatever, and then an airplane traveling against. And they did,
I'm a different
and they
experiment.
said that it wasn't really conclusive, man. It's like the guy
No,
who
they
I
didn't.
heard
Didn't say that.
who owned the device. He owned one of the devices, and there's only a couple. They only did one little series of experiments, bro, from what he said. And I thought everybody's seen this, but maybe they
They
didn't.
made
But
they made a
no, he said
prediction
they
and it
flew
matched
one
it.
direction. Wait, they flew one direction. No, it didn't, dude. No, it
It
didn't.
too. Yes, it did.
No, there's says you. Okay, not
No,
says
read
not
the
says the guy
experiment.
who took the
Read,
device apart.
go read the conclusion to the experiment and tell me that they didn't draw a conclusion from the experiment.
So you think that arbitrary time measures are moving faster one direction? So all they did, they assume. Hold on. They assume we're moving a further direction if we're traveling the direction of the orbit, bro. I mean, there's assumptions that go into this that are horseshit, dude. There's a bunch of assumptions that are horseshit, man.
Well, the
Look at
thing is, Brian, you're saying a dude bought an atomic clock and took it apart. Time dilation debunked. That's what you're saying.
No,
I mean,
that's
he
your
did the measurements. He showed
mischaracterization of what he said. Stop
He couldn't even
playing
sync
like
it with
that,
itself,
Left
bro.
Lane.
Howard, he couldn't even sync it with its own damn self, dude. Is what he was
Well,
showing.
Maybe he didn't know what he was doing.
Sync it with yourself. What does that mean?
Dude, there's a bigger margin of error than the times they were even claiming to measure.
Yeah, the margin of error wasn't greater than
all
that.
of this.
They couldn't sync them within that margin of error that they said they measured. Period, is what his claim was.
Yeah.
Can I ask another question? How many times was the experiment done and repeated?
Once.
I know of 3 times. But
It was,
I also
Which
know of other
experiment?
experiments. The Hague
3 times and alternative methods.
The one with the planes and the atomic clocks?
Yeah, I know.
It's
I
been
know
done
of
more
2
than
other.
3 times. It's been done
I
so
know. I
many
know.
times.
it was one set. It was one, not one single flight, but one set of tests, man, with the same clocks and all that. It ain't like they had 1,000 different clocks and different
4.
airplanes at different heights and all that. They might have did different heights. I don't know. But,
They had 4. They had 4 in each case.
That brings up a problem if you've only done it 3 or 4 times. If your sample size is small. But what's the
They've
problem
done
with
it so
sample
many
size being
times
small?
after that.
Oh, so they've done it more than 3 times.
Yes, so many times, man.
So they've got
I
a
know
plane.
3 times. A far bigger problem. It's founded on the assumption that time is even a thing that can dilate in the first place.
That's what the test is.
No, but
That's
you
what
can't.
the test is.
You can't test for whether something that hasn't been denoted can then do another thing. You have to first present time, then you have to go and see, okay, can this time dilate? But you haven't presented time because you can't, and you can't
at the very best
and you can't manipulate it. Like I've said 100 times, and you know this, you just keep squirreling. It's not something that can be manipulated because it's simply just a measurement of the delta.
At the very best, they proved that a cesium atom oscillates faster at certain elevations. At the very, very fucking best, they just proved that the oscillation of the cesium atom is quicker at an elevation, bro. That's not
entirely true. It's not
That's
entirely
part
true
of my
because
point.
they didn't just use cesium atoms, as I said. Like for instance, on GPS, they have 4 atomic clocks, 2 rubidium and 2 cesium.
That don't mean that time, like he said right before me, that doesn't prove anything about time. That's ridiculous, dude.
Well, and that's why I was bringing up that point.
I'm refuting what you said.
There could be something in the sky that is manipulating the atoms. Your argument, as of right now, is there's a time difference.
It could be fairy dust.
Okay, it could be fairy dust. You're right. So you're
the
only
voltage potential. It could be the voltage differential.
Yeah,
Well,
but I mean,
if you're gonna make that claim, though, you need to come up with some fairy dust.
It should be obvious that the voltage is higher.
Well, the same way you need to come up with some time.
Hold on a second.
Let Paul finish.
That's why I was trying to make the point. If it is time, the passing of existence, I'm going to steal Xanix's definition, then everything in that reference frame, time should be different, not just in the atom itself. That means in the materials that the clock is made of, the spacecraft, everything should be affected by that. Prove to me, prove to
How are you
us
going to?
that is
How
what's
are you
going to
going
do
to
that.
see that? How are you going to see that,
You
though,
can't
Paul?
prove it. Okay,
That's
so
your
it cannot
that's
be.
your
Hold
problem,
on.
though, isn't it?
So it
The
cannot be
problem.
proven. It cannot be proven.
In the clock, it can be.
So
It's
all
such a
these
stupid
arguments,
conversation, bro. The people who
Oh,
did
guys,
this
let's let
experiment weren't
Jace.
convinced.
Let's let Jace get in there. Yeah.
it's an incredibly stupid conversation because
Why?
the argument or the experiment is not just that time dilation happens, it's that it happens at a very specific value, and that's what the experiment is showing. You can argue it's due to all this effect and that effect, or it doesn't happen at all, but then you have to explain how does it match the exact value given by a very specific equation
It
in
matches
special
any of the math,
relativity.
bro.
The chances of those to match exactly what relativity says, or it doesn't happen at all, yet it still matches what relativity says. It just, that's not how reality works. This argument that you're making, it just doesn't work.
Which argument?
Because it's not just that time dilation happens. That's not the claim. It's not just that it happens. It's that it happens at a very specific rate and a very specific value, and that rate is related in a very specific mechanism due to your velocity. And that's
Special
what you have to
relativity.
refute.
All that means is a very specific begging the question fallacy.
No,
We
it's
get the
not.
same
And you can
mathematics,
just
bro, with
claim
ether
that,
mathematics.
Because you
you can just
haven't
claim that.
demonstrated time in the first place for it to dilate very
What are you
specifically.
talking about?
Fucking
Demonstrate
hell,
time.
man.
It's not a substance, dude. It's
You're
a
claiming
coordinate.
that it dilates, that it's something that can be
Yeah,
dilated.
and that's what the experiment shows by
No,
a very
that's not what the
specific,
experiment shows.
by a
That's what
very,
you.
by a very
That's what
specific
you beg
value
using
predicted by
using the
special
pseudo
relativity.
experiment.
You
Jimmy,
can
It's
just
shut
keep
the
predicted
fuck
by ether
saying that,
mathematics,
but
dude. It's
you can just
Hold on,
keep
man.
saying that, but people with a
Calm down, dude.
brain
Guys, one
know
at a
that it
time,
doesn't
guys.
make sense that the
Let somebody
value
else
from
get a
special
comment in, man.
relativity, the value from special relativity matches exactly the experimental value. You can just
It's
say
the
it's a
same
begging the
mathematics as ether
question.
mathematics, bro.
You
Why
can just
you won't
say
give
it's
anybody a chance
begging
to
the
talk?
question. You can just say it's begging the question, but that doesn't make any sense to people who actually think about these things.
Yeah, let Brian get in there.
No, let that smart guy
That's
that
another
Dennis
fallacy,
keep
though.
talking on and on and on.
Okay,
Please
guys.
let the smart guys go first.
Yeah, you
Let's let
kept
Brian get
interrupting.
in there. Guys, hold on. Yeah. Let's let Brian. Let's let Brian a chance, and then Brian. Yeah,
I just want to say,
go.
man, it's the same mathematics as the ether mathematics with the transform.
No,
It
it's
just
not.
it yeah, it is. It's exact with the space with special relativity. It sure as fuck is. It just keeps the Earth in motion, man. And you're saying that all they prove. Okay, so what did they measure? What they didn't measure time. They measured fucking the oscillation of atoms, bro. So quit making the jump that these oscillations in these atoms are different, therefore time, bro. That is a massive, ridiculous jump. The people who
Again,
did these
Brian,
experiments
how do you
weren't
measure
even
time,
hold on,
Brian?
the people who did these experiments weren't even
hang on.
convinced.
Again, that argument is shot to shit because it's not just that they're measuring an oscillation in the cesium atom. They're measuring a difference in the oscillation. And the value that's predicted before the experiment is a specific value. It's like, 10, the delta between the oscillations is 20 difference. The difference of 20 oscillations. Then you do the experiment and what do you know? It matches exactly. And you get that 20 oscillation value from a specific equation in special relativity. So trying to say that it's these other things, those would have to be coincidences then. And that just doesn't add up.
Can I get in here real quick? 2 seconds, please. So to give Flat Earth, Brian, that's your name, Brian, you can't rule out the fact that the altitude might have an effect on the cesium atom. You're completely ruling that out. That's not, you're being disingenuous because you have to at least
I'm not ruling that out.
Brian
no,
said
not
that.
you, not you, Brian, not you, Brian. I'm talking about the other guy. Brian is what he's saying is
Who's the other
truthful.
guy? Nobody's
Jace.
disagreed with that.
No,
Yeah,
so
but
the
we have to disagree with that.
no,
All right, well,
but
let
he's
me
disagreeing
quickly
that
respond to
that
that.
the atmosphere and the altitude might have an effect on the cesium atom. When you're measuring the disturbance in the
does.
cesium atom and its oscillation, you
Not a
you can't rule out the
disturbance.
altitude. You can't rule out that variable, and you're
It's not
completely
a
ruling that out.
disturbance. No, you're not.
The
Right?
the
The oscillation rate has been measured in the cesium
yeah,
of some far above sea level, some at sea level. It's the same. And the reason that it's the same, right? Because the mechanism of that electronic transition that occurs, it's a spin state transition that occurs, and it's been elucidated. And the reason that that spin state transition occurs has nothing to do with altitude or temperature or pressure or any of this nonsense. It's due to the symmetry and the orbitals provides the symmetry in the atomic orbitals that the electron is in provides an energy difference between those orbitals, and the electron oscillates between that just because of that difference. There's no other mechanism. There's no other factor at play.
So you just hold on 1 second. So you just explained the difference, right? What you call it, oscillation. How do you know that that difference is not related to altitude or atmospheric pressure or a bunch of other unforeseen variables? How do you just blanket rule out all of that?
The people who did the experiments weren't even convinced, dude. That's why they stopped doing them.
All right,
because the mechanism for that electronic transition, right? It's a spin state transition. There's one of the electrons in the cesium atom can transition between an up spin and a down spin in one of the orbitals of the cesium atom, be it P, D, or F orbital. I'm not sure which one they use in this specific case, right? But it's due to the symmetry between either the px, py, pz, or the x squared minus y squared. One of those orbitals, there's a symmetry between them, and that provides an energy difference that the electron just naturally oscillates between. You can change the pressure, the temperature, the elevation. You can do all that stuff in the lab. That oscillation rate does not change in the
Hold
cesium
on, let me say one more thing, Jace, real quick. The freaking atomic clocks are not as accurate as y'all are claiming. Even with GPS, they have to be corrected twice a day. Them experiments were thrown out, but they're not even accepted by the people who fucking did them. They don't have atomic clock fucking timing down pat. Like I said, in GPS, they literally have to correct them twice every day, because they do not have the precision that y'all are claiming. Y'all are fucking wrong on this one, dude. Just saying.
I'd have to agree, because atomic clocks, for whatever reason, they cannot keep them accurate. Even in Switzerland.
Yeah, but that's why they don't use just one.
Yeah, they have to constantly calibrate.
They use 4 on each plane.
A lot of
But
the
hold on,
adjustments
so
you're talking about with these satellites are done by due to diurnal drift. Diurnal drift is one of the top.
Well, hold on. Let me just explain something real quick. Just 1 second. So we know that time is a
I'm about to
construct.
start muting.
We can't.
Just so everyone knows. If
we can't.
You guys gotta go. One. Hey. Yo, my man, hold on one.
All right.
Yeah, you're roboting, Jeremy.
Just guys, go one at a
Jeremy, you're roboting, bro. He's some horrible mod.
time, please.
Jeez.
I don't know. All right, go ahead, one at a time.
I'll make it quick. I'm not gonna hold up. Just give me 1 minute and I'll be done. We know time is a construct. It's a theoretical construct. It's not like we can prove time. Time is just a way that we measure our daily life, our daily conscious experience. Now, time is related to consciousness, right? We don't even know what consciousness is. And we don't know if consciousness differs from organism to organism.
We don't know anything.
So how can you define time, right, when we don't even know what consciousness is? How do we define consciousness? Scientists can't even agree on that. Some believe that, neuroscience says that consciousness is generated in the brain, localized in the brain. Others say it's external. So we don't even know. And if it's external, is the time experienced externally, like if you believe in astral projection or even dream state, right? You got wakeful consciousness and you got sleepful consciousness. Time dilates. We know this. Everybody agrees on this. Sometimes you might just pass out for 10 minutes and felt like you had a crazy dream that went on for an hour. So we can't really define time We can only
It's
define
all
time on
a
this,
red
on on Earth, and then I'm done. That's
It's
it.
a
I'm
red
done.
herring, man.
It's a great
It's
point.
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, you're trying to define something that can't be defined. You can't,
That's not
just
Course
like
it
you
can.
can't define consciousness. You can't define time. So
We're not
this
talking about
conversation, this
consciousness.
debate is pointless because you're arguing all day long about time, but nobody can actually define it.
Well,
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody can define it. All right, I'm done.
It's not that hard to define. It's the undilatable delta in the story.
It's all big. Oops, sorry.
I think I gave a pretty good definition earlier. It's a measurement of change. That was a pretty good
It's all
one.
begging the question, y'all. It come off the Mickelson Morley, right? Oh, sorry. I can hear somebody barely. Is somebody? Am I interrupting somebody?
Yes.
No, that was my
Sorry.
echo. Carry on.
Well, I was gonna say it come off the Mickelson Morley where with the time dilation they were trying to get evidence for that. This is all begging the question in the very first place. Is by saying the time dilates the motion of the Earth's orbit. It's all begging the question, man. In the very first place, bro. It's
Well, beg
unnecessary
away.
mathematics. It's all
Beg
unnecessary
away.
mathematics. Same answer.
Well, you know,
to
please. Jace had said the same thing I said because I think we both think it's fundamentally important, and that's that. I'll give you an analogy afterwards, so stick around for that. But when you make a prediction for something, that is powerful. Okay, if you use if your hypothesis is that the world works this way, you have an equation for that, and then you use that equation to make a prediction, and it comes true, like the difference between two clocks. That's powerful. It tells you that there's some validity to that equation, which came from that explanation.
But then,
Same as like if you were playing a lottery, if you're playing a lottery and you can show that you could predict the lottery numbers based on like the temperatures from 5 different places or whatever, and this was consistent and happened every day or whatever, like if you could use that, people would have to be compelled to believe that there was some relationship between the temperature of those places and the lottery. I mean, if you're capable of making those type of predictions, and that's not something that can easily be done. I'm not advocating.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing for that, by the way. I'm
You're
just
trying
saying.
to explain a null
I'm saying
result,
that
bro.
that validates that.
Yeah, but then you fall
Well,
into the territory of causation correlation, as if they have any link.
Well, and also I'll go back to he's saying that we're making an argument how existence works. If we say water is necessary for plant growth, and I only use one type of plant to prove my hypothesis, have I proven plant theory, or do I have to go through all the plants and see that plants, or at least do a good portion of them across all of existence to say, well, water is necessary for plant growth? If I only show one experiment with one plant, I'm not proving anything except in that plant. That's my argument. All they're proving is something about the cesium atom has changed, but they've not shown the rest of existence being affected the same way. They've not
I've already
done
told you this. There's other atomic clocks. Is A. B is if you want to measure time changing in reference to a clock, and you also want to measure time changing in reference to other things like the material of the walls or whatever. Well, that's going to require a clock as well, because it turns out that clocks are the only ways that we use to measure time, or any sort of cyclical occurrence.
Well, remember my
That's
example.
a good point, though.
Well, that is a good point. I don't disagree with that.
I want to address that. He said
Okay.
the only way wait, Kosha, I don't want to misquote you. Could you repeat that thing about the only about clocks?
Well, yeah, we can only measure time using clocks or otherwise other cyclical things, that occurrences that we use as clocks.
Right. So given that, the thing that you're calling time dilation can only ever be appreciated from the vantage point of the clock. So the only thing that you know for certain is that any notion of what you define as time dilation is a product of something happening within the clocks themselves. So it's limited to the clock.
That's my point. That's my point. Hold on a second, though.
I didn't mean to steal your point. Go ahead.
No, that's a good point. That's my point, though. I mean, like if I was using the plant example, if I put a clock by a plant and I let time pass, watch the clock pass, I can see the plant grow. There's a connection. you'd have to do the same thing somehow with the bottom of my feet and the top of my head. So I could let a clock run there, so the hair growing was slightly slower or slightly faster on my head than it is on the bottom of my feet, or showing materials, the material things like a rust. Like rust is happening faster at the top than it is at the bottom. I mean, you have to show that it's all of existence is affected that way,
Right.
not
So
just the clock.
so
Yeah,
it's
what
not
about-
time dilation, it's clock dilation.
It's
Congratulations.
clock dilation, exactly.
You've achieved clock dilation.
Thank you.
But
Roman.
what about in the case of the radar gun, speed gun? Right? Isn't it the case?
Clock
No, isn't that the case that this is not just a clock? This is something that is affected by the fact that time is different, right?
If your
Well,
clock
that's
dilates for more than
different,
4
though.
hours.
That's different than what we're talking about, though. I mean, you have to have a speed of light to use a radar gun, right? And you're measuring two things. You're sending out a signal pulse. It's hitting whatever and it's bouncing back. It's sending another one, and it's measuring the distance or the time difference between the two when the vehicles have changed position.
Not quite.
But
It's
you have
measuring
to-
the
you have to-
frequency difference.
Right. But the speed of light is fixed, right?
Well, it's not the speed of light. The speed of the radar, whatever the thing it's flinging out, that's fixed, right? And you're just measuring the Doppler shift you get in return, basically.
Yeah, but why is the Doppler shift occurring? In the case of
you're
the
hitting
light.
because you're hitting something that's moving.
Right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So the thing that's moving, the light is traveling is spreading out, but the speed is consistent.
No, because if the thing was stationary, you would ping it and you would get no return because you would get the same constant of whatever radar frequency you're sending out. It will come back. So it'll be like, okay, there's no change. But if the thing is moving, then the position where you clicked it first is different from at the end. So it's gonna get the delta, and that's basically the Doppler, and you just calculate
that's not-
run it through some formula, and you have a speed.
No, but that's not how they work. That's how a distance laser distance finder will work. It'll measure the difference in the time that it took for the light to get to you. But in the case of light, the Doppler, the reason why the Doppler is occurring is because of the fact that it's true that the wavelength is spreading out, but the what do you call that? Hold on a second. Sorry, my friends trying to urge me to go with them, and I'm trying to finish this up at the same time. But regardless, it requires that light have a different frequency, and that's due to the difference in its experience time. But I'll be right back.
Not. That makes no sense. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be fit for purpose.
That's its purpose.
The reason they use that is because whatever you're sending out is consistent enough that the change that you will measure would be the change in the object, so that you can go, oh, how fast is that thing going? Assuming, of course, you get a decent reading back, because some surfaces don't give readings in a convenient way, and that goes to military technology about hiding from radar, etc., etc. So how does that have anything to do with this other notion that you try to bring up every time?
Like I said, I had to help my friend with groceries.
All right, well, do your thing.
I'll say very quickly before I run off that the tower test also, that's gravitational time dilation. I'll be back.
Well, let me think about what he just said.
Clock dilation.
The Doppler shift, isn't that the compression of the wave, right? Like it has a longer wavelength going out and it's more compressed coming back, right?
Well, it depends whether the thing's coming towards you or going away from you. So you apply it differently.
Right. But I mean, it's like the object is moving at you, so when it may go out at a long wavelength, but it compresses it when it comes back because the impact and it's forcing it to come back. But I mean, so if he's right, then the Doppler shift when you hear a train, so that's time dilation when you hear a train going by or a siren going by. Is that the same thing? That has to be the same argument.
I suppose if you take their logic to its implications, you can You can say a bunch of stupid stuff.
Right.
No, that's
So
not time dilation, Paul. Paul, that's not.
I know. But that's what Kosha was making. He says time dilation is the Doppler effect. It's what trying to go from time dilation to the Doppler effect. That's what Kosha was doing. I agree with you, Zanik. It's not
Yeah,
time
I
dilation.
don't think that's really correct describing time dilation at all.
Well, because it's not really time that's dilating; it's just the clock.
The time dilation is relative.
Yeah, to the clock.
Relative to you observing a clock.
It's all perceptional, if you can use that word. So it's got nothing to do with the thing itself. It's got to do with how you're perceiving said thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure, I'll go with
the
that.
only dilation is either in the clock or in one's perception of quote unquote time.
Well, there's a little bit of a
the thing itself isn't changing. You would have no way to denote whether it was changing in the first place.
well, you do because you can bring them back together again.
You
See,
can't
one clock isn't different than the others. Definitely, it was affected by.
appreciate it.
So we can't talk.
from a
I guess we can't talk together. We just talk over each other.
But one can't appreciate time outside of themselves. You can't objectively appreciate time, right? So if you can't do that, then you can never really tell whether the time is doing anything differently from what it's always done.
Compare two clocks.
Compare two clocks. One that has been going fast away from you and comes back. They will read different readings.
All that
So
means is that
why?
under
What
those
is your
conditions-
incessant inability to not talk while people are speaking? It makes I'm one getting muted because I know you're on their side, but it's really amazing, Elisha. Just take a break for a second. Let people finish their sentence.
Are you done complaining?
I'm done complaining. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, did you hear how I let you complain all that time without interrupting you?
You let me complain, but you didn't let me actually speak my.
Well, then why don't you just speak your point?
I said the two clocks back from one being stationary, one being at a velocity away from the Earth, or in orbit clock, or in a plane. When they come back, those clocks will read different values. That is an example of how you can test for time dilation.
No, that's an example of how those clocks have dilated from their relative perspective of each other, I suppose. Because the assumption.
What was that word salad?
The assumption
That
or
was a
whatever,
word
you
salad.
presented it as though they were one clock at the beginning, right? You synced them up. So you've effectively, for argument's sake, made them one clock. And then you do this certain action to them, take them here, take them there, and then they come back together and now they're out of phase from each other. All that has told you is that those two things have dilated with respect to each other.
Okay, well, we can have three clocks. All of them made the same.
Is that not true?
So here
Is
you
that
do
not
it
true?
again. You're doing it once. You
I'm
can't
asking
let
you
me
a
talk,
question,
can
though,
you?
because you're
Okay,
laughing
go ahead.
past it.
Your point is
what
more
I
important
said
than my
true or
point.
not? Yeah, but this is how a conversation goes, right? Because you're just gonna laugh
No,
past
conversation
it.
just doesn't go
But
like this. I've had a lot of conversations in my life, and this is
what
not a
I said
conversation,
true?
Elijah.
Is what I said true? Yes or no?
Yes, yours true. One clock came back and had a different time. We could have 3 clocks, or 4 clocks, or 10 clocks. The two or three clocks that go off into some other direction at some other velocities, encircle the Earth for a few days and come back, they will all read different times. They were the same clock. They were all synced up, but the 2 or 3 clocks that are left on the ground are still in sync. The ones that left are different. So you're saying that the fact that they went off in some other direction and speeds changed the time. Well, you're right. That's what we're saying.
I'm not saying
and that's
it
the element.
changed the.
So you can't let me finish the sentence.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you're mischaracterizing what I said, and you're laughing.
So that's why you
know
know
that
because I'm mischaracterizing. Okay.
You know that what you're doing is disingenuous. Because all I've said and all you've denoted with your example is that those 3 or multiple things, n however many you want, right? At the beginning they were synced. You go and do this action, they come back. Now they're out of phase from each other. All that you've done is caused them to dilate with respect to each other. Their perspective of what they're measuring is different with respect to each other's one. That doesn't prove anything, except that in this case, these pieces of equipment have a flaw that needs to be taken into account if it's important or not.
No, the first thing you said, I agreed with, and then you kept going. But what you said, the only thing that this shows is that their experience of time is different, and from either frame. Yes, that's the whole point. There's no claim outside of that, in the case of velocity-based time dilation, is that the
Yeah, but
two
that's not.
frames have
But
a
it's the
different
fact that
experience of
you
time.
link the two together, though. You jump from pieces of equipment dilating with respect to each other, or their perception of what you call time, and then you suddenly say that time itself is changing. You can't make that. You can never ever be in a position to do that.
I'm saying the
Because you,
experience of time. I'm not saying time itself. The observation of it is different from the two different frames. That is true, and
yeah, but that's completely different from the claim of time dilating.
well, we're saying that's what when anyone says that,
Mutually
like this actual
exclusive.
theory is the experience of time. The experience of time. The observation is time. Time passes slower as per anything that measures it in that frame. So the experience of it is slower. There's less time. I mean, there's fewer clicks.
Hey,
Or more
Kosher,
clicks.
can you prove? Hold on a second, real quick. I just want to ask, can you prove that the guy in the airplane that's flying the plane, that he experienced time slower or faster than the other person? Can you prove that? Him, not just in the clock, but in him.
Yeah, but in the furthest I could do to prove that, the furthest I can go to showing that would be true would be by comparing clocks, which is what we do. So the only way that he could validate that himself is to, make the observation while looking at a clock, which is what happens.
Doesn't
So
that hinge on
the only way that we
assumption,
can test if this, no, that's the furthest that we can do. This is the most that we can do as far as validated is by using clocks, and that's just what we do.
But that hinges on the assumption that those clocks are not going to change with respect to each other. Actually, better stated that they cannot change. But clearly, by what you've done, you found a change. The reasons for that have been suggested, but that's what's been found out. The only way this works is on an assumptive position.
Okay, well then I guess we can agree then on this much, that there's a test that indeed validates that when people have for the highest degree of capability that we have of measuring time, we find that the time experience from these two frames are different, and it is dependent exclusively, at least in two cases. So in one case, it's dependent on the distance from the Earth, and the other case is dependent on the velocity. But all those things have been shown to be true. There's nothing about that is still an assumption, because those are the only variables that they changed was the height and the speed, and the thing that happened was the change of the experience of time, and it was both. They were both in line with the predictions from the equations.
But it assumes that they're always going to be in sync and that they're never going to leave their sync position. Because if you assume that they can never be out of sync, it means that if they do come back out of sync, it means that something else has changed, and that's how you draw your conclusion that time is the one that's dilated. But if you don't make that assumption, which is the correct way to approach things, then what you found out is that given these certain circumstances, those things have given a different shift, have become
Well, you
out phase
can
from each other.
you can come up with hypotheses, right? If you want to say that it's not, right? Because special relativity posits that it's a function of your velocity and the proper time and the difference in the coordinate times between the different frames, right? It gives a specific equation that will predict the result exactly of these experiments you're talking about. But you can propose a hypothesis that it's a different variable, right? Come up with your own predictions, whether you want mathematically or however you imagine yourself doing that, right? And you can say, oh, it's actually a function of the altitude, and here are my reasons why it's a function of the altitude. Here's my prediction, here's the experiment, look how well they match up.
What if
right?
Yeah, if I wanted to, I could do that. But
What if-
to point out the flaw in what you're presenting, I don't need to do that. Because I propose
And you're
a
not
completely
pointing out any flaw, dude.
Yes, I have. I propose a
If you don't have
completely
anything to
logical
refute, what?
Hold on, yo. I propose a completely logical, optional difference from the conclusion you've made. Right?
There's nothing
Which is
logical
that,
about. You
which is
haven't
that if you
presented
don't,
any
wait, no,
logic.
because if you only assume that these things are always going to be in sync from each other, that they're never going to change, then yeah, you can.
No
draw
one's
your conclusion.
assuming that.
You
The
are.
whole point of the experiment is assuming that
That's what
they
you stated
aren't in
earlier.
sync with each other. I never stated that. Don't put words in my mouth.
No,
But the whole point,
you
the whole
stated as
point
much that
of
they
the
don't change.
experiment, the whole
You went
point
into
of the
detail.
experiment, the whole point of the experiment is to both show that they do change, that they don't just stay in sync with each other, and to propose a hypothesis as to why they change, why they're going out of sync with each other. That's the point, dude.
Can I get in here real quick? Real quick.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. The why of it. You're
Yeah.
drawing as if it has to be what you've concluded, as opposed to when you stated earlier when you're talking to the other guy, you went into detail about how the clock worked, and that oscillation never changes. That's the assumption. You have to
No,
first demonstrate
that's a
that
fact.
oscillation.
Let me get
You have to
I could
demonstrate that
video
oscillation.
myself measuring that in a lab, dude, at all different ranges of temperatures and pressures and altitudes. If you want, I could go to a lab that's at a different altitude and measure that electronic transition of the spin state. It doesn't change. It's due to the difference in the orbital symmetries. It provides an energy difference that the electron transitions between. Nothing outside of the atom itself affects that, and you can easily measure that.
That's an assumption. Because
So,
clearly,
it's not an assumption. It's been measured.
Clearly, the
Oh, man.
inconclusive data that you're getting back shows that there is a change, and that's the point.
It's not. That's partially right, and it shows that it's not
clock
pressure
dilation.
and temperature, because we can change
I
the
never
pressure
said
and
it doesn't
temperature in
matter
a
whether it's
lab.
pressure, temperature, altitude. The reasons why, though they are interesting, is not important to the point that I'm making.
Yeah, so then we do the experiment with the airplanes, or there's other experiments as well that have been done, but we'll just go with the airplanes. And where we ask why, because when we measure this in the lab, no matter where we are on the Earth, no matter what the temperature, pressure is, this oscillation rate is constant. It doesn't change within a very small error margin in nowadays modern clocks. But when we do this airplane experiment, it is changing. So why is that? And that's what special relativity proposes the answer.
Hold on.
Right?
Let me
It
get in here
says
real quick,
that it's
Elijah.
changing. It says that it's changing as a function of the velocity and the proper time between the reference frames. And it gives a specific way to calculate how much it will change, what your oscillation rate, what the difference will be at the end of your experiment. It gives you a way to calculate that. So then you do the experiment after you've calculated, what you think it's going to be based on if the plane flies X miles. So then you let the plane fly X miles and you look at the clock and see what was the real result, what was the real measurement compared to what I predicted.
Real quick, let me get in here, please. So what you're saying is the time dilation is related to velocity or speed. Thing with that is, what if because Elijah seems to say that the experiments that have been done are inconclusive. And I agree with him because they are inconclusive. We're talking about microseconds here, nanoseconds. How can a nanosecond completely, prove time dilation? It can't, because there's so many unforeseen variables that you guys are not taking into account.
But that's fallacious, man.
No,
You can't just say
hold on. Let me.
it's
hold on.
unforeseen variables.
Well, let me
you
just
can't just say that.
Listen, 1 second, I'm done. These same experiments have been done, right, on top of a mountain, which is not accelerating, right, with any sort of velocity, and the same phenomenon is being perceived. Somebody earlier mentioned the Eiffel Tower. These,
We're
so
not
right there,
talking
it's
about that,
well.
though.
Hold on, the same experiments have been done
It's
on
not. We're
regarding
talking about the
altitude, and the same
airplane.
thing. And the clocks are still showing dilation. So there's something going on that's not related to velocity, brother.
That's a
Another thing.
different
Hold on.
thing from what I was talking
It's a
about.
different thing, but it's really not. So what if I propose an experiment where we put an atomic clock right on a high altitude weather balloon and see if there's time dilation? Now the
Nice
weather
stop you there,
balloon,
dude.
they don't move quick. So if it's related to velocity, that right there, that would debunk your idea that's related to velocity.
You're
All right, I'm
free
done.
to
test that we're
do
talking
that.
about.
Kosho, hang on. Let me just
I'm
make
done.
this last point.
I'm all done.
You're free to do that, right? And the reason why it's fallacious, it's called an appeal to possibilities fallacy. When you just say it could be all these other variables and give no specifics, right? You would have a valid point if you were to say, well, it's due to X variable. Let's say it's due to the altitude. And the reason why I'm saying it's due to the altitude is because I have this mechanism here, let's call it mechanism Y, which leads to this equation, right? And this equation predicts this result for the experiment you ran. And look, this variable predicts the measured result much better than the mechanism and equation from special relativity. If you could do that, then you would have a valid point. But just saying it could be due to any of a million different variables, it's fallacious. It's called the appeal to possibility fallacy.
Well, what about the fundamental fallacy that your whole thing is based on? Because when you say time, when you say time dilation, you're invoking a begging the question. You're invoking a fallacious basis for your whole conclusion after the fact. Because what you're actually denoting, and it's ridiculous that it has to be said so many times, especially after Kosho agrees, right? That what you actually experienced, you did.
Yeah,
Is a change in the clock's perception of quote unquote time.
You're right. I did
That's
agree
what-
with that. Oh, no, I didn't say clocks, though. I didn't say
happened.
clocks, though. I didn't say clocks. I
Time
said
dilation.
experience of
Clocks and
time.
the rest of them. But that's not time dilation. That's
Well,
that's
time
the equipment's
dilation is-
dilation
it's
with
just-
respect to time.
It's just the name that we give for the difference in time that's measured on the proper time of a clock of an observer in a reference frame. The difference between the proper time they measure in different reference frames. That's all that time dilation is. It's just a word that we give to that phenomenon.
Yeah, but that's the whole point you're trying to justify. As if this thing is a substantive thing that changes the quote
No,
unquote
it's not.
fabric of the universe and how
It's not, dude.
how things operate.
I've said this like so many times about
Doesn't matter
multiple
how many
different
times you
things.
say it.
That time
this is
is
your
not
idea.
a substance that I can along with electrons and quarks and elementary particles.
can't
They
dilate,
aren't
can
little substances that I can grab in my hand and hand to you. That's not what anybody is saying. And when you say things like that, it just demonstrates your misunderstanding of the topic, man.
No,
Like, come on.
It demonstrates that when you say something, you're not meaning what you're saying.
You're drawing a different meaning from what he's saying than what he's actually saying.
What is time?
And I'm usually very clear
what is
about
its
what I'm
dilation
talking
and what does it cause? And what's the cause of the dilation?
He just said the correct. He just said the correct answer to the question you're asking now. So I can't imagine him saying anything differently than what he just said. About it's not the time dilation is just the name of it. What's actually happening is that there's two differences in the what you call it, proper time experience from depending on which frame you're in. Exactly that. It doesn't prove anything, but it validates exactly the thing that I just said that he just said.
What does it validate?
That the experience between these two frames that have two different velocities are going to have their experience of proper time is going to disagree with one another.
What's proper time?
It's the time. It's the time measured on the clock of an. It's a time measured by an observer in their own frame.
So that's relative to the observer. So it's based on perspective.
It is. It's relative. That's what leads to these time dilation effects and length contraction.
It just means that it's arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything.
No, it means that it can
It means
differ
that you,
between reference frames. If you have like a rotating reference frame versus an inertial reference frame, you can have a difference in the measurement of the proper time, right? If I was to try
yeah, but what's the proper
to
time?
an example, I already told you, it's the measurement of time by the observer in their own frame. Now, if someone is outside
So
of my reference
everyone
frame,
has their own
they
proper
have
time.
the way they're measuring my time is through a Lorentz transform. That's how they would get my proper time. But in their frame, my time coordinate would be different. That's what relativity is all about.
What does this prove exactly?
It's a hypothesis. Well, now it's a theory for many different effects. Get what you mean? What does it prove? We're not talking about proving things.
Are we not?
No, before I was just giving you a definition. Definitions don't prove things.
So then, what is the point in bringing this up in the first place?
Well, the point of relativity
how does it help?
it's a theory about how time and space are relative between different points of view, aka reference frames.
To what end?
Well, it depends on what you mean. Yeah, it depends on what you mean. There's a lot of ends, but yeah, the most overall end is you have to understand how reality is actually working better.
How have you understood reality better? By playing with clocks and pointing out that these clocks don't always work as conveniently as you would want them to.
Oh, it's had huge effects in fields like inorganic chemistry and things like that. Relativity is used in these time dilation things are used all the time in that field. It's sad.
How?
Kids get JAs?
Multiple different techniques for discovering the molecular structure of a molecule, like how it's put together, have been discovered due to these relativistic effects, things like photoelectron spectroscopy. There's an array of others.
You're putting things in the incorrect order, aren't you?
What?
You're putting things in the incorrect order in history.
What?
What
are you talking about? What's in incorrect order? Fill me in, bro.
The way you're talking about even your own understanding of reality, you've jumbled up the order.
How so?
What mistake did he
Get
make? Just spell it out.
specific. Yeah, get specific.
Well, okay. When was this thing with the planes done? Was it the first thing? According to you, what was the phrase?
Now you're bringing up
used?
something different,
No,
right? I
foundation.
said relativity has had influence on fields like inorganic chemistry and synthetic chemistry and stuff. And then I brought up an example of how so that it has had an effect through photoelectron spectroscopy, which was developed after relativity was discovered, right? The inorganic chemists were dealing with metal complexes and they were trying to predict the results of experiments so that they could use those results to develop new technologies and materials and stuff. And they were getting it wrong because they weren't incorporating special relativity. And so they realized that when they did incorporate special relativity, they actually got the correct structure. They got the correct electronic structure. They got the correct electronic transitions and the energy that you can extract from that. All these things came from special relativity being incorporated into inorganic chemistry, synthetic chemistry, after relativity was already developed. They didn't do this before relativity was developed because they didn't know about these things.
Does it have anything conclusive to it? So when you say influenced by, is this just people who agree with this notion and have used certain things that are in line with this notion, have figured certain things out? But has it
right?
actually actually proven anything definitively? Or are these just things
What
that
do you mean
have
by
lined up?
proven definitively?
Because you're talking about you mentioned the very structure of what was it atoms or whatever you said. You're talking about the fundamentals of nature, right?
Yeah.
But
So
has it actually been proven, or is it just being a more convenient way to interact?
well, it's been I give you this isn't what I would call proof, but it's been experimentally verified. An example would be right. So there would be a transition metal complex, and it would be predicted right without paying any mind to special relativity. They would predict that the molecular geometry of this metal complex should be something like square planar, and then they would do a crystallograph to determine, or an NMR, or a multiple array of different techniques they can use to determine what the actual structure is and the connectivity, the geometry of the metal complex, right? And they would see that, well, it's not square planar according to Vesper and valence bond theory and these non-relativistic theories, right? We should have a square planar molecule in this metal complex, but we don't. So what's going wrong, right? So then they incorporate special relativity into the mix, and special relativity tells them that, oh wait, it shouldn't be square planar. There's a change in the electronic energy levels. The difference between them changes due to relativistic effects, which causes this molecule to actually be trigonal bipyramidal. And that's what they actually measure in the experiment with a crystallograph or diffractometry or photoelectron spectroscopy, like I said, or NMR, things like that. So that's the realistic applications that special relativity has had to things like chemistry.
So what's the fundamental basis of?
What do you mean? What's the fundamental basis?
Do you want me to phrase it differently?
The fundamental basis of what? What are you talking about?
I said special relativity.
I guess I would say it's just a description of how time and space is relative to observers in their frames and how they change between reference frames. That's the, I guess, the fundamental basis, I would say.
And then what else does it say?
Quiz?
Well, like, oh, in what sense? You got to give me, like, special relativity is a big field, right? You got to narrow it down.
If that's the basis, if that's the ground floor, what's on the first floor?
It gives you a description of how measurements change in different reference frames, how you can expect to measure your lengths, how you can expect to measure time in your frame, and how someone else would measure your time and the lengths you're measuring from their frame.
Are you trying to quiz him, Elijah?
I'm not trying to quiz it. I'm trying to understand.
It's like going nowhere. I don't really get what you're asking.
Shut up with your complaints, man.
But you're asking him all these questions that he's answering, and you're not addressing the question. You're just going on to the next question. It's not really related to the one previous to it.
So?
So is this a quiz? Is my question.
What does it matter? I'm asking him questions because I want to understand what he's talking about. He's invoking this stuff as if it has some serious meaning to life, right?
Okay. Did you understand him when he talked about a box, crystal, and structure? I did not. So you got all that?
That's not the point, though, is it? I'm asking him questions, and now you're asking me questions in the middle. For what purpose?
Yeah. To point out that you're just asking nonsense for I don't know why. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, then why don't you sit down and listen?
I was listening. Did you get anything from what he said about the structures of inorganic?
I'm not talking with you, man. I'm trying to get. He's talking about stuff, and I'm trying to understand his position. This is how
okay, so my
conversations
question
go.
is, are you trying to understand?
Your question.
Because so did you understand what he said about that? Because I did not. I would need more information.
I've heard what he said, but that's not really relevant to what I'm asking him.
Well, you said you want to understand more, so he explained something you didn't understand. Is that?
I did. What's your point?
My point is, you're not trying to understand. You're just trying to ask questions and try to get a gotcha out of them when
How
you're
many
going to
times
fail.
are you going to
But
repeat
go ahead.
the same
Go ahead.
thing? It's got nothing to do
Go
with
ahead.
a gotcha. Nothing I've set up is set up to trick the guy.
All right. Stop complaining. Go ahead with your. I will listen to you.
Shut your mouth.
Got it.
It's set up
I
to get
will shut my
information
mouth
from
and let you
Jace.
carry on.
Anyway. So wait, your whole position is basically, depending on where you are, you're going to experience something different. And you're building this as what? As what does it prove? What is this? What is the contention? What is the contention between what has been said and the discussions that were had with who was
It's
it?
not my
Paul
position.
Earlier.
It's not my position, right? Special relativity is not
that you are
proposed by me.
The position that you
right?
are holding.
And we're not proving things, dude. We're proposing hypotheses to explain observed effects and how we can utilize those hypotheses to develop technology and other aspects of our lives. Like, we're not proving things. This isn't mathematics and logic.
Yeah, but we were just talking. See, this is where it takes the piss, because the conversation that Paul and Zanuck were having initially when I came into the room was about a proof discussion. And now you've gone on to something
I didn't
else,
hear
right?
Zanuck and Paul talking about formal proofs and stuff. That's not what I heard.
Well,
if you're not proving anything, you go ahead, Elijah.
I didn't mean to cut you. You said like, go ahead.
Yeah, if you do this thing and then it didn't prove anything after, so then you don't know anything after because you didn't prove anything, right?
Well, it supported your hypothesis.
Yeah.
Provided
so
evidence.
you could know something. You could know something, and it might not be. This might be wrong, but you think you know something after that.
You know more than you did going in.
What do you know?
You know that it strengthens your hypothesis.
What do you know after you've done this thing?
Now, for the third time, it strengthens the hypothesis.
Okay, so you know you've strengthened your hypothesis. We don't need you right now. So you know you've strengthened your hypothesis.
Yeah.
That's it? You don't know anything about reality? You didn't figure anything out about reality?
Yes, you did.
Okay, what did you figure out about reality?
You figured out it's more likely that this is reality.
So, but you don't know. You still don't know anything after you've done this.
Didn't say that.
Well, I mean, you either know something or you don't know something, right?
The whole point in a hypothesis isn't to be strengthened or to be weakened. A hypothesis is to either prove that the hypothesis was correct or disprove it. If you haven't got to anything there, then you have failed to conduct an experiment or failed to investigate the matter sufficiently to get anything definitive. So all it is a notion. All it is then a notion that certain things have come up that you can use in favor and you can argue them in favor, but they haven't definitively said anything either way.
I think
so you have to go back. You have to keep going back to the drawing board. If you're going to say that, if you're going to raise up a hypothesis in this arena, then you can't just go, "Oh, it strengthens my hypothesis," because somebody could equally just argue from the other side. Well, here's an example of this. Here's an example of that weakens your hypothesis, and then it's just a back and forth, and it's just subjective.
No. If it weakens your hypothesis, yes, you change it. But if it strengthens it, you keep going. So,
yeah, but it's subjective though. A hypothesis isn't weak or strong.
Understanding. Your infantile understanding.
Yeah, your ad homs don't help your case. A hypothesis
is not an
isn't to be. Yes, you said my infantile understanding.
Yes, because science is not about proving things; it's about providing evidence for things.
What are you talking about? If you're going to invoke hypothesis, then it's either proved or disproved.
No,
you either have yes. Otherwise, you're not using a hypothesis. You're just using a notion. I'm
sorry. J. Ace is not the scientist here. You are. I forgot. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What
I
are you
don't know,
talking
man.
about? See, this is some lame ass nonsense.
Yeah.
Have you
J.A.'s just
have you
wasted
put
all his
have
years
you
at school and doing this professionally. But you know more because you watched the
so you're
YouTube.
gonna be sarcastic to make a point? So you're gonna attack your
No.
your
that's
colleague?
factual. That's factual, Elijah.
Completely factual.
Yeah,
No,
JH
he's
works in
being
the field.
no, I'm not saying he doesn't work in the field. The guy's being
Oh.
sarcastic in using Jace to be sarcastic to make a point. But it still doesn't
It's an important point,
what
though. It's an important point.
still no, it's not.
Yeah.
It
Do
doesn't
Yes, it
you
address
is.
work
what's
in the
being
field,
spoken about.
Elijah?
It doesn't address what's being spoken about.
Hypothesis
It
doesn't
very
prove
much
things.
Does
You and
somebody have
J.A.'s
to,
have
yo, are you deaf? Does
you and
somebody
J.A.
have to work in a field to be able to point out whether the hypothesis has done anything? Or that whether somebody has proven their hypothesis or whether all they've done
Are
is
you
quote
going to
unquote
keep asking the
strengthen it.
question, or are you going to wait for the answer? No, somebody doesn't have to work in the field. But if somebody who's done this for decades, I assume, with JAs or at least many years, is disagreeing with somebody who hasn't done it, I'm going to tend towards the person who has done it, who agrees with all the other people who have done it. Wouldn't you?
So you're gonna apply illogic to come to a
No,
conclusion.
that is not illogic. To go with the
It's
people who are
illogical.
talking
It's
about their
illogical to draw a conclusion just because they have experience instead of the
How is it
content of what's being
illogical?
said and what's being presented.
How is it illogical
which is why you
to trust expertise over ignorance?
No, because
that's why you always hear
you're
Chucky
the one
arguing
who's
against
calling.
Moyak Man. Yeah,
Say again.
because he has no experience with the theodolites. Yeah. That's why Chucky's always championing that shit, not just supporting Glovers blindly, right? Yeah.
I've used theodolites in the past.
Anyway, this doesn't address the point. It's just a weird way of arguing around it. And ultimately, the fact that you keep saying it strengthens the hypothesis is actually detrimental to the position that you're holding.
How is that?
How is strengthening a position detrimental?
Because it's subjective. Because somebody could quite easily, and
Fucking
we have
hell.
done in this room, that you are choosing to have this perspective, this hypothesis strengthened by this certain thing that you've done, right? And you're saying it strengthens it. You're drawing the conclusion and saying it strengthened it. But if it was actually strong, as you're using this arbitrary term, then it wouldn't be something that strengthens the hypothesis. It would be something that definitively agrees with the hypothesis. And then you can go, this is no longer a hypothesis. This is the case. And it would then enter into the realm of fact. But you don't have a fact. You have a quote unquote strengthened hypothesis, which is just another way of saying an idea that hasn't been proven.
That's how you interpret it, but clearly that's incorrect. So,
but that's the whole point. It
no,
shouldn't be open to interpretation, though, should it? If
yeah, what you're saying, Elijah, does not even make sense
because you're not paying attention.
Making determinants and making hypotheses and doing experiments to confirm the hypothesis. You're just talking backwards, man.
Yeah, it turns out reality is complicated. Backwards? It turns out reality is complicated. You don't get it right or wrong on the first or second try. You have to get closer to the truth. But go ahead.
But you haven't gotten closer.
Yeah, you have. Every time you strengthen a hypothesis,
you've just agreed with yourself more and more. That hasn't got you any closer to what's actually going on.
That's only successful experiments, not experiments that fail.
No, dude, a failed experiment doesn't do anything like what you're suggesting. It just shows you that your hypothesis. It just shows you that your hypothesis is wrong, and you have to go back to the drawing board. But that's not a failure.
It tells you to close off that path.
That's a success.
Right. It tells you to close off that path. So it still gets you, in a way, it leads you towards the truth by closing off wrong paths.
Yeah, but you're keeping your position in a fluxed position of never actually getting anywhere. Keep searching, but never actually getting anywhere.
That's how science works.
That's not how science works. That's not knowledge.
Okay.
There's no knowledge in, I'm just going to keep with this idea. It's not provable. It's not disprovable. It's just there. And
Okay.
you know, here's a list of things that strengthens my position. That doesn't help you.
What university
doesn't help
taught
the
you that
pursuit
we
of
know
knowledge.
everything or know things absolutely for a fact in science?
First of all, when did I say that? Second of all,
I'm
is
asking
that,
you.
how
You
is
didn't
that a
say it. That's
legitimate
why I'm
question?
asking you. If you would have said it already, I wouldn't need to ask you. But you
What
haven't
is the
said it.
purpose of a hypothesis?
No, please answer my question. That would be the honest way to.
This is to do with your question. What's the purpose of a
No,
hypothesis?
no, I know that it is, but I asked the question, and that
Yeah,
question
and
should be answered.
I'm answering it. What's the purpose of a hypothesis?
You are not answering the question.
If you can answer my question, I'll answer your question.
To get to the truth.
Specifically,
There you
a
go.
hypothesis in a scientific experiment. What's its purpose?
To try to get closer to the truth. Now, please answer my question.
You haven't answered my question though.
I just did. Twice.
Based on the agreed contract, I don't have to answer yours.
I did answer your question twice. You can answer mine now.
No, you
Well,
didn't. It's wrong.
Can I
could be
say
wrong.
something?
Yeah.
Here, Chase.
Right. I know the details that I might give might be a little above some heads, but just try to follow on, right? So say I propose a hypothesis for the mechanism of like a ester hydrolysis reaction, right? So say my hypothesis is that, right, the oxygen is going to attack the carbonyl of the ester, right, and that's going to kick off water eventually, and it's going to leave me with a carboxylic acid product, right? That's my hypothesis. Then I do an NMR after I run the reaction in the lab. You know, I add the chemicals to the flask and I let the reaction happen. Then I take my sample at the end after I work it up, all the stuff I have to do to get the pure product. I bring it to the NMR machine and I get the molecular structure, right? And I see that the molecular structure is a carboxylic acid. Is it now attached to my original molecule that I had? It's no longer an ester, but it's not also an amine either, right? It's a carboxylic acid, right? So my hypothesis is not I didn't prove my hypothesis, right? I'm not making inductions that follow from presumptive axioms. That's not what I'm doing. But I have verified my hypothesis, right? That the mechanism is going to occur this way, and we'll be left with this product. But we're not proving. That's not proving things, Elijah. That's not what science is doing.
Can I ask a question? I love this discussion about truth. Oh, I love it.
Right? If
Ask
I
your
get,
question.
if I got,
Hold on a second.
hang
Hold on a
on.
second.
Let me finish this last thing. If I did my NMR and I found out that it was actually an amine at the end was my product that was attached to my original molecule, then I would say my hypothesis is falsified. I was unable to verify it or accept it. So now I have to reject the hypothesis for the mechanism that I proposed.
Okay, are hypotheses either true or false?
I would say you can either say they're supported or unsupported, verified or falsified. I wouldn't say they're
Verified
true or false. These words like proof and true and false, that's like closing your mind off, right? Like, oh, this is
it doesn't.
true.
That's an
We shouldn't
assumption.
experiment any further.
No,
right? We
no, no,
shouldn't
no.
use.
You're
Stop
assuming.
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
Well, you're assuming what I'm saying. You're not. You're reading into me, and I'm not going to allow you to do that. It's not what I'm saying.
No.
So using words like proof and true and false, it's too definitive. Like you're closing your mind off when you start using words like that. That's why we don't use words like that.
Okay, if your hypothesis is not validated, that means it's false. If it's validated, that means it's true, right?
No. He said there's also other. He says it also could just be unsupported or unfalsified or falsified. So it's supported, unsupported, unfalsified, or falsified. If I taught him correctly.
If it's supported, is it true? So you're saying if it's supported, it's still not true.
It's most likely
it means
true.
you have to go back to the drawing board.
If I was
to
ever use a word like true in a scientific paper, one of my
biochemistry
publications, I would caveat it with provisionally true, right? It's true for the moment from what I found out in my experiment, but
within the
future
within the context of the
experimentation,
experiment.
future experimentation can still prove it wrong with sufficient evidence if they could find sufficient evidence.
Well, hold on a second, crypto, before you come in. Here's the thing, though. If I make a statement, a hypothesis, right? It's a statement or a story, as Anik would say. The cause of X is Y. Okay, that's a propositional statement. And truth, in my definition, you can disagree with me if you want, is a propositional statement that corresponds to reality. If you prove your hypothesis to be valid or invalidated, then you're either proving your hypothesis or your understanding of reality true or false. You can't get away from this. It's binary. As long as it's gray, you cannot never have true knowledge. Even within the scientific endeavor, you can never have it. It's left open. There's no true knowledge. You can't.
Right.
So how can you say anything about reality because you cannot make any claim?
Because it's about most likely true, or
we don't live in a probability, though, do we? We live in reality.
No, reality is either true or false.
You're either alive or you're dead, right? So you can't just go probably. Start inputting these arbitrary appreciations of numbers. It's silly.
It's provisional, right? It's what we can show. It's what we can show to be evident. It's what we can show to be evident based on our best understanding at the moment.
Yeah, show definitively either for or against, whether within the context of the experiment and the parameters that you did, whether this thing was either yes or no, basically.
Okay. So
and I wanted to ask you actually, Jace. I'm talking to Jace. So the example you gave of the amine, was it? Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, it was it's a chemical reaction.
So in the case where it was the first case before you proposed a hypothetical, which apparently doesn't happen, right? That wasn't definitive, was it? It was close, but not the full cigar. Yeah. Did I get the impression right, or did I mishear you?
Well, it's pretty definitive for that reaction, right? If you hydrolyze an ester, you're going to end up with a carboxylic acid, right? That's what your NMR is going to show you. That's not.
Oh, so was it okay? So maybe I misheard the words you were using. So in that instance, was it a complete agreement with your hypothesis, or was there certain variations that was slightly different?
Right. So in that instance, we would say the results support the proposed mechanism. Chemistry.
Okay. So
you're given mechanisms.
And by support, would you just could you arbitrarily, just for this example, say it was like 95% in agreement with your hypothesis?
Well, you could come up with a right when we want to get into percentages, right? There's a real way of doing
for this discussion, like, but just the arbitrary, was it like it was all, but there was a bit missing? Just so that I can progress the conversation. It wasn't complete, right?
Right. With the example I gave, right, it's your molecule as a carboxylic acid, right? That's what it is. Now you could run a confidence interval. You could do the experiment over and over and over and see how many times you get a carboxylic acid from the experiment, and make a confidence interval where you could say, I'm 99.999 or 5 sigma plus confident in this result. You can do that.
Can I get back
maybe
in?
I'm misphrasing the question, because from the words that you said, because again, you're using chemistry terms that I'm not fully familiar with. I got the impression that the hypothesis that you presented and the result that you got was almost in agreement, but there was something missing. Did I hear that wrong then? Have I just?
I think so. The first part that I said was that I proposed a hypothesis for the mechanism, and it was correct, right? I did my NMR, and it is what my mechanism proposed for the chemical product. But if it wasn't, say I got an amine as my product rather than a carboxylic acid, then I would say my mechanism was not supported by my chemical product, right? My hypothesis wasn't supported by the result of the experiment.
Okay. The only reason I asked is that because I thought you said something that I must have misinterpreted, right? Because I wasn't familiar with the terms. But let's just go with the arbitrary of you had a proposition and the hypothesis was that the result came out that it was in agreement, but there wasn't enough detail or something. There was something that it was in agreement with, but something slightly askew or whatever, right? It's just arbitrary example. What I would suggest with that, and I think what Paul would probably be in agreement with, is that in that case, you haven't actually determined that your hypothesis was accurate. But what you have determined, which is useful, is that you're on the right track and that you have to refine because you've found out more detail, right? You would have to refine and go back to the drawing board to get a more complete answer. And that would be a positive result.
That's actually correct.
Equally as would be the other one where you didn't get the result at all. And you're like, okay, well, scrap this. We have to go a different approach.
Well, right, I left out the details where like we could go step by step of how this is happening so that there's no doubt in that the mechanism is correct. This is exactly physically
that's why
what's happening.
Okay, I just didn't understand everything you were saying, so that's why I went this little rabbit hole. So I proposed hypothetical. But this does raise a good point, which is what I wanted to get to. What you've just described there, as far as I'm aware, because I don't know all the terms you're raising, that's excellent. It's an excellent way of getting information, and you've actually progressed. But do you understand, at least from our perspective, whether you want to agree with it or not, that is completely different from the other propositions you're making with respect to time, because you're not doing that level of detail. You're not manipulating the situation. You're not doing all the steps that you summarized in your dialogue earlier. You're not doing that when you're doing these things with time. You're doing very loosey-goosey things with very loosey-goosey hypotheses, and you're drawing conclusions basically kind of at whim.
Three billionths of a second is loosey goosey.
Well, all right. So the before we leave the chemical thing, right? The last thing I wanted to say about that is, right, we wouldn't stop there, right? So now I have a mechanism for how this hydrolysis occurs with sodium hydroxide and an ester, right? But now I can propose, based on my hypothesis and the result that I got, I could then use that to further my knowledge and propose the mechanism for how an amide is hydrolyzed, right? I could propose that mechanism for an amide and then, do the same thing, do the experiment and see if it works. So we don't close our minds off after the experiment is done. We verify.
I'm just suggesting that there's a fundamental difference between chemical experimentation and notional experimentation.
We've either verified or falsified our hypothesis, and then we use that to further our knowledge even more with a new experiment. And right, they are doing mechanistic details with these time dilation experiments, because special relativity gives those mechanisms, and they're in the rates, the rate relationships of your velocity and the different relationships between the proper time and the coordinate frames and things like that. Those mechanisms are in the details of special relativity. And that's why they lead to very specific results, right? It's not chemistry, so obviously you're not doing the same exact thing as chemistry, but it's very similar what they're doing in those experiments. And the things you're manipulating the velocity variable.
Dude, imagine if you were conducting a chemical experiment and you were just putting thermometers in different parts of the room to try and draw a conclusion about the temperature, as if you were manipulating the temperature, and then now I've proven temperature dilation by what means?
Yeah, but that's not what they're doing.
It's a
special
crude example.
relativity.
But it's a crude example.
Special relativity gives a very specific rate, right? It's a very specific mechanism for how the time is dilated, and it's related to the rate, your velocity rate, and the difference between the proper times and the coordinate frames. And that's what they're manipulating in the experiment. They're manipulating the velocity, so that rate is what's being manipulated, and then they're manipulating the coordinate frames, the proper time in each frame, because one clock is down on the surface of the Earth, and the other clock is in a frame on the plane. So they're manipulating those variables. It's the same exact way chemists manipulate variables. It's just a different context.
No, it's not the same, because in the chemistry
It
experiment,
is, dude.
you're actually playing with substances that you know about and that already exist. You're suggesting substantive element to such a thing as time by moving clocks around. It makes no sense.
No, the like I said, do I gotta repeat myself again? Special relativity gives a very, very specific mechanism for
So
how
what?
the time dilation happens, right? It gives
It doesn't
the
matter. It
rate
doesn't matter the mechanism
change.
it proposes.
It gives the rate change, your velocity, and the change between the coordinate frames of the proper time. And that's what they're manipulating in the experiment. So if those were not the variables that should be changing the what you measure on the clock, they shouldn't be getting those results, right? It should be
First of all,
some
they're not
other
always.
effect, because they're
First of
not
all, they're not always getting
manipulating
those
those
results, are
other
they?
effects. They're
Are they always getting
manipulating
those results?
they're manipulating the specific effects that special relativity tells you to manipulate.
How do you manipulate an effect?
Variable, using effects interchangeably with variables. They're manipulating the specific variable.
Can I ask Chase a question?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Elijah. I mean, I want to get back in. We brushed past this, and I think I realize what's going on.
Those
Chase,
variables lead
hold on.
to
Can
the
I?
effect. Those variables lead to the effect. I
Chase,
just wanted to clarify that, because he thinks
that's
somehow
fine.
he got me because I
I
said
didn't.
effect
I'm not even
instead
trying
of
to
variable.
get you. It's nothing to do with you, Jace. If it was to do with you, I'd be talking with you a lot differently. It's to do with the idea that you're upholding. But you wanted to speak.
Paul's been trying to get in.
Yeah, Chase, is everything you said true?
Sure.
Oh, but
Yeah, I know.
true.
This is just another silly word game. It's provisionally true.
No. You've made
From
a lot.
what we
Hold on.
can show,
Hold on a second.
From what we can show with these plane experiments, and Coach brought up the clock tower. From what we can show provisionally, these things are true. Yes.
Okay, so you do believe that some things are true and false.
Yeah, provisionally at the current time, from what we
Provisionally,
can
okay.
show right now, these things appear to be true.
Okay, so let's hold on, Elijah. Hold on. I'm going somewhere. Hang on a second. I think you're conflating the difference between knowledge and truth. They are connected and they are related. And you said if I say something is absolutely true, it's not a matter of being absolute. It's either true or it's false. And there is no degree in that. Okay. But knowledge is gained through the either falsehood or truthful state, or either truthfulness or falsehood of any position or problem. Now, if I say right now my hypothesis is true, but there may be more knowledge I need to gain, that's okay. But so to go into say that saying something is true will close your mind, I think that's a foul. That's false. Because my mind is open to truth wherever it comes. If what I believe now whatever I believe now is true, and that's what I believe now, but something comes in to show that to be false, then I will change my position because I'm not locked into something. But there's difference in saying that truthfulness can close you off. It doesn't. You need truth to even guide down any mathematics, science. You need truth. If it does not exist, if it's not absolute, then what are you doing?
So that was a lot of things you threw at me there. I just find it ironic that you say that when people have thrown an array of experimental results at you, and you still hold the opposing position. Nonetheless,
Okay, how do I know?
right?
Hold on,
What
hold on
I
a second. Hold on a
mean,
second.
what
Hold on
I
a second.
mean by this whole we don't say things are true, right? We don't say it's true in the absolute sense, right? Didn't I tell you earlier, right? I would caveat it with provisionally true, right? I'm not closing my mind to the fact that my hypothesis is actually incorrect. Someone can do a better experiment and show that my hypothesis is actually incorrect, right? There's another hypothesis that explains my experimental result even more accurately and more precise.
But see, you missed my point. I'm trying to tell you to even do any kind of science endeavor, whatever it may be, okay, or even mathematics, something either has to be true or false. Either your hypothesis is true or it's false. Or mathematics, if I come out with the wrong outcome in my mathematical equation, then it's false. Or if I do come out with the right outcome, then it's true.
Well,
I think you're missing my understanding. You're missing my point.
Well, mathematics is where absolute truth can actually be derived, because you can use pure mathematics and geometry and those kind of things, which can give you the truth of something, right? Like a normal triangle has 180 degrees, right? If you're not working with spherical triangles or anything else, a planar triangle has 180 degrees. Nothing's going to change that ever, right? It's been true since the beginning of time. It'll be true till the end of time. But in science, right, like I'm looking at this grass, right, and it's green, right? I could say, well, it's absolutely true scientifically that this grass is green. But someone can come along in 3 days and do an observation where the grass has turned to brown. It's died, or someone burnt it or something. And so now what I said is no longer true. The grass isn't green anymore. Now it's brown. So in science, we try to avoid
Come on, I want to comment on that.
things, because in science, what we say is true today, we want to make sure is also true tomorrow. So we avoid making these absolute statements.
Well, hang on a second, though. That's a good. Hold on, Elisha. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Elisha.
The grass is green. You didn't say the grass will be green forever and eternity.
He said no.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, at that moment when I looked at the grass, it was green. And that statement that I said the grass was green, or you said the grass is green, is true. If we come back a week from now, or 2 weeks from now, or a month from now, and the grass is no longer green, it's brown, it's still true that I say the grass is brown. It's no longer green. You haven't got away from the truthful or falsehood. It's just it can be conditional, and I don't have a problem with that. It's conditional on time, right? The passing of time, which we talked about earlier. But that's still either true or false that the grass is green or the grass is brown. It's either true or false. Can't be both. And also, it's called the law of identity. Is brown and green the same thing?
No, obviously not.
Right. So that's the law of identity. Brown is not green. So if I come and look and say something's brown and you say it's brown, well, it's brown. It's true that grass is brown.
I think it's funny that Globers bring up the math thing. Like, math can prove things as if to like they're being smooth, and we don't know they're trying to conflate that to whenever the math they use represents all kinds of theoretical concepts. Yeah, like they're like, I think this and 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 this. Let's mathematically describe that concept, and then they want to like conflate it. It's goofy.
No one did that.
Thing. No, that ain't what he said.
No,
that's not what he said.
No, it's not at all what I said. Right? Most of the math that's used in science is not pure math. Scientists aren't proving things. There's very specific theorems. There's some in quantum mechanics and there's some in chemistry and things like that. But those are one-offs where there's an actual proven thing through a theorem, which is pure mathematics. right? Usually you're using applied mathematics where you're describing things, interrelationships between variables, stuff like that. You're not even using the math to formally prove anything. You're just describing relationships through applied mathematics.
Name one time we're using pure mathematics in science that proves something.
Well, the thing is,
Oh,
him saying there are
theorem is
proofs in mathematics does not
Crickets.
necessarily mean that math proves things.
Can you name one time in science we use pure mathematics to prove something?
Yeah, I could give you a couple examples. There's like Noether's theorem. There's the no hair theorem. There's a whole bunch of theorems that have been proven.
Can you please just
What are they
describe
proving?
something
Yeah.
scientifically that was proven with math? Like just say what it is.
Yeah,
Like describe it.
so Noether's theorem is the relationship between conserved quantities and symmetries, right? So the fact that I could drop a ball, I could be at this location, drop a ball today, come back here and drop it tomorrow, hit the ground at about the same spot, right? That shows that there's a time translation symmetry, and that leads to the conservation of energy.
Okay, so math has nothing to do with proving the conservation of energy.
Of course it does. It's called
No, it
Noether's
doesn't.
theorem.
That's just
All
how
right,
we
well, you could
described
just
it.
deny that.
That's just how we described it,
Yeah,
dude.
I'll post it for
It's a
Does
means
the
by
conservation of
which. It
energy
doesn't
exist
do it
without you
itself.
trying to mathematically describe it?
What do you mean? Does
Dumb.
the conservation of energy exist without trying to mathematically describe
That's
it?
Yeah, all the math is a description of an effect.
Sure.
It would be the same as
Yeah, math
saying
doesn't prove
It's
words
the
can prove
method of
things.
formally proving the effect.
No,
That
actually,
in
the
a
method would be
system,
dropping it.
that in a system with time translational symmetry, the conservation of energy holds, right? And there's a theorem that proves that.
No, actually, the method of proving it would be dropping it over and over.
Yeah, that's part of the theorem, dude.
No, that's actually physical reality and doing a test, and has nothing to do with the math I described.
Yeah, that you put into the mathematics and the logic of the theorem with it.
You don't put the physical into the mathematics. The mathematics
just goofy.
draws out what the physical has denoted. What are you talking about?
Math describes things, science explains things. Your entire paradigm that you guys defend in here is built upon math assuming theories.
Well, here's a better way to ask the question, though. So, are you saying, Chase, that because you can prove something in math, that means it's in reality?
Well, hang on. I was looking at something because just ask your question again. What?
Okay, if I prove something in mathematics, that means I can go out into the world and find it somewhere.
Yeah, the statements you're proving in mathematics are statements about the reality around us, either geometry or some aspect of the world, right? It's different than applied mathematics where you're describing aspects of the world. Pure mathematics.
That's what geometry does.
Different.
Well, wait a minute though. So you're saying, yes, what you're saying is simply yes. If I can prove something mathematically, then I should be able to go out into the world and find it. I don't go in the world and find something and then come back to the table and write up a theorem or mathematics about it. Which is it?
It's obviously the latter.
You got to say that again. I missed it again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do I set in my table in mathematics only, which means numbers and symbols and signs and all this stuff, and I write up a theorem, and then I go out into the world and find something that matches it? Or do I go into the world, find something, then come back to my table and write up a theorem about it? Which is it?
Actually, both.
No,
The latter.
because the things you're not proving like observations. That's not what mathematical theorems are. They're statements about either they're geometric statements things like that. You're not like making observations and proving things. It's not what they're doing either.
So what you're saying is I can
things
write
in math are consistent. It's a construct that we made based on reality. So geometry is a concept. Okay, when we describe reality with it, it's like, okay, well, yeah, there's a proportional relationship of this whatever object. And I can describe it with geometry, and if those proportions remain the same, then the math will always accurately describe the object. Okay, math is just a concept. It's a descriptive concept. That's it.
Well, that's why I asked the question the way I did, because you can come up with all kinds of stuff on paper, but does that mean this exists in the real world? But of course, somebody else said it's both. So I can stay on my computer or sit on my drawing table and figure out all these theorems, and then should be able to walk out into the world and find it.
Well, like when I say both, I'd say like Einstein would be an example of someone who came up with, based on observations and everything else, but extended our theoretical world, and then we were able to afterwards go back and test those in the real world. But he did
And it
most of
didn't
that
work at all.
was into that's
But
fine
you-
you say that, but it seems to work pretty fucking good.
Well, here's the
Except it
thing,
doesn't
though.
work. Except it literally doesn't work. Well, except for that.
Well, yeah. Well, and also,
Hey, before we get
well,
too
see,
far,
then he answered the question. He had to go in the world first and find something, then come back into the mathematics and try to describe it. So actually,
we don't lose our knowledge. We're trying to progress knowledge. So you don't start off from square zero and start saying, well, how does fire work? How does chemistry work? No, you start from what you know and questions that you have, and then you move forward from there with the theoretical.
Yeah,
And
they
then you
described
test those theories.
they described observable reality with math like light and its alleged speed, and then he built subsequent math off of a theory. That's it. And actually, when they went and looked at the world, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work at all. And they can't
But
even
those
describe
aren't
it. They can't
formal
even solve the
proofs.
tensors. They can't even solve half of relativity while actually adhering to the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
Those
But that doesn't matter.
aren't formal proofs, though. What you just said is not a mathematical proof. That's applied mathematics. What you were just talking about is applied mathematics, not pure mathematics where you're proving things.
So you agree that like the way it's relevant to this conversation is your entire model is built upon applied mathematics, built upon assumptions, and then you guys take that assumption, run with it a million miles, make up all kinds of subsequent assumptions based on mathematical relationships, and then you guys think that since the math works out, that makes it real.
I have to ask Chase the question. What does math prove? What does it prove?
Most often, their mechanisms or the interrelationships between variables is what all the math is. That's all it's giving you.
What does math prove, Chase? What does it prove? You said it proves things. What does it prove? Is that a hard? That shouldn't be a hard question. What does it prove?
You're proving logical statements with pure mathematics. You're proving logical statements in an inductive manner, so that each one follows one after the other, all being true, following from each other, and they come from the axioms that you put forth.
Yeah, so you're just
Even
proving,
like if man
you're
makes
just
up the
proving the
concept of
mathematics itself. You're not
Yeah.
proving
Exactly.
anything about the world.
Exactly.
If the man comes up with the concept,
Yeah, wait, hold on.
the concept of a shape called a triangle. Look, if a man comes up with the concept of a shape called a triangle, then draws a perfect equilateral triangle, and then says, "Look at the triangle that I drew," and then look here, I can do the mathematical proportions of the relationship. Here's the construct I came up with. Look, it'll always equal 180 degrees within the concept I came up with to describe the concept that I came up with. Oh my God,
it just
my
shows
math
the
matches the shape
logical.
I drew.
It just shows the logical consistency in the descriptive method. It's
Right, it's
insular.
just proven-
But before because we can go down this retarded path for as long as you want in a bit. But I want to, before we get too far from the clocks in a plane nonsense, I want to ask Jace a question. So this is going to be a hypothetical, so take it as you wish, Jace. But let's say in a hypothetical world, we had the ability to have as accurate a clock as the cesium clocks, etc., and the other ones that Kosher mentioned, but by a mechanical means. So if this were possible, we're going to assume this is for this case. Would the quote unquote experiment that you've done, or that you're citing, because you didn't do it yourself, obviously, would that garner the same results?
Would what garner the same results?
So you're basically, in this hypothetical, you're just removing the cesium clocks and you're replacing them with mechanical clocks that are as accurate to the nanosecond or whatever the accuracy is. So they're the same frequency, all this stuff, but it's done by mechanical means. Would you get the same results? Yes or no? Or I don't know, because there's 3 options in this.
I would think if you're saying it's just as accurate as an atomic clock, then yeah, the difference in the time should be the same.
Okay.
If the error
is
exactly the same, then the difference should be exactly the same.
You know, I just found another inconsistency. Whenever you get a minute, I want to come back in.
Well, I mean, he's answered, right? So he's sticking to his guns. But I think it's quite clear that if that were to happen, right, assuming in this hypothetical you could have a mechanical device that could do such a thing, there's no way that it would change. They would both, if they were in sync before, they would still be in sync then.
Well, hold on, because you said that the error would be exactly the same, the accuracy would be exactly the accuracy would be exactly the same. If that's true, then you would get the same result.
Okay, then I guess you're choosing to interpret what I'm suggesting differently from what I'm in.
It's very obvious what you're saying.
In order to get a different result, you'd have to have either a different error or a different accuracy in the clock.
No,
it's a different mechanism.
I'm simply saying that by mechanical means that you can be sure that unless somebody's physically affecting it, this mechanical device will keep time to however many nanoseconds per whatever. I don't know the rate, right, or the precision rate or whatever. It doesn't matter, but it's akin. But instead of using cesium atom and that technology that you described earlier, it's just doing it mechanically. It's basically a super fantastic stopwatch, but made by little flipping munchkins with tiny saws. Right? Doesn't matter. Point is, you're suggesting, unless you're going to change your response, you're suggesting that if you were to do the exact same thing with those 2 hypothetical devices, that they would actually get the same quote unquote time dilation result as you would with the cesium. And what I'm saying is, if that's really where you're going, I think you live in a weird delusional world, because that really wouldn't happen.
Why do you say that? What I would say is that special relativity posits that it's not the mechanism that's causing the deviation. That's what you're positing. That I get that, but special relativity says it's time that is causing the deviation. Now, it would be great if we could do that. If we had a different clock that had very similar accuracy and a very similar error, but just a different mechanism, and then to test those 2 to see.
Now I have to do a gotcha, but this isn't because I wanted to. This is because of what you said. You said that time is the mechanism, right? Did I hear you right?
Sure.
But when we were going down a rabbit trail of questions earlier that I was feeding you, you said that it's not. You said it's not the time, but it's the relative perspective of the observer, in not so many words.
Oh yeah, because I just wasn't being super detailed, but the
so it's
right,
either one or the other, dude. Which one is it? Is time dilating, or is one's perspective of time dilating? You can't have
All right, well, let
both
me
worlds.
talk, dude. It's because your perspective of time changes the coordinate time that you're traveling through, and that's what leads to the effect. So I was simplifying before. Oh no.
So then you don't really have any definitive position either way, which is why you can never prove your hypothesis. You can only subjectively strengthen your hypothesis. Anyway, go back to the math not proving anything.
We just had an hour-long conversation about that, and you just reverting back to your crazy comments, but whatever.
I'm not
Oh, wait,
reverting back. I never deviated.
can I get back in real quick? Because about
Yes.
the proving things for a second, please.
Go ahead. Someone else is free to talk to because I have some things to do.
It's for whoever, any Glober on the panel, because I just think I caught an inconsistency. Well, I've been in this world for 5 years now or so, and we've been told that science does not prove things, right? And we've just heard today that mathematics, the only thing you can have proofs is in mathematics. Well, here's the problem. As soon as you impose mathematics onto the real world, what are you doing? You're proving things in the real world. Tell me I'm wrong. Any Glober, anybody, tell me I'm wrong. Left lane, you there?
I think Whitsitt was like strongly opposed. Whitsitt was like strongly opposed to that position.
No, I'm not.
only.
I think Whitsitt gets my question. You answer my question.
I would say half right? When you're doing like pure mathematics, sure. But when you're just using applied mathematics, like calculating, like when speed equals distance over time, right? When I calculate my speed, I'm not proving anything, right? There's no formal proof there. I hope you would agree with that. I'm just using applied mathematics to calculate the interrelationship between variables.
Okay, but didn't we have theorems? Well, didn't you have theorems though that you imposed on the real world, and you said you found something in the real world that matches this theorem? So, didn't you just take a math and prove something in the real world?
Yes, you can. That's why I said there's pure mathematics, right?
I know,
was
but
giving an example.
Listen to me again. You had math. No, just simple. Just answer my question. Did you prove something in the real world with mathematics?
I said you were. I half agree with you, right? With pure mathematics, yes, but not with applied mathematics. There's the difference.
Is holding two contrary positions like the fundamental way you have to live when you spin on
that's a fundamental requirement for
it's like there's no way to approach life with yes or no. But yes, but no, but actually
No. Just saying.
The world is full of
time
details,
is dilating,
and the
but the
details
clocks are also
matter.
dilating.
Dude. Hey, the world's full of details, and the details matter, bro.
Yeah, is this the detail that time and the clocks are dilating at the same time, like you denoted earlier?
So when I simplify a concept,
it doesn't get away from
when I simplify a concept for the sake of when I simplify something for the sake of discussion, that's not contradicting myself. Sorry, dude.
Okay, awesome. So am I the only one that would love to to actually apply this to the relevant discussion of this room? Because the way that the globe model uses math is it makes up fantastical stories ad hoc and then applies math to it, then describes subsequent theories built upon that foundational assumption and describes it all with math and thinks it's reality. That's how the globe was founded and built. Yeah, 1659.
That's just a lie, you cow.
Mathematical measurements.
Hey, Austin, can you give me an example? I'm not going to let you say it, though.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
1659, this guy just guessed. He just luckily guessed that Venus was the same size as Earth. Okay, well, if I just look at this light in the sky and I just guess that it's the same size as Earth, then I can use the mathematical proportions based on the orbits of everything in the sky, and now I can work out the entire model and how big and how far everything is because I just guessed that Venus was the same size as Earth and then ran down the rabbit hole of proportion.
And then we can keep packing more numbers on top of that foundational made-up number, and it keeps.
It literally was ad hoc. Hey, he literally just guessed.
It wasn't ad hoc. It was an assumption that he made that was slightly wrong with a sound foundational principle that he got the distance slightly wrong because he was slightly wrong in his assumption.
Oh, what was his sound
So, besides
foundational
that,
reason?
we're talking about the orbit of the planets. That was sound and foundation.
No, what's the sound foundational reason for guessing Venus is the same size as Earth?
No, that's not what was sound. That was a guess that was close to correct. But he got slightly wrong.
Yeah, so he just got
he
so
didn't get it
lucky.
wrong.
He got so lucky that he guessed the size of Venus being the same as Earth, so that he
But
got
it
within
isn't.
5%. So that he got within 5% accuracy of the astronomical unit, and then could build the rest of the model. Or we could go all
Right.
the
Why
way
is
back
that
to the
bad?
first. We could go all the way
Right.
because it's obviously bullshit. No one looks at a
Explanation.
light in the sky and then is like, I think that's the same size as Earth, and gets lucky and then builds the entire model, and then the model doesn't change. That's
He knew
why.
it was a planet because he knew what planets were.
It's
That's
So that's the
irrelevant.
foundation.
That shows how
This is
you don't
not-
even understand it.
This is
You know,
not
we have
ad
to give-
hoc. That's why you're saying it's ad hoc. But no, it was over 100 years since they knew the model of the solar system, right?
That's totally
So you just
irrelevant.
make
How
it-
does that equate to the
No,
size
it's-
of Venus?
Okay, listen to me. You said it was an ad hoc explanation. It is not. It had about 100 years of science to back it up. So yes, he was incorrect about the size, but not about the mechanism.
No, that's not
Yeah,
what you're
I
not
don't
understanding. The
think
ad
he
hoc
was
part.
taking.
The ad
Hang
hoc
on.
part. Hold on. Let me defend the bullshit story about how a guy guessed that the light
Well,
in the
you're
sky was the
just
same size as the
lying.
Earth.
Posturing.
You're just lying, right? Because he didn't just guess, right? He was using the observations that other people and himself had made, right, to the
Name 'em.
accuracy that they could make at that time.
Name them.
Dude,
I'm
I'm driving right now. I'm not going to get you articles about freaking people making planetary observations back.
I actually know the answer, though. Isn't that funny? I know the answer. You're telling me I'm wrong, but you don't know the answer.
Yeah, to your random
Yes, I mean-
question you're asking me. No, I don't know the answer.
Oh, no. I'm not. No. I'm actually making a point that this guy was like, we need some starting point to come up with the astronomical unit. So ad hoc, he said, well, we know the shape of the Earth and the size of it, assuming it. Then if we can use that same shape and size with something else in the sky, then we can look at the orbital mechanics and we can come up with distances for everything else, including the astronomical unit, which we can, come up with the rest of the model with that. So he ad hoc decided Venus, we'll just say Venus is the same size as the Earth. And then luckily he got within 5% of the astronomical unit. And he actually built upon the same methodology that guy allegedly did in like 350 BC to first get the astronomical unit. And he was off by a magnitude of 20. He was off by a factor of 20.
Isn't the astronomical unit an arbitrary unit anyway?
Yeah, but my point is that he was off by a factor of 20. That's my point. Using the same exact method that the dude used.
They could have just
Using
made
the same
it up
exact.
that he was
Please
accurate.
just make this point, please. Using the same exact method that the dude did in 1659, the guy that first came up with it was off by a factor of 20. That is my point. You can use math and then come up with all kinds of relationships and come up with all kinds of different theories based on your math. It doesn't make it reality. In 350 BC, all that guy's math worked out. It all worked out perfect. All of it worked out. And he was off by a factor of 20 from the currently accepted number.
Yeah,
Using the
but
same method.
no one is saying that, right? That they had observations at the time, 1600s, of planetary bodies, and they were going off the best observations that they had. Now, of course, nowadays we have much better technology and much better observations, so that value is going to be slightly different. Like when he proposed that value, I highly doubt he was like, this is absolutely 100% the correct value. It's spot on. No, he proposed it knowing that observations are going to change and the value is going to become more accurate.
Dude, that's a total non sequitur to my point. You guys believe a story that goes, this guy looked at a light in the sky, luckily guessed that that light out of all the other ones was the same size as the Earth, and then built the astronomical unit, and then they built the entire model with that astronomical unit. And lucky enough, they didn't have to go back and change the entire model, because he was within 5% accuracy of the astronomical unit, just baselessly guessing ad hoc that Venus was the same size as the Earth. You believe that?
But
You're a grown man
they
that believes
have
that.
changed. All of that's wrong, man. I highly doubt he just guessed. He was going off the observations they had at the time, and the distances have all changed, as you pointed out. The model has changed. Like, what are you talking about, Wixit?
Yeah,
but there are alternate ways of determining the sun's distance. I mean, you could use the when you look at the moon, you do the 90-degree thing when it's at half moon, and you say, okay, it's 400